Blue Star, Sun City, Uehu Academy. A new round of the Bazaar game is about to begin, synchronizing globally. Shameful, Dragon Nation has failed 9 times in a row. National luck exhausted, disasters everywhere. If we fail again, the nation will fall, the ghost domain will arrive. Such a great nation yet cannot pick a single person who can pass the game? They say our players are like our football team. Damn it, I can't stand this. Pick me, let me fight for my country. Why is it that Dragon Nation's players always have such bad luck? Please, heaven, bless us just this once. Hearing the classmates talking, Feng lifted his head from the desk with a shocked face. Bizarre game? National luck? Lifespan? Ghost domain? What was that voice just now? Campus broadcast? Now even the campus broadcast is crazier than those short dramas? Feng looked at the classmates in the classroom. All were familiar faces, but what they were talking about confused him completely. Just when he was puzzled, he heard that cold mechanical voice again, but this time, the voice was in his mind. Begin selecting players to enter the Bazaar game, collecting data from the whole population. Collection complete. Detected an individual matching the Bazaar game player data. Range locked, Dragon Nation, Jiangnan Province, Sun City, Uehu Academy, Year 3 Class 2. What a small world. Damn, isn't this his class? Suddenly some memories rushed into Feng's mind. I have traveled through? After digesting those memories, Feng widened his eyes in disbelief. He had traveled to a parallel world called Blue Star. There was also a Feng in this world. But an orphan, parents died in an accident, left him an inheritance, as long as he didn't waste it, enough for him to live his life peacefully. Most importantly, this world had a second world, the Bazaar game. The Bazaar game would pick players from all countries globally to enter the game and challenge survival. In the game, players could get points by completing tasks, challenges, strategies, hidden missions, and after clearing, could get national luck rewards. If a player died in the instance, the national luck would be taken by other countries, even causing the terrifying ghost domain to arrive. Data collection complete. After data comparison, the most likely player to clear the game has been assessed. The classroom was in an uproar. The system must be wrong. What kind of cosmic joke is this? The most likely person to clear is in our class. Who got selected? Player list has been confirmed. After the voice fell, a virtual screen appeared before everyone's eyes. A person's profile photo appeared on the screen. When everyone saw the name on the list, they all turned their heads towards Feng at the back row. Feng was also dumbfounded. What the hell? Just traveled through and already selected into the Bazaar game? Feng, this study wreck is actually the hope of Dragon Nation? I seriously suspect the system was hacked by Me Nation and Little Japan. There are countless people in Dragon Nation better than Feng, why pick him? It's over, Dragon Nation is completely doomed. Player will soon be teleported into the Bazaar game. Inside the Dragon Nation official conference room. The high-level and core members looked nervously at the big screen. Dragon Nation's player list is out. Feng's information was transmitted to the big screen. After reading all the information, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. The batch of high IQ, top elite talents we prepared, could they be worse than an 18-year-old student? This is simply dragging Dragon Nation to death. The Bazaar game picks people completely at random, no pattern at all. If we could interfere, the global situation wouldn't be like this today. Once the system chooses, no one can change it. Sigh, prepare for the worst. Now I only hope the territory stays whole. The moment the 1.4 billion people of Dragon Nation learned the player list, they felt the sky had fallen. Heaven wants to destroy our Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation is already so hard, why does the system still treat us like this? Heaven, please be fair just once. Even if the selection is unfair. In the strange game, even the United States and Japan were targeting the Dragon Country players. It's so hard for the Dragon Country contestants. This is blatantly targeting the Dragon Country. It's unfair. When the countries received the list of Dragon Country players, they all laughed. Unbelievable, Dragon Country selected a poor student. This kid has thin arms and legs, can he really take on our soldiers? This time, we will win, damn it, always stealing our culture. You deserve it. Looking at this kid's information, he is far inferior compared to our mountain man. He's not even in the same league. I don't know how Dragon Country picked him. Although we were once allies, Dragon Country is doomed now. Don't blame us if we backstab you in the game. The new round of the strange game begins, players from all countries are teleported into the dungeon. At the same time, the global live broadcast begins. 1.4 billion people in Dragon Country watch the live broadcast simultaneously. Feng was unprepared and was immediately teleported into the dungeon. You have entered the strange game. Starting area, Desperate Town. You have entered the waiting hall. Please choose a town residence token in the hall. The token will affect the environment of the Eerie house. Please choose carefully. The cold system voice faded away in Jifeng's mind. He appeared in a completely white space. More than 200 other players appeared with him. Everyone had a look of confusion on their faces. Sawadee-ka, do we need to choose a token to enter the dungeon? The tokens should be placed on the pillars over there. Players from various countries exchanged glances and walked towards the pillars. When they saw the tokens on the pillars, their expressions turned ugly. On each white pillar, there was an item. But most of them were terrifying objects. Rotten hair, bloodstained white dress, decayed arms, scarlet cloak, brown fur, skulls, strange brooms, withered umbilical cords, bloody tentacles, slimy scales. These aren't tokens, these are clearly ghosts. How do we choose? They all look terrifying. Each token affects the living conditions. If we choose badly, we might die at the start. Big brother, don't scare me. Without any hints, how do we know what to choose? The Japanese player, I think I know how to choose. Upon hearing this, a group of players immediately surrounded the Japanese player. As expected of Mountain Man, so quick to figure out the rules. Hurry and tell us. The player named Mountain Man looked at Jifeng with a smug look. Dragon Country has an old saying, be careful, walls have ears. Mountain Man is right, let's go over there and talk. A group of players surrounded Mountain Man and walked to a distant corner. Dragon Country players were under special scrutiny. Many knew that Jifeng was from Dragon Country. After all, everyone wanted to take a piece of the superpower that was Dragon Country. Jifeng looked speechless. He didn't understand what the Japanese player was so proud about. His gaze swept over all the ghostly items on the pillars in front of him. He couldn't help but wonder, are these people out of their minds? How can they not see such an obvious hint? In his eyes, some of the ghostly items on the pillars had an exclamation mark above them. Most of the exclamation marks were gray. Some were yellow, and others were red. Anyone who's played games knows that an exclamation mark represents a mission. Gray means the mission is unavailable. Yellow means the mission can be accepted. Red means a dangerous mission. But what about pink? Can't they see the missions? With doubt, Jifeng walked toward the pillar with the pink exclamation mark. When the Dragon Country livestream saw Jifeng's actions, the chat exploded. Oh my god, Dragon Country is doomed now. Chapter 2, Red Embroidered Shoes, The Ghost Bride. In the Dragon Country high-level meeting room, the core personnel all turned pale. Oh my god, this kid just had to pick the most dangerous ghostly object. The Dragon Country livestream was flooded with bullet comments. Has this kid never watched the Strange Game livestream? Doesn't he know how sinister that thing is? I'd rather see a horde of zombies than go home and see that thing. You could choose a drifting bottle, a music box. The cross, huh? Isn't any ghost thing safer than this? This thing showed up before too, but without exception, everyone who picked it died terribly. Sigh, better prepare for the worst. Audiences from all countries also rushed into Dragon Country's livestream to mock. This is the player most likely to clear the weird game? I'm afraid this guy called Feng will be the one to die the fastest at the start. Is there no one else in Dragon Country? Hilarious, they actually let an 18-year-old brat enter the weird game? The brat must have a foot fetish, right? So many ghost things to choose from, but he just had to pick this one? All of Dragon Country was filled with sorrow. Facing provocation from other countries, they could only hold back their anger and swallow their broken teeth. Inside the instance, Feng stood in front of a stone pillar. On the pillar sat a pair of faded embroidered shoes. The golden peony on the red embroidered shoes had long dulled, but the tips of the shoes still curled slightly, with a few dried drops of blood on them. The moment he saw them, Feng couldn't help but picture a pair of pale small feet wearing them, tiptoeing silently under the hallway in the middle of the night, step by step, wandering. Feng looked at the pink exclamation mark above the embroidered shoes. Special task, the lonely bride. Description: she was once the most beautiful bride among 10 miles of wedding procession, but on the happiest night, she was nailed alive into a coffin. 100 years of loneliness, no one dared go near her. People's fear drove her mad, made her break down, but if someone treats her with true heart, maybe she will return that gentleness? Task progress. Rewards. Feng glanced at the exclamation marks on other stone pillars. He found they were all dangerous tasks. A player hesitated for a long time and finally picked a rattle drum he thought was the safest. But in Feng's eyes, above the rattle drum was a red exclamation mark. And the task goal: shake the rattle drum at the mass grave and kill the cunning child ghost. That player even proudly said to everyone, "Guys, I'm heading out first." Quite a few people even looked at him with envy. Looking around, this videotape seems the safest. A player picked an old-style videotape next to the red embroidered shoes. Ji Feng's eyes widened and he asked, "Are you sure you want to pick that?" That player snatched the videotape. "You want it, huh? Well, I'm not giving it to you. Come take it, come on, come take it." The guy had a center part, sideburns stuck to his cheeks, and looked super annoying. Ji Feng pointed at the exclamation mark above the videotape. "Can't you see this?" "What thing?" "Don't try to trick me, I'm not giving it to you." Ji Feng, "Oh, that I wish you a good pregnancy." The videotape had a yellow exclamation mark. The task goal was to watch the contents of the videotape. If interrupted or not watched to the end, the curse inside would cause pregnancy, regardless of gender. This videotape is fiercer than the water from the mother-child river. The person who got the item was immediately enveloped in a beam of light and vanished from the spot. Many people had already chosen their items and were leaving one after another. But Ji Feng noticed that many of the chosen items were extremely dangerous. He couldn't help but wonder, can't they see the exclamation marks? To confirm his guess, he observed a few more players the same way. But when he got close, they all thought he was trying to steal their items. After a round of observation, he could be sure the exclamation marks could only be seen by him. A must-have golden finger for transmigrators? He took a deep breath and forced himself to stay calm to hide his inner joy. Exclamation marks mean tasks. I can see task info, progress, and even rewards. From the descriptions of these ghost things tasks, I can tell what kind of mission I'll get. Most importantly, there are tips below the task too. So warm, so considerate. Looking around, only the red embroidered shoes had the safest task description. "It's you." He went back to the pillar and picked up the red embroidered shoes. The audience in Dragon Country was about to collapse when they saw this. Even a fool knows red embroidered shoes mean the ghost bride. Since the strange game began, no one has survived her. He's insane. The ghost bride is a being above even red-clothed fierce ghosts. I seriously doubt he's ever watched the strange games. He doesn't know a single eerie clue, and still got chosen into a dungeon. I heard he sleeps through class every day, doesn't care about national affairs at all. Now I can only pray the ghost domain doesn't descend on my city. I've completely given up on this round of the strange game. In the livestream, after Ji Feng chose the red embroidered shoes, he vanished on the spot. The screen went black too. After waiting a bit, the screen lit up again. A blinding red filled Ji Feng's sight. Joyful wedding lanterns, red curtains, red candles, red bed. A bride in a red wedding dress sat quietly at the edge of the bed, her veil hanging low. The candlelight flickered, but it cast no shadow of her. The bride's toes floated in the air, her skin pale as paper. Ji Feng's pupils shrank slightly. The sudden shift in the scene caught him off guard. Everything in front of him was festive, but it made his skin crawl. Especially the stillness of the bride, which made him too afraid to look directly. As if in the next second, the bride would suddenly appear right in front of his face like a ghost. The livestream viewers couldn't stay calm either. The ghost bride is just sitting there, and it already makes my hair stand on end. I quietly pulled the hand by my bed under the blanket. Everyone knows, ghosts can't invade the blanket barrier. The tragic deaths of those killed by the ghost bride come to mind. I can't watch anymore. Ji Feng, fight a little, don't be the first one eliminated. The faster someone gets eliminated, the more national luck we lose. I'm completely hopeless now. Inside the dungeon. It was as if the Swana was playing the background music for a wedding in Ji Feng's head. Does this marriage have to be completed no matter what? Ji Feng took a deep breath to calm himself. He remembered the task prompt. If you show fear, she will tear you apart immediately. Nothing to be afraid of. Just treat it like getting married myself. It's a joyful day. Let's keep things festive. I have a golden finger, nothing to be afraid of. After comforting himself in all kinds of ways, the fear in his heart faded. Ji Feng held the red embroidered shoes and walked forward step by step. Suddenly, under the shadow of the bride's veil, came a faint sigh, as if drifting from a faraway place. Husband. The bride's voice was soft and gentle, but it made Ji Feng's whole body go cold. Because that voice didn't come from under the veil, but from behind him. Chapter 3, Husband, Am I Beautiful? Ji Feng's body suddenly trembled. He looked at the red bed in disbelief. At some point, the bride had vanished from before his eyes. The voice came from behind him. A cold wind blew across the back of his neck. Husband. The soft and distant sigh came again. Damn. Is it really this creepy? She just vanished? He had clearly been watching the ghost bride the whole time, yet he didn't see how she got behind him. A chilling cold shot from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. Wait, can't be scared, can't be scared. Ji Feng forcefully shoved the fear back to his tailbone. He slowly turned around, keeping a calm face. Behind him, the ghost bride stood barefoot on the floor, hands folded over her belly, veil hanging low. The temperature in the air dropped sharply. The ghost bride emitted terrifying ghost energy, which spread outward, gathered on the ceiling, and turned into cold blood dripping onto the ground, quickly forming a pool. The bride's veil swayed slightly, shadow covering her face. Though her face wasn't visible, Feng felt as if a pair of eyes full of endless sorrow were staring at him. If fear appeared in his heart, he would be torn apart by the ghost bride. He firmly took this sentence as the motto of his life. Feng stepped forward, his foot landing in a pool of blood, and whispered, "Wife, I'm here." As he responded, the livestream audience exploded. "My scalp is tingling, is this guy crazy? He actually dared to respond to the ghost bride? I remember the guy before last who answered the ghost bride got his heart ripped out alive. I can't watch this stream for even one more second, my heart can't take it. This is way too brave. Does he not know how terrifying the ghost bride is, or does he not even understand what fear is?" Inside the dungeon. With courage given by the quest prompt, Feng held the red embroidered shoes and walked up to the ghost bride. He slowly squatted down, kneeling on one knee in the pool of blood. "Wife, it's cold, don't go barefoot, you need to keep warm." Feng grabbed the ghost bride's ankle with one hand. The moment he touched the skin on her ankle, he almost pulled his hand back. Cold, bone-chilling cold. His palm felt like it was holding frozen ice. "Wife, let me put shoes on you." Feng wore a warm smile on his face, forcing himself to endure the piercing chill in his hand, and put the red embroidered shoe on that pale little foot. "Wife, the other foot." He took the initiative to put the red embroidered shoe on the ghost bride's other foot. The livestream chat exploded again. Holy crap, this is way too brave. The ghost bride isn't doing anything, just sitting there quietly, and I'm already scared to death. A newborn calf fears no tiger, this move really blew my mind. Foreign viewers were all stunned too. Oh my god, have Dragon Country players gone crazy? Oh my god, do Dragon Country players really think that pair of embroidered shoes is for the ghost bride to wear? It's not like no one's ever tried to put shoes on the ghost bride. That pair of shoes ended up on the player's own feet, twisting their lower body into a knot. If it were really that easy, the ghost bride wouldn't be scarier than the ghost in red. Just call it now, Dragon Country player, game over. On the world's biggest streaming platform, Feng's livestream had already shot to the homepage. But most of the foreign viewers just wanted to see how Feng would die. Many content creators recorded the whole screen, already wrote out anti-Dragon Country scripts, just waiting for Feng to die. But after a long time, Feng was still alive in the livestream. Instead, the ghost bride's delicate body trembled, and the red veil slightly moved. "Husband." A soft voice came from under the veil. Feng noticed the change in the ghost bride's tone. Before, the voice was full of hatred, but this one word husband carried surprise and disbelief. A message box popped up in front of Feng. Quest progress, put shoes on the ghost bride, 1 out of 1. Nice. It really worked. After finishing one task, Feng felt more confident. "Wife, your hair is messy, let me fix it for you." Feng took the initiative to hold the ghost bride's hand. The moment their skin touched, the bone-chilling cold hit again. This time he was mentally prepared and had no intention of pulling back his hand. "Wife, come." Feng led the ghost bride to the red wedding bed. On the red bed were dates, peanuts, longan, lotus seeds, and beside them were a wooden comb, black dye, and wedding wine cups. "Wife, sit." He guided the ghost bride to sit down. After she sat, Feng slowly lifted the red veil from the back of her head. Under the veil was rotten, tangled hair, like hair clogging a drain. Feng gently picked up the wooden comb on the red bed, then inserted it into the rotten hair and softly combed downward. "Husband." "Wife, don't move." Feng spoke with a firm tone. The ghost bride squeezed her pale hand, uneasy. "Husband, my hair is very dirty." "Wife, you are the most beautiful, you know that?" "I am not beautiful." Feng's hand holding the wooden comb didn't tremble at all, and he kept encouraging, "You have to be confident, you are the best." The comb moved downward with difficulty, getting stuck many times in dead knots. Feng had to use all his strength to keep combing down. He was really afraid he'd tear the ghost bride's scalp off. Luckily, after the rotten tangled hair was combed through, the once black, shining hair had turned dark. "My wife's hair is black and beautiful, truly stunning." Seeing the effect, Feng worked even harder, combing the hair. "Really?" The ghost bride's voice carried excitement and joy. "Of course, it's true. My wife is the most beautiful in the world." Feng was now quite skilled at it, and at this moment, there wasn't a trace of fear in his heart. He just wanted to finish the task quickly. Soon, a beautiful black waterfall of hair appeared before his eyes. He couldn't help but marvel, so beautiful. Task progress, combing the ghost bride's hair, 1/1. Another task was completed. Next, he just had to talk with the ghost bride to finish the task. But just then, a clear voice came from beneath the veil. "Husband, can you draw my eyebrows for me?" Draw eyebrows? Feng remembered that this wasn't part of the task. Could it be something the ghost bride added herself? But soon, he figured it out. The third task was to talk with the ghost bride, so her request was also part of the task progress. He could complete the task progress while drawing her eyebrows. "Okay, my wife." Feng stepped forward, gently lifting the veil. The veil was slowly lifted, and the face hidden beneath it gradually came into view. It was a completely decayed face. Teeth were exposed, and the cheeks were so rotten that the muscles underneath were visible. On this decayed face, a pair of eyeballs, barely hanging on, stared dead at Feng. "Husband, am I beautiful?" Chapter 4, starting with the ghost bride's red makeup, scaring the world. "Oh my god, I'm so scared. God, please don't let me see this face again, it's more terrifying than Freddy's face. Damn, I was so scared that my phone flew out of my hands." Is there no censor in Dragon Country's livestream? Dragon Country's pigs have already surprised us by making it this far, but this is where it ends. Is that all? If our country's players were involved, they'd summon a little ghost in no time. The person upstairs must be from India. What a weird taste. Viewers from all over the world were also frightened by the ghost bride's appearance. Meanwhile, in the livestream, Feng stood in front of the ghost bride, his entire body frozen. The Dragon Country contestant is completely dumbfounded. I'd be turned into a statue on the spot too, who would dare to draw on that rotten face? It can be announced that Dragon Country's game is over, becoming the fastest country to be eliminated. Inside the instance, after Feng lifted the veil, he was stunned. The ghost bride's gentle voice came from that decayed face. "Husband, am I beautiful?" Although Feng had already mentally prepared himself, his heart still trembled slightly. He didn't dare to show it, suppressing his fear, keeping his expression calm and steady. He wasn't frozen in fear. He was staring directly at the ghost bride's eyeballs that were about to fall out. His gaze dared not waver for a second, and he even had to look at her with unwavering eyes. "Beautiful, my wife is the most beautiful in the world." The ghost bride's eyeballs trembled, and she looked at the young man before her in disbelief. In the end, she couldn't bear to look into Feng's burning eyes and looked away. Only then did Feng pick up the vermilion powder on the red bed, remove the black cap, and gently sketch on the bride's brows. Though it was a piece of decaying flesh, Feng still sketched as best as he could. Seeing that the eyebrow angle wasn't quite right, Feng pinched the ghost bride's rotting chin and gently lifted it. The vermilion powder in his hand trembled. The bride immediately glared at him with resentment. Feng smiled and said, "My wife, don't be angry. I'm not good at this, I made a mistake drawing." Hearing this, the resentment in the ghost bride's eyes dissipated, and the ghostly aura around her retreated like the tide. The terrifying bloodstains on the ceiling and floor also faded and disappeared. The flame on the red candle reignited. Feng caught a glimpse of this out of the corner of his eye and silently let out a sigh of relief. The resentful energy in the room had vanished. It means, for now, they were safe. Feng gripped Luo Dai's hand tightly, forcing himself not to tremble while painting on the rotting flesh, and pushed Luo Dai's hand steadily onto the top of the brow bone. He began to test. "Wife, these willow leaf eyebrows of yours, you must have been the most beautiful in your time." Suddenly, the ghost bride's body trembled violently, a strong wave of hatred and sorrow nearly burst out from her eyeballs. One sentence from Feng stirred up the ghost bride's memories. He didn't feel danger, so he decided to go deeper into the conversation. Feng steadied his voice, sighing softly with comfort. "This dark blue can cover the old scars. Wife, do you still remember, which day was it you dressed in red makeup, sitting on the edge of the bed, waiting for whose arrival?" At this moment, viewers in the livestream room felt like they couldn't breathe. A bold comment floated across the screen. "Friendly reminder, you can breathe." Then the comments started rolling fast. "Dragon Country player is so bold, dares to say anything. Isn't he afraid the ghost bride will rip him to pieces for reopening old wounds? Oh my god, I can't watch anymore, my heart is jumping to my throat. Wearing shoes, combing hair, painting brows, chatting any part alone is enough to scare someone to death." Meanwhile, on the world's biggest livestream platform, starting by painting makeup for a ghost bride, scared the world to tears. A headline shot to the top of the hot search like a rocket. "WTF, is there really someone this strong? I'm going to take a look. Ghost bride? Isn't that even scarier than a red-clothed ghost? Impossible, no one can survive 3 minutes in front of an Eastern ghost bride. Let me go see what's happening. Damn, awesome, 666. In a flash, netizens from all over the world crowded into Dragon Country's livestream room. But the imagined scene of the ghost bride tearing Feng apart didn't appear. Instead, the ghost bride made a very soft and gentle sound, that year when the peach blossoms bloomed by the window waiting for the groom to break a branch to pin in my hair. Her voice was hollow and broken, but the words were filled with endless longing. Feng didn't care if he understood or not, he asked, and then? One sentence successfully opened the ghost bride's heart. After that I was lifted into the bridal sedan. The road was terrifyingly quiet, no swana, no thunder drums, for a long time, then crying sounds in the distance, and the sound of paper fluttering down. The sedan was sealed. It turned over. Crossed the river. The water was so cold, the red veil drifted away in the water. Suddenly the ghost bride's rotting skin became even more hideous and terrifying from rage. Master Huang, that widower tricked me into a ghost marriage. In an instant, endless hatred, shame, and despair turned into terrifying ghostly energy and burst out. Under the ghost bride's rotting skin, countless hateful maggots seemed to surge and crawl. An even stronger stench of corpse and extreme cold spread instantly. The breath of death arrived in a flash. At the peak of the ghostly outburst, Feng had only one thought left in his mind. Not fear. Not escape. But to give the ghost bride a warm hug. He opened his arms, regardless of everything, tightly hugged this cold, rotting, and ghostly body in front of him. Wife, you've suffered. The ghost bride raised her head and let out a ghostly screech, but the moment Feng hugged her, her throat got stuck like something was jammed in it, becoming hoarse and full of disbelief. You. Feng held this body tightly, and in his mind, the mission's description flashed. But if someone treats her sincerely, maybe she will treat them gently too? Wife, I came too late. If only I could have held your hand 100 years ago, how wonderful that would be. The ghost bride's body trembled violently, and in her bulging eyes was deep confusion and shock. She seemed to be understanding this touch she had never felt before. This heart-to-heart embrace, filled with warm breath. The howling ghost wind and raging ghost energy in the wedding chamber stopped completely at this moment. After a long time, Feng slowly released the ghost bride's body. A single hot tear slid from the corner of his eye. The ghost bride reached out her withered, dried-up finger and touched that tear. Husband, you are crying for me? Feng was not an acting emperor. It just seemed like this moment, this scene, needed a drop of tear to make it even more touching. As he felt the emotion of the ghost bride, the tears unknowingly fell. However, looking at the disbelief in the ghost bride's eyes, he hurriedly joked, "My lady, you scared me, your eyebrow is drawn crooked again." As soon as these words were spoken, an extreme silence enveloped the bridal chamber. The ghost bride sincerely gazed at Feng. Feng dared not avert his gaze, nor could he allow even a trace of fear to rise. He glanced at the red embroidered shoes lying at the edge of the bed and, seizing the moment, bent down to turn the shoes, pointing the toes inward. The red embroidered shoes were properly aligned, symbolizing the return home. The ghost bride was moved, her body trembling lightly. 2 lines of dark tears fell from her eyes. She could no longer control herself, instinctively stretching out her ghostly claw and pulling Feng into an embrace, throwing him onto the bed. The red curtain slowly fell. At this moment, Feng seemed not like a player in a creepy game, but like a groom on his wedding night. Chapter 5, Please allow me to serve you. A screen full of question marks and exclamation marks floated by. After the red curtain fell in the live stream, there was no more content. What does this mean? Is the rest of the content behind a paywall? Restricted to minors, all elementary school students, please step aside. No, you guys have some weird tastes. The ghost bride has decayed to that point and you're still interested? In my life, I've only admired 2 people, one is Su Xian, the other Ning Kaichan. I never expected today to add another one. Players from other countries have normal live streams, but Dragon Kingdom's stream is cut off. She didn't kill the player, did she? Player deaths usually have elimination messages. In the Dragon Kingdom's official high-level meeting room. Did the live stream signal malfunction? Everything is normal, but it seems like the system itself interrupted the live stream. This has never happened before, it's like they're refusing to show it. Refusing to show it? Could it be? The high-level officials displayed expressions of disbelief and complexity. Inside the instance dungeon. My lady, you. Inside the red curtain on the bridal bed, Feng's Adam's apple bobbed downward. The ghost bride threw him onto the bed, pressing her body on top of him, picking up the wedding cup beside her. The red candle still burns. Husband, would you drink the wedding wine with me, 100 years late? Looking at the ghost bride's decayed face, Feng felt 100 unwillingnesses in his heart. But having reached this point, he could only unconditionally trust his golden finger. He could only silently pray in his heart that drinking the wedding wine would not mean walking to the afterlife together. I'm willing. Feng's face couldn't show any hesitation, and after speaking, he took the initiative to clink glasses with the ghost bride and drink together. The wine entered his throat, sweet and fragrant, with a rich aroma that seeped into his soul. Husband, close your eyes. The ghost bride's voice was like a clear spring, no trace of harshness remaining. Feng slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a cool water droplet fell on his cheek. Ji Feng slowly opened his eyes and was astonished to see the ghost bride's body glowing with radiance, her face surrounded by a red glow. Within the red glow, tears dripped, falling onto his cheek. Ji Feng's cheek twitched slightly, looking at the ghost bride in disbelief. When the red glow faded, a face appeared. At first, his eyes were drawn to the delicate, smooth chin, then the lustrous skin, and the pink lips like a spring peach. When the radiance completely dissipated, the ghost bride's face was fully revealed. Ji Feng was completely stunned. Before him was a classical beauty so stunning that time seemed to stand still, skin whiter than snow, smooth and flawless. Her features looked like they were meticulously carved from white jade, her eyes clear and bright, eyelashes long and thick, her lips slightly pursed, her cheeks slightly flushed, carrying a shy expression as if she wanted to say something but held back. Compared to the earlier decayed, twisted, resentful, and terrifying face, the ghost bride's face now held only an incredibly pure classical beauty. The red candlelight shone through the red curtain, the ghost bride sat there, her red robe like the dawn, her black hair like a waterfall, her appearance transcendent and pure, making the surrounding environment seem holy because of her presence. The monsoon was completely stunned by the face in front of him, unable to close his mouth for a long time. The ghost bride no longer harbored any resentment, only a quiet and gentle presence like an orchid in a secluded valley. Her clear and beautiful eyes met Ji Feng's shocked gaze, not shyly turning away. Instead, there was a focused, almost moved expression on her face. She suddenly straightened up, and with grace and gentleness, she bowed to Ji Feng. I am but a lonely soul with no support, blessed by my lord's virtue to be reborn. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, pausing slightly before her voice softened, yet each word was like an oath. From this day forth, I, with my willow-like form, will follow my husband alone. I will be his lamp, serve his ink, warm his quilt. Please allow me to serve and attend to you. Before Ji Feng could react, the ghost bride leaned forward. In the warm light of the red candle, the breathtakingly beautiful woman gently bent forward, offering loyalty and service, her golden hairpin gleaming, illuminating a new life. That night, 1.4 billion citizens of Long Country tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The high officials searched through documents all night with no results, their hair falling out in large clumps. Netizens from all countries began trolling in the live chat. You guys still have hope for that guy? The reason the Long Country contestant hasn't been eliminated yet is because he hasn't been drained yet. Maybe he's being raised like livestock by the ghost bride, ha ha ha. Do you really think an 18-year-old brat can turn the tide for Long Country? With all the shoe changing and hair combing, you thought the Long Country contestant had some strategy, but he's still doomed to be drained. I heard Eastern ghost brides are for ghost marriages, maybe the Long Country contestant is already a dried corpse. Facing the mockery of netizens from other countries, Long Country netizens endured for the whole night. Finally, the Long Country live broadcast room lit up. The live broadcast screen focused on the red curtain of the wedding bed. My god, the live stream is finally on. Ji Feng, I stayed up all night for you, please don't come out like a corpse. Don't scare me, please, don't scare me. I can't even imagine what it would be like to survive after sleeping with a ghost bride. If it's too scary, please censor it. I'd rather open my eyes and see a death notification than see our contestant turn into a dried corpse. Why are you guys getting more and more creepy? Can't you hope for something good? The question is, do you think it's possible to be good? The Long Country viewers were anxious, their hearts racing with uncertainty. The red curtain is opening. A prominent comment floated from the top of the live stream room. After the Long Country live broadcast room managed to go on after a whole night, it immediately attracted viewers from all countries. In the footage, the red curtain opened. Ji Feng, bare-chested, got out of bed, stretched lazily, and yawned broadly. The viewers in the live chat gasped in surprise. He's not dead, Ji Feng is not dead. Wow, Ji Feng is a real man, he slept with the ghost bride for a night and didn't get hurt? Our contestant is even braver than Ning Kaichen, how did he manage to deal with the terrifying ghost bride? Wait, why are there so many red marks on him? Did he get cursed? Soon, the viewers noticed that Ji Feng's face, neck, and chest were all covered in red marks. But Ji Feng showed no signs of discomfort, instead, he seemed refreshed. Sharp-eyed viewers immediately realized what was going on. Curse? That's lipstick marks. What's going on? Ji Feng, are you a god of gambling? This is unbelievable, this doesn't look like going to die, it looks like he had an amazing night. You guys are strange, are you jealous or what? What nonsense, the ghost bride is so terrifying, who would envy that? Look, the ghost bride is getting out of bed. In the footage, a hand as white as jade gently parted the red curtain, and a woman with a face like peach blossom stepped out of the wedding bed. The woman was graceful and dignified, her gaze met Ji Feng's, and then shyly turned away. I am here to serve my husband with washing and grooming. After bowing slowly, the woman moved away with graceful lotus steps. However, a strange silence enveloped the live broadcast room. For a long time, only then did the bullet screens in Dragon Country's live room and the global streaming platforms explode. Chapter 6, The Haunted House. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. This is insane. Not only is Feng okay, the ghost bride turned into a stunning beauty. Am I hallucinating? I feel like I saw a fairy descend from the heavens. She completely beats the top martial school beauty by 10 streets, and you're telling me she's a ghost bride? If ghost brides look like this, I wouldn't be afraid at all. I'd trade 2.5 years of my deskmate's lifespan for one encounter with the ghost bride. Is this the true face of the ghost bride? I'm actually feeling moved. White moonlight and childhood sweethearts can roll aside, I want the ghost bride. In the live broadcast footage, the ghost bride was sitting in front of the dressing mirror combing her hair, while Feng was washing his face at the side. Sweet and happy smiles hung on both of their faces. How is this a horror game? This is clearly the life of a couple blessed by the gods. The way the ghost bride looks at Feng is full of love. That's such a sincere and pure look. If I didn't know better, I'd think I was watching a sweet ancient romance drama. Netizens from various countries began to get jealous seeing this scene. Didn't expect Dragon Country's player to be this lucky, he didn't die? So what if the ghost bride changed to a pretty face? She's still a ghost in essence. Don't forget, the player chose the haunted house. As long as they're in it, they must live with ghosts, and it's still dangerous. This is only the first day, the real horror has just begun. Look at our neighbors, they're already gathered in the hall. What the ghost bride is showing us is all surface level. This is all to confuse and trick Dragon Country's player. But Dragon Country's netizens were not having it anymore. After holding back all night, they fired back angrily. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the ghost bride and Feng were feeding sugar to viewers worldwide. Husband, last night you showed no pity. This delicate waist of mine almost couldn't hold the teacup. The ghost bride blushed as she tidied the bridal bed. When the bedding was lifted, sharp-eyed viewers spotted a bloodstain on the white bedsheet. The global live stream's bullet screen instantly erupted into a tidal wave. Did I see wrong? Did she actually bleed? Wait, is this even reasonable? That's a ghost bride. Damn you system, why didn't you choose me? Hold on, didn't you hear? The ghost bride called him husband? Holy crap, he actually conquered the ghost bride. As expected of my brother Feng, Dragon Country is saved, Dragon Country has hope. Don't call him brother Feng, call him Feng God. I smell a business opportunity. I'm going to make Feng God figurines now. They'll definitely sell like crazy. My brother Feng is awesome, even more awesome than Su Xian and Ning Kaichen. Inside the dungeon, Feng pulled the ghost bride into his arms. Let's try a few more times tonight. I'll personally teach you how to borrow strength, and your waist won't hurt tomorrow. The ghost bride lowered her head, her little face red as blood, not daring to meet Feng's passionate gaze. Just then, a mission completion notice appeared before Feng's eyes. Special mission, Lonely Bride, completed. Mission progress. Rewards. Hidden mission, Conquer the Ghost Bride, completed. Reward, National Fortune plus 1%. There's actually a hidden reward for a romantic mission? At the same time, the system's reward echoed in the minds of Dragon Country's 1.4 billion people. Horror game daily settlement reward system activated. Dragon Country reward, National Fortune plus 1%. Brother Feng is awesome. Feng will be my idol from now on. I'm hanging his portrait at my bedside. Sorry brother Feng, I admit I spoke harshly to you before. Please increase National Fortune more, I really can't live like this anymore. It's been nearly half a year, and the National Fortune finally increased. I'm literally about to cry. Inside the dungeon, the ghost bride slowly took off her golden hairpin and handed it to Feng, her eyes full of hope. Husband, keep this golden hairpin close. It will bless you with peace. Feng nodded and tucked the golden hairpin close to his body. Then he gave the ghost bride a sweet kiss on her smooth forehead. The ghost bride's face turned bashful and shy. My husband is new to this place, and there are many rules he may not know. You can wear my embroidered shoes. When you are in trouble or cannot decide, they will show you the right path. Or you can put them on a bad person and let them feel the pain I once suffered. All right. That wedding night took quite a toll. Feng was now thirsty and hungry. He had to go out to find something to eat and explore a bit while he was at it. I still have some matters to take care of, so I won't accompany you, my husband. Okay, my wife. Under the red bed, the pair of embroidered shoes lay quietly by the bedside. Feng walked over, picked up the red embroidered shoes, and put them into his storage space. Every player had a storage space where they could place the eerie items they obtained. After clearing the game, the eerie items could be brought back to reality. Feng opened the door and walked out. Outside the door was a dark hallway. There was only one room in the hallway, the one he had just walked out from. A villa? Feng noticed the layout looked like a three-story old-style Western villa. He was staying in the attic on the third floor. When he came to the stairs on the second floor, he saw 3 rooms on each side of the hallway, 6 in total. There were also 3 rooms on the first floor. 10 rooms in total? This so-called Eerie house looked more like a dormitory. Every 10 people formed a group and were placed in one old villa. In the living room, Feng saw a yellow-haired guy with a high-nose bridge sitting on the sofa. The yellow-haired guy said in surprise, "You didn't die?" The Eerie Games player selections were publicly announced worldwide. Dragon Country was a big nation, so the moment the list was published, it drew heavy attention. Feng had also seen the list of players from every country, but there were too many people, and he couldn't remember a single one. But the foreign players all remembered his face. How did you survive last night?" The yellow-haired guy looked completely in disbelief. Feng stretched and sat on the sofa. "I slept okay last night, pretty comfy." The yellow-haired guy's jaw almost hit the floor. What the hell? He picked the most dangerous embroidered shoes and still slept peacefully? While the two were talking, other players began coming out of their rooms one after another. "So tired, feels like a mountain was pressing on me all night." A player with panda eyes rubbed his neck and walked into the living room. Feng had a faint memory of this player. He had picked the rattle drum. But Feng looked up at the panda-eyed man's shoulder, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The yellow-haired guy on the sofa also stood up instantly, full of caution. The panda-eyed man walked into the kitchen, filled his cup with tap water. Sunlight shone through the patterned glass window onto his body, revealing a ghostly shadow on his shoulder. It was a ghost child, with rotting skin all over its body, its blackened legs straddling the man's shoulders, and its dark ghost hands gripping the man's temples, a pair of white eyes glaring with hatred at Feng and the yellow-haired guy, as if warning, "Mind your own business." Feng and the yellow-haired guy quickly turned their heads and looked around in all directions. "Ah, the weather's nice today." "Yeah, that guy outside looks like a dog." Just then, a door opened on the second floor. Then came a slow and heavy set of footsteps. Feng looked toward the stairs. A young man with a middle part in his hair was breathing heavily, one hand holding his bulging stomach, the other gripping the railing as he carefully walked down. The 3 people downstairs were almost popping their eyeballs out. "Bro, you look super pregnant, must be close to giving birth." The yellow-haired guy teased him. "Ah, SIBA, so unlucky. If I had known, I wouldn't have picked that box of tapes." The young man immediately let out his catchphrase and revealed his identity. So it was little Shiba. Back in the waiting hall, Feng had warned the young man, but the guy thought Feng was trying to steal the tapes from him. Turns out Feng was right. Little Shiba really was full of pregnancy energy. After that, players came one after another into the villa's living room. When they saw the ghost shadow on Panda Eye's neck and little Shiba's pregnant belly, everyone had a shocked look on their faces. In the end, 7 people gathered in the living room. Some of them looked terrible, as if last night didn't go well. One person was missing an arm, his face full of pain. One person had lost teeth, speaking with a lisp. No one knew what he had gone through. After everyone gathered, when they saw Monsoon, their eyes all whitened like copper bells. As if he should have died inside the haunted house, and shouldn't be standing here in the living room. The ghost bride didn't suck this kid dry? What a pity, the Dragon Country player wasn't the first one to be eliminated. Otherwise, we could have grabbed more national fortune from Dragon Country after clearing the game. Surviving the first night means nothing. Try surviving till the end if you've got guts. Maybe the kid peed his pants from fear last night, so the ghost bride let him go out of disgust. Ha ha ha. Monsoon didn't care at all about the mocking voices. His eyes swept across the first floor of the villa, and in his sight, many exclamation marks and question marks appeared. At that moment, a strange sound came from the ceiling. Thud thud thud. All 7 people looked up at the ceiling at once. At that glance, all their faces changed. On the ceiling, a little girl was hanging upside down like a giant spider, with a broken little bunny doll tied around her waist. Her limbs were twisted backward, her head dangled downward, long hair swinging, and a weird exaggerated smile on her face. The corners of the little girl's mouth tore all the way to her ears, black shark-like teeth jagged and terrifying, and her bulging eyes shone with excitement. Hee hee. Everyone is here, the GA game can begin. Chapter 7 The Bullied Little Butler. The sudden appearance of the spider-like little girl gave everyone a fright. The 7 people immediately became alert. The little girl jumped down from the ceiling and returned to the upright posture of a normal little girl. The little girl took the bunny doll off her waist and ripped open its belly with her sharp claws, pulling out tufts of cotton. She tilted her head, mouth torn to her ears, showing saw-like teeth, her bulging eyes glowing with excitement. Hee hee, I'm the little butler of the haunted house. Today's lunch ingredients, you need to go borrow them. At 12 noon, if the guests of the haunted house can't eat lunch, you're all doomed. The little girl swept her gaze across the 7 people in the living room, and from her torn mouth stretched out an exaggeratedly long tongue. When their eyes met hers, the people trembled with fear. It felt like being stared at by a beast. Resist the supernatural? Anyone with that thought is definitely foolish. Humans in the supernatural world are no different from ants. To put it badly, they're livestock. To put it nicely, they're players. The butler of the haunted house may look like a little girl, but she could kill all 7 people in a flash. In a supernatural game, only by following the rules is there a chance to live. Then what if we can't borrow the ingredients? A yellow-haired man with a high-nose bridge asked. The weird little girl butler pointed to the villa's kitchen, her ear slightly twitching, and grinned as she said, "Listen, what's that sound?" The 7 followed the sound and looked toward the kitchen. Splat! 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 In the silent villa came the sound of bones being chopped and flesh being torn. They could clearly hear the harsh sounds of bones being smashed and torn from flesh. The haunted house's chef is easy to talk to, as long as you bring the ingredients. Just don't make it unhappy, okay? The little girl suddenly tore open the bunny doll's belly again, and a clump of blood-red cotton spilled out. Hiss. Several people couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Before 11 o'clock, you must deliver the ingredients to the kitchen. You have less than 3 hours left. After releasing the haunted house's mission, the little girl sat directly on the sofa in front of the fireplace, lowering her head and violently tearing at the bunny doll. The players in the living room looked at each other, all full of unease. Let's go, let's hurry and find the ingredients. Wait, what she said just now has a loophole. If we can't borrow the ingredients, why don't I just not come back to the haunted house? Sheba, with her pregnant belly, laughed and said, if we don't go back to the ghost house, do you want to spend the night in the town? The man was speechless as soon as he heard that. At night, the ghost house is the only safe place. There is absolutely no chance of survival outside. Then let's hurry and go borrow some ingredients. Players from different countries immediately set out to go outside. The man with dark circles bent over and rubbed his neck. This is crazy, my neck feels like it's about to snap. Pregnant Sheba glanced at the ghost shadow on his shoulder, got scared, held her waist and hurried forward. Wait for me, can't you take care of a pregnant man? Very soon, the living room became quiet. The little girl heard footsteps behind her and turned her head in confusion. In the living room, Feng slowly and calmly observed the environment inside the house, and seemed very interested in some small items, touching this and that from time to time. Aren't you going to borrow ingredients? The little girl grinned and asked. Feng walked to the fireplace and took down a peachwood discipline ruler from the wall. The moment the little girl saw the ruler, her body trembled violently, and fear appeared in her eyes. What are you going to do? The eerie little girl stood up from the sofa and quickly hid the broken rabbit doll behind her back. Viewers in the Dragon Nation livestream were stunned when they saw this scene. Wait, is the little housekeeper of the ghost house afraid of Feng? No, to be precise, she's afraid of the discipline ruler in Brother Feng's hand. Wait, how did he know that the ruler could scare the weird housekeeper? Brother Feng, stop messing around and go borrow ingredients already, there's not much time left. But on the livestream, Feng looked calm and relaxed as he tapped his own hand with the discipline ruler, stepping toward the little girl housekeeper. The little girl looked terrified and stepped back. You just went to the garden? Feng stopped and suddenly asked. The little girl leaned against the wall, almost being pushed to it, and asked in surprise, how did you know? Feng pointed at the hem of her skirt and the white socks on her ankles. There is wet mud and little black handprints on them. The little girl fiddled with the broken rabbit doll's ears, her jagged teeth biting hard. They took my favorite doll. I couldn't beat them, the doll was buried in the dirt. The little girl no longer looked mad and excited like before. Her face showed some grievance, and her voice choked a little. Do you need help? Feng slapped the ruler on his palm, looking like a strict teacher. The little girl froze, and the creepy smile at the corner of her mouth disappeared for the first time. Can you help me get the doll back? A slight smile appeared at the corner of Feng's mouth. In his eyes, the purple exclamation mark above the little girl's head turned into a gray question mark. That meant he had accepted the little girl's task. The purple exclamation mark represented a hidden/special task. Hidden task, the bullied little housekeeper. Description, she should be at an age of innocence, but she is forever trapped in the desperate town. Those dead children underground always bully her, steal her most loved doll, and laugh at her loneliness. She dares not fight back, because the dead children would become even crueler, but if you are willing to help her, maybe she will tell you some secrets others don't know? Task progress. Reward. Hint, the dead children were most afraid of the sound of the discipline ruler when they were alive. After accepting the task, Feng held the peachwood discipline ruler and walked toward the back door. Opening the back door revealed a small vegetable garden. In the garden grew normal vegetables, but among each vegetable were little black ghost hands waving. The ghost hands recklessly destroyed the vegetables, the ground covered in ruined leaves, the garden a complete mess. Ah, so fun, give it to me, throw the doll to me. From the garden came the innocent playful voices of children. Feng looked up and saw several ghost hands tossing a finely dressed doll. The little butler gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening, and her body started to tremble. Give it back to me, it's the only thing my mom left for me. Boo-hoo. The sound of the mocking laughter of naughty children echoed from the garden. Crybaby, shy face, childish, never grows up. Hee. The little butler was on the verge of tears, her tears swirling in her eyes. But it seemed like she was very afraid of the mischievous spirits in the garden, too scared to step forward. Last time, when she fought for the dear doll, she nearly got dragged underground by the evil children's spirits, and her feet still hurt where they grabbed her. Feng narrowed his eyes. Although he couldn't see the evil spirits of the children, from their reckless throwing of the dear doll, he seemed to see several arrogant and overbearing little spirits laughing wildly. Damn it, I didn't expect bullying to exist in this strange world too? A surge of anger rose in Feng's chest. He walked forward holding a ruler. In an instant, the live stream viewers went into a frenzy. P.S. Since you're here, add the author to your bookshelf. Writing novels is hard nowadays, please support and keep following. Chapter 8, Mimicking the Horse's Step. Don't cause trouble, Feng brother. That's the spirit garden of the dead, if you're not careful, you'll be dragged underground and eaten by the spirits. Other players have already gone to borrow ingredients, what are you doing? Netizens from all over the world began to mock sarcastically. I learned a phrase from Dragon Country, Nazuanity. Do the players from Dragon Country really think they can take the dolls back from the spirit garden? This is clearly a trap, don't let the little butler fool you. The quests in the haunted house are better done in groups, the Dragon Country players are clearly selfish, trying to have it all to themselves. Did you guys watch Little Shiba's stream last night? The mischievous dead children in the garden will harass players at night. These evil child spirits are terrible, they harass people so badly at night that you can't sleep, and they'll hide your quest items. If you accidentally get touched, it's a never-ending battle. So, the Dragon Country players are doomed, even if they aren't dragged underground, they'll be harassed to death by the mischievous child spirits. In the live stream, Feng was about to walk forward holding the ruler. Suddenly, a man's laughter came from behind. I knew you were up to something sneaky, not going to borrow ingredients, but eyeing the vegetables in the garden? A dark-skinned, thin man walked up behind him. That wooden stick in your hand is to drive away the ghost hands in the garden, right? The dark-skinned man walked to a withered tree and pulled a branch from beneath it. Feng glanced at him. Earlier, when the players were introducing themselves in the living room, Feng remembered that this person was from the Mallow country. He didn't want to bother with the dark-skinned man and just wanted to quickly retrieve the little butler's doll. Feng walked toward the garden, and the ruler slammed heavily onto a ghost hand. The ghost hand let out a child's wail and quickly retreated underground. I saw this cabbage first. The ghost hand shrank underground, and the Mallow country player quickly rushed forward, grabbing the cabbage first. Feng stared at him in surprise. The Dragon Country viewers were also enraged. What the hell, how can there be such shameless people? The players from Mallow Country really know how to take shamelessness to the extreme. Netizens from Mallow Country mocked in the live stream. So what if we grabbed it? Do you really think you're still the old Dragon Country? Exactly, Dragon Country is done for, now you don't even dare to let out a fart. When we find the American players, the first thing we'll do is eliminate the Dragon Country players. The heated argument continued, with viewers bouncing between the two live streams. The Mallow country player continued pulling up large cabbages, looking smug. At the back door, the little butler's expression darkened, her eyes full of resentment. The master of the haunted house doesn't like to eat vegetables. If you want to take cabbage as your ingredient, at least pick 30 of them. The Mallow country player's smug smile immediately vanished upon hearing this. 30 cabbages, that many? Feng said coldly, the cabbages in the garden are all yours, take your time picking them. After speaking, he walked deeper into the vegetable garden. The player Malu quickly scanned the garden and found that there were many cabbages, picking 30 shouldn't be a problem. Then, he looked at Feng and saw him using a wooden stick to smash the ghost hands back into the ground. It's just 30, not hard at all. The player Malu began to pull out cabbages one by one. Soon, he had pulled out all that he could, leaving only the area with the ghost hands. So, he imitated Feng and took a branch to approach and hit the ghost hands in the ground. But strangely, when his branch hit, the ghost hands did not retreat underground. Not believing this, he struck the ghost hands again with the branch. But this time, a ghost hand suddenly grew out from under his feet and grabbed his ankle. With a strong tug, he fell into a muddy puddle, chewing on a mouthful of earthworms. Malu spat out the earthworms and quickly got up. But as he turned around, he froze. Around his feet was a circle of terrifying ghost hands. His ankles were covered with rotting ghost hands crawling up to his knees. A bone-chilling cold rushed up from the soles of his feet, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His whole body was cold and stiff, unable to move. A childlike innocent yet malicious laughter came from underground. Big brother is so silly, doesn't he watch where he's going? If you don't need your eyes, how about you make us some marbles to play with? The eerie childlike laughter echoed in Malu's ears. The ground began to twist strangely, and countless tiny hands drilled up from underground, crawling madly onto his face. Malu's face filled with terror as he stiffly turned his head towards Jifeng for help. But Jifeng was focused on searching for something and didn't notice the abnormality here at all. Help, ah! Behind him, Malu's scream of agony rang out. Jifeng turned around and was instantly shocked. Malu was holding his face, screaming in pain, with blood all over it, where his eyes should be were two horrifying blood holes. What the hell, how did pulling a cabbage turn into this? In the vegetable garden behind, several ghost hands were alternately tossing two eyeballs while emitting innocent childlike laughter. Give it to me, I want to play, throw the marbles to me. Malu screamed and stumbled out of the vegetable garden, crashing into a wall, his life hanging by a thread. Jifeng shook his head, not knowing what to say. How could a person be so brainless? Truly, it was Malu. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom livestream shouted in relief. The Malu national livestream fell into eerie silence. Ha ha, Malu, please don't come out to be funny anymore, okay? I've seen stupid, but never this stupid. This is the first time I've seen Malu imitate. Scream, weren't you good at screaming just now? Why aren't you screaming anymore? In the dungeon. Due to obtaining a new toy, the ghost hands of the children in the vegetable garden were unusually noisy. Jifeng heavily struck the fence with his ruler. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the garden fell silent. The ghost hands shrank back into the ground, like children who made a mistake, frightened. Jifeng also saw the reindeer doll that had fallen on the ground. He walked over, picked it up, and brushed off the dirt on it. Jifeng walked in front of the little housekeeper. Here, your doll is back. The little girl tossed aside the broken rabbit doll and gently hugged the reindeer doll, her eyes reddening, her voice choking, thank you. At this moment, a beautiful ghost bride in a red dress walked in from the back door. Who made our little housekeeper cry? The little housekeeper quickly turned her head to wipe away her tears. I didn't cry. The ghost bride smiled slightly, walked to Jifeng, and gently looped her arm around his husband. You rest at home, I'll go borrow some ingredients. The little housekeeper looked at the ghost bride in amazement. Sister, is he your husband? The ghost bride smiled and nodded. The little housekeeper stepped closer, intimately looping her arm around the ghost bride's fair jade arm. If I had known he was my brother-in-law, I wouldn't have issued a dangerous task. The ghost bride glanced at the ghost hands quietly emerging in the garden and understood what was going on. They probably won't dare to disturb my husband at night. A box of information popped up in front of Jifeng. Hidden task, the bullied little steward, completed. Task progress. 1. Discover the little girl's anomaly, 1/1. 2. Drive away the ghostly hands from the garden, 1/1. 3. Retrieve the stolen doll, 1/1. Rewards. 1. The trust of the little steward. 2. Intelligence from the small town. 3. The fear of the dead children. Brother-in-law, I want to hold hands too. The little steward happily linked her arm with Jifeng, tiptoed, and whispered in his ear. Chapter 9 Borrowing Ingredients. Brother-in-law, the butcher in town actually hates pork, you can trade cabbage for his pork ribs. Jifeng raised his eyebrows, his eyes shining. What a butcher who doesn't eat meat. He returned to the vegetable garden, and the ghostly hand shrank back underground in fear when it saw him coming back. Jifeng tossed a cabbage from the ground into his storage space. The viewers in the live stream were all envious. Wow, Brother Feng is amazing, just captured a ghost bride and turned around to take the little steward? While others are scared to do tasks, Brother Feng has two great protectors. Suddenly feeling Jifeng's style is not bizarre at all, but rather like a dating game. You can't say that, it's true, suddenly feeling that the eerie spider girl has become quite lovely. Inside the instance. My dear, come with me to borrow ingredients. Jifeng took the ghost bride's delicate hand, as soft as mutton fat. Sister, do you want to make an exception for brother-in-law? If the town administrator finds out, there will be punishment. Although sister doesn't fear the administrator, it generally breaks the rules. The little steward reminded him. Jifeng then understood that the ghost bride was actually willing to break the town's rules for him. My dear, you can just rest at home. He had already grasped the intelligence provided by the little steward and could easily complete the task. All right, husband, remember to take my golden hairpin with you. Returning to the house, Jifeng casually grabbed a few items and stuffed them into his storage space. Then he left the eerie house and headed to town. Every household had Western-style houses and villas, with each building spaced far apart. Walking on the main road of the small town. Damn it, that cunning butcher, I will definitely come back for revenge. The old man under the locust tree is too crafty, it's a complete trap. Is anyone teaming up to borrow ingredients from the fisherman? I can't go alone. The twin sisters are too terrifying, I saw a teammate disappear right before my eyes. Feng noticed many players wandering around the street. Looks like the players have all accepted the borrowing ingredients task. After all, with over 200 players, some might die on the first night, but definitely not many. The Eerie house housed guests, all of whom were strange. Players receiving tokens would be transported to the guests' rooms, and must find a way to survive. Once they survive, the first major survival challenge is food. Humans and the Eerie something they eat are very different. So the task of borrowing ingredients is largely for the players themselves. Whatever ingredients they borrow will likely determine what they have for lunch. If they can't borrow ingredients, the next outcome could be very tragic. Feng saw many, and, along the way, exclamation marks were mostly from the town's residents, while question marks were mostly objects found in residents' homes or vendor stalls in the market. In addition, the behaviors of the town's residents were also unusually bizarre. A bald man with a gruesome scar on his face was standing in front of a telephone pole, repeatedly banging his head against it. Blood and flesh were mangled on his forehead, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, uttering incomprehensible words. From Feng's perspective, a red was above the man's head. Feng quickly distanced himself from that man. In fact, most players would also instinctively keep away from the self-harming behaviors of the man. There were also other strangely behaving residents. A young man wearing a sack as clothing was shaking his head and mumbling, "I ate pumpkin cake, I am a pumpkin, I roll, roll, roll. A woman is stomping her feet impatiently, glaring fiercely at the ground. Finally see you bugs, the doctor's medicine really works, I will never lose sleep again. Feng looks and sees nothing under the woman's feet. In front of him, on the top floor of a Western-style house, a big, fat man has stripped off his clothes, standing at the edge of the house. I am a little bird. Then he leaps into the air. Splash! He crashes straight to the ground. But not long after, he gets back up, returns to the top of the Western-style house, and shouts, "Why can't I fly high?" Ah! Another splash. Feng can't bear to watch. This is pure madness. It seems that besides the obvious strangeness in this small town, there are also some mentally abnormal residents. He doesn't want to deal with these crazies. He heads straight to the butcher at the market. A few players have their eyes on the butcher's stall. They gather together, whispering about how to borrow ingredients from the butcher. Make way, I want to borrow ingredients. Feng squeezes through the crowd and steps forward. Just as he is about to approach the stall, someone suddenly pulls him back. Feng looks at the player in front of him and for a moment can't tell if it's male or female. But as soon as the other speaks, he confirms their nationality. Dragon Country Kid, do you know about lines? The tone is more feminine than a normal woman's, and the voice is a mix of both genders. The player from the Monster Nation chatters on, everyone is here discussing how to borrow ingredients, and you just jump in line. Do you have a plan, or are you sure you can borrow ingredients? Feng won't argue with an unknown species. Alright, I'll wait in line. At this moment, someone says, this butcher is drinking red wine and smoking, seems like he's on vacation. Look, there's not a single piece of pork on the stall, and there's a pig locked in a cage behind. He can't be asking us to help kill the pig, right? How can we help? Do you know how to kill a pig? The players start discussing again. Let me try, I've killed pigs before. A dark-skinned strong man steps forward. The strong man approaches the butcher and expresses his intentions. The butcher releases the pig from the iron cage. Help me, the butcher says. The strong man immediately steps up to help secure the pig on the chopping board. The butcher takes out a rope to tie the pig's lower body. After killing the pig, I can lend you some ingredients. Hearing this, the strong man's face lights up. The other players also get excited. Looks like it's not hard at all, just help kill a pig. But I wonder if we can borrow ingredients the same way after killing this pig. The butcher lights up a new cigarette, pulling out a shiny pig-killing knife from behind his waist. The strong man can't help but swallow, looking at the butcher with wariness. The butcher, while smoking, lazily says, hold it down, don't move. Okay. The strong man grips the pig's ears tightly, keeping the pig still. The players become tense. Although he's a butcher, what if that pig-killing knife gets used on a person? The players imagine some bad scenarios. Sweat beads on the strong man's forehead. The pig is very strong, he has to use all his strength to keep it from moving. However, at this moment, the butcher is raising the pig-killing knife high above him. The strong man's pupils shrink. Is this for killing the pig or for him? seeing the butcher's knife about to fall on him. The strong man quickly withdraws, his face turning pale with fear. I don't want to do this task anymore, let someone else do it. The butcher holds the pig-killing knife high, maintaining a lazy smoking posture. The pig on the chopping board looks at the strong man's fleeing back with resentful eyes. Just as the strong man fearfully retreats, the butcher throws the pig-killing knife. The knife spins in the air a few times before thud, it lands on the strong man's neck. Chapter 10, the baby is very angry, the consequences are very serious. The sudden scene causes the players' faces to change dramatically. The barrage of comments rolled in like a tide. Oh my god, is this killing a pig or a person? Did you see that pig's eyes just now? Even scarier than a human's. There's no pork at the butcher's stall, but they want people to help kill pigs. Isn't this clearly a trap? I'm afraid the butcher's stall isn't selling pork at all, but people. That long knife for killing pigs has already misaligned the neck, it's completely hopeless. In the instance, in front of the butcher's stall, a strong man lay on the ground, a pool of blood forming beneath him. The butcher, smoking a cigarette, stepped forward, placing one foot on the strong man's body, pulling out the pig-killing knife. I told you not to move, and yet you did? After saying this, the butcher dragged the strong man's feet into the house. Before long, terrifying sounds of bones being chopped echoed from inside. The players' faces turned extremely pale. This task is not for me, I think the old man's task about making medicine is easier. I suddenly feel that the twin sister's task is better for borrowing ingredients. In an instant, the players scattered like birds and beasts. Only a few players remained on the scene. The players from the transvestite country were rolling their eyes, suddenly having a realization. I understand, what the butcher said about not moving actually relates to the players. During the process, players must not move at all in order to help kill the pig. A player said, since you figured it out, why don't you go? The transvestite country player shook his head vigorously. I don't dare. Other players also didn't dare. Although they might guess how to borrow ingredients. But just thinking about the butcher's knife hanging above their heads made everyone feel nervous inside. After a while, the butcher walked to the stall and placed several fresh pieces of meat on it. Looking at those fresh meat chunks, a few felt uneasy and couldn't tell what kind of meat it was for a moment. At this moment, Feng stepped forward. Has the kid from the Dragon Kingdom lost his mind? Humph, he's just supplying goods to the butcher. He's dead for sure. The player from the transvestite country said with certainty. That's right, can that thin-armed, thin-legged kid hold down that pig? The butcher's rule is to hold and not move. First, you must hold it down to be able to not move. The transvestite country player said, it's better for the Dragon Kingdom players to die sooner, that way, our country can share a bit more of the fortune. Ha ha ha. The few laughed loudly. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom livestream began to worry for Feng. Brother Feng, take it easy. I think steadying oneself would be good, you can take on other players' completed tasks. Every day, it keeps making people anxious. Although I believe in Brother Feng, but this is too dangerous, I can't watch. In the picture, Feng had already arrived at the butcher's stall. Feng said to the butcher, Boss, I'd like a piece of pork rib. The butcher looked up in surprise at Feng while smoking. Thud. The butcher heavily slammed the pig-killing knife down on the cutting board and asked, Are you helping me kill the pig or exchanging something with me? Feng took out a large cabbage from his storage space and handed it to the butcher. I'll trade this for it. The butcher's lazy gaze immediately widened, excitement sparkled in his eyes as he said, I kill pigs every day and feel nauseous just seeing pork, how did you know I wanted to eat vegetables? The butcher held the cabbage dearly, laughing as he turned to go into the house. Wait, I'll get you pork ribs. After a while, the butcher came out of the house with a large piece of pork rib. Here you go, if you bring more vegetables in the future, you can exchange them for pork with me. Okay, thank you. Feng tossed the pork rib into his storage space and calmly left the butcher's stall. The few players at the stall were left astonished, unable to close their jaws. What's going on? That kid exchanged a cabbage for ingredients? We racked our brains, and some even died for it, yet that kid settled it with just a cabbage? Was it really that simple? Who was it that just said the Dragon Kingdom kid was doomed for sure? A few players at the booth looked over to the side. The players from the demon country felt as if their faces were swollen, their cheeks burning, wishing to find a hole in the ground to hide in. This doesn't make sense. The butcher's attitude towards the kid has improved. Several players exchanged glances and said, let's go find the big cabbage. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's official high-level conference room. What a false alarm. The monsoon must have received some information from the steward, which is why he confidently went to the butcher. I'm afraid we need to re-evaluate our assessment of the monsoon, he is much smarter than we imagined. By the way, how many days is the survival time for this dungeon? This dungeon didn't announce a survival time, but according to the setting of similar dungeons in the past, there should be an ultimate bazaar boss inside, and players need to team up to defeat the boss for the dungeon to end. Moreover, the rewards and penalties for this bizarre dungeon are calculated daily. The longer players survive, the more national luck rewards there will be. The high-level leaders were serious. We can't place all our hopes on a single boy, we need to take action in reality. Yes, after being silent for so long, it's time to show them we're not pushovers. The core leaders seem to have made some significant decisions. In their hearts, they all knew they were also betting on whether the monsoon could clear the bizarre game. Inside the dungeon. After obtaining the ingredients, the monsoon returned to the bizarre house. He handed the pork ribs to the kitchen window. A hand as large as a giant took the ingredients. Immediately, the sound of clattering pots and pans came from the kitchen. Players returned to the bizarre house one after another. At 11 o'clock, a total of 6 players returned. The little steward, the spider girl, crawled down from the ceiling, her mouth split to her ears, her eyes bulbous, looking at the 6 players at the table below. It seems that you all have brought back the ingredients. Just then, the previously armless player ran back, drenched in sweat. Sorry, I'm late, I brought back the ingredients. He placed a bag on the table and quickly took a seat. The players at the table turned to look at him all at once. Why are you all looking at me like that? No one replied to him, the players' gazes were strange. The armless player panicked, I was just a few minutes late, it shouldn't delay lunch, right? The spider girl steward smiled eerily, hee hee, since you're back, hand the ingredients to the kitchen. The armless player thanked her repeatedly and brought the ingredients to the kitchen window. I'm here to hand in the ingredients. He placed the ingredients at the window, but there was no response from inside. Just as the armless player felt confused, a rough and hoarse roar suddenly came from the kitchen, late again. Another fool with no sense of time. Baby is very angry, the consequences are severe. The armless player was startled, puzzled why such a rough voice would refer to itself as baby. Then, bang! With a loud crash, the window wall shattered, and a massive arm burst through the wall, grabbing the armless player as if he were a little chick and pulling him into the kitchen. Chapter 11, Lunch. The 6 people at the table sat like statues, daring not to move. Inside the shattered kitchen was dark, only the sound of the armless player's heart-wrenching screams and the roaring flames of the raging stove could be heard. The viewers in the live broadcast were also shocked. Is the chef in the bizarre house a giant? What will happen to that person? No kidding, he will definitely be made into a dish. Made into a dish. I just got goosebumps. The audience feels horror, I can't imagine the pressure the players on site must be enduring. If I were sent to the bizarre world, I might not survive a second. At the dungeon's dining table. After a while, the 6 players finally started to talk. Bringing the ingredients before 11, do you treat the rules like a joke? Do you think you can get lucky in the bizarre world? The player with missing teeth spoke with a windy voice. With a proud expression, he said, it's really impossible to bring back ingredients that humans eat. Actually, we can bring back strange ingredients, and then the task becomes much simpler. With her pregnant belly, Xiao Shiba was surprised and asked, if you bring back strange ingredients, what will you eat? The toothless man looked astonished and said, aren't we preparing lunch for the guests? The tall-nosed blonde replied, we are also guests. The toothless man's expression changed, no one told me that, and borrowing ingredients is not something people can do at all. Then, what ingredients did you all bring back? When asked about the ingredients, the players' faces turned grim. At the dining table, the players chatted in a half-hearted manner. After sitting for a while, Xiao Shiba felt her back ache and stood up with her large pregnant belly, calling out, Shiba, Shiba. The man with dark circles under his eyes bent completely over, still unaware that a ghostly shadow was riding on his shoulder. The suited man, the blonde, and Feng were the most normal among the players. The suited man had not spoken a word, and after sitting down at the dining table, he crossed his arms and closed his eyes, pretending to nap. The spider woman dropped down from the ceiling, shouting upstairs, guests, it's lunchtime. Then, the sound of doors opening echoed in the strange house. Strange footsteps quickly followed. The players sat uneasily at the dining table. The dining table was long enough to seat 20 people. The players sat scattered, watching each other warily. Soon, the guests gradually arrived at the table. When they saw what the guests looked like, the players' faces all changed to a grim expression. A few people began to tremble all over. Their guests were all terrifying, hideous, ugly, or grotesque, some of them didn't even have a human shape at all. The players held their breath, lowering their heads, lacking the courage to even look up. Husband. A soft and gentle voice, seemingly out of place in the strange world, called out. The players' faces changed, and they looked up in surprise, following the voice. On the stairs, a ghost bride in a red dress walked down gracefully. The moment the players saw the ghost bride's face, 5 of them instantly froze. So beautiful. Which player's room has this guest? You tell me this is strange? I actually saw a holy aura in this strange world. The appearance of the ghost bride stunned the 5 players. They even began to envy which player could spend a night with such a beautiful bride. Wait, we cannot be deceived by her appearance. With her pregnant belly, Xiao Shibai immediately realized, and continued, the red dress, she's a red-dressed evil spirit. The players instantly woke up and suddenly felt pity for the player who would spend the night with her. The guests who had already seated also showed fear upon seeing the ghost bride. The players witnessed this scene. All guests are afraid of the red-dressed evil spirit. It seems she is the most terrifying entity in the strange house. Even though she is beautiful, she is also deadly. I am starting to sympathize with the player sharing a room with the red-dressed evil spirit. Suddenly, they felt they could accept being among those terrifying and ugly guests. Wandering souls, vengeful spirits, evil spirits, grim reapers, ghost kings. Being at the level of an evil spirit is already a terrifying existence, and the red-dressed evil spirit is the most terrifying among them. Some terrifying evil spirits have intelligence comparable to humans. Trying to use tricks in front of them is no different from seeking death. The ghost bride walked down the stairs and reached the dining table. The players and all the strange beings lowered their heads, daring not to meet her gaze. Wife, I saved you a seat. Feng stood up and gentlemanly pulled out a nearby seat. The ghost bride sat down, smiled gently. Husband, you sit too. Okay. The 5 players stared in shock, looking incredulously at Feng. Husband? I didn't mishear, did I? The red-dressed evil spirit called him husband? Isn't the ghost bride in that kid's room? How come? The players suddenly realized that the red-dressed evil spirit before them was indeed the ghost bride. No. It is a presence more terrifying than the red-clothed ghost. The horror level of the ghost bride is fierce. A strange shout comparing the demon to the ghost king as a husband? Players quickly discovered that the ghost bride looked at the monsoon with eyes full of soft affection, like a lover. Isn't it said that Dragon Kingdom players would be the first to be eliminated? Yet now the fiercest female ghost calls him husband. What about the beaver? They couldn't help but wonder what happened last night. What means did the storm use to conquer the fierce ghost bride? Unfortunately, they, trapped in a strange world, could not watch the live broadcast. Wife, I brought back pork ribs, I wonder if it suits your taste. The storm gently held the ghost bride's hand and asked. As long as it is the ingredients brought back by my husband, I love to eat. Originally, my husband's daily meal should be arranged by me, but it's fine, my dear. The storm and the ghost bride were filled with sweet affection, making players grind their teeth, eyes bubbling. Damn, they were walking on thin ice in a strange world, yet someone was actually having a sweet romance with a female ghost. Ordinary female ghosts could be overlooked. But this female ghost was even more beautiful than most so-called top beauties in reality. They even had the impulsive desire to trade their lifespan for a moment with the ghost bride. Ding-ling-ling. At that moment, a bell rang in the kitchen. The little butler immediately walked to the kitchen and brought the guests' lunch to the table one by one. Each dish was covered with a lid, being orderly placed in front of the guests by the little butler. Once all the dishes were in place, the Spider-Woman little butler jumped to the ceiling, her mouth splitting to her ears, and said with a strange smile, "Guests, please enjoy your lunch." The strange guests opened the lids without hesitation and started to eat directly. When they saw the food on their plates, the players' expressions turned uglier than when they were defeated. In the end, even the one-armed man could not escape the fate of being served on the table. Eat, why aren't you eating? Seeing that the players were slow to eat, the Spider-Woman butler urged. Pregnant small Western 8 looked at the plate in front of her, her expression horrible as she said, "I'm not hungry, I don't want to eat." Other players immediately echoed. "I'm not very hungry either. I'm quite full, let's save it for those who need it more." The little butler's mouth turned up in a strange smile, waste food, and the chef might get angry. Everyone thought of the chef's huge hands, and their faces instantly turned pale. What's wrong? Didn't you bring this food back yourselves? Don't dare to eat, the little butler said with a strange laugh. To be honest, they really didn't dare to eat. Because of the overly difficult task, they could only retreat to a secondary option, bringing back something that could barely be called food. They looked across the way, where the storm and the ghost bride were eating grilled pork ribs. "Husband, this piece is for you, open your mouth, ah." The ghost bride gently picked up a piece of pork chop and stuffed it into the storm's mouth. "Delicious, our chef's skill is truly exceptional." Hearing the praise, the chef in the back kitchen had the little butler bring out a plate of chilled watermelon. The chef said this is a gift of fruit after your meal. Wife, have some watermelon too, ah. Players looked at the treatment that the storm received, green with envy, as the storm and the ghost bride were nearly kissing face to face. The toothless one yelled out in jealousy. We eat inedible food, while he gets the good pork ribs and a beautiful lady to accompany him? It's all a strange game, why is his different from ours? Chapter 12, The Chef Baby. Dawn. 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 Heavy footsteps came from the direction of the kitchen. Players looked on in fear as a massive figure came into view. It was a giant fat woman wearing a blood-stained chef's uniform, holding a knife in her left hand and a ladle in her right. At this moment, she was grinning widely, her eyes excitedly observing the guests in the restaurant. Today's meals, the guests must finish them all. Baby doesn't like guests who waste food. The giant fat woman made a spoiled action like a little girl. The face was full of expectation. But the players felt mixed emotions inside. What the hell is this, baby? Isn't it too scary? Baji, Baji. The strange guest had already started eating. The unpleasant, harsh sound of chewing echoed in the restaurant. The restaurant seemed shrouded in a suffocating smell. Viewers from various countries sympathized with their players. How can they serve our players such food? It's disgusting, and there's not even any pickles to help it go down. Why is the player from Dragon Country eating pork ribs while ours aren't eating tom yum soup? God, I would rather eat canned herring than that thing. What time is it to be picky? Even if it's awful, you have to eat it. As long as it doesn't kill you, just eat it to the max. Responses from netizens in various countries were different. Some felt disgusted. Some felt that with such national destiny at stake, these disgusting foods were nothing. Inside the dungeon, the strange guests slowly had their dinner but did not get off the table. The upside-down spider lady smiled and said, "Some guests aren't full, and some are still wanting more. They are waiting for the lovely chef to serve more." More food? What could they serve more? The players shivered. They thought of the player with a severed arm who was almost eaten clean. The silent man in a suit lifted the lid in front of him and expressionlessly grabbed the wriggling white worms from the plate, taking big bites. The pregnant little West 8 nearly vomited upon seeing this. He uncovered the plate in front of him, which held giant snail-like foods. But if they were just ordinary snails, he wouldn't be so repulsed. While borrowing food in town, due to his pregnancy, other players either laughed at him or looked at him differently, and no one was willing to help him. Every few steps, he was short of breath and dared not ask the dangerous residents for ingredients. Just when he was in despair and pain, he spotted small snail-like creatures attached to a moss-covered wall. As the time to hand in ingredients approached, little West 8 gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, scraping the snail-like material off the wall to bring back. Dawn! 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 The lovely chef walked up behind little West 8 and curiously asked in a baby voice, "Did the baby make it not tasty?" Little West 8 hurriedly explained, "Your food is full of color and aroma, I was just astonished earlier. I'm eating now." The chef happily twisted her large body, causing a tremor in the strange house. "Really? Then you have to eat it all up." Okay. Little West 8 picked up a snail and used a fork to lift the lid on top. As the lid was lifted, a mass of flesh-colored substance slowly oozed out, wriggling like a snail while stretching outward, its head branching like twigs, and at the end growing little hands, the fingers of which continued to stretch out and sprout more little hands, spreading out like a web. The audience exploded upon seeing this scene. You tell me this thing is edible? I'm going to vomit. This is scarier than the giant apple snail. I sympathize with little West 8 for 1 second. Brother Isan expresses his dissatisfaction. In the live stream, little West 8's face looked extremely terrible, yet he forced a smile. Little West 8 took a fork and picked out the snail meat that continued to grow little hands. Then, under the eyes of the guests, the chef, and the players, he put the soft, wriggling snail meat into his mouth. The moment the snail meat entered his mouth, little West 8's face looked worse than if he had eaten dung. Ugh! Just when it seemed little West 8 was about to vomit, he forcefully swallowed it instead. His face flushed, he nodded, and gave a thumbs up to the lovely chef. This is the most delicious food I have ever eaten. Players and viewers could see the overwhelming will to survive on little West 8's face. After little West 8 finished speaking, he forcibly downed the 4 snails on the plate in one go. In the live stream room of West 8 Country. Our players are really having a hard time. I feel so sorry for Appa. Appa, you must keep going, you have to survive. Ah, how can you eat that? Is it poisonous? Inside the game. Little Appa finished eating and sat on the chair with closed eyes, resting. His stomach was already churning violently, and he might throw up at any moment. He had to hold on until lunch was over. The guests are so great. The chef loved receiving good emotional feedback. The chef walked towards the other players. The man in the suit had already finished all the wriggling white worms on his plate. At this moment, he also sat on the chair with a grim face, arms crossed, frowning. Not bad, you ate so cleanly, what a good child. The man with dark circles was tired and hungry, his food was a puddle of yellowish liquid, and he didn't care what it was, he cleared the whole plate in one breath. The blonde was also quick, looking like he had prepared to swallow anything possible. The cute chef approached the toothless man from behind and suddenly asked, "Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your taste?" The toothless man looked terrified. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat, but he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. In front of him, his plate was filled with moving eyeballs. They weren't like this when I brought them back. Could it be a mistake? The chef frowned and questioned, Are you doubting that baby switched the ingredients? No, no, no. The toothless man got up, waving his hands in panic. He also noticed that the strange guests at the dining table were looking at him as if he were a dish, waiting for him to make a mistake. I will eat it right now. The toothless man carefully poked a piece with his fork. With closed eyes and furrowed brow, he stuffed the food into his mouth. He didn't dare to chew and swallowed hard. The cute chef reminded him, don't waste it. The toothless man clenched his fist, as if making some kind of decision, directly picked up the plate, dumped all the food into his mouth, and lifted the water on the table to gulp it down. After gulping it down, the toothless man opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. I finished eating, there's no waste. The cute chef's lips curled into a strange smile. The strange guests in the restaurant, the spider lady butler, and the ghost bride all wore unusual smiles. No, why are you looking at me like that? I finished eating. Monsoon took a bite of sweet, icy watermelon, looked up at the toothless man, and his pupils suddenly contracted. A strange crack had opened in the left lower eyelid of the toothless man, silently splitting, with white things wriggling inside. In the next second, that wriggling thing turned around, and a bloodshot eyeball suddenly appeared, excitedly staring at everyone at the dining table. Chapter 13, Before midnight, be sure to return to the strange house. F***K, this is so weird, an eye has grown on his face? What did that guy eat? I remember the ingredients he brought back were something like buds. That seems to be blood eye fern, a type of plant in the strange world. It looks like an unopened hibiscus flower, but once it blooms, it grows terrifying eyeballs. An audience member who understood the strange world explained. God, that thing can't be eaten, right? No one has tried it, and no one dares to eat that thing. The audience suddenly realized that the toothless man seemed to have eaten something extraordinary. In the live broadcast, the toothless man also felt the change on his face. He reached out and touched his lower eyelid, and his body suddenly trembled. Goo goo. A strange wriggling sound echoed in his mind. He felt something wriggling on his forehead. When he touched it, he surprisingly discovered a hole had opened on his forehead, with something that had turning eyeballs inside. The toothless man stood up, backing away in terror. How could this happen? He raised his arms, horrified to discover that something was writhing beneath the skin of his arms. Goo goo. The strange sound echoed again, and several cracks opened up on his left arm, revealing horrifying eyeballs that rolled out from the gaps. The toothless one screamed in terror, trying to pry the eyes growing from his skin with his hands. But he found that with a forceful poke, it was unbearably painful. The number of eyes growing on his body increased more and more. Terrifying eyes emerged on his forehead, cheeks, neck, arms, and limbs. The strange guests were laughing. The players were filled with fear. They were about to suffer from intense phobia. Suddenly, the toothless one's hands clutched his throat, as if something was drilling out from his throat. His entire face turned red, as if his airways were blocked, unable to breathe. He desperately sought help from the players. But the players avoided him. In the end, he turned his pleading gaze to Monsoon. Monsoon calmly ate watermelon, as if he didn't see this scene at all. Save, I. The toothless one opened his mouth wide, and a huge eyeball appeared in his mouth. The eyeball took up the entire space of his mouth, its large pupil eerily staring at everyone. Boom! Finally, the toothless one suffocated and fell to the ground, maintaining the position of his hands gripping his throat, with all the eyes on his body blinking. Such a horrifying scene sent chills down the players' spines. They worried they might end up like the toothless one. Especially since most of what they had just eaten was of unknown origin. Guests, lucky you, there will be extra servings today. The cook dragged away the body of the toothless one. The strange guests at the dining table were ecstatic. Global viewers who witnessed the scene fell into silence. This way of dying is too tragic. Oh God, I'm going to have nightmares tonight. I'd rather eat dirt than dare to eat anything weird in this strange world. Why is everyone eating such disgusting things, while the players from Dragon Country eat so well? It's unfair, this is not fair. Others are worried, while the Dragon Country players seem like they're on vacation. Can I report this? I want to report the Dragon Country players. Some players from smaller countries ran to the Dragon Country livestream room to vent their frustrations after their deaths. In the conference room of the Dragon Country's officials, the staff monitoring players from various countries conducted an analysis. Countries like the US, Little Japan, Bear Country, Iron Tower Country, and Kangaroo have all used hint cards or out-of-bounds assistance cards. The US and Little Japan are players from the last strange game, and they carry strange items. Because of this, they have gathered many sycophants around them. Their officials have also spoken up, openly and secretly wanting small countries to align with them. Hearing this, the high-level officials glanced at each other. The chief officer clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in silence. To preserve the luck of the dragon country, we have already used up the few strange items we had. Now our players face the enemies and the strange alone, it's too difficult. Fortunately, our players are unexpectedly excellent. The chief officer wore a face of guilt and apology. They wanted to help Monsoon as much as possible. The strange game is tied to the fate of the nation. The effect of a strange item is no less than that of a nuclear deterrent. If used well, it can even help players soar in the strange world and gain more national luck. Monsoon, you must survive. The chief officer prayed in his heart. Inside the instance, the players did not dare to leave the table first. They only dared to leave after the strange guests finished their extra servings. During this time, the players felt like time stretched endlessly and sat on pins and needles. Baby, my husband and I are very satisfied with today's food. The ghost bride said to the lovely cook. To receive your praise is an honor for this baby. The cook's enormous body adopted a delicate demeanor, which left the players with mixed expressions. From now on, make one more portion for my husband's lunch, just like today's ingredients. The ghost bride's cold voice carried a hint of a commanding tone. Understood. The huge kitchen maid nodded obediently. The players, just getting up from the table, were left dumbfounded. Did I hear that right? The ghost bride has covered the lunches for the Dragon Country players? You mean, the Dragon Country players no longer need to go out every day to borrow ingredients, and they can eat pork ribs every meal? At this moment, the four of them were filled with envy and jealousy. That's so infuriating, why is that? While we are scared to borrow ingredients, what we bring back may not even be edible. How sad, why is it like this? Does anyone know what that guy did? The spider girl housekeeper hung down from the ceiling, her gaze teasingly sweeping over the players. Let me state a few rules. The players listened closely. You need to go out to borrow ingredients for your lunch every day. After lunch, it's free time. You must return to the Eerie house before midnight. That's 3 rules, and that's it. After explaining the rules, the housekeeper crawled up the stairs like a big spider. Husband, you must be exhausted today. Let me knead your shoulders and massage your legs. My dear, thank you for your trouble. The ghost bride linked her arm with Feng and walked upstairs. The players doubted if they were hearing things. A deathly level of Eerie is massaging players? It can't just be a massage, right? Hearing this, several players' eyes almost popped out. Is it true, are Dragon Country players that brave? Isn't that the ghost bride? The man in the suit's eyes flickered sharply. The ghost bride looks at the Dragon Country players with love in her eyes. The blonde, the dark circles, and the little group were all showing looks of disbelief. The little one pointed upstairs and whispered, so, can the Dragon Country players enjoy that kind of service in the Eerie world? The 4 of them looked up at the attic, their expressions as complicated as could be. Chapter 14, The Rules of the Town. Inside the attic. After the rain stopped, Feng lay on the wedding bed, while the ghost bride nestled against his chest, shyly looking like a peach blossom. My dear, can't you leave the Eerie house? Feng recalled what the little housekeeper had said in the morning. I can leave, but the nighttime is when we can do our activities. My dear, you also have rules in the town. The ghost bride rested her delicate chin on Feng's shoulder, her slender fingers gently drawing circles on his heart, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, her words carrying a hint of temptation. Are you not afraid, my husband, if I were to take a look at your heart? Feng grabbed her small hand and flipped over, his lips curving into a mischievous smile. Would you dare? The ghost bride's face turned red, not daring to meet Feng's heated gaze. She turned her head and said, in this town, both you and I are outsiders must follow the town's rules. Feng thought that the guests in the Eerie house were indeed different from the residents in the town. The guests were mostly familiar with the Eerie things. The residents of the town seemed no different from ordinary people, yet their behavior was extremely unusual. The ghost bride turned back and fixed her gaze on Feng, speaking in a cold tone, my rule is to kill you at night. Hearing this, Feng's eyes slightly narrowed. But he did not show any fear towards the ghost bride. Instead, he asked, so at night, the guests in the Eerie house come out to kill people? My rule is so, but I do not know about other guests' rules. Gathering this information was crucial. At night, the Eerie guests indeed also come out to kill. Moreover, it seemed that each guest had a different rule. Isn't this just werewolf killing? 3 factions? Players, Eerie beings, residents? Please close your eyes when it gets dark. Werewolves, please open your eyes, who to kill tonight? Additionally, combining the little housekeeper's rules. Before midnight, definitely must return to the Eerie house. Inside the Eerie house, only cohabiting guests can harm players. If players can coexist peacefully with the Eerie beings, the Eerie house is absolutely safe. But the premise is after midnight. This means before midnight, the Eerie house is not safe. There is actually such a time difference. Thinking of this, Feng quickly got out of bed. Husband, where are you going? I'm going to the town to explore other rules. What if I die? How can I still care for you? The ghost bride blushed, then husband, be careful. After a brief moment of tenderness with the ghost bride, Feng dressed and left the wedding bed. The barrage in the livestream surged like a tide. He finally came out. Every time the red curtain falls, the livestream stops. It's great that Wind Brother is fine. Wind God, truly a model for our generation. By the way, does the livestream in the wedding room require payment to watch? Where can I subscribe? I'm not short on money. Youth is good, full of vigor, he doesn't show the slightest sign of fatigue. Inside the instance, Feng had already left the strange house. When he borrowed ingredients before, he had reached the market area and hadn't ventured to other places. In fact, the dead-end town is quite large. Players were scattered in different areas. Afternoon was free activity time. Players could be seen everywhere in the town looking for valuable clues. This time the instance doesn't have a survival time, so there is likely a bizarre boss. We must eliminate the bizarre boss to clear the level. Could it be the town's administrator? I just saw him at the town's security office. Not likely, the administrator is there to maintain order. A few players were discussing clearing methods by the roadside in an international language. When Feng walked by, the players immediately moved away at a distance. For this, Feng was already used to it. Since he was little, he knew there were only two countries in the world, one called Dragon Country and the other called Foreign. He was even sad for a long time because Dragon Country was not the largest country in the world. Arriving at the school's entrance in the town, Feng saw two children squatting on the ground drawing checkers. In his eyes, the two kids had a yellow above their heads. This represented a task that could be directly accepted. Task: the secret of left-behind children. Hint: the Peachwood ruler you carry can make children fear you. Perhaps you can pry into the town's secrets from their mouths. Feng smiled slightly. The Peachwood ruler had such a great effect? It seemed to have a deterrent effect on the dead children and the village children. He took out the Peachwood ruler from his storage space and walked forward while tapping it. As he approached, the two children turned around at the same time. Feng directly shuddered. The little boy had two mouths on his face, one on his right cheek. The little girl had her skin peeling off, with blood vessels and muscles all exposed. They both looked at Feng with extremely malicious eyes. But when they saw the Peachwood ruler in Feng's hand, the two suddenly looked panicked. The little girl covered her face and said in a flustered manner, "Teacher, I used my mom's cosmetics. I wanted to be as beautiful as mom." "Doesn't the teacher think I'm pretty?" Feng was completely stunned. God damn it, how could cosmetics create this ghostly appearance? How pathological is this? The boy with two mouths was in a panic, hiding something behind him and trying to defend himself. "Teacher, you shouldn't listen to the twin sisters. I didn't take their stuff. The twin sisters are lying. Her sister doesn't belong to this world, she's just deceiving herself." Feng frowned tightly. He completely couldn't understand what the boy was saying. He pointed the Peachwood ruler at the boy and said in an authoritative tone, "What do you have in your hand? Take it out." The boy trembled, seeming very afraid of the ruler in Feng's hand. He slowly took out what he had in his hand. It was a colorful woven bracelet. Feng used the ruler to pick up the bracelet. It also had a yellow on it. Task: the bracelet of twin sisters. Description: the twins look identical. People in the town cannot distinguish them. Only through the bracelet on their arms can one tell the sisters apart. But strangely, the sisters are always arguing. Everyone said the other deceived everyone. The person who lost the bracelet must be frantic. Feng held the colorful rope bracelet in his hand and questioned, "You lied." The little boy immediately teared up, looking at Feng with fear, like a student who had done something wrong, stuttering, "Teacher, I was wrong. I. The little girl stood protectively in front of the boy, saying, "It was I who made my brother do this." Feng pointed the ruler at the girl. "Why did you steal?" The little girl began to cry, her face looking even more terrifying. "Mom left. Mom doesn't want us anymore." "What does that have to do with you stealing the bracelet?" The little girl replied, "Mom went to where the colorful bracelets are." Chapter 15, The Humble Little Sheba. Feng felt puzzled by their words. Even seeing the task information made it hard to understand what the two children were trying to express. As Feng wanted to ask more questions, the little boy hurriedly dragged the girl away. "We are going home. Goodbye, teacher." The two children left as if they had been caught and were running away. "Mom went to where the colorful bracelets are." Feng looked around but didn't see any other bracelets. "Your mom ran away with the neighbor Wang. Some adults, when they don't want their children, will use lies to deceive them. The children believe it, waiting and waiting, but will never be able to meet their mom again. Feng glanced at the school in the small town. Several teaching buildings stood on a small hill covered with green grass. But on the other side of the hill, there was a graveyard of abandoned graves. The school and the graveyard were right next to each other. One could see the dug-up graves and tilted tombstones with the naked eye. Feng also noticed that the clock on the school bell tower was running backward. No wonder players all avoid this place. A clock running backward? Is it broken, or? Countless exclamation point and question mark floated over the school and the graveyard. Among them, some were red. Even though he could see the task information and some hints. At the moment, he felt it was better to avoid the red ones. In the quiet little town, only the players were busy. They scurried between the shops on the streets trying to complete their tasks. After walking a while, Feng noticed a few players studying a scrap car. Due to long-term sun exposure, the paint was severely peeling, the 4 tires were flat and sunk into the mud, and weeds grew inside the car. Isn't this just a broken car? What's there to study? Dude, you don't actually think you can start it and drive it out of the town, do you? Don't daydream. The town's borders are all gray fog. People have seen terrifying creatures inside the fog. Going in means certain death. Then what should we do? The residents in this town are all stranger than the last, and I haven't found a single clue. Feng looked at the scrap car. He found a gray exclamation point on it. Task, abandoned car, gray. Description, go find the key to start it. The more gray exclamation marks he saw, the more Feng felt that the town hid dark secrets. He continued to explore. A group of players gathered at the door of a tailor shop. In the crowd, Feng saw a pregnant little Shiba. Little Shiba seemed to be pleading with a blonde young man. The blonde young man had a disdainful and arrogant attitude. It's not that I don't want to help you, but your situation is rather special. Otherwise, let the player from Kangaroo Country deliver your baby. He was a doctor. The player from Kangaroo Country added, oh, I am a veterinarian. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Little Shiba's face turned ugly, feeling a mix of emotions. But deep down, he knew that if he didn't resolve his pregnancy, he might die. Ever since eating that strange snail for lunch, something strange had been moving in his belly, which made him uneasy. How could a man give birth? Even if he had to give birth, how would it happen? In helplessness, he could only beg the American player for help. Before entering the Eerie game, the officials also reminded him to tightly hug the thighs of American players in the game. Around the American player were a group of people, all sharing the same thought as him. Fearless, I'm not joking, help me, I'm about to die. Xiao Shiba panically lifted his shirt, revealing a huge belly round like a ball. Wow. The crowd gasped in shock. My God, what happened last night? Who made you like this? The American player named Fearless teased with a look of surprise. Fearless, it's in my belly, it's about to come out, I feel like my belly is going to burst, please save me. I'll do anything if you can save me. Xiao Shiba pleaded with a face full of pain. The players also noticed several little hands emerging from Xiao Shiba's swollen belly. Those little hands seemed to be trying to push through the barrier, breaking free. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. Oh my God, there are 9 little hands moving. To give birth to so many at once, even a sow can't give birth like that. Actually, Xiao Shiba's problem isn't hard, it's just a matter of how to give birth. Facing the mocking of players from various countries, Xiao Shiba was covered in sweat. He knew everyone was laughing at him. But right now, he couldn't care less about that. His belly felt like it was about to explode, the things inside were extremely active. He was already having difficulty moving, he had to get whatever was inside out. Fearless smiled, pointing at the tailor shop, saying, I can have the kangaroo player help you with the delivery, he has a strange surgical knife that can perform painless surgery. But before that, you need to go inside and complete the tasks at the tailor shop. Xiao Shiba looked toward the tailor shop. The shop door was tightly closed, and a naked mannequin stood in the window. The shop was very dark, and all that could be heard was the clanking sound of the sewing machine inside. What tasks are there? Xiao Shiba asked anxiously. Fearless smiled and said, just some simple tasks like threading a needle and sewing fabric. If you don't want to go, we won't force you, we can just find someone else. Xiao Shiba bit his teeth, his face full of struggle and pain. If he didn't do the task, he wouldn't last long, the things inside would burst his belly, and he would die a horrible death. If he did the task, there would be danger, but at least he could earn the trust and help of the American players. Xiao Shiba's eyes hardened, as if he had made a certain decision. Fearless, if I finish the task, you have to arrange for someone to help me deliver. Fearless shrugged, of course, the land of freedom values trust the most. Xiao Shiba could only place his hope on the American player. He took a deep breath, holding his big pregnant belly, walked to the tailor shop door. After a struggle with his thoughts, he opened the tailor shop door and walked in. As soon as Xiao Shiba entered, all the players outside burst into laughter. I heard in town that there's a piece of clothing in the tailor shop that can resist strange attacks. It won't be taken by Xiao Shiba, right? You really overestimate Xiao Shiba. Fearless is just having him scout the way. Fearless wore a smile that seemed like a grin, quietly watching the tailor shop's window. About 5 minutes later, the sound of the sewing machine in the tailor shop stopped. There's no movement. Could it be that Xiao Shiba finished the task? Just when everyone was confused, there was movement in the window. Xiao Shiba suddenly walked towards the window. But Xiao Shiba looked hollow-eyed, expressionless, as if he had lost his soul, standing alongside another mannequin in the window. Xiao Shiba, what are you doing? A player knocked on the window. However, Xiao Shiba inside the window remained indifferent, not even blinking, standing like a statue. Did Shiba take himself as a model? Does anyone know what happened to him inside? Fearless narrowed his eyes, watching Xiao Shiba. Suddenly, his gaze was caught by the bulging belly of Xiao Shiba, small hands crazily appearing, the belly rippling violently. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed greatly, and they hurriedly retreated. Xiao Shiba is about to give birth. No one knew who shouted this. In the display window, Xiao Shiba stood there dazed, yet the belly was rippling violently, small hands floating on the surface, and the belly was rapidly expanding, like a balloon that might explode at any moment. Chapter 16, Twin Sister Blossoms. Put. A bloody little hand burst through the belly. Blood sprayed out, instantly staining the entire display window red. Players retreated to a distance, all with faces full of horror. In the blood rain, they seemed to see a large, soft, wriggling mass slide out from Xiao Shiba's abdomen into the display window. Before they could see clearly, a hand heavily slapped against the glass of the display window. That hand clung like a suction cup, fingers stretching outward like branches, with small hands growing at the tips. Soon, the wriggling, suction cup-like small hands crawled all over the bloody display window like climbing vines. The open figure of Xiao Shiba was quickly swallowed by the spreading branch hands. Seeing this scene, all the players were shocked into silence. Fei Luosi immediately reacted. You all saw it. It wasn't me who helped him give birth, it was him who failed the task, so you can't blame me. With one sentence, he completely pushed away his responsibility. The players surrounding him didn't even dare to make a sound. Xiao Shiba's live broadcast room exploded. Ah, Xiao Shiba, too shameless, too shameless. Open your eyes and see the outcome of being a lackey for the US. How could this be? Our player was already suffering enough. Can you endure such a face from the US? Come with me to demand justice in the US live room. However, when it came to demanding justice, Xiao Shiba's network instantly fell silent. The officials acted as if they were deaf, hearing nothing. Instead, many netizens from Longwa entered the US live room to mock. I want to give Fei Luosi more followers, please open a personal live room, Fei Luosi. From now on, as long as Fei Luosi competes against Xiao Shiba, my whole family will follow you to death. American netizens can learn from Fei Luosi that your country's secrets and core can actually be shared, guaranteed to increase your followers. I hope American netizens will learn from Fei Luosi, pitch your allies a bit more, and you'll reap a lot of Longwa fans. Secrets belong to the country, but followers are your own. Inside the dungeon, Feng watched the tailor shop's display window from a distance. In his eyes, a conspicuous red exclamation point was on the tailor shop's door. This represented the task's difficulty as extremely dangerous. The players led by the US hesitated at the door, unwilling to enter, precisely because there was too little information about the tailor shop. They had only found out that a piece of clothing to resist strange attacks could be obtained from the tailor shop. But no one knew how to specifically acquire it. Xiao Shiba's arrival and helplessness happened to be utilized by them. In the end, Xiao Shiba's death did not evoke a shred of sympathy from these players. In the strange world, no one is reliable, you can only rely on yourself. This point, Feng had seen clearly a long time ago. However, does the kangaroo player have a strange scalpel in hand? Was it obtained in the dungeon, or provided by the country during the selection stage? Feng had just arrived in this world and was chosen to enter the strange world, with many details still unclear, relying on himself to explore. He obtained 2 strange items, Bride Ghost's gold hairpin, and embroidered shoes, from the Bride Ghost, both possessing special abilities. If they can rely on their own skills to obtain strange items in the dungeon, it proves they still have some skills. But no matter what, he didn't want to team up with anyone. He walked forward, not far along. He saw the twin sisters he was searching for. In the distance, he noticed a yellow question mark on the heads of the twin sisters. He could deliver it just by holding the colorful rope bracelet. Feng intended to walk forward. But a voice from behind interrupted him. Hey, isn't that a contestant from Dragon Country? You're still alive? Feng turned around to see a group of people following behind. It was the American player, fiercest, and his lackeys. One of the sarcastic lackeys was the one speaking. Fiercest stepped forward, curiously sizing up Feng. How did you survive from the bride of death? Feng didn't want to engage in useless socializing. He directly ignored Fiercest and walked towards the twin sisters. However, in Fiercest's view, this behavior was like looking down on him, which greatly insulted him. Stop right there. Didn't you hear me talking to you? Feng ignored the shouting from behind. Fiercest, it seems he wants to take on the twin task. Look at his confident demeanor, he probably has some clues. Upon hearing this, Fiercest raised his hand and said, block him. Don't let him take the task. With his order, the lackeys immediately moved to block Feng. Feng's expression turned cold, with fierce light flashing in his eyes. Do you want to fight? Fiercest stepped forward, waved his hand, and told the lackeys to step aside. Dragon Country contestant, don't misunderstand, we just want to team up with you, nothing else. Feng coldly replied, I won't team up. Fiercest gritted his teeth, cursing internally, but still maintained a smile on his face. Dragon Country is not a small country like Little West 8, it has a population of 1.4 billion, all watching the livestream. He dared not openly attack the contestant from Dragon Country. 1.4 billion people could drown him with a single spit from each person. In this strange world, we should help each other, don't bring personal feelings from reality into here. The twin task was seen by us first, either share information and do it together, or line up. Fiercest put on a solemn expression. The other side didn't want him to do the task at all, Feng replied softly with a smile, alright, then please go ahead. He was curious to see how these people would do the task without the colorful rope bracelet. Fiercest was taken aback, seemingly not expecting the Dragon Country player to concede so quickly. According to Dragon Country's usual behavior, it should have been a stubborn resistance. The lackeys exchanged glances. Feng stood by and waited for a moment. What's wrong? Are you all afraid of two little girls? One lackey rebutted. Bullshit, we're just sharing information and discussing strategies. Feng mocked, does this need a strategy discussion? Can't you handle two little girls? Both Fiercest and the lackeys looked a bit embarrassed. One lackey confidently stepped forward, saying, these twins are just roadside NPCs, how can they be dangerous? The person speaking was a player from Flathead Brother. These twins should be able to find out some information about the small town, little girls are easy to deceive. Evan, I have 2 lollipops here, take them and try. Fiercest handed 2 lollipops to the Flathead Brother player. The man named Evan took the lollipops and walked towards the twin sisters. In front of an old house, 2 girls dressed in blue long skirts with twin ponytails, looking exactly the same, were arguing. You can deceive everyone, but you can't deceive me, I will expose you and reveal the truth to the public. You're really scaring me, please get better soon, okay? Stop pretending to be an innocent victim. What did I do wrong? Why are you questioning me? As the 2 girls argued, Evan stepped forward, little sisters, don't argue, I'd like to treat you to some candy. The girl on the left directly swatted the lollipop away and glared at Evan angrily, you believe her too? Evan looked dumbfounded. The girl on the right began to cry pitifully, woo-woo, don't blame her, she's sick, her brain is confused. Evan's gaze shifted back and forth between the twins, trying to catch a glimpse of the truth. But the twins look almost exactly alike, even their expressions and emotions are the same. Evan's mind turned, and he revealed a warm smile, can you tell me why you are arguing? She is the fake. Don't listen to her nonsense, she is the fake. Looking at the twins' quarrel, Evan was completely confused. Suddenly, the twin sisters grabbed Evan's hands. Evan's body jolted, and just as he wanted to pull his hand back, he discovered the twins were staring at him with menacing eyes, making him too scared to move. The girl on the left said, come inside with me, I have evidence to prove she is the fake. The girl on the right said, if you are upright, you don't fear shadows, I am not afraid. Thus, the twin sisters each pulled one of Evan's hands and walked toward the dilapidated old house. Chapter 17, if he wants to die, then let him be fulfilled. Felas and his minions arrived at the door of the old house. The old house was dark and eerie, with a decaying smell wafting out from inside, making them hesitate. Why would Evan be willing to go in? If it were me, I would definitely turn and run. Who doesn't want to escape? If I could, I would have. Felas turned to look back, and he saw Feng leisurely sitting on a stone stool, poking a little ant on the ground with a long object. Does this guy have some clue about the twin sisters? Unlikely, the Dragon Kingdom players have never been here before. In my opinion, this guy is just lucky, probably hoping to take a chance. I have looked at this guy's profile, he is just a little brat, a slacker at school. One of the minions suggested, if this guy is still following us, let's set a trap for him and have him scout the way. Felas smiled slyly. Spread the word, anyone who dares to ally with the Dragon Kingdom player is against the United States. The minions laughed as well. At the same time, netizens from various countries flooded into the livestream of the flat-headed brother. Strange, the twins brought the flat-headed brother player to a mirror. What does it mean? Could it be a magic mirror that can tell which twin is real? Wait, haven't you noticed something unusual? The flat-headed brother player seems very nervous, his whole body is shaking. His hands are held by the twin sisters, it should be some kind of power binding him, making it impossible for him to resist. The residents of this small town are too strange, two little girls can make a player lose the ability to resist. On screen, the flat-headed brother player stood like a statue in front of a huge mirror, his hands held by two little girls. Only he understood how terrified his heart was at this moment. At the moment the little girls held his hands, his body no longer belonged to him, only his mind remained clear. The decorations and layout inside the house seemed like an old house from decades ago, lifeless, filled with old items, not at all like a house for two little girls, but rather like one for elderly people. Moreover, there was a strange and foul smell of decay in the house. At this moment, one of the little girls pointed at the mirror and said, "This is the evidence I mentioned." The flat-headed brother player could not move, so he could only grit his teeth and continue with the task. The mirror? The girl on the left pointed at the other girl. "In the mirror, you can see her true face, and then you will understand everything I said." After speaking, the two little girls let go of his hands. The strange binding power vanished, and his body could move again. The twins stared at him closely, their venomous eyes seemed to say, "If you dare to run, you will die." The flat-headed brother player's heart sank, the thought of escape just emerged but was killed in its cradle. He took a deep breath, calming himself. "Don't panic, just finish the task." He looked at the mirror. In the mirror, it was still the old house, exactly the same as what his eyes saw. He focused his gaze on the twins in the mirror. "Can I see one of the twins' true faces in the mirror?" With confusion, his eyes quickly wandered over the twins in the mirror. "Isn't it obvious?" From behind, an impatient voice came from one of the twins. The player with a buzz cut wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He thought it was just everyone trying to find fault, looking for the fake one, and then the task would be complete. With that in mind, he moved closer to the vertical mirror, continuing to observe the twins repeatedly. After watching for a while, he rubbed his eyes. Suddenly, he felt that the girl's appearance standing behind his right side in the mirror was somewhat blurry. In contrast, the girl on his left still looked very clear. He wasn't sure if it was his eyes straining or if something was wrong with the mirror. So, he moved a little closer to the vertical mirror, leaning in to observe the girl's blurry face. Strangely, the closer he got, the blurrier the girl's face became, to the point where he could hardly see it at all. But the girl on the left still looked clear, her features defined. Could it be that the girl with the blurry features is the fake one? The buzzcut player seemed to have found the truth. Indeed, something was wrong with the twin sisters, one of them was blurry in the mirror. Thinking of this, he immediately locked onto the girl with the blurry face, almost certain she had a problem. But when he accidentally glanced at the other twin, he found a strange smile appearing on the clearly visible girl's face. He was shocked and terrified. He suddenly turned to look at the girl on his left behind him. The girl's smile behind him was, in fact, as eerie and terrifying as in the mirror. But at this moment, a pair of charred, rotting ghostly hands reached out from the mirror, grabbing his head and pulling him into the mirror. The mirror rippled slightly, and when it calmed down, it returned to its original state. In the mirror, a little girl showed a clear smile of victory, while another little girl looked blurred yet surprised. "You must be very angry, sister. But you need to understand that what I did is actually his redemption. A lot of people in the town want to go to that world, right?" The sister clenched her small fists tightly, gritting her teeth. In the live broadcast room, the viewers of the buzzcut player wailed. "No! We're surrounded, and the country's fortune is being stripped away, we are relying on the player to turn it around. Wasn't it said that the twin task had no danger? Someone was just dragged into a mirror out of nowhere. It must be the Persian cat's conspiracy, they've been eyeing us for a long time." Viewers from various countries became restless, starting to mock. "Clearly, it was your Uncle Sam who sent your players to their deaths, how can you blame the Persian cat? Uncle Sam, against genocide unless my son does it. This is really satisfying. I think the Persian cat will send you great fireworks to celebrate tonight. You were sold by your Uncle Sam, and yet you're counting his money, it's really ridiculous." Seeing the public opinion spiral out of control, the buzzcut official immediately released a statement, "We are targeted by the whole world. Viewers from all over the world, guess why?" Inside the instance. The group led by Phyllis had been wandering outside the old house for a long time, without seeing the buzzcut player come out. Could something have happened? One lackey asked. "You go take a look," Phyllis said in a commanding tone. The lackey shivered in fear, shaking his head in panic. At this moment, the sound of the twin sisters arguing came from inside the house. Everyone raised their heads and saw the twins flushed and arguing from inside the old house to outside. The content of their argument was almost the same as before. The players gazed into the house, waiting for a long time, but still didn't see the buzzcut player come out. Suddenly, a sense of ominousness arose in their hearts. The squid might be gone. The kangaroo player said with a serious expression. They didn't dare to approach the old house or the twin sisters, fearing that if they got too close, they might trigger the task and end up like the buzzcut player. Maybe the danger is inside the old house, and the squid encountered danger in there, but we can't know the situation inside the old house. Otherwise, let's give up this task, it's not a must-do task. The kangaroo player looked at the twins with a pale face filled with anxiety. This town is too dangerous. If even the roadside NPCs are this dangerous, who would dare to do tasks and seek information? I think maybe it's because we don't have enough information. We can start by asking the twins' neighbors, perhaps. Then you go. Philo shot a glare at the sidekick who spoke. The man was so scared that he knelt directly on the ground, shaking his head repeatedly. The kangaroo player, however, turned to look at Jifeng, who was yawning boredly not far away. Philos, since this guy wants to die, just let him be. Philo squinted his eyes, a cold light flickering in them. Coincidentally, Jifeng looked up and noticed the unkind looks from the players led by Philos. When he saw the malicious stares from them, Jifeng understood that it was time for him to step up. He dusted off the dust on his hands, hoisted the peachwood ruler, and walked towards Philos. Back off. Chapter 18, Waiting for Fate. Philos took the initiative to step aside. The sidekick behind him also opened up a pathway. Jifeng couldn't be bothered to deal with these players. He thought these players might have unique or unseen skills for the task. But it turned out to be this. What a big disappointment for him. Dragon Country player, don't say we didn't warn you. Our people just disappeared in the old house. Philos had a mocking smile on his face. Isn't it your usual style to let your sidekick take the risk? Jifeng replied blandly. You. Philos was momentarily speechless. The color of the sidekicks behind him turned unpleasant. The sidekicks seemed to recall the fate of Xiao Shiba and Ping Tu Gu. Along with the words from the Americans, would their fate be the same? Philo sneered, alright, Dragon Country player, since you refuse to ally and share information, I want to see how many lives you have to complete this task. Jifeng ignored him and walked straight towards the twin sisters. The sidekicks fixed their gazes on Jifeng's back. The desire to stab a person cannot be concealed. Moreover, Jifeng carried the fate of a big country on his shoulders. If Jifeng dies, the fortune they could gain would be more than enough. One must understand that national fortune includes territory, luck, resources, food, lifespan, and many more aspects. Even if they only got 1% of a big country's fortune, they could benefit immensely. Since the Bazaar game arrived, Dragon Country's momentum has waned and started to decline. At this time, if they didn't take advantage of the victory to divide, when else could they? The Dragon Country kid seems to be prepared. What equipment? It's just pure arrogance. But you need some capital to be arrogant, could he have some clue? What nonsense, what capital? I was more arrogant than him at 18, it's just youthful impulsiveness. True, an 18-year-old underachiever, if not arrogant at this time, when would he be? Ha ha ha, then let's guess how this kid will die. People from various countries entered the Dragon Country livestream room, mocking and ridiculing. The player from Dragon Country is lucky in the creepy house, protected by the ghost bride, but when he arrives at the town, who can protect him? In the words of Dragon Country, when you come out to mix, you will eventually pay the price. A person who is too smooth can easily become arrogant. It's impossible to learn a lesson without hitting a wall, but this wall could be fatal. You don't think an 18-year-old underachiever can save Dragon Country, do you? In the face of ridicule from various countries, Dragon Country netizens fiercely fought back and expressed unconditional faith in Jifeng. Inside the instance, Jifeng swung the peachwood ruler as he walked in front of the twin sisters. When they saw the peachwood ruler, there was a clear hint of fear in the twins' eyes. The sound of the argument faded. Jifeng crouched down, flipped his right hand, and a colorful rope bracelet appeared in his palm. The twins immediately stopped arguing. One of them looked at Jifeng with surprise. How did my bracelet end up with you? As she spoke, the girl reached out to snatch it back. Jifeng withdrew his hand and pointed at the girl with the ruler. How can you prove this thing is yours? The girl hesitated, turning to look at her sister beside her, seemingly quite concerned about her sister's gaze. But her action immediately raised her younger sister's suspicion. Sister, what's so special about this colorful rope bracelet? Why do you look so nervous? The younger sister seemed to understand something. Sister, this bracelet is your evidence of becoming me, isn't it? The older sister flustered said, What nonsense are you talking about? We are sisters. She then looked at Jifeng, explaining, "My sister is sick, babbling nonsense, I hope you don't mind. This bracelet is mine, please return it to me." Jifeng stood up, took a few steps back, and warned the older sister with the ruler not to come closer. The older sister was wary of the ruler and dared not approach. She said in a panic, "This is my mother's keepsake, it is very important to me, please return it to me." The younger sister said, "She is lying, I don't have a mother, I was raised by my grandmother. One day my grandmother disappeared, and she appeared, claiming to be my twin sister." Jifeng raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Did your grandmother go missing in the house or?" "In the house," the younger sister said with conviction. Jifeng continued to ask, "How are you so sure?" The younger sister, "I saw the mirror with my own eyes." Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by the older sister, "Don't listen to her nonsense, all the townsfolk know we are twins, they can all testify. After our grandmother left, my sister was very sad and fell seriously ill. Since then, she often forgets some things." The younger sister seemed to recall something again. She tugged the older sister behind her, excitedly telling Jifeng, You come inside with me, I have proof to expose her true face." Jifeng glanced at the younger sister, then at the eerie old house ahead. He nodded and followed the younger sister into the house. The older sister immediately followed and tried to reach for Jifeng's hand. "Step back." Jifeng warned the older sister with the ruler. The older sister looked flustered, had no choice but to follow from the side. When she saw Jifeng enter the eerie old house, Fiercest laughed. "I was right, this kid doesn't know how high the sky is, once he enters the old house, death isn't far away." Players from the Kangaroo Nation laughed. "After saying so much, what's the use? In the end, he can't escape the fate of death. I thought he had real skills." In the Dragon Nation's live broadcast room. "Don't go in, brother Feng, there are man-eating magic mirrors inside." Many netizens in the Ping 2 brothers live broadcast room saw the player being pulled into the mirror. But Jifeng in the live broadcast did not know this. They began to worry about Jifeng's situation. "I can't believe anything from either twin right now, it feels like they are both lying. Oh no, once you enter the old house, it's going to be dangerous. Ha ha, the luck of the Dragon Nation ends here. I feel like the twins are a trap, no matter what, they will lead you into the old house, and the result will be being dragged into the mirror. Oh my gosh, don't scare me. My bed is facing a mirror, I'm so scared." In the conference room of the Dragon Nation officials, everyone's faces became serious. Perhaps the bracelet will be the key to breaking the task. The high-ranking official who said this clearly spoke without confidence. From their perspective, all of Jifeng's actions seemed so simple and crude, worrying them. People couldn't help but doubt whether Jifeng was really this lucky. "I feel like both twin sisters have problems, the best way is not to do this task. Chief, Jifeng cannot die. If we lose again this time, the nation's fortune might plummet, and even a tenth of our territory could fall into the realm of ghosts. Chief, let's trade with the bear. I heard they still have a few hint vouchers." The chief in the upper management looked solemnly at the live broadcast screen. His fists were tightly clenched, and the veins on the back of his hands were bulging. In the image, Jifeng had already been brought into a room with a vertical mirror by the twins. There's no time left, whether Jifeng lives or dies, we can only leave it to fate. Chapter 19, The World in the Mirror. This is the evidence I was talking about. The twin sister pointed to a huge vertical mirror in the dark room. The older sister said with a face of grievance, "Every time my sister says this, I feel very sad, but in this town, my sister is my closest relative, if I don't care for her, no one else will." She continued pointing at the mirror, "That's just an ordinary mirror, but my sister always says it can show my true face. If you don't believe it, you can go closer and see if I'm telling the truth." Jifeng looked at the vertical mirror. The vertical mirror was 2 meters tall, fixed on a stand, and placed in the most prominent position in the room. It was clearly visible at first glance upon entering the room. Jifeng coldly smiled, holding the peachwood ruler, and said to the twin sisters, "You two go over there." The older sister was astonished, not expecting that this time the visitor wouldn't fall for it. The older sister looked at the younger sister, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. "Sister, didn't you always say the mirror couldn't show your face clearly? Go take a closer look." The younger sister puffed out her small chest and said, "Humph, I'm not afraid, it's not the first time I've looked in the mirror in front of you." After saying that, she walked up to the vertical mirror. On the mirror's surface, her petite figure was quickly reflected as she stepped closer. But strangely, the closer the younger sister got to the vertical mirror, the more blurred her face became in the mirror. Jifeng glanced at the older sister's reflection in the mirror, her features remained clear even in this dark room. The older sister turned to Jifeng and said, "See, the mirror can't show my sister's appearance, who is the fake? Is there even a need to ask?" The comments in the live broadcast room began to scroll rapidly. "Wait a second, I'm confused, what on earth is going on? The twins look exactly alike, but in the mirror, they are completely opposite. My CPU is about to explode. Can someone explain to me who is the fake? My heart is racing. I really feel nervous for Brother Feng. This is too dangerous. It's an even harder choice than survival or death. In the instance, Feng raised an eyebrow and looked at the older sister. You said your sister is fake? The older sister pointed at the sister in the mirror and said, don't you see my sister has no face in the mirror? Is there any question? I saw it. Feng nodded, but the Peachwood ruler still pointed at the older sister as he questioned with confusion, but you just said that everyone in the town knows you are twins. How can you accuse your sister of being fake? The older sister was momentarily speechless at the question. Her expression became panicked, and she immediately pointed at the mirror. I always thought my sister was sick, but now looking in the mirror, I realized my sister is fake. Feng shook his head. Your sister just said she's not new to looking in the mirror in front of you, meaning you've seen her without a face before. The older sister grasped at her clothes, her eyes flickering, stammering, my sister, she. Suddenly, the older sister reached out to grab Feng's arm. But Feng seemed prepared. The Peachwood ruler slammed down heavily on the older sister's arm. With a loud smack, the older sister cried out in pain and retracted her hand. Looking at the glaring red mark on her arm, she raised her head and glared at Feng, her eyes flashing with malice, her face suddenly showing twisted veins. The younger sister clapped her hands happily. Look, see. I told you she was fake, now do you believe me? Feng pointed the Peachwood ruler at the older sister's ferocious face. In his right hand, he picked up the colorful rope bracelet. This thing should be your tool to hypnotize the memories of the residents, right? Without it, the residents will quickly remember that there are no twins in this town. He looked at the mirror and continued, if I'm not mistaken, you should also come from the mirror world. The sister's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. The viewers in the live stream were also dumbfounded. Wait, did the wind god possess Renje? How did he deduce this? Oh my god, does this small town exist in a mirror world? Wind brother, do you have to be this cruel? Are you sure he's a bad student? This is basically a genius. The bracelet is both a hypnotic tool and a pass, which means the sister actually came from the mirror world to the small town? But, how does the sister's face become blurry in the mirror? Let's sort out the logic, I'm a bit dizzy. Inside the instance. In the eyes of the wind god, a task information box appeared above the twin sister's head. Task, the secret of the twin sisters. Description, the residents of the town sympathize with the twins. They lost their family at a very young age and have relied on each other to grow up independently. The elder sister is well liked in town, and people say she is obedient and sensible, while the younger sister has a bad temper and often argues with her, but no one blames her. People know the younger sister lost some memories due to her grandmother's disappearance. But is this really the case? Task progress. 1. Find the lost colorful rope bracelet, 1/1. 2. Expose the twin sisters' lies, 1/1. 3. Find the secret of the mirror, 0/1. Rewards. 1. A clue from the younger sister. 2. A shard of the mirror. The wind god tugged at the colorful rope bracelet with a cold smile, saying, if I tear this bracelet apart, the residents' memories will be restored, right? After speaking, the wind god tore at the bracelet with force. The sister panicked and rushed towards the wind god. Don't! But she was still a step too late. The rope of the bracelet snapped into pieces under the wind god's tearing. Almost at the same time, the residents of the small town froze in place, as if some memories surged into their minds. The fishing old man, twins? The old lady brewing medicine, did I wrongly blame that child? The aunt selling vegetables, strange, why do I feel like she has a sister? This is too absurd. Inside the old house. The truth was out, and the sister could no longer disguise herself in this small town. Thinking this, she immediately rushed towards the upright mirror. But just then, the younger sister pushed the upright mirror down to the ground. Bang! The mirror shattered, and pieces scattered all over the ground. The younger sister yelled angrily, I won't let you succeed. As the upright mirror shattered, the older sister's face also changed, her features becoming blurry and distorted, as if her eyes, nose, and mouth were slowly filled in, until her whole face looked like a smooth, flat skin. The faceless sister collapsed on the ground, gathering the shards of the mirror to piece them together. But no matter how she tried to piece it together, the mirror could never be restored. The faceless sister suddenly turned her head to look at the wind god. The wind god and the twin sister both changed their expressions. Monster, it was this monster that made my grandmother disappear. The younger sister showed no fear, instead, as if she had caught the criminal, she shouted with indignation. The wind god held the wooden ruler, vigilantly watching the faceless figure before him. The ghost from the mirror? He furrowed his brow and after a moment of thought, his eyes lit up as he continued, I understand now. You come from the mirror world, with the goal of stripping the residents of their identities. Once the identities of the residents are successfully stripped, you can completely replace them and use the bracelet to alter the memories of the locals. In this way, these ghostly beings can live in the small town under the identities of the residents. Thinking of this, the wind god suddenly understood why there were so many strange residents in the town. He recalled the phrases those two children said at school. Mom went to the place with the colorful rope bracelet. At that time, he felt confused. Now, he understood. Their mother must have been replaced by the mirror ghost, as the mirror ghost accomplished its task and used the colorful rope bracelet to return to the mirror world. Feng looked at the broken standing mirror on the ground, and involuntarily, an image of the inverted clock atop the school bell tower appeared in his mind. Mirror world? Could it be that the mirror world is the real one? But soon, this thought was strangled by him. It was a bit absurd to overturn reality just because of a reversed clock. Unless he could find more clues to prove it. I want to kill you. A roar came from beneath the smooth face of the faceless ghost. Suddenly, the faceless ghost lunged at Feng, with terrifying ghostly claws growing from its hands. Its speed was fast, far exceeding that of a normal human. Big brother, be careful. The twin sister cried out. However, Feng remained motionless in place. The audience in the live stream gasped in worry when they saw this scene. It's over, they've angered the abnormal being, Feng will be torn to pieces. So far, no human body has been able to withstand the power of the abnormal being, not even a small one. Damn, he shouldn't have touched such a dangerous task. It's too risky. Oh no, he seems to be scared silly. In a moment, the audience from Dragon Country became tense as well. As Feng was about to meet his demise under the claws of the faceless ghost. A red light flickered in front of Feng's chest. Then, the lunging faceless ghost let out a shrill scream, its figure flying backward, turning into black smoke and dissipating. Feng still stood in place, his face devoid of fear. Instead, a smile hung on his lips. Who dares to harm my husband? As the red light faded, a breathtaking beauty appeared before Feng's eyes. Her delicate, flawless face carried a subtle hint of anger. The global audience was frozen in that moment. Eastern beauty is the most supreme beauty. Foreigners will never understand the classical beauty of mountain orchids and cold plums under the moon. Every time she appears, I am so dazzled that I almost forget she is even more terrifying than the red-clothed ghost. No wonder Feng is fearless. It turns out he knew the ghost bride would come to save him. It must have been the golden hairpin she gave him before. Some audience noticed that the appearance of the ghost bride was not accidental. Earlier, she had emphasized several times for Feng to keep the golden hairpin close. So, Feng has already obtained a peculiar item? It's possible, the golden hairpin should be a protective item. Once Feng is harmed, the ghost bride can teleport here to save him. That must be why he was fearless. Damn, I want to have a well-behaved bride. Wouldn't the instance dungeon be a breeze? In the instance dungeon. Feng took out the golden hairpin, astonished. The protection of the hairpin is the rescue from my wife? He originally thought the protection of the hairpin would have a defensive shield effect. Didn't my wife say she could only move at night? Isn't this violating the rules? The ghost bride glanced at the faceless ghost that had turned to ash, and turned to link her arm with Feng's. I was summoned by my husband, how could it be considered a violation? Feng was the player, and the golden hairpin was a peculiar item. The player used the peculiar item to summon the ghost bride. Looking at it this way, it certainly does not count as a violation of the rules. Big brother, thank you for believing in me. The girl in the blue dress stepped forward, her face already in tears. After the faceless ghost disappeared, there were no twins left in the town. This is for you. She handed Feng a piece of mirror fragment. Big brother, this is not an ordinary piece of mirror. Feng took the fragment and observed it closely. But no matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem different from the broken pieces of mirror on the ground. This is what my grandmother left for me when she disappeared. One time, I accidentally entered their world while holding it. But because it was too dark and scary inside, I didn't dare to go deeper, so I backed out again. Since then, a so-called sister has appeared, and strangely, the people in the town say we are twin sisters. But I know, my sister is a monster, she comes from that world. Season Wind, do you mean that holding this piece can enter the mirror world? The blue-dressed girl nodded firmly. She looked at the shattered vertical mirror behind her. Unfortunately, I broke the mirror, I haven't tried other mirrors. Season Wind asked curiously, is the world in the mirror like this one? The girl shook her head. No, it's very scary, very dark, scarier than nightmares. From the little girl's description, it seemed that the world in the mirror was not a mirrored world, but a more dangerous dark world. It seems that this shard of the mirror is the thread to unravel the mirrored world. Outside the old house, the players had smug smiles on their faces. The boy from the Dragon Kingdom has been inside for so long, he's probably been eaten by ghosts until there's nothing left. This is the price of ignoring Fyros. When I was 18, I was also reckless, but after entering society, I was taught a lesson, let alone this eerie world. Ha ha ha, we can unilaterally declare the Dragon Kingdom player dead. So tomorrow morning when the rewards and punishments are calculated, won't we get a lot of national fortune? The Dragon Kingdom has vast land, a large population, and abundant resources. I can't imagine how much national fortune we would benefit from. Everyone looked at each other and laughed heartily. Fiercest wore a cold smirk on his face. The death of the Dragon Kingdom contestant benefited him the most. Besides that, the real-world United States would also benefit. This failure in the Eerie game would lead to the Dragon Kingdom facing severe punishments, its national fortune brutally harmed. In this way, the obstacle in front of the United States would be removed. From now on, the position of world dominance would be unshakable. Their citizens would be able to reap the world with knives again and live a life like paradise as they did before. Just thinking about it made Fiercest unable to suppress his smirk. Big brother, come to my house to play often in the future. At this moment, the blue-dressed girl happily walked to the door of the old house. The players in the distance were stunned. Strange, why did only one of the twins come out? Who is the big brother she mentioned? As everyone wondered, Season Wind and a girl in red walked out of the old house, the girl's head nestled on Season Wind's shoulder, looking very intimate. Players from various countries were stunned. They were first amazed by the woman in red beside Season Wind. So beautiful. This is the most beautiful Eastern woman I have ever seen. But soon they realized, Season Wind was not dead. What's going on? The kid from the Dragon Kingdom actually walked out of the old house? This is impossible. The previous buzzcut player disappeared silently in the old house. Wait, one twin is missing, but a woman in red has appeared. What on earth is going on? Could one of the twins have grown up and become so beautiful? At this moment, the yellow-haired and the suited man from the Eerie house walked up. The yellow-haired man said, "That is the ghost bride, now she is the woman of the Dragon Kingdom contestant." Fiercest and his lackeys widened their eyes in disbelief. They doubted they were hearing things. You said that the beautiful woman in red is a being scarier than the red-clothed ghost? Fiercest couldn't believe such a terrifying existence, yet she was clinging to Season Wind, her face filled with sweetness and happiness. At this moment, the ghost bride was holding Season Wind's arm, walking towards them. Fiercest and his lackeys immediately trembled all over. Chapter 21, Who to Kill Tonight? Season Wind and the ghost bride walked over while chatting and laughing. Fiercest and his lackeys were so scared they couldn't move. Season Wind walked up to Fiercest and said coldly, "Step back." Fiercest and his lackeys immediately retreated to the sides, clearing a path. The ghost bride merely approached. A cold, extreme, chilling aura followed closely behind, instantly making the players feel as if they were trapped in an ice cellar. The lackeys lowered their heads, standing in 2 rows, their bodies tense, not daring to breathe. The moment Fiercest's eyes met the ghost bride's, he quickly lowered his head. He couldn't understand how such a terrifying, murderous ghost could be conquered by a boy from Dragon Country. He couldn't believe that the ghost bride kept calling the Dragon Country kid her husband. Once, countries around the world ranked the terror levels of female ghosts. The ghost bride from the east directly claimed the top spot, leaving all others behind. The terrifying Sadako and Kayako from Japan were instantly defeated, without a trace left. Even more terrifying was that just one thing from the ghost bride's collection could send someone's soul fleeing in fear. Embroidered shoes, a red veil, a blood-stained wedding dress, a bridal sedan, little paper dolls. The embroidered shoes were the most terrifying of all. Since the Eerie game had appeared, every player who had encountered the ghost bride had, without exception, died. Some said Western monsters were merely about blood and disgust. But the appearance of the ghost bride completely reshaped the global understanding of terror. Opening the door at home to see a pair of red embroidered shoes was scarier than encountering a group of zombies. It was a terror that made both the body and mind quake in fear. Feng walked past Fiercest, and suddenly, the ghost bride stopped, her cold, enchanting eyes sweeping over Fiercest. "Husband, should I kill them tonight?" As soon as these words were spoken, both Fiercest and the lackeys trembled all over. It was as though the ghost bride in front of them was not a ghost but a fierce tiger choosing its prey. Feng asked calmly, "Can't you kill them during the day?" As soon as the words fell, the Western players immediately knelt in fear. Feng glanced at Fiercest, who was still standing. "If I kill someone during the day, I'll break the rules. But for my husband, I can make an exception just this once, even if I get a little lesson from the town administrator." As she spoke, a torrent of ghostly energy surged from the ghost bride's body. The terrifying ghostly energy spilled out in all directions, enveloping the sky and forming a gloomy black cloud. Suddenly, the wind howled, and the trees and greenery along the street visibly withered, even the ground cracked and dried. Such a terrifying scene made Fiercest drop to his knees with a thud, trembling all over, with drops of water falling from his pants. Feng frowned slightly, showing a look of disgust. "These people aren't worth my wife making an exception." Let's go, dear. At this moment, he had yet to encounter the town administrator. If he incited the ghost bride to kill the players, she would break the rules, but she'd only get a little reprimand. But he himself would be targeted by the administrator. The ghost bride couldn't always be by his side to protect him. If the town administrator had a grudge against him, they could easily set a trap for him, and that would be the end. After Feng and the ghost bride walked far away, Fiercest and the lackeys dared to cautiously stand up. The bullet comments exploded instantly. Especially in the American livestream. The bullet comments from global netizens rolled in like a tide. What a shame for the United States of America. Western powers are actually being ridden on by Dragon Country, can you stand this? The shame of America, I suspect Fiercest inherited the diaper-wearing president's bladder problem. This is definitely the most humiliating strange dungeon I've ever seen. A single Dragon Country made the whole West bow down. Bullshit, our people peed their pants, no doubt, literally pissed their pants. Oh my god, we'll never be able to hold our heads up in front of Dragon Country again. I feel like Dragon Country will jab this diaper-wearing joke into our spine for the rest of our lives. On the other hand, in Dragon Country, the atmosphere was one of celebration. My brother Feng is amazing, he actually scared the American player into pissing his pants and begging for mercy. Something so many national players couldn't do, Feng did it, incredible. Heroes like Feng deserve to be adored. Entertainment stars, go away, from now on, I only chase the monsoon. The warm monsoon seems to bring hope back to the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the strange house. Night falls. The monsoon and the ghost bride return to the strange house. The quiet little town at night is shrouded in darkness. Most players have returned to the strange house, not daring to go out again. The monsoon's livestream has been off for another hour. When the livestream resumes, the ghost bride appears like a peach blossom, basking in spring light. Husband, compared to last night, you are even more vigorous, seeing you brings more joy. The monsoon touches his belly and gently pinches the ghost bride's upturned nose. You are well fed, I'm starving. The ghost bride blushes, slightly curtsying as she walks towards the door. Husband, please rest for a moment, I'll ask the chef to make some nourishing soup. Thank you for your hard work, my dear, says the monsoon. The ghost bride smiles gracefully, like a gentle spring breeze fading away. The monsoon sits in front of the dressing table, where a copper mirror is placed. He takes out the mirror fragment from his storage space. If what the little girl said is true, then this mirror fragment can take me into the world inside the mirror. He gazes at his handsome, charming face in the mirror. What is the world inside the mirror like? Are the strange residents in town all disguises of mirror ghosts? The little girl in blue behaves quite normally. So there are still normal residents in town. He does not dare to recklessly enter the mirror world, he knows nothing about it. There are still many clues and tasks in town. He plans to explore tasks related to the mirror world tomorrow. After learning more, he will decide whether to enter the mirror world. Creak. At this moment, a door creaks open from the second floor. The monsoon frowns slightly, quietly opens the door, and looks up to the second floor. He notices the man with dark circles under his eyes walking down with a flashlight. From the monsoon's perspective, he can still see the terrifying ghost shadow on the man's shoulder. It seems that the players in the strange house tacitly did not expose this matter. The monsoon is also unsure if the man knows there is a ghost shadow on his shoulder. He remembers the man seems to be a player from the Little Bin Kingdom. The monsoon closes the door and walks to the attic window to look down. He can just see the man with dark circles walking up the mountain towards the school with the flashlight. Is this guy really going to go to the unmarked grave to shake the rattle? The monsoon hasn't forgotten the task information on the rattle. If I shake it today, will there be another ghost shadow on my shoulder tomorrow? He can't worry about players from other countries. Some tasks are mandatory. If not done, one will die a terrible death. After night falls, the strange town becomes even more dangerous. The man with dark circles goes out without hesitation, presumably to complete a mandatory task. But this trip, I'm afraid, is fraught with danger. The monsoon plans to stay inside tonight. Before midnight, it might not even be safe in the strange house, let alone outside. Moreover, after midnight, the guests of the strange house, werewolves, will be on the move. The night is dark, the werewolves should open their eyes. Tonight, who to kill? The monsoon waits slightly in the house, and the ghost bride brings over dinner. Eat, is this so nourishing? The ghost bride replies, I know my husband is not used to our food, so I specially used some little privileges to let the chef prepare Tiger X nourishing soup, braised pork, and roast duck. They should all be your favorites. The monsoon smiles dryly, everything is quite good, but this Tiger X, isn't it a bit too much? The ghost bride blushes, husband consumes a lot, you need to replenish yourself. Seeing this scene, online viewers from every country are envious and crying. They all express that this is not a strange world at all. It is clearly the carefree days of the monsoon in love. Not long after finishing dinner, the live stream from the Dragon Kingdom has been off for over an hour again. Many female viewers are envious. How many times has it been today? Every time it lasts more than an hour. This time, our contestant is really fierce, blush. If the monsoon clears this instance, I'll spend everything I have to buy him a night. I really want to know what it feels like to conquer a female ghost. Excuse me, how can I unlock the paid content? I have money. Midnight, 12 o'clock. The live stream room of the Dragon Country lights up again. The red curtain is drawn back, the ghost bride gets out of bed, walks to the door, turns back and asks, "Husband, who shall we kill tonight?" Chapter 22, The Deterrence of the Dragon Country. The next day, morning. What? Pharaoh died. Who did it? I don't know, players from all countries are discussing. They suspect it was the dragon, cough. In the Eerie hall, the yellow-haired man, the suited man, and the dark-circled man immediately stopped their discussion when they saw the monsoon approach. The monsoon sat at the long table, glanced at the nearly hunchbacked dark-circled man, and his pupils slightly shrank. Two ghost shadows were lying on the back of the dark-circled man, weighing him down so much that he couldn't straighten his waist. The yellow-haired man and the suited man silently agreed not to speak of it, as nobody wanted to meddle and invite trouble. Husband, it's time for breakfast. The stunning ghost bride, dressed in red, brought a steaming meal to the monsoon side. The three players saw the exquisite breakfast laid out before them and nearly drooled. Since they had eaten those disgusting, strange things yesterday noon, they hadn't had anything else to eat until now. It was soon time to borrow ingredients again. They would have to venture into town to borrow ingredients from the bazaar residents again. On the other hand, the monsoon was sipping bird's nest in millet porridge, enjoying sea cucumbers and abalone, served by the beautiful lady, living like a king in this eerie world. It couldn't be any more blissful. The three were so envious they nearly couldn't contain themselves. Did you just say that a player from the United States died? The monsoon took a sip of millet porridge and looked up to ask. Someone found Pharaoh's corpse in the fisherman's pond. The yellow-haired man said cautiously, glancing at the ghost bride beside the monsoon. The monsoon continued to drink his porridge and said, "I didn't kill him." The yellow-haired man, the suited man, and the dark-circled man exchanged glances. "Everyone outside believes you killed him," said the dark-circled man. The monsoon picked up the handkerchief offered by the ghost bride to wipe his mouth, then stood and walked outside. "If I wanted to do it, he would have died yesterday afternoon." The three recalled the scene where Pharaoh and his lackeys knelt in front of the players from the Dragon Country, terrified. Indeed, if the players of the Dragon Country had acted then, no one would have survived to today. But if it wasn't the Dragon Country players, then who killed Pharaoh? The three looked at each other. His question sparked huge debates in the live stream room. A flood of viewers from the United States and Western countries swarmed into the Dragon Country livestream. Hypocritical pigs from the Dragon Country, stop pretending. Are you bold enough to act but not admit it? The ghost bride went out last midnight. She must have killed Pharaoh. It must be a Dragon Country player who killed Pharaoh. Because of the broadcast, they dare not kill openly, only cowardly in the dead of night. Dragon Country players harbor resentment, secretly killing our people but not daring to admit it. Is this how a big nation behaves? How could the netizens from the Dragon Country take this insult? They immediately showcased what it means to have a rich and profound culture of the Dragon Country. Dying of laughter, admit it, you guys are just jealous. Dragon Country players have the ability to solo clear bizarre instances, while your people can drown in a fishing pond, and you blame Dragon Country players? In the instances, malicious killing, resource grabbing, and stabbing in the back are all US players. Now you are facing retribution and blame it on Dragon Country players. Truly, what goes around comes around. The more mud you throw, the more it proves one thing: Dragon Country players are strong enough to frighten you. Where's the evidence? Where are the clips? Where's the replay? No proof, no say? I suggest US players check for revival coins before entering the instance. Don't die and blame others. With your limited vocabulary, dare to come to the live stream? The netizens of Dragon Country strike at the heart, leaving you doubting life itself. When it comes to roasting, netizens from Dragon Country have never disappointed anyone. Netizens from various Western countries gathered but were at a loss for how to respond to the criticism. However, at that moment, the people of the United States received a heavy blow. Bizarre game daily settlement rewards and punishments begin. American players, death. Punishment, national destiny minus 30%, lifespan minus 30, energy minus 30%, nightmare, plus 30%. Nightmare, 30% of Americans dream of gruesome scenes of American players dying miserably. This punishment instantly sent the entire United States into cries of despair. The decline in national destiny, lifespan, and energy was tolerable. After all, they had won a lot before, and even a little reduction in punishment wouldn't have a big impact. But the nightmare punishment caused countless citizens to suffer hopelessness. Even though only 30% of people would dream of the scene of Pharaohs dying tragically. Oh god, how did Fiercest die? Did he fall into a pond? Now, there's no video of Fiercest's death on the whole internet. After midnight last night, Fiercest's livestream went dark, and his body was later found floating in a pond. So, does that mean we will at least dream of the suffocating scenes of drowning in the pond? Oh no, I don't want to have such nightmares, it's too suffocating. The suffocating and drowning in nightmares isn't scary, what I fear is what happens to him before he drowns. For a moment, the cause of Fiercest's death became a mystery. This sparked heated discussions online. At the same time, the players from countries still surviving in the bizarre game received rewards for their national destiny. The minds of 1.4 billion citizens in Dragon Country also heard the sounds of settlement rewards and punishments. Bizarre game daily settlement rewards and punishments begin. Dragon Country players, survival time, 2 days. Reward, national destiny, plus 5%, lifespan plus 5, energy plus 5%, grain harvest plus 5%. Hearing the long-awaited rewards, the people of Dragon Country erupted in excitement. As expected of the national destiny of the United States, we actually got 5%. Big countries definitely divide more, think about how much we were divided before. Oh my god, I want to cry, my bedridden grandma just woke up. Can you believe it? The doctor just said the cancer cells in my body disappeared, could it be that I can live 5 more years? This is just the beginning, as national destiny increases, subsequent energy, minerals, and food will all improve. I truly believe this time the players from Dragon Country can bring us hope. Inside the high-level conference room of Dragon Country. Beautiful, we finally got to raise our heads in the bizarre game. I take back the irresponsible things I said before, I will apologize to him face to face when the monsoon returns. Chief, there is an organized large-scale smear campaign against us on the internet, and we've also faced numerous hacker attacks. The chief, with a serious expression, dialed a phone call. It's time to strike back. After hanging up, not long after. Countries around the world received news released by the military media of Dragon Country. Dragon Country will launch an intercontinental missile with a range of 16,000 kilometers. This news instantly stirred up huge waves across the globe. Official agencies quickly locked onto Dragon Country's military media to understand the landing point of the missile. When they saw the landing point, global leaders, officials, and military personnel turned dark. The high-ranking officials of the United States could no longer dare to speak. The landing point of the intercontinental missile was less than 800 kilometers from the American coastline. This meant that Dragon Country already had the capability to strike across half the planet with nuclear power. Furthermore, Dragon Country has enabled location sharing for this missile. The final landing point's deviation did not exceed 10 meters. Dragon Country effectively has the terrifying ability to hit exactly where they aim. This deterrence instantly flipped the narrative online. Netizens no longer discussed how Fiercest died, they all talked about the true power of Dragon Country. At that moment, in the live broadcast, the monsoon was leaving the Eerie house. But the audience noticed that the direction the monsoon was heading seemed strange. Oh my god, the Dragon Country player is too arrogant. The killer has returned to the crime scene. Chapter 23 Strange Aura. The town, the pond. A circle of players surrounded the shore. Yet no one dared to go down and fish the corpse floating in the pond. The arrival of the monsoon caused a stir. Damn Dragon Country pig, how dare you show your face here? A player from Dragon Country killed someone and still has the guts to appear at the crime scene? Everyone be not afraid, the ghost bride is not by his side. Let's all go together, kill the Dragon Country player. Some players secretly urged each other on. But no one dared to step forward. Almost all players knew there was a terrifying ghost bride by Jifeng's side. Jifeng walked to the edge of the pond, ignoring the hostile gazes from players of various countries. He glanced at the floating corpse of Fiercest below. A yellow appeared on Fiercest's body. Because he was too far away, he could not see what was on the. Then he found a fishing rod from a shed by the pond and used the hook and line to reel Fiercest's body to the shore. Players from various countries were left puzzled, guessing why Jifeng was doing this. 8 duck meats. Dragon Country pig, you won't even leave the dead's corpse alone? A player from Little Life walked up to Jifeng with anger on his face. Behind Little Life were a group of people. Shanyajun, you must seek justice for Fiercest. Yes, the killer must be severely punished. If Shanyajun can prove that Fiercest was killed by a Dragon Country player, it would be a great achievement for the United States. Little Life seems to hold high popularity among players. Jifeng dragged Fiercest's body to the shore. Upon hearing the possibility of gaining merit for the United States, Shanyajun tidied up his collar and angrily scolded, "Dragon Country player, are you destroying evidence on the corpse?" However, Jifeng didn't even look at him, he began to examine Fiercest's body with his hands. "I knew it, I have reason to suspect you murdered Fiercest." After the twin incident yesterday afternoon, you bore a grudge and returned to the haunted house ordering the ghost bride to kill Fellows and throw the corpse in the pond. Feng looked up at Little Life with a gaze as if looking at a fool. Is the system's selection of players this dumb now? It shouldn't be so obvious targeting Dragon Country. Now they are too lazy to even make up reasons, just directly slandering, huh? Shanyujun continued, I know everyone is afraid of you, but I am not afraid, because I believe heaven will have its justice. Dragon Country players took the lead in attacking players in the instance, don't you fear retaliation from other players? In the past instances, even if Dragon Country players were not fitting in, we never attacked your people. His words resonated with many sycophant players. Gull Rooster, Kangaroo, Iron Tower, Windmill, Husky, all fanned the flames, eager to directly nail Feng to the cross and burn him. Feng ignored the clamoring of these people. Then he pulled out a prescription from Felos's chest. He picked up the prescription to check and found 2 medications listed on it. He could not understand the names of the medications, but the diagnosis on the prescription read, headache, dizziness, vomiting. And the patient's name was Felos. Feng glanced at the time written on the prescription, it was at 2:30 a.m. This means that at 2:30 in the morning, Felos went to the town's hospital for a prescription. This clue made Feng's eyes light up. Of course, he did this not to clear his name or anything. Last night when the ghost bride asked him whom to kill, he did not answer. But the ghost bride directly went to kill Felos, saying it was because she did not want her husband to be bullied. But when she returned this morning, the ghost bride said Felos was dead, but not by her hand. Someone had killed Felos before the ghost bride acted. And the ghost bride also told him something that shocked him. Most players had a strange aura about them. Only a small number of people do not have it. Feng does not have it either. But the aura on Philos is particularly strong. He asked what the aura was, but the ghost bride could not answer, finding it very strange. Therefore, Feng decided to investigate Philos's cause of death to uncover the truth. As for clearing his name, it was unnecessary, he did not care. The Dragon Kingdom had long been isolated. Was there ever a time when it was not slandered? Was it not the same as it walked through it all? Moreover, what could these people do besides barking like dogs? What? Did I guess right, and now you have nothing to say? Shan Yijun spoke with a proud face. Get out of the way. Feng gripped the damp prescription and pushed Xiao Rizi aside. With this push, Xiao Rizi slipped and fell into the pond. Feng walked towards the small town. The players who were shouting moments ago quickly made way for him. Feng hurried towards the town hospital. Behind him, the players looked like dark coal, glancing at each other, not daring to make a sound. Shan Yijun crawled ashore like a drenched chicken, glaring angrily at the Western players. You useless bunch, where did your earlier bravado go? A player from Iron Tower Country laughed, you were the one standing in front just now. Shan Yijun's face turned green, did you use me as a shield? There's only one person from the Dragon Kingdom, what do you have to fear? Kangaroo Country replied, we fear the Ghost Bride. Shan Yijun shouted angrily, the Ghost Bride wouldn't dare come out in broad daylight. Huang Mao retorted, the Ghost Bride dares to come out during the day and even ignores the Eerie housekeeper, chef, and town administrator. Shan Yijun, why didn't you say this earlier? The viewers in the livestream were almost laughing to death at Xiao Rizi's actions. No wonder it's Xiao Rizi, being pushed to the front as cannon fodder without even knowing it, really thinking he was some kind of deity? Look, Xiao Rizi looks like a clown. Viewers from various countries squeezed into Xiao Rizi's livestream. Those sarcastic comments made the citizens across the nation lower their heads in shame. Without evidence to slander the Dragon Kingdom, you can clear the dungeon just by talking, right? Is Xiao Rizi blind? Can't he see that players from the old Dragon Kingdom are investigating Philos's cause of death? Everyone says they're helping the American players, yet they can only talk big, while the excluded Dragon Kingdom is seriously investigating the death of the American players, truly a cold world. Xiao Rizi's official account was being criticized to the point where he wished he could dig a hole to hide. Damn it, how did these chosen players turn out to be so stupid? Inside the dungeon, Feng arrived at the town hospital. They called it a hospital, but it was actually just a small clinic. Outside was the waiting room, inside sat some small-town residents who were patients. At the nurse's station, a nurse was busy changing 4 drips for the patients. From inside the consultation room came the painful wails of a patient, as if undergoing an inhumane surgery. Feng arrived outside the clinic, his gaze fixed on the inside. Rushing into a strange hospital recklessly, the consequences might be severe. To understand the strange aura on players, I must meet the doctor who prescribed medicine for Philos. Although the Ghost Bride said he didn't have that aura, he had to be cautious. After all, most players already had that aura. And Philos had the strongest aura of them all. Perhaps Philos's headache was related to that aura, which is why he boldly went to the town hospital for treatment at 2:30 in the morning. But whether Philos was killed by the hospital's doctor is still unknown. So, Feng must understand all of this. He did not want that strange aura to appear on him for no reason. If there is a quest, it would be safer to enter the hospital. Feng scanned the clinic and found a gray exclamation mark on the nurse. Where there's an exclamation mark, there's a quest. Soon, he saw a yellow question mark on the wall outside the clinic. Chapter 24, Treating the Female Vampire. Temporary helper of the hospital. In a small town hospital, the nurses were extremely busy. After all, the patients here were quite unusual. The hospital urgently needed help to assist with special patients, offering generous rewards, with life and death at one's own risk. Under the door of the attending doctor's office, dark red liquid seeped out, accompanied by intermittent inhuman screams. Task: assist nurses in treating patients, 0/3. Rewards will be given based on performance after the task is completed. Hint: adhere to the code of doctors. 1. In the eyes of doctors, there is no distinction of gender, only unfinished examinations. 2. The patient's screams are part of the symptoms, not a reason to stop treatment. 3. A true doctor takes life and death lightly, remaining unflinching in the face of death. On the wall, there was only a recruitment information for helpers and an introduction. The task progress and hints were seen by Feng as he arrived. After carefully reading the hints, Feng felt he could handle it easily. Then, he took down the help wanted notice and walked into the small town hospital. As soon as he stepped into the hospital, a group of players arrived at the hospital entrance. The Dragon Country player has entered the hospital. Didn't Yamanokuan say the hospital, school, and graveyard are the most dangerous places in the town? Yamanokuan, looking like a drowned rat, also arrived at the hospital entrance. He looked at Feng's back entering the hospital and coldly said, "Yesterday, a player went to the hospital, also taking a helper's task, but came out as a specimen, their insides hollowed out, chest stuffed with cotton, eyeballs replaced with glass beads." At these words, everyone was shocked. Someone asked, "Yamanokuan, don't scare me, is it really that exaggerated?" Yamanokuan said, "Do you think I'm joking? Do you know what kind of patients are in the Eerie game hospital? So, that Dragon Country guy is doomed. People must pay a painful price for being too arrogant. Do you really think that relying on the ghost bride can easily push through the dungeon? You're too naive, there are many rules in the town that we don't know. If that Dragon Country player dies, everyone should get quite a bit of national fortune, ha." Players from various countries had a curious attitude. They couldn't wait to see Feng die in the small town hospital. Feng passed through the waiting room to the reception desk. He handed the helper recruitment notice to the nurse. "I'm here to be a temporary helper." The nurse was a tall lady with a cold but beautiful appearance. She glanced at Feng, then took out a wrinkled white coat from under the reception desk and handed it to him. "Put this on first, Dr. Luo is in surgery and can't be away, you take his place and be the acting doctor." "Okay." Feng took the white coat and put it on directly. He didn't worry about whether he could be a doctor. After all, the first hint was to adhere to the code of doctors. Since he took down the help wanted notice, he was ready to be a stern doctor, even though he didn't know any medical skills. "The patients are just too many, I'll bring the patients to the consultation room, you hold off the patients, and I'll come over when I'm done." The nurse led Feng into a consultation room. "All right." Feng sat in the position of the attending doctor. The nurse was swift and busy, never stopping her work. In the waiting room, the cries of patients could be heard from time to time. One nurse really couldn't manage all of this. Feng glanced at the consultation room. Consultation table, hospital bed, medicine cabinet, instrument tray, wash basin, a very standard consultation room setup. His task was to assist the nurse's work and to keep the code of doctors in mind. Before long, the nurse brought a patient into the consultation room. "This is our acting doctor, feel free to tell the doctor about any ailments." "All right." The nurse led a patient into the consultation room, then turned and left, closing the door. Feng looked at the patient in front of him, his brow furrowing. The patient was a seductive vampire lady in a revealing dress, bearing sharp fangs. "Doctor, I have a stomachache," the female vampire said with her fierce fangs showing. Feng was utterly speechless. Treating a vampire, one misstep and you could end up as a dried corpse. Real doctors view life and death lightly, facing death without changing their expression. Feng kept this in mind. He reached out to the female vampire's abdomen, gently pressing through her long skirt. "Is it here that doesn't feel good?" The female vampire's expression changed, anger surfacing on her face. How dare this human touch her body? But Feng remained unfazed, continuing to press on her abdomen. "How about this spot?" Seeing the female vampire looking ferocious, Feng coldly shouted, "Patient, please cooperate with my work." The vampire felt a surge of annoyance. "Damn it, what am I thinking? Although he is human, he is indeed a doctor." Thinking this, she slightly nodded, a little lower. Feng pressed a little lower. Ah! The female vampire cried out in pain. Seeing this, Feng retracted his hand, pointing to the small bed behind him, and expressionlessly said, "Lie down and take off your clothes." Ah! The female vampire looked shocked, doubting the human's intentions. But as she carefully examined him, she found the human's expression serious and focused, as if he had no emotions at all. "Your situation is a bit special, further examination is needed," Feng said in an unarguable tone. Actually, he didn't know how to treat patients. The nurse had asked him to hold the patient down, so he could only make a small issue bigger and a big issue serious, making the patient realize the gravity of the problem. The female vampire had no choice but to stealthily lie down on the small bed. Feng calmly sat at the diagnostic table, focused on recording something, without even turning his head. When the rustling sounds of undressing stopped, he finally got up, put on a mask and gloves, and pulled the curtain. The female vampire's skin was very white, and her figure was great. If it weren't for the frightening sharp fangs, she almost looked like an ordinary woman. Feng's gaze scanned over the vampire's body and placed his hand on her lower abdomen. "Is it here? Is it a dull pain, a sharp pain, a burning pain, or is it cramping?" Feng paused and asked randomly. Pain really boils down to just a few types. But since he was acting, he had to act a bit more convincingly. The female vampire clasped her hands in front of her chest, considering for a moment before saying, "It's rhythmic, doctor, what is my condition?" Feng went through the motions of pressing around her lower abdomen. "Have you had relations with any men recently?" The female vampire's cheeks flushed and she nodded gently. "Doctor, we vampires uncontrollably have those thoughts when we drink blood, but what does this have to do with my stomachache?" Feng's gaze drifted down. "This may not be just a simple stomachache, I suspect the blood you drank is problematic. You drank the blood of an outsider, right?" The female vampire's face grew warm as she nodded. "Outsiders in the town consume things they shouldn't, leading to problems in their blood. You drank the problematic blood and had relations with them. I suspect you may have contracted syphilis or gonorrhea." The female vampire's face instantly turned pale, panic in her voice. "Doctor, please take a look for me quickly." Saying this, she fearfully removed her hands from her chest and proactively started to take off her panties. Chapter 25, Are you serious? What the hell, she really is undressing. Feng didn't expect his random fabrication would frighten the female vampire. At this moment, the vampire cared little for her image and privacy, only wanting to quickly determine her condition. She had heard that kind of disease could make a life worse than death. Vampires could live for a long time. If she had to live in humiliation with that virus, she'd rather die. Most importantly, if she got that kind of disease, she could no longer have relations with men. Looking at the bare skin before him, Feng forced himself to remain calm. Damn, if vampires didn't look at her face, her figure was still very attractive. But at this moment, he was a temporary doctor, and did not know medicine. The purpose was simply to buy time. Now, he could only grit his teeth and carry on. Damn it, the vampire opened her legs herself. He, a temporary doctor, suddenly became a gynecologist. Feng's gaze dared not reveal a hint of distraction. He even had to soothe the female vampire. "In the eyes of a doctor, there is no distinction of gender, only unfinished examinations, please relax." Then, Feng could only transform into a gynecologist and begin the examination of the female vampire. Throughout the process, Feng frowned tightly, making the female vampire even more nervous. Hearing footsteps from the nurse outside, Feng quickly withdrew. "All right, put your clothes back on." He quickly returned to the consultation table and told the female vampire, "Soon the nurse will take you for an examination. For now, don't drink human blood, use some other blood as a substitute, understand?" "Thank you, doctor." At this moment, the nurse opened the door and came in. Seeing Feng sitting there safe and sound, she was somewhat surprised. But soon, she came back to her senses. "Patient, come with me." "Coming." After the nurse and the female vampire left, Feng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "Damn, I finally made it through." However, the live stream was full of 666 bullet comments. Although there was a mosaic on the screen during the examination, I have to admire Feng's composure and bravery. After all, the patient is a vampire. Now I finally understand Feng's power. He is not only brave but also smart. I thought he was a real doctor when Feng was playing a doctor. He looked just like one. This is the first time I've seen a vampire being stunned by a human. When watching the live stream, I was anxious and terrified. I can't imagine how powerful one must be to face a vampire in person. Fengshen, you are my idol, a model for our generation. If it were me, I would have peed my pants just entering the hospital. In the instance, the second patient was brought into the consultation room by the nurse. With the previous experience, Feng felt even more at ease. The second patient was a little boy wearing a black mask. After the nurse delivered the patient, she went out to get busy. Feng had to keep the patient occupied while waiting for Dr. Luo to finish inside the consultation room. What's bothering you? Although he was facing a little boy, Feng treated the patient almost equally, with a serious expression while asking questions. Mouth hurts. The little boy pointed at his mouth, looking in pain. Take off your mask so I can take a look. Feng said. The little boy removed his mask, tightly closing his mouth. The boy's face was quite delicate, with a youthful appearance. Looking at him, it was almost impossible to connect him to the bizarre world. Open your mouth wide. Feng instructed. The boy slowly opened his mouth. As his mouth opened slightly, a huge, worm-like ghastly creature crawled out. Feng's pupils trembled, nearly scaring him back. But he still held it together, without showing any fear. He was just shocked at how such a terrifying thing could grow in the boy's mouth. However, he soon noticed that the boy's masseter muscles were wriggling. This meant that the boy's symptoms were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. Open your mouth a bit more. The boy continued to widen his mouth. Feng also took a tongue depressor and a small flashlight from the tool tray. He used the tongue depressor to hold down that terrifying worm and directed the light beam into the boy's mouth. As he shone the light inside, goosebumps rose all over Feng's body. The boy's oral walls and mucous membranes were covered with patches of ulcers of varying sizes, and within each ulcer grew small, worm-like terrifying substances, the largest on the tongue. They wriggled and twisted inside, the entire mouth seemed to have turned into their warm bed. Seeing this, Feng felt no fear, only disgust. What have you eaten? Feng asked. The little boy stammered. The monsoon listened for a long time before finally grasping the meaning the other party wished to convey. It was said that a woman borrowed ingredients from him, and he demanded to play hopscotch with her. As a result, the woman lost, and he swallowed one of her fingers. Then, these strange things began to grow in his mouth. Feng frowned slightly, thinking, that woman should be a player borrowing ingredients. Logically, if a player is killed or eaten by the strange residents, it should have no effect on the strange residents. But the previous female vampire and the little boy both showed symptoms after eating people, which is too strange. Could it be related to the strange aura in the player's body, which also affects the strange residents? Feng picked up a sharp scalpel and tweezers from the instrument tray and opened the boy's mouth with a mouth opener. Doctor, is there still hope for me? Don't worry, your problem is very simple. Since it was strange, Feng showed no mercy. He clamped a wriggling worm with the tweezers and directly cut it off with the scalpel. The boy screamed in pain, his mouth full of blood. Bear with it, don't move. But it really hurts. It's normal to feel pain from illness, it's also normal to feel pain during surgery. That's not a reason to stop treatment. Feng directly invoked the doctor's code of conduct in his reminder. No anesthetics or painkillers were possible. With a pinch of the tweezers and a cut of the scalpel, a worm was cut off. The little boy howled and wriggled. Feng held the scalpel before the little boy's eyes. If you move again, I can't guarantee it won't cut your mouth. The little boy was immediately scared into stillness, enduring in pain with a face full of agony. Under Feng's brutal and physical cutting surgery, more than a dozen worms of varying lengths were cut off and placed in the cold instrument tray. Then, regardless of anything else, he grabbed iodine, alcohol, saline, and hydrogen peroxide from the medicine cabinet and poured them into the boy's mouth. The boy cried tears of pain. It hurts a bit, but it's for disinfection and sterilization. The global audience was shattered by Feng's actions. Brother Feng, are you treating the strange like it's a daily routine? Fortunately, it's strange on the other side, otherwise, Brother Feng's treatments would really be unbearable. God, the players from Dragon Country really opened my eyes. So crazy, who exactly is the strange one? In the scene, Feng removed the mouth opener and handed the little boy a piece of gauze. Wipe your mouth. The boy, drenched in sweat from pain, had to obey the doctor's orders and use the gauze to wipe the blood from his lips. At that moment, the nurse, busy with her tasks, opened the door and entered the room, saying to the little boy, "Patient, come with me for an examination." The little boy grinned, "Nurse sister, I'm fine now, no need for an examination." He opened his mouth, and inside were only swollen red patches. The nurse glanced at the worms in the instrument tray, surprised, and asked, "Did you cut it yourself?" The little boy shook his head, looking at Feng with innocent eyes. "It was this big brother doctor who cured my mouth." The nurse looked at Feng, her face full of disbelief. Wasn't he just a temporary assistant? Did you really come here to help? Chapter 26, Chainsaw Doctor? You surprised me, Dr. Luo is finished and wants to meet you. The nurse took the little boy out and then turned back. This time she didn't bring a patient with her. Feng's task had also changed. Because you performed excellently, completed the task early, and activated a new task. Task, assist Dr. Luo in treatment, 0/1. Completion of the task will reward based on performance. Hint, Dr. Luo admires brave people. Feng raised an eyebrow. He thought he had completed the task, but instead, it was upgraded due to excellent performance. From assisting the nurse to assisting the doctor. The hint's content had also changed. Okay, take me there. Feng said. With task information and hints, he was ready to go forward. His heart was also full of confidence. Meanwhile, the players outside were peeking in cautiously. Why has he been inside for so long? The Dragon Country player must be dead in there, right? Yesterday, the Flathead Bro player went into the twins' old house and hasn't come out till now. He must be dead. The Dragon Country player's chance of survival is very, very low. Didn't you see how terrifying the patients inside are? In the crowd, a player looked like he was in pain, his brows tightly furrowed, constantly rubbing the back of his head. Hardy, what's wrong? The player next to him asked after noticing something was off. The man named Hardy looked even more in pain. It hurts. Feels like my head is going to explode. Did you not sleep well, or eat something bad? Hardy waved his hand. I don't know. I can't take it anymore. I want to go to the hospital. Hearing this, all the surrounding players looked at Hardy in shock. Hardy was a player from the pyramid. Mountain Wildcoon from Little Japan stepped forward and said, players who enter the Weird World Hospital have a 98% death rate. I don't recommend going. The surrounding players agreed. Mountain Wildcoon continued, if the Dragon Country player can come out alive, then maybe you can give it a try. If you can still endure the pain, then grit your teeth and bear it. Don't go into the hospital no matter what. But just as Mountain Wildcoon finished speaking, Hardy suddenly smashed his head against the nearby big tree. Bang! 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 The tree trunk trembled from the force of his headbutts. Everyone was shocked. Hardy, something's really wrong with you. Could it be that the borrowed ingredients are the problem? Everyone better stay away. I have a really bad feeling about this. I haven't even borrowed food yet, I'm leaving first. Many people saw Hardy's strange and painful state and ran off quickly to avoid getting involved. Bang! 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 The sound of headbutting continued, and every impact made everyone's heart skip a beat. I can't take it anymore, I can't take it, I need to find a doctor, my head is splitting open. Hardy screamed in pain, his fingernails clawing desperately at the back of his head, like he wanted to tear his own scalp off. Doctor, I need to find a doctor. The players had all backed far away. Even though many were still trying to talk him out of it, he felt like if he waited any longer, he really would rip off his scalp. The pain in his head was like countless bugs boring into his brain, eating it little by little. Hardy breathed heavily, holding his head, and walked into the town hospital. Players gathered at the hospital entrance. I think he's finished too. What on earth is going on? Why did Hardy suddenly get a headache? He told me last night that his head hurt a little. I didn't expect it to get this bad today. Stop talking. I feel like I'm getting a headache too. You're scaring me. Netizens in the pyramid's livestream room were crying out in despair. Don't go into the weird hospital, please. What's the difference between going into that hospital and entering a ghost's nest? No, maybe there's still hope. The Dragon Country player is inside the hospital. Maybe he can save our Hardy. For a while, countless pyramid netizens, even the officials, joined the livestream. Please save our player. Is there any way to pass a message to the Dragon Country player so he can help Hardy inside the hospital? Pyramid netizens desperately begged the viewers from Dragon Country in the chat. But Dragon Country viewers didn't play nice. If your tour guides and merchants were as sincere as you are now when we were visiting your country, this wouldn't be happening. Scram, scram, scram. What four great civilizations? Just a nation full of scammers. What right do you have to beg us? What a laughable face. You weren't like this when scamming tourists. They're not sorry because they did something wrong, they're sorry because they know they're going to die. The pyramid officials urgently contacted the Dragon Country officials. Hint cards? Weird props? Outside help? Can you give them to us? The Dragon Country officials mercilessly rejected them. Even if the Dragon Country had these weird items, it is impossible to give a country that is opportunistic and shiftless. The Dragon Kingdom's officials are unyielding to both soft and hard tactics. The pyramid officials directly issued a threat. Dragon Kingdom official, the Kamikaze Express is ready, do you want to give it a try? Frightened, the pyramid instantly backed down. Now, the popularity of the Dragon Kingdom's livestream is the highest in the world. The name Feng even overshadowed Chuanbao, dominating the global trending search for 2 consecutive days. Inside the instance, Feng, led by a nurse, entered the innermost clinic of the hospital. Dr. Luo is inside, just knock and go in. I have to get back to work. The nurse pointed to a dimly lit door in the long shadowy corridor, where dark red liquid oozed from the crack. After the nurse left, Feng squinted slightly. His gaze swept over the liquid flowing from the door crack. It's blood. At the same time, he also caught a whiff of the strong smell of blood in the air. His instinctive emotion triggered tension, and his heartbeat quickened. But he immediately thought of the hint message. Dr. Luo admires people who are exceptionally brave. He quickly suppressed the unease inside, walking nonchalantly toward the depth of the corridor. There's nothing to fear. Even if it's the breath of death, so what? I am now a dedicated doctor, an exceptionally brave helper. After giving himself a mental pep talk, his inner unease did indeed lessen quite a bit. Arriving at the clinic door, Feng immediately heard the sound of a chainsaw cutting something inside. Feng stepped into the pool of blood seeping out from under the door and, as if he couldn't hear the chainsaw, raised his fist and struck the door heavily. Bang bang bang! The sound of his knocking drowned out the noise of the chainsaw. Footsteps sloshing through water could be heard from inside. A few seconds later, the clinic door opened. A doctor clad in surgical attire, wearing a surgical cap and a mask, revealing only a pair of beautiful purple eyes, stood with a chainsaw in hand, glaring angrily at Feng. Goodness, encountering a chainsaw doctor as soon as the door opens? Feng's pupils slightly trembled, and at the same time, he saw on the surgical table behind the doctor a body that had been sawed in half, the torso wide open, the floor soaked in blood. Chapter 27, Scalpel. The live stream audience was all terrified. Oh my god, why wasn't there a high-energy reminder? This is more terrifying than going to Fire Cloud Evil God Cell. It's over, Feng is in danger. Opening the door to see the chainsaw doctor, and there's a body in two pieces inside, my god, I would have fainted on the spot. Doctors in the weird world are already scary, this feels like a fusion of a butcher and a doctor. I can't bear to watch, what should we do, Brother Feng? Inside the instance, Feng was not nervous, rather, it was the audience who was anxious to death. He had almost imagined encountering all kinds of terrifying scenes and had mentally prepared for them. It was just blood, nothing related to horror at all. Back in the day, he could eat instant noodles while watching Mermaid in the Sewers without fast-forwarding. This bit of blood wouldn't scare him. Dr. Luo, holding the chainsaw high, fixed her purple eyes tightly on Feng. It seemed she wanted to see fear of death in the eyes of the boy before her. But to her surprise, the boy's eyes were indifferent, as if he was numb to the scene before him. Dr. Luo, I am the new temporary assistant. Feng said calmly. The sound of the chainsaw slowly stopped, and Dr. Luo laid it down and turned to walk into the operating room. Come in. Dr. Luo's voice was cool yet pleasant. Feng ignored the blood on the floor and followed her into the clinic. Dr. Luo sat at the operating table, took off her mask, revealing a beautifully sculpted face. Feng was taken aback, not expecting Dr. Luo to be so beautiful. She felt like a character model from an anime game, her beauty was almost flawless. This was still with Dr. Luo wearing a surgical cap and no makeup. If she just applies a little makeup, her beauty would be elevated further. Such a beautiful woman is a heartless butcher like Doctor? Feng has a doubt in his heart, but he doesn't think too much. He just wants to finish the task quickly and then ask about fellas. The nurse said you did well. I just happened to need a helper, so I let you come try. Dr. Luo's beautiful eyes fixed tightly on Feng, and she continued, be my assistant. I have no requirements, but the only requirement is that you must be bold. Feng nodded, understood. Dr. Luo changed her tone and took out a glimmering scalpel, cold as ice, and said, but if you show fear at work, don't blame my scalpel for being ruthless. Feng's eyes narrowed, and he reached out to snatch Dr. Luo's scalpel directly. You! Dr. Luo was taken aback and glared at Feng in anger. Feng played with the scalpel, you let me help you work, so you should at least give me a decent tool. I think this scalpel is nice. At this moment, the live streaming room was flooded with comments. Wow, Brother Feng is so fierce, directly snatching a weird weapon? I'm freaking scared. Feng is crazily testing the creepy red line. Don't do anything reckless. I'm scared, we've just gained a little luck for the country. Oh my god, it scared the mouse to death. Brother Feng, don't be fooled by how pretty the doctor is, she's weird. Inside the instance, the anger on Dr. Luo's face gradually faded. The assistant in front of her was indeed unexpected. She hasn't seen any courage yet, but reckless daring is a bit present. However, compared to those previous assistants who trembled all over at the sight of her, this assistant was somewhat interesting. This scalpel is yours now. Don't make mistakes while working later. Understood. A prompt box appeared in Feng's eyes. Weird item, scalpel. Description, an old-style scalpel with a thin and long blade that glimmers with cold silver light, as if it can cut through darkness. The discolored bandage wrapped around the handle faintly reveals dried bloodstains, but it feels exceptionally clean to the touch, as if it had been disinfected. Ability 1. In a medical environment, the scalpel possesses the ability to cut through any human, spirit, or physical matter. Its effect is weak in outside medical environments. Ability 2. The wielder can resist spirit possession and can attack spirits, enjoying the special powers of the ghost doctor profession. All ghostly beings related to medical practices, such as nurses, doctors, patients, will regard the protagonist as a peer and will not attack proactively. Should they attack, the effect will be nullified. After reading the description of the scalpel, Jifeng's heart was filled with joy. The scalpel he snatched was actually a weird tool. Its powerful abilities left him dumbfounded. Moreover, it can exert extraordinary effects in a specific environment. He didn't show his excitement on his face. Instead, he focused on the figure of Dr. Luo, who was busy. If Dr. Luo appreciates daring assistance, that means in this small clinic, as long as I'm bold enough, I can earn her admiration. Essentially, the residents of this weird world are strange. Anything possessed by Dr. Luo belongs to the realm of the odd. Using the method of direct snatching once is okay, but using it multiple times might be inappropriate. What she appreciates is courage, not thievery. As Jifeng was pondering how to acquire more weird items, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." The nurse led a patient into the clinic. The patient, holding his head in his hands, screamed in terror upon seeing the blood on the floor. I don't want treatment anymore. I'm not in pain, not in pain." The patient, with a face full of panic, tried to escape. But suddenly, 6 terrifying large spider limbs grew from the nurse's back, trapping the patient in front of her chest like a cage. The nurse's face also became as horrifying as a monstrous ghost. The patient nearly exploded with fright on the spot. The terrifying nurse's 6 tentacles plunged fiercely into the patient's body, pinning his limbs down. The patient let out a piercing scream as blood flowed freely from multiple wounds. "If you're sick, you must be treated. Only if you're cured can you leave," the nurse said with a sinister smile. The patient shook his head in pleading, "Treatment, I will be treated." Seeing the patient's state, Jifeng's expression changed slightly. The person before him was unexpectedly a player. Hadi also saw Jifeng and instantly looked at him like a savior. "Help me, brothers from Dragon Country, save me." Jifeng remained unmoved. He was now the doctor's assistant. He would do whatever the doctor asked him to do. Even if the doctor told him to kill this player right now, he would execute it without hesitation. Seeing Jifeng's indifferent face, Hadi felt as if his heart was dead. "Go move the body on the operating table," said Dr. Luo. Dr. Luo immediately gave the order. Jifeng had no choice but to obey. He put on gloves and went to the operating table to move the bloody 2 halves of the corpse into the trash bin, also sweeping all the various parts on the floor into the bin. Hadi was brought before Dr. Luo by the nurse. Dr. Luo put on a mask, shone a flashlight into Hadi's eyes, and immediately analyzed Hadi's condition. He is infected with the germ bug, just like the last deceased. However, this patient was sent to the hospital in time. There is still hope. Upon hearing this, Jifeng took a closer look at the 2 halves of the corpse in the trash bin and was horrified to find many tangled, sticky substances in the chest cavity, resembling a network of nerves, extremely disgusting and unknown. What is the germ bug? Just as he was puzzled, Dr. Luo made a quick determination about Hadi's symptoms. The germ bug is parasitic in his brain. This patient must undergo immediate craniotomy to remove the germ bug. Hadi's body trembled violently, revealing a fear he had never experienced before. Chapter 28, Parasitic Brain. "Nurse, secure the patient to the operating table." Dr. Luo quickly issued the command. The spider nurse bound Hadi and took him to the operating table. Then Jifeng witnessed an unbelievable scene. After the spider nurse lay down, she almost completely integrated with the operating table, leaving only 6 terrifying spider tentacles pinning Hadi down like clamps. Hadi could not move, feeling broken, desperate, and in pain, with tears streaming down his face. He looked at Jifeng with a pleading gaze. But Jifeng, like a capable assistant, pushed the surgical instrument cart to the edge of the operating table and lowered the surgical lighting above. Jifeng's actions were almost like those of a professional doctor in the operating room. In an instant, Hadi felt like he wanted to die. Dr. Luo greatly appreciated Jifeng's actions, and satisfaction showed in her eyes. She walked to the back of the operating table, and Jifeng quickly grabbed a craniotomy drill from the cart and handed it to her. Dr. Luo looked at him with admiration, a look of "this child is teachable." The Dragon Country livestream was filled with shocked comments. "Brother Feng is so amazing, he acts just like a real doctor. Anyone who doesn't know would think he's genuinely a doctor. Brother Feng has real experience, facing such a terrifying scene, he remains unfazed, truly amazing. Whoever says our player is a brat or a loser, I'll kill their entire family." At this moment, in the hearts of the Dragon Country audience, Jifeng was a savior, and people believed in him unconditionally. In stark contrast, the Pyramid livestream was filled with wails. "No, please go beg the Dragon Country. Let their players save Hadi. I heard that the Me and Tower countries have, hint coupons, let's spend national power to buy one for Dragon Country." At this time, the officials are still being pretentious, they should kneel down and apologize to Dragon Country, showing sincerity. Inside the instance, Hadi continuously cast pleading looks at Jifeng. Jifeng surprisingly said something even more despairing than the bazaar, let's just not use anesthetic. Hadi completely broke down. Why treat him like this when we are both players? Dr. Luo's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. Are these helpers too bold, or do they have no sympathy at all? Logically, this patient should be considered his kind. Jifeng broke into a mad smile, Doctor, let me do the craniotomy. Dr. Luo, Nurse Spider, and Hardy all widened their eyes in disbelief. Hardy's hopes pinned on Jifeng were completely shattered. The players from Dragon Country are devils, absolutely devils. In the end, it was the doctor who let out a sigh of relief. I will perform the craniotomy, you help me assist. Dr. Luo said. Jifeng still looked dejected, all right. Nurse Spider unexpectedly sprayed a thick ball of web to seal Hardy's mouth. Dr. Luo stepped behind Hardy's head, holding the craniotomy drill to begin drilling holes along the skull to prepare for the surgery. Hardy was unable to bear the first drill and directly fainted from the pain. Fainting is good, it saves on anesthesia. Dr. Luo continued drilling into the skull. After making a row of holes on Hardy's head, he took out a high-speed milling cutter to cut along the drilled lines on the skull. Any place that could not be cut was pried open with a bone chisel. As Jifeng, the capable assistant, he could prepare the surgical instruments for the doctor in advance. He had no medical experience or knowledge, but there were only a few tools on the instrument tray, and the craniotomy corresponded to only a few instruments. Anyone who had seen television or movies would understand what these tools were for. What Jifeng had to do was simply think ahead for the doctor and hand over the tools. With the last drill sounding crack, Dr. Luo put down the tools and carefully reached out his hands to remove Hardy's lid-like skull. Indeed. Dr. Luo gasped. Jifeng stepped behind Hardy, his expression slightly changed. Hardy's brain was still active, gently rising and falling. Hardy had merely fallen into a coma, not dead. But what surprised Jifeng was that on Hardy's brain, a crack formed of thick neurogel appeared, the crack intricately intertwined like a spider's nest within the brain, looking as if something had built a nest inside Hardy's brain. The Pyramid livestream went black, and all the viewers flooded into the Dragon Country livestream. When they saw the strange nest forming inside Hardy's brain, everyone was stunned. How could this be? How can there be a nest in Hardy's brain? This is unbelievable, the brain is being built into a nest and can still be alive. Oh my god, what on earth is this? This is too scary. I feel a headache in my brain, I can't look anymore. Damn, the places that should be censored are not, and the parts that shouldn't are blacked out, it's upside down. I feel like I'm going to vomit. Global netizens were also shocked, but many were joking. Did the pharaoh move into the player's head? The structure of the Great Pyramid is not as mysterious as the player's head. It would be funny if a mummy popped out of the brain nest. The people of the pyramid were left in tears. In the picture, Dr. Luo held a serious expression as he held a scalpel and cold tweezers, trying to use the tweezers to reach into the brain's nesting crack. But several attempts ended in failure. No, the tweezers and scalpel are too sharp, no matter how careful I am, I might cut the nerves inside the brain. Dr. Luo said with a worried expression. Upon hearing this, Jifeng thought this strange doctor was quite good, he was not considering the player's life, yet the doctor was still concerned? Jifeng glanced at the viscous nest in the brain's crack and asked, is the bacteria insect in there? Yes, the bacteria insect enters the human body and follows the blood into the brain, or it builds a nest. During the nesting process, the bacteria insect also rapidly connects with the human brain's nerves. Trying to control humanity. Humans controlled by the fungus will ultimately lose their minds, becoming mindless walking corpses or terrifying monsters. Dr. Luo explained rapidly, beads of sweat sliding down her cheeks. Jifeng took out a clean towel from the side, carefully wiping the sweat from Dr. Luo's cheeks and forehead. Dr. Luo's body trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes fluttered, and her cheeks and ears flushed under the mask. As a doctor, she either diagnosed or performed surgery every day. The townsfolk said she was a cold-blooded robot, tireless and unyielding. Since she became a doctor, regardless of gender, in their eyes, she was just a doctor, as if she had drawn a line with ordinary people. But in reality, only she knew that doctors also need care, and doctors also feel lonely. However, in this town, no one cared for her, she had never felt a trace of warmth. Yet, the small action of the young man in front of her warmed her heart. More importantly, it was the first time a man had touched her body. Although she was almost numb to the male body structure, it was the first time she felt cared for by a man. Dr. Luo, I see you're tired too, have some water. Let me handle the rest. Jifeng put down the towel and handed her a cup of water. Even the coldest stone cannot withstand the warmth of Jifeng. After several acts of kindness, Dr. Luo's heart began to stir. But surgery is no child's play. She took off her gloves, accepted the cup of water, and decided to take a break before continuing the operation. Dr. Luo, as long as we take out the fungus from his brain nest, the surgery will be successful, right? Feng asked. Dr. Luo nodded. The fungus has burrowed too deep into his brain, the tweezers and scalpel are too sharp and might damage the nerves in his brain. What are you doing? But before she finished speaking, she saw Feng directly inserting his hand into the patient's brain nest. PFF. With a sound, half of Feng's hand sank into Hardy's brain. At that moment, the live comments in Longwa's streaming chamber eerily fell into silence. P.S. If you find it good, don't forget to add it to your bookshelf. It's not easy for a newcomer to get their book noticed. Please follow, urge updates, tip, comment, and gift. It motivates the author to write more. Thank you humbly. Chapter 29, The Appreciation of the Ghost Doctor. The audience in the Pyramid Live Room was in chaos. Has the Longwa player gone insane? Don't they know the unspoken rule that players cannot harm each other in the Eerie world? Have they lost their minds? How much hatred do they hold against our players? Longwa players are despicable, they dare not come openly but strike in the shadows. That's the brain, the most vulnerable part of humans. How could they dare to stick their hand in? Oh my god, the pyramid is doomed. Global players were also shocked by Feng's action of inserting his hand into the brain. God, the Longwa player is too crazy. A madman, he is definitely a madman, scarier than the Eerie itself. This is why countries around the world are joining forces against Longwa. What the Longwa player did is even more crazed than the Eerie. At least the Ghost Doctor in the instance is still saving lives. This move by the Longwa player directly sent the Pyramid player to hell. I suggest a united condemnation of the Longwa player, their devilish actions must be punished. In the official conference room of Longwei, high-ranking officials and core members stared at the live screen, dumbfounded. Feng, this is too fierce. The Pyramid player won't die, will they? Since the Eerie game has arrived, various countries have signed agreements to not kill players in the game. If Feng sets a precedent, the real-world countries might use it as an excuse to sanction us. The chief snorted coldly. Humph, let them come, let them go back without return. Longwa does not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of anyone. At this moment, in the live broadcast, Feng slowly withdrew his hand from Hardy's brain. He saw various slime and spiderweb-like substances entangled on the back of his hand. With a pop, Feng suddenly grabbed a terrifying, wriggling substance from the crevice nest in Hardy's brain. The official personnel were all astonished. What is that thing? On the screen, Feng was holding a mass of purple-red wriggling substance, resembling a soft entity with dozens of slender tentacles, as if neural cells had come to life. Even more terrifying was that this substance had a horrifying eye growing on its surface. Is this the parasite that lives inside a human brain? Feng tightly gripped this disgusting and ugly substance, showing a look of disdain. Dr. Luo looked at Feng in surprise, her purple eyes revealing admiration and respect. It seemed she never expected that the temporary help she invited could assist her so much in her work. Recently, most of the town residents who come to see me for treatment have been infected by it. At first, I thought the parasite only infected humans, but later I learned from patients that they fell ill because they ate food from the town. After investigation, I found out that the parasite also infests animals, plants, and insects. The parasite is good at hiding and camouflaging, only showing its characteristics when threatened. Once ingested as food, it enters the body through the blood and builds nests and reproduces in the brain. Moreover, I discovered that each parasite has a different incubation period. Some parasites can quickly reproduce and turn the host into a monster shortly after entering the body, while others have a dormant period. Dr. Luo's words reminded Feng of the blood Fern ate during lunch at the Eerie house, which quickly made him grow many eyes on his body, ultimately resulting in eyes growing in his throat, causing him to suffocate to death. And the terrifying snail that Xiao Shiba ate, which ultimately fused with the fetus in his belly, exploding his whole stomach and filling the sewing shop's window with those horrific branch-like hands. Upon reflection, the snail and the blood Fern seemed to share similarities with the parasite in his hand. The activation period of the toothless and Xiao Shiba matched perfectly with the different dormant periods of each parasite. It seems this thing not only infests the residents but also infests the players. A fierce light flashed in Feng's eyes, and he clenched his hand tightly. Bang! The wriggling parasite in his hand was directly crushed by him. Then, he threw it on the ground and stepped hard, completely smashing the parasite into pieces. On the operating table, Hardy, who had been unconscious, slowly relaxed his tightly furrowed brows. He should be fine now. Dr. Luo returned to the operating table and resewed Hardy's skull. The stitching process was arduous and long. Feng stood by, handing over various tools and carefully wiping the sweat from Dr. Luo's cheeks. After the surgery, a distinct reddish line remained on Hardy's head. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the spider nurse that had restrained Hardy released its grotesque tentacles and transformed into the figure of a human nurse. today's consultation is over. If there are still patients outside, tell them to come back tomorrow. Okay, Dr. Luo. The nurse nodded and left the operating room. Immediately, footsteps of patients leaving echoed from outside. The medical field needs someone with your courage. Dr. Luo took off her mask and surgical cap, revealing delicate features and flowing, waterfall-like wavy hair. Jifeng's eyes lit up, feeling an enchanting sense like a ripe peach waiting to be picked. Even the viewers in the live broadcast were amazed. The ghost doctor in the town is so beautiful? My god, the ghost doctor's looks are only second to the ghost bride. No way, if I had known the ghost doctor in the town hospital was so beautiful. Can't let players rush in crazily, right? In the scene, Dr. Luo looked at Jifeng with an appreciative and joyful gaze, his eyes shimmering like autumn waters. I have a feeling the livestream is about to get harmonious. I feel that way too. It seems like the ghost doctor has taken a liking to the players from Dragon Country. The ghost doctor liking players, your words feel so strange to me, could this really happen? In the case of other players, the probability of this happening is probably zero, but with the players from Dragon Country don't forget about the ghost bride. Excuse me, where can I recharge for VIP? I don't want a black screen. Inside the instance, Jifeng also sensed that Dr. Luo's gaze was somewhat unusual. It felt like a wealthy woman had set her eyes on a little puppy at a karaoke bar, with a gaze that was so hot and unrestrained. My hospital really lacks talents like you. If you are willing to stay, I can offer you a handsome salary. Huh? Jifeng looked shocked. The other party actually wanted to keep him at the hospital? He would absolutely never agree to that. What was the difference between this and signing a contract of servitude? Moreover, being kept in a bizarre hospital probably meant he could never return to reality again. He didn't want that, he didn't want it at all. Dr. Luo thought that Jifeng might find the salary too low, immediately changing his words, sorry, someone like you wouldn't lack high salaries anywhere. How about this, if you are willing to stay and help me, I can give you half of the shares of the town hospital. Jifeng's eyes widened a bit. Half of the hospital shares? He didn't quite understand what good those shares would do. But the audience in the livestream was not calm. Wow, brother Feng, you should accept it quickly, don't let the ghost doctor change his mind. Chapter 30, Do I look like him? In the past, players found the hospital share contracts within the Bazaar Hospital. It is said that as long as you hold shares in the hospital, you can allocate the resources within the hospital. And you can also command the employees, nurses, doctors, and the hospital director. The ghost medical techniques and ghost medical tools can be used freely. Is that real? No player has ever owned this thing, who knows if it would work for players? It wouldn't be a contract of servitude, right? To keep the players in the instance? It shouldn't be, shares mean holding a share. While the audience was intensely discussing, Jifeng in the instance also looked confused. Dr. Luo walked to the surgical door, follow me. Okay. Jifeng glanced at Hardy on the surgical bed and then walked out of the operating room. The patients outside had all left, and the nurses were organizing something at the reception desk. Dr. Luo walked up the stairs to the second floor. I usually live on the second floor, aside from sleeping, I spend most of my time working. This hospital is my unique asset. Besides the nurses you see, there are also the head nurse, chief doctor, cleaners, and corpse handlers, they all belong to a part of the hospital's assets. As Jifeng listened, he followed behind. His eyes also popped up with a mission completion prompt. Mission, temporary helper in the hospital. Mission progress, assist the nurse in treating patients, 2 halves. Hidden mission, assist Dr. Luo in treatment, 1/. Evaluation, S. Mission rewards. 1. Half of the shares of the town hospital, hidden. 2. Dr. Luo's inner secrets, hidden. Additional reward, surgical knife. After reading the information, Jifeng finally felt at ease to follow up to the second floor. The staircase on the second floor faced a solid wooden door. Dr. Luo took out a key and opened the door. Come in, this is my residence. Okay. Jifeng followed into Dr. Luo's room. The room felt out of place with the hospital downstairs. The decor was like a studio apartment, simple and understated, with very basic furnishings. The room's decoration had a cold gray tone, giving the entire room a sense of lonely and chilly isolation. I always come home without turning on the lights. If you're not used to it, go ahead and turn on the lights. It's fine. Jifeng continued to maintain his fearless style. Although this room looked a bit cold. You can sit on the sofa for a while. All right. Dr. Luo's exquisite face showed a hint of fatigue. She casually took off the doctor's white coat and quickly walked into her bedroom. The door was not closed, and the sound of Dr. Luo changing clothes could be heard from inside. After waiting for a while, Dr. Luo came out in a snug, soft nightgown, barefoot with her jade-like feet. Dressed in everyday clothing, Dr. Luo appeared a bit more relaxed. The fitted nightgown showcased her graceful figure perfectly. Her skin was exceptionally white, even in the dim room, her skin glowed. The elegant brows that were always tightly drawn in work mode relaxed, and a pair of purple beautiful eyes looked at Jifeng with interest. Red wine? She walked towards the wine cabinet, and a fragrant breeze floated past Jifeng. After changing into home clothes, the smell of disinfectant that clung to Dr. Luo vanished, replaced by a faint body scent. Sure. Dr. Luo casually took down a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses. She sat next to Jifeng, using a wine opener to uncork the wine, letting it breathe a bit before pouring a glass for Jifeng and herself. Every day when I return to this room after work, I feel an unusual emptiness. Only alcohol can numb that feeling. Dr. Luo gently swirled the wine in her glass, her beautiful eyes locked onto Jifeng. You are very special, very brave, and so handsome. Jifeng smiled slightly. Thank you for the compliment, sister. Let's talk about the shares instead. Dr. Luo handed the wine glass to Jifeng, her eyes lighting up. So you're saying you agree to stay with me? Jifeng did not rush to answer. He looked at the top of Dr. Luo's head, raising an eyebrow. A peach-colored exclamation mark reappeared. Special task, Dr. Luo's secret. Description: there was a love that once faced a dispute in front of her, she did not cherish it, and only regretted after losing it. Obsessed with her medical career and work, she neglected her partner's feelings until she received a notice of critical illness, realizing her partner had already fallen seriously ill while she had been buried in work. Since then, she locked her heart and poured all her energy into work, but your arrival made her remember her past love. Task progress. 1. Listen to Dr. Luo's voice, 0 out of 1. 2. Heal Dr. Luo's emotional disease, 0 out of 1. 3. She wants to see your true heart, 0 to 1. Rewards. 1. Dr. Luo's medical skills. 2. Control over the strange hospital. Tip: courage can resolve everything. Why are you not speaking? Dr. Luo asked, holding up her wine glass. Jifeng placed his glass on the coffee table and looked seriously at her. If the price of the hospital shares is staying here to work, then I'm sorry, I refuse. At his words, Dr. Luo's expression changed, a flash of anger appearing in her beautiful eyes. I've already offered you such generous conditions, and you're still not satisfied? What do you want for me to stay by your side? A pair of fangs like a vampire appeared at the corners of Dr. Luo's mouth, and fierce blue veins radiated from her eyes, making her look terrifying like a ghost. A cold wind swept through the empty room, the gray curtains billowing, and outside the window, thunder and lightning began to roar unknowingly. The flash of lightning illuminated the room, the walls and floor oozing black liquid. In an instant, the cold room transformed into a haunted house. The live stream chat went wild with frantic messages. Danger, 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 danger. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. How could the ghost doctor just give half of the shares to the player? It's all a trap. Damn, is my brother Feng going to die here? Netizens from the pyramid in foreign countries finally got to vent their anger. Pharaoh, bless our contestant, definitely punish the wicked players from Dragon Country. Dragon Country players are finally going to pay the price. If they keep crashing around, they're lucky not to be dead by now. You can announce that the Dragon Country player is game over. In this strange game, entering a strange room is considered a taboo. The current death rate is 100%. Although the little brat from Dragon Country acted bravely in the hospital. But going to the ghost doctor's room exposed his true IQ, which should have been better left alone. However, inside the copy. Facing the long-haired doctor with a face like a demon, Jifeng smiled calmly, with no trace of fear in his eyes. Dr. Luo, do I look a lot like him? As soon as he said this, Dr. Luo was stunned. Her beautiful eyes trembled as she looked at Jifeng in disbelief. Chapter 31, Truly the Wind God, Too Fierce. Indeed, in the operating room, Jifeng's actions and bravery were very much like someone else. Jifeng's refusal reminded her of him leaving heartbreakingly. She was afraid of losing again, which is why her emotions spiraled out of control. But she never expected that Jifeng not only showed no fear but also saw through her deepest secret at a glance. You, how do you know? Dr. Luo looked shocked. Jifeng could not admit that he knew because he saw the hint. He pointed to the coffee table, dining table, the shoe cabinet at the door, and the bathroom, the 2 exquisite cups on the coffee table, the 2 wine glasses you casually picked up, the 2 pairs of shoes on the shoe cabinet, and the 2 sets of toothbrushes and cups neatly placed in the bathroom. Isn't this obvious enough? Although Dr. Luo lives alone, there is always someone she can't let go of in her heart. Seeing all this, and then recalling the way you looked at me, it wasn't hard to guess. Dr. Luo didn't expect Jifeng to be so smart. Can you tell me about him? As she felt the pressure from Dr. Luo fade, Jifeng proactively guided her. As this was part of his mission, he should press forward. Dr. Luo swirled the wine glass, raised her head, revealing her charming swan neck and collarbone, and drained the red wine in the glass. At the same time, Feng felt the eerie energy in the room quickly retreating. Though the house was still dark, there was no longer an oppressive feeling of ghostly presence. He always kept the hint in mind: courage can resolve everything. So as long as he remained bold in front of Dr. Luo, any crisis would be easily resolved. However, being brave and bold wasn't reckless. Feng still knew how to keep his balance. After one glass of wine, Dr. Luo's appearance returned to normal, and her cheeks quickly flushed. She leaned lazily on the sofa, looked down, and slowly spoke her heart's secret. Feng listened attentively, without interrupting her outpouring. He completely regarded himself as a spiritual trash can. Dr. Luo's voice was almost the same as what he saw in the hint. It was about her petulance and negligence that caused her other half to leave due to a serious illness. If she had discovered it sooner, perhaps this relationship could have continued until now. She wouldn't have moved away from the city to work in a small town. She did this to escape the noise of the city, numbing herself with work. She thought she would never feel that way again. Until Feng's appearance made her remember the past him. The him who was once very brave, did anything without regard to the consequences, willing to sacrifice everything for her. The only time he was weak was when he didn't tell her that he was sick. This became an everlasting pain in her heart. After spilling her heart, Dr. Luo's eyes were already red, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told you these things, but I can't control myself." Her voice choked, emotions a bit stirred. Feng moved closer, offering her a tissue. "Isn't it much more comfortable after saying it out loud?" Feng asked. Dr. Luo nodded while wiping her tears and poured herself another glass of red wine, draining it in one gulp. "This matter is like a buried heart problem inside me. I have never told anyone about it." She was crying and pitiful, making one's heart ache. Feng gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, soothingly said, "It's okay to say it out loud." Dr. Luo's long eyelashes lightly trembled as she leaned on Feng's shoulder. "I feel much better now. Thank you." After that, for a long time, Feng held Dr. Luo close on the sofa. Feng did not open his mouth again, but let Dr. Luo digest his emotions by himself. But when the global audience saw this scene, they were all stunned. Is the Dragon Country player cheating? Why can they always turn danger into safety? This is not scientific. The ghost doctor was about to eat the Dragon Country player. My god, is this still the strange world? What did I see? The Dragon Country player actually became a strange psychologist? Damn it, why are the strange beings merciless to other players, but so gentle to Dragon Country? If I didn't know better, I would think I'm watching a drama from the Cold Country. Shit, this is ridiculous. Strange ones, please show some spirit and take down the Dragon Country player, okay? I don't want to see this cliché drama anymore. Wait a minute, everyone stay calm. Guess what I discovered? The Pyramid's livestream has lit up. What? The Pyramid player is still alive? Just as Feng and the Ghost Doctor were nestled together, an audience member discovered that the Pyramid's livestream was on. In an instant, netizens from all countries quickly rushed into the livestream. Unbelievable, this is simply a miracle. With their skull opened, a nest in their brain, and even the Dragon Country player's hand in their brain, they are actually still alive? Hottie, our Hottie is still alive, thanks to the Pharaoh's blessing. Forget about the Pharaoh, you should thank Feng from Dragon Country, for he removed the germs from Hottie's brain. The people of the Pyramid immediately reacted. They quickly rushed into the Dragon Country livestream, offering various apologies. Dear friends from Dragon Country, we spoke too loudly before, please forgive our mistakes, we will repent in front of the Pharaoh's statue, may Dragon Country forever prosper. Dragon Country and we are both ancient civilizations, I feel ashamed of our previous behavior. Friends from Dragon Country, please scold us as you wish, we won't retaliate. The Pyramid and Dragon Country are forever friends, I hope a small misunderstanding won't hurt our friendship. Welcome friends from Dragon Country to tour the Pyramid, we will open it for free to netizens from Dragon Country. But the netizens from Dragon Country were not easily fooled. It's really a case of good intentions being met with ungratefulness. How come you didn't have this attitude when Feng was treating your people? Even the wall grass sways slower than you change your faces. The stray we saved is qualified to talk about friendship with us? Ridiculous. The streets are full of camel dung, and the smell of foot odor in the Pyramid makes people cry. You're asking us to visit? I wouldn't even go for free, go away. The netizens from Dragon Country were not that easy to deceive. Playing both sides in the face of the profound culture of Dragon Country was still a bit naive. At this moment, there was some movement on the live stream screen. In the image, Dr. Luo suddenly raised his head and locked eyes with Feng. A lonely man and a solitary ghost, gazing deeply at each other. Suddenly, Dr. Luo leaned in, unable to resist kissing. Feng did not resist but rather enjoyed the other's action. Feeling the other's emotions, Dr. Luo responded more passionately, as if a wild beast had broken free from its seal, fierce and indulgent. In the live stream, netizens from around the world exploded. Oh my gosh, as expected of the wind god, this is too fierce. This, can we watch this? Next up is the adult channel, please recharge. Is this reasonable? Other players are trembling in fear to borrow ingredients, and the Dragon Country player is busy kissing? 8 duck meats, why don't these female ghosts kill the little brat from Dragon Country? What charm does he have? Damn it, I envy Simi Day, in front of the ghost bride, behind the ghost doctor, and these female ghosts are even prettier than the plastic surgery girls from the cold country. If this continues, will Jifeng be fought over by female ghosts in the strange world? Could it be true that saying, if you have the guts, then? Can a female ghost take maternity leave? In the scene, a person and a ghost suddenly part their lips. Dr. Luo's chest surged violently, her hands pressing against Jifeng. Wait, Shu, don't speak. Can we even wait? Jifeng forcefully kissed the other person. At that moment, the Dragon Country livestream went black. Global audience? Damn, we can't see again? Chapter 32, The Undead Knight. Damn, just when it was getting exciting, it went black again. Is the next scene going to be for children? What, do you still want to watch a short film? Where can I download resources? I'll buy it no matter the price. I haven't seen anything between humans and ghosts. Grassroots heroes are no longer keeping up with the times. The Undead Knight is the way to survive in the Eerie world. On the external live streaming platform. Jifeng. Human ghost love unfinished. Dragon Country players are cheating. The Undead Knight. The trending search terms about Jifeng topped the charts one after another. Jifeng's live content in the dungeon was sliced and widely spread by various up-owners across the internet. Throughout the journey, Jifeng's actions in the Eerie world were miraculous. Choosing the fiercest ghost bride at the start, not only did he not die, but he also conquered the ghost bride. In the small town, completing tasks was as easy as a fish in water, as if using a guide to do tasks. Now he had also taken down the ghost doctor in the Eerie hospital. This operation shocked the entire world. The FIB should quickly investigate this guy's background. It's too insane, it might not be good for us. I can't imagine, if the Dragon Country kid keeps being this lucky, how much national fortune will they divide once the dungeon is cleared? Is the Dragon Country secretly supporting that kid with all their might? I watched the whole livestream. The Dragon Country kid is simply a mix of recklessness and luck. I didn't see any wisdom, which isn't scientific. I've heard that many people from small countries are quietly applying for immigration to Dragon Country. I'm dying of laughter. Don't they know that the Dragon Country residents permit is hell level? Besides, it's just Dragon Country gaining power. There's no need to make a big deal of it. But now many people say the situation is reversing. Dragon Country might come back to life. It's only the second day of the Eerie game, and Dragon Country is already stirring such talk. How panicked are they? 2.5 hours later, the Dragon Country livestream lit up again. But the scene that appeared was different from what everyone expected. The ghost doctor was not snuggled affectionately in Jifeng's arms. In the scene, Jifeng stood bare-chested in front of Dr. Luo, who held a cold surgical knife in her white hand. What's going on? After 2.5 hours of intimacy, can't you conquer the ghost doctor? Or is the Dragon Country player unable to satisfy her? The Dragon Country player is in danger. After being reckless, there will ultimately be a price to pay. Does he really think everyone is a ghost bride? In the official meeting room of Dragon Country, the chief, senior executives, and core members all frowned deeply. They did not expect that when the live stream resumed, they would see such a scene. Everyone assumed that the black screen was due to something shameful. Wasn't intimacy and rest what came after shame? What does swords and knives facing each other mean? Inside the dungeon, Dr. Luo pressed the surgical knife against Jifeng's chest, her purple eyes tightly fixed on him, biting her lip, showing signs of struggle. We've already, why won't you stay? Jifeng could feel the cold blade of the surgical knife sharp against his chest, but he showed no signs of retreating, calmly saying, I am only a substitute for him, my appearance is just to give you brief solace. If you still want to keep me in this hospital, then go ahead and kill me. Dr. Luo's hand holding the knife trembled. She said in a harsh voice, You think I don't dare? Jifeng raised his head, puffed out his chest, and looked slightly upward, showing a fearless demeanor in the face of death. Are you really not afraid of death? Dr. Luo looked surprised. Jifeng lowered his head and stepped forward, allowing the cold surgical knife to pierce his chest. The sharp surgical knife instantly sliced through the chest muscles, bright red blood flowing down from his strong chest. Dr. Luo was shocked, gripping the surgical knife tightly with both hands, stepping back step by step. Yet, Jifeng continued to move forward, as if he couldn't feel the pain of the knife stabbing into his chest. Don't you like it at all? Dr. Luo stopped retreating, the knife plunging in a little deeper. Jifeng slightly frowned, but he did not stop, allowing the knife to stab into his chest. A little bit. Just a little? Jifeng nodded. I can't lie to you, after all, this is our first meeting. If I say I fell in love with you at first sight, you would definitely think I'm lying. But I can't say I don't like you at all, otherwise, I wouldn't want to. Dr. Luo's gaze trembled, her heart surprisingly moved by Jifeng's sincerity. She had repeatedly persuaded Jifeng to stay in the hospital, only to be directly refused, making her angry. If you like someone, don't you have to accept everything about them? The human in front of her actually dared to defy her wishes time and time again. But now she realized that Jifeng only liked her a little, which is why he was unwilling to stay. You're right, and just now, it was me who couldn't hold back, and took the initiative first. Then she changed her tone, her gaze sharp as she said, once you leave here, we won't see each other again. Since that's the case, I might as well kill you and leave your body here in the hospital forever. This sudden change made the audience in the live broadcast room gasp. Jifeng, dangerous, dangerous. Oh no, the ghost doctor is not playing by the rules, she wants to leave Jifeng in the strange hospital even if he dies. Well done, the Dragon Kingdom player finally pays the price for his arrogance. What's the difference between staying in the hospital and being stuck in a strange world? Wouldn't that mean he can never return to the real world? Baka, the Dragon Kingdom player is just a scumbag. He wants to leave after getting into bed? Pfft, scumbag. I too would have murderous thoughts, this is too scummy. On screen, Jifeng calmly said, you can leave my shell here in the hospital, but you can never keep my heart. The ghost doctor's lips curled into a strange smile, her hand gripping the surgical knife suddenly tightening. Really? Rip. The sharp knife quickly cut a long incision on Jifeng's chest. The ghost doctor suddenly plunged her slender right hand into the incision. Jifeng only felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if a hand had tightly grasped his heart. This scene stunned the audience worldwide. No one expected the ghost doctor to be so cruel. She intended to dig out the heart of the Dragon Kingdom player. Jifeng frowned tightly, showing a look of pain. Dr. Luo looked up at Jifeng, trying to see a hint of fear or weakness in his face. But unfortunately, Jifeng's eyes were resolute, only a hint of pain crossing his brow. Aren't you afraid of death? I only need to exert a little force to crush your heart. Jifeng's expression was firm. Did you really keep my heart? After saying this, he looked out the window, his eyes filled with longing and aspiration. You. Dr. Luo suddenly didn't know how to persuade the man in front of her. She held his heart, feeling its steady beats, which had not accelerated due to fear or tension. The man in front of her seemed to have prepared himself for death, ready for his soul to depart. Feeling his strong and steady heartbeat, in that moment, she realized she could not keep this human. Chapter 33, The Promised Strange Game, but you ended up dating? Oh my gosh, I feel like I can't breathe right now, like a hand is holding my heart. I can't look anymore, I beg for blessings for Jifeng not to die. Is this a ghost doctor or a heart-extracting ghost? Too terrifying. 14 billion people of the Dragon Kingdom held their breath at this moment, their hearts seemingly ready to stop. All their hopes rested on Jifeng. But the content of this live broadcast made people's hearts race, scarier than a roller coaster. Countries around the world praised Jifeng's luck. But only the audience from Longwar realized how thrilling and perilous Jifeng's experience truly was. The ghost doctor dug out Jifeng's heart. Viewers from all over the world laughed. Ha, let you be arrogant, now you're finally dead. Quick, take out the Dragon Kingdom player's heart and eat it. Once the Dragon Kingdom player dies, we can share the fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. If this level fails, the Dragon Kingdom will have 10 consecutive losses, and its national fortune will collapse. Let's take all the national fortune, lifespan, and resources. Inside the instance. Jifeng gritted his teeth against the sharp pain in his chest and the risk of his heart being crushed at any moment, making a bold decision. He leaned down and suddenly kissed Dr. Luo. Dr. Luo could feel Jifeng's heart suddenly leap in her palm, its strong and fierce beating almost shaking her hand away. After the kiss, Jifeng stepped back, his gaze deep and determined. My mission does not allow me to stay here. You can definitely keep holding my heart, but I have made up my mind. After saying this, Jifeng stepped back. The ghost doctor's hand was still inside his chest, her claws gripping his beating heart. But Jifeng knew he had to do this. He always remembered that prompt. Courage can dissolve everything. At this moment, he could only unconditionally believe in the golden finger. He stepped back, and a tearing sensation came from his heart, blood continuously flowing out from the wound on his chest. This intense pain almost made him faint, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He continued to step back, his determined gaze fixed on Dr. Luo's eyes. At the narrow wound on his chest, Dr. Luo's delicate, fair hand slowly began to pull out. However, it was not her actively withdrawing, it was Jifeng retreating, and as he did so, her palm was still gripping his heart, at any moment it could be pulled out. She did not understand why this human in front of her was so different. Why was he so similar to the one from before? Stubborn like an ox. Once he made a decision, even with the danger of death, he would follow through without hesitation. Didn't he know that if he died, there would be nothing left? Why does each of you have to leave me? Why? Dr. Luo's fair little hand slowly withdrew from the wound on Jifeng's chest, along with a rush of blood, but no heart. She weakly dropped her delicate arm, as if losing all support, collapsing on the ground, and suddenly cried out like a child, just like a child who lost an important toy. The entire cold and quiet room echoed with her sorrowful cries. In the live broadcast room, the global audience was dumbfounded. What the heck, why isn't the Dragon Kingdom player dead? What is this? I don't understand, what did the Dragon Kingdom player do to survive? Why, oh why, is the Dragon Kingdom player so tough like a cockroach? The audience in the Dragon Kingdom was in uproar. Awesome, Wind God, I admire you to the core. My brother, you are amazing. From now on, Jifui, you are my idol, my god. Don't do this, Wind brother, my little heart can't take it. Anyone who says Jifeng is lucky, I'll get mad, just ask who dares to have their heart weirdly dug out? This scene can simply be legendary, it's a miracle. In an instant, the phrase of Jifeng surviving after having his heart dug out flooded the global trending searches. Survived after having his heart dug out by the ghost doctor, first in the bizarre game. Is this a bizarre game, or did you get a dating sim instead? Is this what you call a bizarre game? Jifeng's courage. Jifeng is a robot. The term about Jifeng is a robot was created by someone's imagination. Surviving after having his heart dug out, there was only one explanation: Jifeng was a robot made by the Dragon Kingdom. The monsoon stepped forward and gently embraced the crying Dr. Luo, without saying a word. Dr. Luo cried for a long time before realizing that the wound on the monsoon's chest was still bleeding. You are still bleeding. Dr. Luo looked at the monsoon with heartache. I will stitch your wound. The monsoon shook his head and grabbed Dr. Luo's hand tightly. I want to sleep for a while, lend me your shoulder. He pulled Dr. Luo close and rested his head on her shoulder. A faint smile appeared at the corner of the monsoon's mouth, and his eyes slowly closed. Due to excessive bleeding, his body became very weak, plus, he felt drained after exhausting his ammunition. Leaning his head on Dr. Luo's fragrant shoulder, he soon fell into a deep sleep. Dr. Luo shivered slightly, watching the monsoon with a face full of heartache. From excessive blood loss, the monsoon's face turned pale. Although he had fallen asleep, he was still in danger of dying from bleeding if the wound wasn't stitched. Dr. Luo helped the monsoon onto the bed. Then she took out her surgical tools to stitch up the monsoon's chest wound. Her medical skills were exquisite and strange, and after stitching, there was no obvious scar on the wound. Before long, the sound of the monsoon snoring echoed in the room. Dr. Luo slowly leaned against the monsoon's shoulder, her eyelashes fluttering lightly, and a determined light appeared in her purple eyes, as if she had made a certain decision. The live broadcast room of Longwa was focused on the scene of the ghost doctor cuddling against the monsoon's shoulder. This time, there was no blackout in the live broadcast. But this scene touched the hearts of many women. What woman wouldn't be moved by such a man? The ghost doctor probably won't try to hold on to the monsoon anymore. To be honest, the monsoon's character is really love-hate. I am almost captivated by the monsoon's charm, let alone the ghost in this strange world. The monsoon slept through the night. When he opened his eyes, it was already the third day in the strange world. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard the daily rewards and punishments information in his mind. Strange game daily settlement of rewards and punishments begins. Longwa player, survival time, 3 days. Surviving players, 87 people. Reward, national fortune, plus 8%, lifespan plus 8, energy plus 8%, food collection plus 8%, luck plus 3%. More than 200 people, only over 80 left? The monsoon noticed the remaining players. He didn't expect so many to have died in just 3 days. The dangers of the strange game were much higher than he had anticipated. Rewards and punishments took effect immediately. National fortune, energy, food collection, and luck could not be perceived at the moment. But the increase in lifespan could visually change his physique. Especially after running out of ammunition and being heartlessly attacked, he had bled excessively and felt unusually weak. However, with the lifespan increase of plus 8, along with the plus 5 from the second day, his lifespan had risen a total of 13. It felt as if an invisible energy had been injected into his body, silently transforming his physique. For an elderly person, an increase of 13 in lifespan over 2 days would have been very noticeable. Perhaps someone who used to struggle to climb stairs could now easily ascend 9 floors. Maybe a bedridden patient suddenly recovered and became lively and energetic. The increase in lifespan indirectly changed a person's physical constitution and extended their life. The monsoon moved his body and felt stronger, his blood surging in his chest. Although the national fortune had suffered consecutive setbacks, Longwa's players persisted until the end, so the national fortune and lifespan were not heavily divided. But with 9 consecutive defeats, the punishment for failing to clear the game would grow exponentially. The consequences of 10 consecutive defeats would be too much for the 14 billion citizens to bear. For example, territory freezing, ghost domains descending, natural disasters and calamities. You finally woke up. Dr. Luo's cool voice came from outside the door. Have some breakfast. Okay. The monsoon went to the dining room. On the dining table was hot white porridge. You look good. It seems my nutritious treasure porridge was unnecessary. The monsoon stepped forward and gently wrapped his arms around Dr. Luo's small waist. In the end, you still can't bear to kill me? After speaking, he mischievously planted a kiss on Dr. Luo's smooth forehead. Dr. Luo sighed, forget it, since I can't change others, I might as well change myself. I thought it over, why hold on to you so tightly? Let's just get this contract signed. She handed over a contract. When he saw the content of the contract, Feng's pupils jolted. Are you sure you want to do this? Chapter 34 Ghost Doctor's Ability. Small Town Hospital Inheritance Agreement. This time, Dr. Luo was not giving Feng shares of the small town hospital. Instead, she was letting him inherit the small town hospital. That is to say, if he signed this agreement, the small town hospital would belong to him. He flipped through the agreement, unable to contain his wild joy. Wow, after inheriting the hospital, I will have the power of the director and have control over the tools, medicines, and equipment in the hospital. As he continued to scroll, Feng's eyes widened. I can enjoy the daily profits of the hospital and gain the currency from the weird world ghost coins. And I can inherit Dr. Luo's medical skills? Wait, he couldn't be too happy too soon. The most important thing was the limitation of actions. If having these came with the price of staying in the hospital, then he would absolutely refuse. Dr. Luo seemed to see his thoughts and poked Feng's forehead with her finger. Fool, this agreement won't restrict your movements. In the future, this hospital will be your property, and you can come back whenever you want. Feng was overjoyed inside and excitedly hugged Dr. Luo, kissing her wildly. Alright, hurry and finish your treasure porridge. Seeing you so weak, all the ingredients I used are safe for humans to eat. Dr. Luo was like a spring breeze, her face blooming like a peach flower. Okay. After Feng finished the porridge, he decisively signed the agreement. I'm going to work downstairs first, take your time with the agreement. If you have any questions, come to the office to ask me. Alright. Dr. Luo was in a good mood, humming a little tune, and walked downstairs. A prompt box popped up before Feng's eyes. Special task, Dr. Luo's secret, completed. 1. Listen to Dr. Luo's voice, 1/1. 2. Cure Dr. Luo's heart condition, 1/1. 3. She wants to see your true heart, 1/1. Rewards. 1. Dr. Luo's medical skills. 2. Control over the weird hospital. Nice. Feng was so excited he almost jumped up. He now had control over the hospital. He had the rights to allocate personnel and resources. While others were still trembling in the weird hospital, he already owned a small hospital in the weird world. Hey, is this Dr. Luo's notebook? On the dining table, Feng discovered a thick notebook. He opened the notebook and was immediately captivated by its content. Dr. Luo's medical skills notes? Feng was surprised to pick up the notes, flipping through them page by page. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. You have obtained Dr. Luo's notes, you can learn the medical skills within. Yes/no. Feng was stunned. Wow, is there even a need to hesitate? Of course, yes. After responding, a strange memory immediately surged into his brain. It was information about various medical skills of ghost doctors. This information flowed into Feng's brain, flashing through his mind like scenes from a movie. At the same time, a lot of knowledge related to weird medicine flooded into his mind. You have mastered Dr. Luo's medical skills and grasped the complete guide to ghost medicine. Ghost doctor ability, professional medical ghost blade, rejuvenation hand, seamless suturing, mysterious ailments. Wow, this is faster than learning skills in a game. Feng was incredibly excited inside. Though he didn't learn any combat abilities. But having already acquired the abilities of a ghost doctor, he was quite satisfied. He took a scalpel out from his storage space. Suddenly, even the way he held the scalpel looked professional. He felt like he was now a ghost doctor in the weird world. Moreover, holding a scalpel, related personnel in the weird world would see him as one of their own. If I encounter danger in the weird world, running to the hospital first will definitely be safe. In this small town, if I encounter terrifying oddities, as long as I bring the oddities into the hospital, I can command the nurses, doctors, and relevant staff to help deal with the oddities. Now, the town hospital is safer for me than the haunted house. Moreover, I can now properly treat both people and ghosts. Feng also noticed that the ghost doctor's ability is at a professional stage. This means he can improve the ghost doctor's abilities by treating patients. I'll go down in a bit and practice with some patients. By the way, I almost forgot to ask about fellows. Feng put away the agreement and the scalpel. He sniffed his clothes, there was a smell of blood and sweat. I'll take a shower before going down. He walked towards the bathroom. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the town hospital. Ouch, my head, it hurts so much. My stomach, oh, it feels like my intestines are tangled together. I'm afraid the ingredients we borrowed have problems, which caused our bodies to show symptoms of illness. Today, more and more people are experiencing headaches, stomach pains, and abnormal body conditions, and the number of surviving players has clearly decreased a lot. If we can't find clues to get through, we'll all die here. Many players showing symptoms gathered at the entrance of the town hospital but dared not enter. Letting a ghost doctor treat me is no better than dying. I currently feel worse than death, feeling like bugs are crawling around in my head. Don't speak so absolutely, yesterday I saw a pyramid player come out of the hospital. Heh, so what if he came out? Didn't you see his head was opened by the ghost doctor? Even if he is still alive, who knows when he might suddenly die? Exactly, the Dragon Country players went in and haven't come out for a day, they might already be dead. Shan Yijun, why are you here too? At this moment, Shan Jianning walked towards the hospital, holding his abdomen and crossing his legs, looking extremely pained. 8 ducks. An oddity broke into my haunted house before midnight last night and placed a terrifying curse on me. When I woke up this morning, I found blood in my urine, and my lower abdomen hurts badly. Shan Yijun gritted his teeth, someone must have instructed the oddity in the haunted house to cast a curse on me, must find out who it is. Someone leaned closer to Shan Yijun's ear and whispered, could it be the Bear King, the 80s, or Dragon Country players? Shan Yijun's expression became sinister. He also felt that it was likely the Dragon Country players who sent the oddities to harm him. But from yesterday until now, the Dragon Country players hadn't left the hospital. So, only the Bear King and the 80s would oppose him. Let's put that aside for now, first, let's get our illnesses treated. Shan Yijun looked at the players at the hospital entrance, his eyes brightened, everyone, listen to my opinion. The crowd immediately gathered around. Does Shan Yijun have a way? Quick, tell us. Shan Yijun crossed his legs and said, since the pyramid player was able to come out alive and is now safe, it means the town hospital still has the ability to treat illnesses. But this is a haunted hospital, with ghost nurses and ghost doctors, their methods of treatment are for non-humans. We need to obtain the diagnosis report on our illnesses at the least cost, and then we treat ourselves. So we need to use words and actions to get the ghost doctor to give us a diagnosis. If there's any danger, we must find an excuse to withdraw. If we can't withdraw, we call for help from other players. Only then can we minimize the harm and save ourselves. After hearing this, everyone felt it made sense. As expected of Shan Yijun, this plan is perfect. We all listened to Shan Yijun. Let's go, my head is going to explode. Me too. The players cried out in pain as they walked towards the hospital. Shan Yijun, crossing his legs awkwardly, followed after. His expression was in extreme pain, and his brows were all twisted together. If looked closely, one could see that blood was continuously seeping from his pants crotch. On the second floor by the window of the hospital. Feng just saw the players entering the hospital. The number of players infected by the fungi is increasing, most show symptoms similar to Pharaoh's and Hardy, the fungi must be removed to survive. He casually glanced at Eerie and couldn't help but gasp. Knowledge from the handbook of ghost doctors floated in his mind. Eerie is not infected by the fungi. This is just her period. Chapter 35, Urgent Mission. Feng came downstairs and just happened to encounter a nurse arriving for work. You came down from Dr. Luo's room? The nurse was shocked. Yes, is there a problem? The nurse looked again at the stairs leading to the second floor, confirming it was Dr. Luo's room. Dr. Luo not only let you go upstairs but also let you live there for a night? She widened her eyes in disbelief. Oh my god, I must be hallucinating. This human is still alive, doesn't that mean he spent a night with Dr. Luo? Wait, why does this human have the highest mark of power in the hospital? In the nurse's eyes, there was a purple mark on Feng's chest that only she could see. The mark was unique to the hospital staff in the town, the nurses had green, the doctors had blue, and the director had purple. Dr. Luo was the director of this hospital, and her mark was purple. But Dr. Luo felt the town hospital was too small and didn't like being called the director. But why does the human man in front of her also have a director-level power mark? What are you standing there for? Go to work. Feng calmly said. Okay, director. The nurse nodded in awe and walked away with small steps. After walking far, the nurse finally reacted. Strange, why did I call this human man director so obediently? After Feng walked downstairs, he headed towards Dr. Luo's office. The hospital inheritance agreement took effect so quickly. Looks like I already have the power to manage the hospital's resources. He felt a sudden joy and, all of a sudden, felt a sense of security in this strange hospital. He knocked on the office door. Come in. Dr. Luo's voice came from inside. Feng stepped into the office and then closed the door. As soon as he entered, a fragrant wind rushed into his arms. Before he could react, his mouth was blocked by something soft. This sudden display of affection caught the viewers in the livestream completely off guard. Bro Feng, God Feng, can you consider our feelings as single dogs? Constantly throwing dog food without asking if we want to eat it feels like I've received 1,000 critical hits. Watching the livestream with my parents, just as I saw this, should I continue watching or pretend to look away? You all focus on kissing. Didn't you notice the nurse just called the Dragon Country player director? Oh wow, she really did call Feng director. Is this reasonable? A player becoming the director of a strange hospital? If this is true, it would create a historical moment. The audience then realized Feng had gained another layer of identity besides just being affectionate. In the instance. Suddenly, the office door was thrown open. The front desk nurse rushed in, and the next second, she froze. I'm sorry, I saw nothing. The nurse blushed and was about to exit the room. With a pop, the person and the spirit reluctantly separated. Don't you know to knock when you come into my office? Dr. Luo angrily questioned. A lot of human patients came outside, and our manpower is seriously insufficient. Strange, what's going on today? Dr. Luo walked to the office door and looked through the hallway at the waiting room, which was packed with human patients. Gather the resting nurses and doctors back. I've already notified them, but there are enough nurses, not enough doctors. Hearing this, Dr. Luo frowned tightly. Divert some to my consultation room. You have already been accounted for. The workload is still heavy, said the nurse. Dr. Luo, what can we do? It's hard to find help in the small town, and it's even more impossible to find doctors. While the two were discussing, the monsoon saw a yellow above Dr. Luo's head. Emergency task, temporary doctor. Introduction. For unknown reasons, a large number of residents in the small town are infected, and the number of patients is increasing. The town hospital urgently needs a doctor skilled in medicine. The compensation is generous. If you know medicine, you might as well give it a try. Task progress. The more patients treated, the greater the reward. I'll give it a try. The monsoon suddenly said. Dr. Luo and the nurse looked at him in surprise. In the waiting room. Nurse, my tongue hurts. Look at me first, my arm hurts. My head hurts. The nurse was soothing the patients. Don't crowd, take a number and wait your turn, one at a time. If your number is called, go to the consultation room to see the doctor. Number 01, go to consultation room 1. Number 02, go to consultation room 2. The players walked nervously into the consultation room. Other players who wanted to follow into the consultation room were immediately stopped by the nurse. Those who haven't called their numbers, wait in the waiting area. One player took advantage of the nurse being busy and sneaked into the consultation corridor. But the next second, the player let out a horrific scream. The player looked down and saw a long, black appendage covered in spikes bursting from his chest. Put. The spider appendage retracted, and the player fell to the ground, his life force quickly fading, with a terrifying hole in his chest. Everyone looked at the nurse and suddenly noticed that 6 terrifying spider legs were growing out of her back. Player from Little Village eliminated. The players were stunned in place, unable to move. No one dared to sneak into the consultation room anymore. This is what happens when you break the rules. The spider nurse directly issued a harsh warning. The body of the player on the ground was dragged away by a bald man with a fierce, scarred face and a mean look, leaving behind a shocking blood trail. But soon, a person dressed as a cleaner came with a mop and bucket, washing away the blood on the floor. This seamless sequence made one's scalp tingle. Seeing this scene, several players escaped from the hospital. But not long after, they returned because of the pain in their bodies, obediently taking numbers and lining up. What should we do, Mountain Wild? The previous plan doesn't work, we cannot sneak peek at how the doctor treats the patients. Mountain Wild covered himself, looking pale and in pain, said, let's just wait and see, maybe it's not that bad. At this moment, he had no other thoughts, only wanting to see a doctor and heal quickly. There's no need for everyone to be too nervous, as long as we don't break the rules, we should be safe. One player's words were recognized by everyone. Someone is coming out. The consultation room door opened, and a player came out bowing and nodding. Thank you, doctor, I will remember. The player walked towards everyone with a complex expression on his face. The players immediately surrounded him. Did the doctor give you a hard time? How did you get your pain treated? Are there any rules for entering the consultation room? Is there a fee for treatment? Everyone questions in unison. But the player showed a bitter smile and said, "It costs a small price." "What price?" The player cried out, holding his head, I paid the price of an egg." After saying this, he left the hospital crying. Everyone was confused. What does that mean? Is the price paid very small, or is it literal? They couldn't figure it out. But what they could be sure of was that the hospital could cure their pain. A temporary new consultation room has been added. Patients with called numbers, please proceed to consultation room 3. The nurse shouted at the guidance desk. The players' faces brightened. Waiting was too painful and torturous, the pain in their bodies was tormenting them physically and mentally at all times. Soon, consultation room 3 welcomed the player from Kangaroo Country, John. John opened the door and cautiously walked in. In the consultation room, there was a male doctor with his back to him preparing instruments. "Hello, doctor, I'm here to see a doctor." John sat opposite the examination table. "What symptoms do you have?" I. John hesitated, seemingly unable to speak those words. In the doctor's eyes, there is no privacy, only unfinished checks. The male doctor sat down, wearing gloves. When John saw the doctor's face, his eyes nearly popped out. "How could it be you?" Chapter 36, Cut for Eternal Cure. John never expected that the person treating him would be a player. And a player from Long Country, which was marginalized by various countries. "Little one from Long Country, why are you here?" John felt like he was being mocked. This must be the revenge and conspiracy of the Long Country players. He even began to suspect that all his ailments were caused by the Long Country players. "I am the doctor here, why can't I be here?" Feng said calmly. "No, you want to take revenge on me, right? I'm not getting treated." John stood up, ready to walk out. Feng raised his hand and signaled, "Suit yourself." But at the door, John regretted it. If he went out now, he would have to queue up again, not knowing when he could see a doctor. His ailments couldn't wait. Although he didn't know how the Long Country kid became a doctor at this hospital. But at least the doctor was human. The doctors in other consultation rooms might not be. Thinking of this, he turned back and sat down again. "If you are not going to treat him, please don't hold up the next patient." After Feng finished speaking, he was about to press the button to call for the next patient. I will be seen." A smile squeezed onto John's face. "Go ahead, what are your symptoms?" Feng lowered his head and took out a small notebook to write down. "It hurts here." John pointed to his right chest. Feng looked up, "Lift your shirt, let me see." Feeling shame, John lifted his shirt. Feng glanced at it and said without a hint of emotion. "It's feminized, you need to cut it." John's face turned dark with fear upon hearing this. Since last night, he had felt something wrong with his right chest, a faint pain, and it was continuously enlarging. At first, he didn't pay much attention, just thought it was ordinary pain. But at night, the pain became unbearable, tossing and turning and unable to sleep. The chest pain tortured him to the point of insomnia, nearly driven to collapse. By morning, he found that the area of the pain was even larger than a woman's. Enlarging was one thing, but why the hell did it grow so much? So when he left, he had to wear loose clothing, hunching his back, afraid of being laughed at. But now, this Long Country player looked at him and said it needed to be cut? John believed he was being mocked. The Long Country kid surely couldn't treat patients. Just as he was about to get angry, Feng said, "There are bugs nesting in your right chest, damaging the internal glands. Isn't it painful to touch now? Is there liquid leaking out?" John was stunned. His symptoms were completely right according to the Long Country player. If not removed in time, the parasites will lay eggs through the glands and blood vessels. Once the parasites hatch, your body will undergo abnormal changes in various parts. And you should be thankful that the parasites did not infest your brain. Feng's words completely stunned John. The viewers watching the live broadcast were also dumbfounded. Long Country players really know how to treat illnesses? This is unbelievable. When did the young kid from Long Country learn medical skills? Impossible, the Long Country player must have cheated. How could an 18-year-old student who hasn't graduated treat patients? This is too absurd, a doctor, a director, and now treating other players. This is more fantastical than a fairy tale. The behavior of the Long Country players is refreshing my worldview again and again, making other country players look like rookies. The viewers from Kangaroo Country's livestream were extremely indignant. John, don't trust the Long Country player, he's lying to you. Isn't it just hyperplasia of the mammary gland? Why make it so mystical? Just find a doctor player to drain the glands. In my opinion, the Long Country player is just using his identity as a doctor to take revenge on our players. John, didn't the country give you a paralyzing scalpel? You can cut out such a minor ailment yourself. You absolutely cannot trust the Dragon Country. Inside the dungeon. Although Feng hit the symptoms right on the mark, John still half believed and half doubted it. Can't we just cut open a hole and take out that bug you mentioned? John asked. Feng shook his head and said, if there's liquid oozing out, that means the glands are damaged. If you had come for treatment last night, we could have treated it the way you suggested. Feng paused, then looked directly at John, but now, it's all rotten inside, there's only one way, cut for eternal cure. John fell into a struggle. Should he believe the Dragon Country player? If he really cuts, he would have no right chest left in the future. Don't waste time, patient. Feng's cold words echoed in his ears. John struggled in pain. Deep down, he did not believe the Dragon Country kid. An 18-year-old kid who hasn't even grown hair yet can do medicine? Ah, it hurts. But at that moment, a severe chest pain struck again. John curled up like a shrimp from the pain. Cold sweat poured down his forehead in big droplets. He felt as if countless bugs were gnawing at his flesh, and the pain nearly made him faint. In just a moment, the painful area visibly enlarged. Now, he had to gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive. Trust the Dragon Country player. At least it's safer than the strange doctor next door. Hurry, perform the surgery for me. John made the decision while enduring the excruciating pain. Lie on the operating table. Feng said coldly. John lay down on the simple operating table in the back of the clinic. Take off your clothes. Feng said. When John fully exposed his upper body, the audience in the live broadcast gasped. As a woman, I feel inferior. How many women dream of this? Don't give it to me. The person above has a heavy taste. Do you even want the parasitic bugs inside? If you look only at one side, the kangaroo player has already surpassed many women. If it's cut off so big, will it explode? Inside the dungeon. Feng walked to the operating table with a scalpel that gleamed coldly. John trembled and said in fear, You're not giving me anesthetic? Feng raised an eyebrow and said, Oh? You want a local anesthetic? Of course, who wouldn't want anesthetic for such a big operation? John snapped, increasingly convinced that the Dragon Country player was retaliating against him. Oh? If you want anesthetic, that's an additional fee, you might not be able to afford it. Feng said. John's heart sank. Fees, he had none. In the bizarre world, the universal currency was the strange coin. Even in the hospital, treatments required strange coins. I can afford it, just give me anesthetic. John was on the verge of collapse from the chest pain and planned to fool Feng first. He would think of a way about the fees after the surgery. At worst, he could run away. What could the Dragon Country player do to him? Feng smiled, took out the anesthetic from a nearby cabinet. Then he injected it into John's spine. John's upper body was completely numb, with no sense at all, and he felt relieved. Then you can start. John dared not look, so he simply closed his eyes. He was like a fish on a chopping board, letting the Dragon Country kid cut him. John thought of many possibilities in his mind. All right. Feng's voice rang in his ears. John opened his eyes in disbelief. So fast? He thought he was being played, and looked down at his chest. At this sight, his head went bang, and everything went blank. P.S. The bookshelf, please add it to your bookshelf. If you don't add it, the author won't get popular. The verification period is here. Whether we can have a good performance in the first showing depends on the verification data. I sincerely ask all big shots to spend a bit of time every day to track the latest chapters. Don't let it die on the shelf, that's easy to kill. Panda slides down on its knees to thank. Chapter 37, The Kangaroo Player Who Took Out All His Savings. Ah! John cried out in despair. His entire right chest was gone. It was a whole piece. What was even more terrifying was that the area that had been cut off was covered in a web-like mucus. It looked like a terrifying insect nest, covered in countless tiny holes. Clang! The monsoon tossed a large piece of breast meat into the cold instrument tray. He was using his ghostly doctor ability, Ghost Doctor's surgical knife. In the hospital, on patients, as long as he wanted, with just a surgical knife, he could unleash the strange surgical knife, easily and quickly cutting away the areas of illness in patients. The strength of this surgical knife was that it could avoid the vital points and major arteries of the patient. If it were normal cutting, John should be in a state of massive bleeding right now. But the surgical knife was bizarre and special. At the same time, the microbial insects had eaten away all the flesh and blood of John's right chest and built their nest, so what Feng cut off was actually a large piece of dead flesh. The audience in the Kangaroo live broadcast room was also stunned. Oh my god, is there really an insect in John's chest? So terrifying, I'm feeling chest pain now. So that big piece is all dead meat? It seems we misunderstood the player from Longwa, he is really saving our player. In the scene, John screamed in terror. He wasn't screaming because of pain, but because of that terrifying nest of insects on his chest. Save me, please save me, doctor. John cast a pleading gaze at Feng. Feng directly reached out to grab the insect nest. With a hard pull, the entire insect nest on John's chest was yanked off. A mass of purplish-red wriggling horror, like neurons, crawled out of the nest. Feng grabbed it and threw it on the ground, crushing it with a heavy stomp. Is that the microbial insect? At this moment, John realized he had completely misunderstood Feng. The Longwa player really had the skill. He easily resolved his illness. The skin on your right chest is also necrotic, do you want skin grafting? Feng asked. Yes, please do the skin graft. John said eagerly. His upper body was in a state of anesthesia, but his consciousness was still clear. Once the anesthetic wore off, he might not be able to bear the pain of losing his right chest. While the anesthetic effect was still there, it was very important to do the skin graft as much as possible to recover his injuries. We have snake skin, pig skin, human skin. The human skin will be a bit expensive. Which one do you want? Human skin. Wait, it's not my skin, right? We have inventory of human skin. Feng said. Will there be rejection reactions? Not in my hands. Then let's go with human skin. Feng handed over an agreement. What is this? John asked. Take a good look, this is a risk notice, if there's no problem, just sign. Feng said. After taking a look, the densely packed contents of the agreement made his head ache. The content was nothing more than a notice about the risks of the surgery. At that moment, the most important thing was to recover from the injury. He picked up the pen and quickly signed his name. Feng took back the agreement and called in the nurse. The nurse nodded after reading the agreement and went to get the human skin from the cold storage. Before long, the human skin was brought back. Feng used his ghostly doctor ability, seamless suturing. The human skin was perfectly stitched onto the missing area of John's right chest. Everything was normal except for the absence of a head. John was very satisfied with this. At the same time, he admired Feng's medical skills. The surgery is complete. Feng put away the surgical knife and suturing needle. John slowly sat up, the effect of the anesthetic in his upper body gradually fading, and he was already starting to feel a dull pain. But luckily, he could endure it. After that, he just needed to pay attention to resting, there should not be any major problems. We should talk about the fees now. Feng sat down in front of the desk and handed out a bill. John got off the surgical bed, put on his clothes, and walked to Feng. He glanced at the bill. Registration plus anesthesia plus excision plus sterilization plus skin grafting plus suturing, the total cost was 980 ghost coins. John's face showed a difficult expression. He couldn't even take out one ghost coin, let alone 980 ghost coins. Seeing that John had no intention of paying, Feng frowned. No money? No, I have money. John's eyes spun like rolling wheels. The body, however, was not honest and took a step back. Such thoughts could hardly escape the eyes of the monsoon. The monsoon pressed the bell on the table. Ding-a-ling. A harsh bell echoed through the hospital. John was startled by the sound. Suddenly, the examination room door was opened. A nurse, a gravedigger, and a cleaner rushed into the room in a terrifying manner. The nurse had 6 terrifying spider legs growing from her back. The gravedigger had a face full of cruel scars, holding a bloody cleaver, and his leather clothes were stained red with blood. The cleaner wore a sinister smile, with a bucket of fresh blood in his left hand, and his mop dripped blood in his right hand. The monsoon looked indifferent. Are you trying to escape the bill? John's legs went weak in fear. This was fatal, the Dragon Country players could actually command the Eerie beings in the hospital. This time, he might have miscalculated. His plan to escape the bill had failed. But if he couldn't pay the Eerie currency, he would be torn apart by this group of Eerie beings. John panicked and explained, No, I thought I was paying at the front desk. The monsoon looked at the nurse. I don't want to waste time on the patient, he is in your hands now. Understood, Director. The nurse, the gravedigger, and the cleaner responded respectfully. John felt numb all over. Director, what the hell? The Dragon Country player is the director? What a joke. A nightmare, I must be having a nightmare. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you can't pay, you must trade something on your body. The 3 Eerie beings stepped forward, and John felt his scalp about to explode. Wait, I can pay. John frantically took out a card from his storage space and handed it to the Monsoon. This is the out-of-battle assistance card. Activating it provides one-time assistance outside the dungeon. The Monsoon took the card, raising an eyebrow. He didn't expect the other party to have such a good item hidden away. However, this thing was of no use to him. He had a golden finger hint and didn't need outside assistance. Nurse, how much is this card worth? To the director, it's worth 300 Eerie coins. The Monsoon shook the card and said to John, this card is not enough to cover this surgery fee. John was drenched in cold sweat. He didn't expect the out-of-battle assistance card, provided by the country, to be so worthless. Director, this guy is young, and the components on him are worth quite a bit. I'll just drag him away for processing. The gravedigger with the bloody knife spoke in a hoarse and fierce voice. John turned pale with fear. I still have. After a painful struggle, he took out another item from his storage space. A scalpel? The Monsoon was quite surprised. John nodded. This is the Eerie tool, numbing scalpel, prepared for me by the state. It can cut wounds without pain and has an anesthetic effect. I was going to use it on myself, but I didn't know what illness I had and didn't dare to operate on myself. I'm just afraid that if I cut myself, I won't be able to stitch it back, and it would be totally not worth it. The Monsoon laughed. Giving a scalpel to a player who knows nothing about medicine is like giving a car to someone without a license. What does the higher-ups in your country think? In the conference room of Kangaroo Country's higher-ups, the official and core personnel all bowed their heads, wishing they could find a hole to burrow into. The livestream was filled with comments criticizing the Kangaroo official as foolish. The Monsoon played with the numbing scalpel, feeling quite handy. This scalpel has a numbing effect, saving a lot on anesthetics. The Monsoon asked the nurse, how much is this numbing scalpel worth? The nurse replied, 580 Eerie coins. 300 plus 580 is equal to 880, the surgery fee is 980, still short of 100. A harmless smile appeared on the Monsoon's face. But this smile looked more terrifying than that of a greedy merchant to John. John was completely panicked. He didn't want his components to be taken away. I really have no money left. Can you cut me 100 Eerie coins since we're both players? John begged. The Monsoon's face darkened as he said, do you think this is a market, haggling? Hearing this, John immediately knelt down, grabbing the Monsoon's sleeve. Brother, I was wrong, just don't take away my body parts, please. Let me do anything. Season Wind was too lazy to chat with John, swinging his arm and throwing the signed agreement in front of him. Look closely at the last line of the agreement. John felt an ominous premonition in his heart. He quickly flipped to the last page and the last line of the agreement. Chapter 38, The Crumbling Wild's Lord. If the patient cannot afford the fees, they can voluntarily repay the hospital by doing hard labor. Reward, 100 strange coins for 3 days. After reading it, John collapsed to the ground as if he had lost all support. Working as a laborer in the strange hospital, how is it different from being in hell? Are you scamming me? Season Wind coldly replied, I told you to read it carefully when you signed the agreement. Clang, clang, clang. A bloodstained chain suddenly wrapped around John's neck, as the corpse mover emitted a perverse laugh. Follow me for the next 3 days, ha ha ha. No, 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 bro, save me, help me. John's face turned pale as he knelt on the ground, pulling at Season Wind's clothes and pleading desperately. Season Wind kicked John aside. Call the next patient. The corpse mover pulled hard, dragging John out of the consultation room. You Dragon Country kid, you scammed me. I won't let you go even as a ghost. John's furious roar echoed in the corridor of the consultation room. Seeing the corpse mover drag John away, players from various countries couldn't help but shudder. What's going on? What does it have to do with the Dragon Country kid? Why is the kangaroo being dragged away? Is it because they can't pay for medical expenses? People grew increasingly uneasy. The Wild's Lord, whose life was simple, looked grave and furrowed his brows. His gaze was fixed on consultation room number 3. Is the Dragon Country player in consultation room 3? Unable to check the situation inside the room, he couldn't be sure himself. Patient 08, please proceed to consultation room 3. The nurse at the front desk had just called his name. Wild's Lord's pupils trembled, his heart filled with dread. He wasn't afraid of not being able to pay medical fees, but rather of the doctors in consultation room 3. As far as he knew, players from Kangaroo Country also had strange items provided by their country. At the very least, they could use these strange items as collateral. How could they end up being dragged away by the corpse mover? Patient 08, please proceed to consultation room 3. The nurse at the front desk called his name again. Who is patient 08? If not going, I'm going. A player holding their stomach stood up. Wild's Lord panicked upon hearing this. His lower abdomen was hurting terribly, and he was bleeding. If he didn't get treated soon, he feared he might bleed to death. I have strange coins and strange items, I can't possibly not afford the surgery. Thinking of this, he staggered towards consultation room 3 with a pigeon-toed walk. As he passed consultation room 1, he looked through the small window in the door. The doctor in consultation room 1 was a terrifying doctor, resembling a centipede, covered in hideous long whiskers, conducting a full-body examination on a player. The doctor in consultation room 2 had a syringe on his head like a mosquito proboscis, piercing into a player's back, as blood was sucked through the tube into the doctor's body. The blood pouch on the doctor's back visibly inflated and glowed red, while the player's face turned increasingly pale, and their spirit faded away. Wild's Lord felt more and more his scalp prickling. Were all the doctors in the consultation rooms this terrifying? Could they really cure his ailment? Wild's Lord approached the door of consultation room 3 in trepidation. Just then, he ran into a cleaner carrying a bucket of blood and a blood mop, pushing the door out. "Director, I'll leave now." A cheerful young voice came from inside the consultation room. "By the way, use clean water to mop the corridor." The cleaner respectfully bowed. "Okay, Director." Wild's Lord brushed past the cleaner and happened to catch a glimpse of the doctor in consultation room 3. But upon seeing the doctor's appearance, Wild's Lord was so frightened that he crawled and rolled away from the hospital. Season Wind only heard a flurry of footsteps outside the door and looked up, but saw no trace of the patient. Yamanokun ignored the pain on his body and ran wildly through the small town like he had seen a ghost, quickly fleeing back to the Eerie house. This is impossible. How could a Dragon Country player be the director of the hospital? He finally understood why the kangaroo player cursed the Dragon Country player. Although I don't know how that Dragon Country brat became the director of the town's hospital. But if I accept his diagnosis, I'll definitely die a terrible death. Yamanokun knew the Dragon Country players too well. They seemed calm on the surface, but deep inside they were full of tricks, especially when it came to enemies of their country. They had a natural hatred buff. If he kept receiving treatment, his end would probably be worse than the kangaroo players. With the bloodthirsty nature of the Dragon Country people, there was no way they would let go of such a rare opportunity. But Yamanokun looked at the blood flowing under him, his face twisted in extreme pain. I can only use the external aid card. Currently, there were no clues in the dungeon to clear it. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to activate this card. But now he had no choice. If he didn't stop the bleeding, he would die. I need the most authoritative doctor, hemostatic medicine, and painkillers. In the Little Sun's livestream room, Yamanokun spoke to the screen with a pale face. Yamanokun waited for about 10 minutes. External aid card, activate. As soon as he spoke, a void vortex appeared in front of him. Through the void vortex, Yamanokun saw a conference room full of screens, and a gray-haired old man stood at the front of the vortex. Yamanokun, we already understand your situation. The nation has prepared medicine for you. These medicines come from the Eerie world and have been verified. They can stop bleeding and relieve pain. Please take them without worry. Yamanokun nodded. Hurry, bring them over. 2 medicine bottles were transmitted through the void channel. Yamanokun quickly opened the bottles and swallowed the pills inside. The external aid channel stays open for 1 minute, and can only transmit items taken out of the Eerie world. Yamanokun, take off your pants. Baka, you want me to take off my pants in front of the whole country? Little Sun's official chief, we've already applied to blur it, and we invited the most authoritative doctor to diagnose you. Hurry, there's not much time. Yamanokun didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly pulled off his pants. At the void vortex, a respected doctor in a white coat appeared. A large number of viewers flooded into Little Sun's live stream room. I'm gonna die laughing. Little Sun actually took off his pants in front of the whole world? This year's Little Sun contestant is the weirdest I've ever seen. Is it his period or something? Strongly suggest that Little Sun's officials send Yamanokun some sanitary pads. I agree with the comment above. +1. The audience just loved watching a spectacle. When they heard there was drama in Little Sun's livestream, they all rushed in. In an instant, the number of people in Little Sun's livestream reached an unprecedented level. Inside the dungeon, Yamanokun didn't care anymore. The painkillers and hemostatics could only temporarily ease his pain. He had to find the root cause of the illness. The authoritative doctor in the void vortex watched for a while, his eyebrows tightening. Yamanokun, I don't have time. The authoritative doctor looked seriously at the official chief and whispered something. The official chief's face changed and exclaimed, but this is a livestream. After hearing it, Yamanokun got angry. Baka. I'm about to die and you still care about that? Do you want Dragon Country to split our national fortune? The authoritative doctor looked troubled. Yamanokun, your illness is rather special. It's not suitable to talk about it in a live stream. It could harm the Empire's reputation. Yamanokun exploded in rage. So your reputation is more important than my life? Speak. Our contestant's life is more important than anything. The official chief let out a long sigh. The authoritative doctor spoke seriously. Yamanokun, from my observation, you have 2 reproductive systems in your body. The reason for the non-stop bleeding is because of your peri. The void vortex closed. Shan Yijun's body trembled, and he became foolish. He looked down at the flowing blood below. Monthly event? I'm a damn man, why would I have a monthly event? Shan Yijun sat on the ground with a broken expression. You lied to me, you all deceived me. I don't believe it, it must be that kid from Dragon Country teaming up with you to trick me? What 2 sets of reproductive systems? Nonsense. Don't try to deceive me, you want me to be scared, you want me to back down. No way, I won't let you succeed. Shan Yijun could not accept such a result. He would rather believe he was really sick than believe he was a hermaphrodite. After taking medicine, the heaviness in his lower abdomen disappeared, and the bleeding stopped. But he still couldn't get over that mental hurdle. To verify what the authoritative doctor said, he went to the bathroom. After checking his own body, he became desperate. He truly had 2 sets of reproductive systems. This meant he had completely turned into a hermaphrodite. But he had been fine until now. Why did this happen? He didn't understand. The borrowed ingredients, he had confirmed, were all edible. They were not those strange ingredients borrowed from other players. In that case, he could rule out that it was due to eating that caused his body to change. He had been very careful while doing tasks in the town. He hadn't offended the town's residents, nor had he angered the Eerie forces. Could it be? After thinking it over, Shan Yijun believed there was only one possibility. He was cursed by the Eerie forces. In the small town during the day is when players could act. But at night, it was the time for the Eerie forces to act. After midnight, the Eerie creatures would come out to move. Each Eerie creature had its tasks. It could be killing, it could be cursing, or instructing players to do dangerous tasks. In the first 2 nights, he had been fine, but this morning, his lower abdomen started to ache, and there were bloodstains. This meant last night, he might have been cursed by an Eerie creature. Shan Yijun's mind flashed with the red Eerie shadow scene when the old witch opened the door at midnight. The old witch was his roommate, a withered figure with a black veil, leaning on a twisted cane. He had promised to bring the old witch a finger every day to stay safely in the Eerie house. Did the ghost bride appear outside the Eerie house before the old witch left last night? If I remember correctly, the ghost bride is the roommate of a player from Dragon Country. Could it be? Shan Yijun suddenly widened his eyes. I understand now, everything is clear. After midnight, as long as I stay inside the Eerie house, other Eerie creatures can't kill. But they can spread curses. It was the ghost bride passed the curse to the old witch, and the old witch passed it to me. Shan Yijun thought of the scene he saw 2 days ago on the street where the ghost bride was close to the player from Dragon Country. It was the player from Dragon Country who instructed the ghost bride to curse me. I wondered how such a coincidence happened. How did that kid from Dragon Country become a doctor at the town hospital? So it turns out he was waiting for me at the hospital. That kid from Dragon Country knew I had a curse on me. When I went to the hospital, he could openly humiliate me and make me embarrass myself in front of global viewers. He could even use his methods in the hospital to directly kill me. Shan Yijun's eyes gradually brightened. The messy tangles in his mind suddenly became clear. Dragon Country pig, I didn't expect you to be so deep in your schemes just to kill me. Shan Yijun exhaled heavily. The sudden pain in his body nearly drove him to the brink of collapse. Fortunately, everything became clear. His eyes gradually turned cold and ruthless. Dragon Country pig, if you are ungrateful, don't blame me for being unkind. You were the first to strike against me. Back in the room, lying Shan Yijun glanced at the shadow in the dark corner. Old witch, let's make a deal. The shadow in the corner began to move. Accompanied by added eerie sounds. A withered old witch, wearing a black veil, hobbled towards Shan Yijun with a cane. He. The witch let out a hoarse and unpleasant laugh, poking her bony fingers at Shan Yijun's head. Are you ready with your fingers? In the face of the terrifying witch, Shan Yijun showed no fear. He pulled out 3 bloody fingers from his storage space. I want you to kill someone. The witch laughed hoarsely, gently waving her skeletal fingers. 3 fingers, not enough to kill. Then, how many? The witch slowly spread out her 5 fingers. Shan Yijun's expression stiffened. 5? The witch let out a hoarse laugh, her eyes under the black veil gazing ominously at Shan Yijun. Once the transaction starts, it cannot be terminated. Shan Yijun knew all about the rules. It was precisely because he feared such situations that he had collected fingers from deceased players and stored them in his space for emergencies. Trading with the witch began the moment they spoke. He must deliver what the witch demanded to complete the transaction. But he never expected the witch would demand 5 fingers at once. Shanyajun looked at his own palm, his gaze growing increasingly ruthless. 1 minute later. A shrill scream echoed from the Eerie room. The viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. Not knowing Shanyajun's inner thoughts, the audience only saw him break down and make a deal with the witch. What the hell? Xiaorizi has gone crazy? You'd go crazy too. Who can accept becoming a ghost overnight? But going crazy doesn't mean self-harm, right? Xiaorizi self-harm is for the trade, asking the witch to kill someone? Is he insane? Who has he got a grudge against? I swear, Xiaorizi isn't planning to have the witch kill Longwei Jifeng, right? He's lost it. Jifeng hasn't offended him. If he hadn't run away from the hospital, he might have been cured by Jifeng without needing to harm his fingers. Inside the official meeting hall of Xiaorizi, the leaders and core members slapped their foreheads in disbelief. They were truly crying over their country's players' foolishness. Inside the small-town hospital, to get treated, players had paid a hefty price. Fearing being forced into hard labor, some players preferred to lose body parts rather than work. But in the end, most players had the parasites in their bodies cleared out. After a long day, Jifeng had only drunk a bit of water, without eating a single bite. Only in the evening did he finish his day's work. Being a doctor is really not easy. Jifeng stood up and stretched, his bones cracking noisily. After sitting all day, his back felt stiff. There was no way around it, as this was his own hospital. He had been seeing patients all day while also completing tasks. He was entitled to a share of the hospital's profits. He should have earned quite a bit. At this moment, the outpatient room door swung open. Dr. Luo walked in, holding a lunchbox. After placing the lunchbox down, he instinctively sat down on Jifeng, lazily draping himself like a little cat. Now you understand the hardships of being a doctor, right? Jifeng scratched Dr. Luo's upturned nose. I feel it now, I didn't realize you usually work so hard. Then why not give me a kiss to comfort me? All right. After a brief moment of tenderness, Dr. Luo opened the lunchbox. After a long day, I only had time to prepare your dinner now. Hurry and eat. The meal was prepared by Dr. Luo, consisting of simple dishes that humans could eat. Jifeng was indeed famished, grabbing the lunchbox and devouring the food. By the way, I almost forgot this. Jifeng took out the prescription he had found on Phi Ross's body. This prescription was written by you, right? Yes, what's wrong? Jifeng's expression became serious. He died. Dr. Luo covered his little mouth in shock. I know it wasn't you who killed him. The body was found in a pond by the farm. On your prescription, I can understand the painkillers, but why is there a psychiatric drug as well? If I'm not mistaken, this drug suppresses hallucinations, right? Previously, Jifeng couldn't understand the prescription. But now, with knowledge from the Encyclopedia of Ghost Doctors, he could understand it. If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. Dr. Luo thought for a moment and continued, this person came to me and said he could see 2 worlds, constantly switching back and forth between them. He also said someone wanted to inject him with a drug. He was very scared, his head hurt badly. He kept murmuring, Mommy, meteorite and such words. I simply prescribed some painkillers and psychiatric medication and sent him away. Hearing this, Season Win's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He recalled some things. Chapter 40 Mom. In the afternoon, a player named Bear found him for treatment. His eyes were parasitized by a fungus worm. He claimed he could see many illusions and heard the call of Mommy. At that time, he thought it might be that the Bear player was experiencing a mental breakdown. Finally, after removing the fungus worm from his eyes, the Bear player paid with ghost coins. So many players being parasitized by the fungus worm was definitely not a coincidence. The fungus worm infected not only players but also the town's residents. So the question arises, where did the fungus worm come from? On a certain night a while ago, I heard a loud noise that startled the residents of the town. People went outside their houses to look towards the sound of the loud noise, but saw nothing. However, someone in town said a meteorite fell in the woods behind the farm. Someone went to the woods to check and only saw a smoking pit. Dr. Luo recalled the rumors about the meteorite from some time ago. Maybe it wasn't just a groundless rumor. Season Wind quickly finished his dinner. I need to go back. Aren't you staying here tonight? Dr. Luo reluctantly held on to Season Wind. The town is a bit strange, I need to investigate some things further. Once the hidden dangers are dealt with, I will come back to take care of you. Season Wind lifted Dr. Luo's chin and gave her a goodbye kiss. After leaving the town hospital, Season Wind saw a message pop up indicating the task was completed. Emergency task, temporary doctor, completed. Treated patients, 12 people. Reward earned, 1,200 ghost coins. Season Wind raised an eyebrow. 100 ghost coins for treating one person. Just consider it as the registration fee. As the saying goes, money can make ghosts push the millstone. In this case, it's not a joke. It really can drive the strange to do things. Daily distribution of profits from the Desperate Town Hospital has been credited, 1,000 ghost coins. Oh my god, this dividend is impressive. Now I have 2,200 ghost coins in total. I'm so happy. With ghost coins, is there still a need to borrow ingredients? Just buy the ingredients directly. As the sun set in the west, the sky darkened. The town seemed to be covered with a heavy black veil. As darkness descended, the temperature in the air suddenly dropped. A cold wind swept in from all around, and the town instantly fell into dead silence. Mom was right. It is you outsiders who brought disaster to the town. Go, get out. Not far down the road, an old woman from a house by the street threw stones at Season Wind with malice. Season Wind nimbly dodged the stone thrown by the old woman. He looked up at the old woman. There was a dangerous red exclamation point above her. Season Wind quickened his pace to leave. He passed by an abandoned car by the street. There was only this one abandoned car on the entire street. The task above it remained gray. Task, abandoned car, gray. Description, go find the key and start it. A brief line of description. There was no hint whatsoever. Where am I supposed to find the key? However, he didn't care, it was just an impossible task after all. Passing by the school gate, Season Wind encountered that strange pair of siblings again. The little girl who treated disfigurement as makeup and the little boy with two mouths. Season Wind noticed a yellow question mark floating above their heads. The yellow question mark indicated a task could be given. As he approached, the two-mouthed little boy turned and said, Why are you here again? Didn't I give you the colorful string bracelet? Season Wind recalled something and narrowed his eyes. Last time you lied. Hearing this, the siblings immediately panicked. I didn't. I didn't. I didn't. The boy hurriedly covered his mouth, but another mouth on his cheek kept arguing. Tell me, where exactly did your mother go? Feng directly took out a peachwood ruler, asking like a strict teacher. The siblings were so scared that they stood up straight, their hands pressed against their pants. Feng suddenly realized the siblings were lying. It was because of the twin sisters incident. The mirror ghost did not need to use colored rope bracelets at all. The colored rope bracelets were only used to erase the memories of the townspeople. And the boy had earlier told him that their mother went to the place with colored rope bracelets. The colored rope bracelets were brought out by the mirror ghost from the mirror world. Could it be that their mother was also a mirror ghost? Teacher, we were wrong. The disfigured little girl twisted her clothes, nervously saying, Mom won't let us say. Feng's face darkened as he said, lying is not what good kids do. Saying this, he waved the ruler and approached. The siblings were so scared that they stepped back. The sister, terrified, clutched her ham, closed her eyes, and shouted, Mom is at the farm. She said not to come near the farm and that anyone looking for Mom is a bad person. So, the teacher is a bad person too. The teacher is a bad person. The boy with two mouths threw stones at Feng and then ran away with his sister. Feng frowned, are those who look for their mom all bad people? He looked up towards the west of the town, where the farm was located. Philas's body was found near the farm. Did Philas discover something? Why did he say he could see two worlds? Feng thought of the mirror shards in the storage space. He had never verified it, as the mirror world was an unknown to him. Forget it, it's too dangerous after dark, let's go back to the strange house first. Feng looked up at the Eerie school halfway up the hill, the clock tower clearly visible in the dark. It was still a backwards clock. He glanced at the mass grave beside the school. Mass grave, school, backwards clock? What connection could there be between them? Many red exclamation point appeared between the school and the mass grave. This was also the reason he was unwilling to get close. On the way back to the strange house. At the entrance of a strange house, a female player walked onto the street with slow steps. Mom, don't leave me, take me away. The female player walked past Feng with empty eyes, as if she had lost her soul. Feng stopped, watching the direction the female player was heading. West. Is she going to the farm? Just as he was puzzled, a male player also walked out from the strange house across the street. He had the same symptoms as the female player. Mom, soon we can be together forever. The man murmured softly, walking like a zombie towards the street. Mom, wait for me. I'm coming, Mom, soon we will meet. Don't leave me alone. Mom. All of a sudden. Around, player after player from the strange houses walked onto the street. Feng looked at the street in horror. In addition to the players, some residents also walked onto the street. They all gathered onto the street like zombies, constantly murmuring "Mom." This terrifying scene sent chills down the spines of viewers worldwide. Ridiculous, when they banded together to exclude Monsoon in the instance, how did they not think of this day? How shameless, the players in those earlier days were already quite despicable, unjustly blaming Monsoon and his deal with the old woman, while Monsoon was still in the dark. We cannot guide Monsoon's actions in the instance, and besides, we already feel guilty for not being able to provide any help when Monsoon was chosen. The higher-ups, core members, and leaders stared at the livestream, all with faces full of guilt. On screen, Monsoon was trying to awaken the other players. "Mom, I want to blend into your embrace. Mom, where are you? I heard your call." More and more players and residents took to the streets, as if enchanted, walking toward the west. "Dragon Country Kid, you didn't get infected?" The yellow-haired boy and the suited man ran out from the Eerie house. Monsoon was surprised that the yellow-haired boy and the suited man had not been infected. "We didn't swallow any food these past few days. I ate leaves, he ate roots, and barely got by." The yellow-haired boy dispelled Monsoon's doubts. The suited man said, "It's dark now, do you plan to follow?" After a slight hesitation, Monsoon replied, "Yes, I plan to take a look, otherwise we will never uncover the town's secrets, nor can we clear the instance." The yellow-haired boy and the suited man exchanged glances, then decided to investigate as well. So, the three of them followed the entranced players toward the west of the town. On the way, Monsoon learned that the dark-circled man had died, his body turning into a dry corpse, with a rattle beside him. Monsoon had foreseen the dark-circled man's death. Every night he went to the unmarked graves to shake the rattle, and the next day he had a ghostly shadow on his shoulder, his life force all drained away by the little ghost. Such a strange occurrence was not something other players could hint at, it needed the dark-circled man to discover it himself. If players provided hints, the little ghost might target them instead. So, the players in the town tacitly turned a blind eye to the ghostly shadow on the dark-circled man's shoulder. The farm is right in there. The three arrived at an iron gate. Inside the iron gate lay a fruit orchard in vast fields. The controlled players and residents walked through the field paths into the farm's barn. At the entrance of the farm, a farm dog sat quietly. "Let's go in and take a look." As the yellow-haired boy and the suited man were about to approach, Monsoon immediately stopped them. "Wait, don't get close." The yellow-haired boy and the suited man looked puzzled. In Monsoon's eyes, above the cute farm dog at the entrance, there was a glaring red exclamation point flashing. This represented danger. That dog is very dangerous. Monsoon planned to find another way in. He did not intend to enter through the main gate of the farm. The yellow-haired boy and the suited man looked at the farm gate, the farm dog panting with its tongue out, wearing a cute smile, looking nothing like a threat. "Let's go around, we can sneak in from that fish pond." Monsoon pointed to the fish pond where he found Felas's corpse earlier that morning. "Dragon Country Kid, aren't you being a bit too cautious? I've raised farm dogs, they don't bite." The suited man thought Monsoon was making a big deal out of nothing. Having already followed this far, taking a detour would waste time, and they might miss the farm's secret. "Don't worry, I've raised several pet dogs, I know how to handle dogs, just follow me in." The suited man did not plan to take a detour, but just in case, he picked up a stick from the ground. The yellow-haired boy narrowed his eyes, unsure whether to follow. "You'd better not go over." Monsoon gave a warning. The suited man did not take Monsoon's words to heart and approached the farm gate with the stick. Chirp chirp, tweet tweet. He made playful sounds to tease the dog. "There are quite a few dangerous residents in Dead End Town, but I haven't found any dangerous animals yet. But I can understand, you're still young, not even graduated yet, and you haven't raised a dog. Or when you were a child, you were bitten by a dog, and deep down, you would reject it. Actually, dogs are not as scary as you think." "Ah, shit, my hand, ah." The Monsoon and the yellow-haired guy stood frozen in place. They watched helplessly as the farm dog transformed into a monstrous beast with tentacles and a huge bloody mouth. After a series of sounds of flesh and bones cracking, the sound of the monster chewing followed. The viewers in the live stream were also dumbfounded. What country is this suited man from? Where does he get his confidence? Shit, I almost lost my soul. How could such a cute farm dog suddenly turn into a terrifying monster? Fuck, the suited man has been quiet for 3 days, his behavior very calm, yet this moment exposed his intelligence. Is there really a gentle creature in this weird world? He might have been in the top 5 on the leaderboard for clearing the game, and now this. I can't believe I supported him. Looks like players should listen to the Dragon Country player. This guy named Monsoon has some skills. I now support Dragon Country players too. He seems a bit more intelligent, while the others are like idiots. It's not that they are idiots, it's that we have the divine perspective and can see more. After all, those involved are often confused. I'm really crying. I can't look at my dog the same way again, it's staring at me blankly right now. what do I do? I'm waiting online, urgent. One pot can't cook, just 2 pots. Inside the instance. The yellow-haired guy felt like his 3 souls were frightened away along with 7 of his spirits. The farm dog turned into a monster. The suited man wasn't enough to fill its teeth. The yellow-haired guy didn't dare to get close to the farm's entrance anymore. Meanwhile, Monsoon had already circled to the side, heading towards the fish pond along the country path. Back then, did Fiercest still have a bit of conscious awareness and realize that the farm dog at the entrance was dangerous, which is why he went around to the fish pond? But why did he ultimately fall into the fish pond and drown? Arriving at the fish pond, Monsoon quickly scanned the surroundings. The night was gloomy, the black mist thick as ink, and the visible range narrowed down. He glanced at the small wooden house beside the fish pond and suddenly, his pupils constricted. A tall, thin figure stood outside the dilapidated wooden house, arms spread wide, looming over them, its eyes glowing red as it stared fiercely at the two. Chapter 42, Meteorite Farm. Ghost, there's a ghost. The yellow-haired guy, trailing behind, got so scared that he sat down on the ground. He truly regretted coming out with them. Wasn't it better to stay honestly in the Eerie house? In the dark town, danger lurked everywhere. Monsoon quickly turned his gaze away and said to the yellow-haired guy, "Don't look into that thing's eyes." Having learned from the suited man's previous mistake, the yellow-haired guy now trusted Monsoon unconditionally. He quickly averted his eyes. "So, what is that thing?" Monsoon did not look at the tall, thin figure in front of the wooden house. "That's a scarecrow used to frighten wild animals." Scarecrow? The yellow-haired guy didn't dare to look anymore. Even in his peripheral vision, he felt the scarecrow staring at him. Monsoon nodded and said, "Fiercest must have fallen into the fish pond and drowned because he was scared by the scarecrow. He was probably also here to investigate clues. The scarecrow's eyes can induce fear and create illusions. In the illusion, player's sanity can drop to 0, leading to death." He saw the red on the scarecrow's head and the hint information. The yellow-haired guy looked terrified, still haunted by the scarecrow's fierce blood-red eyes in his mind. It seemed like a mark of fear continuously surfacing in his brain. Even when he tried to dismiss it and avoid thinking about what had just happened, as soon as he closed his eyes, the scarecrow's blood-red eyes would appear. The yellow-haired guy, feeling very uneasy, said, I think I should go back to the Eerie house." Monsoon nodded, "All right." The yellow-haired guy took a step back, but when he turned around, he saw the gloomy black mist enveloping the silent town, and instantly, he lost his nerve. I think I'll stick with you." The yellow-haired guy moved back to Monsoon's side. He had already decided to closely follow the Monsoon and never act rashly. The Monsoon took a small path beside the fish pond, circling to the back of the farm. "Shall we cross over?" The yellow-haired boy looked at the fence in front of him with suspicion. The fence was meant to prevent livestock from escaping. But strangely, they didn't see any livestock in the farm. The Monsoon scanned the entire farm and noticed a red exclamation point at the location of the barn. Another dangerous red? To be honest, seeing red made him reluctant to get close. Oh, weird? There's also a yellow question mark? He initially intended to give up but was surprised to find the red exclamation mark and the yellow question mark overlapped. The yellow question mark represented an item that could be picked up or a task that could be directly delivered. This left the Monsoon confused. Why would a dangerous task overlap with a deliverable task in the barn? What is going on? The Monsoon did not rush to climb over the fence and seriously look toward the barn. Dangerous task, Mom, red exclamation mark. Task item, a rusty key, yellow question mark. A key? The Monsoon immediately thought of the abandoned car in the town. This key must be used to start that junk car. In the dead-end town, besides that junk car, I haven't seen any other cars, its appearance is too abrupt. Could the junk car be the key to clearing the dungeon? At the entrance of the barn, he could see players controlled by the game entering the barn one after another. He observed for a long time, and the players who entered the barn never came out again. I suspect that so many deaths every night are related to this farm. The yellow-haired boy looked nervously toward the barn. After tonight, who knows how many more will die? The Monsoon frowned slightly, holding the ghost bride's gold hairpin in his hand and took out the numbing scalpel with the other. Seeing this, the yellow-haired boy exclaimed, "Dragon Country Kid, are you really planning to go over? The barn is obviously not right." The Monsoon nodded and said seriously, "This might be the closest we get to the truth of the town. Survival probability must be improved by hanging on." Moreover, he had the ghost bride's gold hairpin to protect him. With the power of the ghost bride, even if there was danger, he could retreat safely. But if he didn't figure out the truth inside the barn, he might never clear the level. Staying in the dungeon for another day would increase the danger. Thinking of this, the Monsoon skillfully climbed over the fence. The yellow-haired boy hesitated. He climbed up the fence but retreated halfway. I'll just wait for you here. The monsoon carefully moved along the perimeter, cautiously approaching the barn's front door. Soon, he smelled a nauseating stench. The monsoon quickly held his breath and looked a bit pale. He sensed a strong, foul odor emanating from the barn. It felt as if countless rats had died in the barn, releasing a pungent and nauseating stench. The horrible stench felt as if it could suffocate a person. The monsoon had to hold his breath as he moved forward. When he got closer to the barn entrance, he discovered a large rock wrapped in vines that was emitting a green light, which looked dangerous and radioactive. The vines and surrounding vegetation twisted, thrived, and deformed under the glow, making it almost impossible to identify the type of plants. The monsoon didn't see any hints or task information on the glowing stone. It should be safe. However, he still steered clear of that area. The barn's door had a huge gap, and the monsoon cautiously crept to the front door of the barn. He paced outside the door, silently peeking through the gap to look inside. Mom! Mom, I finally see you. Please take me away, Mom. Inside the barn came the players' insane whispers. As if a group of hungry little chicks had found their mother hen. But in fact, the monsoon didn't see any so-called mother. His gaze passed through the players, looking toward the interior of the barn. I saw the ground filled with sticky green objects, unable to tell whether it was slime or chunks of flesh, filling the entire barn. A suffocating pressure and foul odor completely bewildered Jifeng. My God, what is this? Jifeng's face changed drastically, his pupils trembled violently. In front of the player, a large, indescribable creature, dripping with slime, occupied half of the barn like a small mountain. The writhing mass of flesh and the green glowing slime greedily extended outward, seemingly trying to fill the entire barn. This devilish thing, is it the mother they spoke of? Jifeng's heart trembled with shock. This is simply a nauseating nightmare. A meteorite? Could it be that the rumors about the meteorite in the town were true? The questions in Jifeng's mind suddenly made sense. The meteorite legend is real. It brought alien bacteria and creatures that invaded the town. The bacteria and creatures parasitized the residents and players, devouring the town, eventually turning it into a hell of bacteria and creatures. Such a horrifying scene made Jifeng think of a term, Cthulhu. Is this a kind of bizarre thing? He didn't even know how to defeat this monster. Come, my child, come to Mama. A terrifying and ghastly voice echoed in the barn. Then Jifeng and the worldwide audience witnessed a chilling scene. Chapter 43, The Midnight Bells Reverse Ringing. God, what kind of devilish thing is that? The player is calling that thing Mama? So terrifying, I am going to have nightmares. God, please, Dragon Kingdom players, wake up our players. Damn it, my scalp is tingling, that's like a meat mountain with tentacles. I can find no words to describe the terror of this monster. Are you crazy? A player is walking toward that monster on purpose. Wow, look. There seem to be many human faces on the monster's meat mountain. In the Dragon Kingdom's official meeting room, the calls from the leaders of various countries are about to explode. The official chief snorted coldly, now you know to ask for help. When the US and Japan were laughing and wanting to share the fortune of the Dragon Kingdom, it wasn't this attitude. At this moment, the officials did not have the heart to worry about other countries. They were anxious, wishing they could rush in and pull Jifeng away from the terrifying farm. Jifeng's actions, they could not control and could not reach him. The officials felt guilty and remorseful for not being able to help at all. They also worried that Jifeng was in life-threatening danger. The audience watching the live broadcast could feel the nauseating, twisted terror pressure. How much pressure must Jifeng be enduring live at the scene? Jifeng, you must not get into trouble. Come back alive, you are the hero of Huaxia. In the dungeon. Children, come to Mama's embrace. The huge meat mountain-like monster in the barn emitted a chilling, horrifying sound. Mama, I'm coming, let me be with you forever. A player walked like a puppet toward the green-glowing meat mountain monster. A gooey tentacle shot out from the meat mountain, connecting to the player's abdomen. Child, come to Mama, soon we can be together forever. The player murmured Mama, and under the pull of the tentacle, he approached the meat mountain, his entire body slowly merging into the mountain, the writhing flesh and tentacles quickly devouring the player completely. The monster let out a high-pitched excited scream, as if enjoying this moment. Not long after, the face of that player slowly emerged from the belly of the meat mountain, his expression filled with utmost terror. Outside the barn door, Jifeng was horrified. A chill shot from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. Is this monster devouring players? Jifeng noticed that after devouring, the monster's gigantic body wriggled rapidly, the writhing mass of flesh and sticky tentacles greedily spreading like plant roots. And the mother inside the barn let out an ecstatic laugh. This is definitely not something I can fight against right now. Jifeng felt a sense of retreat. He glanced again at the yellow question mark overlapping the red exclamation point. Is the key to the abandoned car inside the monster's body? Another player in the barn was being dragged into the monster's flesh mountain by its tentacles. The monster's body writhed violently, making terrifying, wet sounds. Feng squinted his eyes, his expression gradually growing serious. He quickly left the barn and returned outside the wall. To get the key, we must defeat this monster. Normal attack methods probably won't cause any damage to the monster. Feng saw a pile of firewood and gasoline barrels in the corner of the farmhouse and had an idea. However, before implementing the plan, there were still some things he needed to confirm. What exactly is the purpose of the abandoned car? Will eliminating the farm monster allow us to clear the instance? Acting rashly might put him in danger. As for those manipulated players, he felt powerless. He couldn't put himself in danger to save them. What's in the barn? Huang Mao asked in panic after climbing over the fence. Let's leave here first. Okay. The two returned along the path toward the fish pond. Walking on the dark dirt path, Huang Mao felt a tremor in his heart. Images of the scarecrow's fierce blood-red eyes unconsciously flashed in his mind. Passing by the fish pond, he quickly lowered his head, afraid to look at the scarecrow in front of the dilapidated cottage. But the more he tried to ignore it, the more he felt the scarecrow following him from behind. The blood-colored eyes engraved in his brain grew clearer. Don't look at the scarecrow by the fish pond. Feng reminded him again from the front. Okay. After leaving the fish pond, Huang Mao let out a long sigh of relief. They finally returned to the town without any incident. Dong! 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 A distant, ethereal bell rang out from the direction of the school. Is that the midnight bell? Or is that from the opposite direction? Feng felt an ominous premonition. He hadn't expected the trip to the farm to have taken so much time. We need to hurry back to the Eerie house. I will follow you. After midnight, the Eerie things will come out to act. Players have their tasks, and the Eerie things have theirs. Midnight town, dark and silent, shrouded in mist, exuding a chilling and eerie atmosphere. As they passed the abandoned car, Feng originally wanted to stop and check the task, but thinking of the Eerie things that were about to come out, he gave up. Huang Mao closely followed behind, frequently looking back, his face filled with panic. Right now, as soon as he closed his eyes, the scarecrow's blood-red eyes would appear before him. Moreover, he always felt that the scarecrow was following him from behind. However, when he turned around, there was nothing there. Stop! Feng suddenly stopped and pulled Huang Mao to the corner of a nearby cottage. Shoo! Feng made a gesture for silence, his face serious. Huang Mao swallowed nervously, covering his mouth with his hand. Lying at the place of love. I at the time of heartbreak. A female figure emerged from the front Eerie house, stepping with hurried little steps. The silhouette walked gracefully through the grey mist, extending her elegant and slender form, but her mouth uttered a mournful tone. Is Churen beautiful? Feng widened his eyes in disbelief. Just now, he had seen a dangerous red exclamation mark flashing inside the Eerie house. Immediately after, a fan-shaped red scanning area appeared in his vision. As Churenmei's mournful voice faded away, the constantly moving red scanning area also receded. Yet even so, he still didn't dare to breathe, his heartbeat quickening suddenly. Churenmei had left an indelible shadow on many citizens of Longhua. To this day, she remains a presence that people fear. Huang Mao was so frightened that he directly covered his mouth, wishing he could stop breathing entirely. As Feng's heart raced. Again, he sighed to himself, wondering why he could see the vision range of Churenmei. Could this also be the ability of my golden finger? But why did it not show before? He once played some games where he had to avoid enemy vision, in which the enemy's vision was displayed as a red cone, and players needed to stay out of that range to continue sneaking. At this moment, he felt like a character in a game, while Churenmei was the enemy. Once locked by Churenmei's vision range, death was certain. I'm afraid my golden finger has more room for development. Feng did not dwell on this for long, it was a good thing if his golden finger could expand its functions. Let's go! Feng led the way, while Huang Mao followed behind, trembling with fear. Thump thump, thump thump. Not long after, the two heard the sound of a rattling rattle drum. Feng and Huang Mao exchanged glances. Wasn't the black-eyed ghost dead? What was going on with this rattle drum? The two quickly dodged behind a haystack, their eyes wide in fear as they looked at the street. In the swirling grey fog, a rattle drum floated in the air, shaking by itself, producing crisp and ethereal drum sounds. Brother, can you play hide and seek with me? At that moment, a naive child's voice came from behind the two. Feng and Huang Mao's faces instantly changed drastically. Chapter 44, Midnight Murder Street. Most audiences from around the world flocked into the Dragon Country's live broadcast room. Some were venting their anger after their country's players died in the livestream. Curiosity kills the cat. Dragon Country players are finally going to pay for their reckless actions. If the Dragon Country player returned directly to the haunted house after leaving the hospital, there wouldn't be so much danger. Why take the risk? I don't understand. After midnight, players will face not only the town residents but also the weirdness of the haunted house, and their survival rate will drop sharply. They must be targeted by the ghost from the rattle drum. According to previous settings, they need to play hide and seek with the ghost in the mass grave. Ridiculous. I thought the Dragon Country players were awesome, but in the end, they paid the price for their carelessness. Once targeted by a ghost, even if they don't die tonight, they won't last 3 days. There have been previous cases. On the screen, Feng and Mao crouched behind the haystack. However, behind them appeared a ghost, entirely wrapped in ghostly energy. It was pitch black, with a pair of lifeless white eyes staring at them. Ha ha ha, are the Dragon Country players scared silly? Why aren't they moving? If it were you, you would have wet yourself on the spot, getting caught out by the weirdness. Dragon Country players, hurry up and die. I'm still waiting to share the national fortune and extend my lifespan. Inside the instance. The eerie rattle drum slowly floated toward the two. Thump 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 thump. As the rattle drum shook, the ghost behind them began to sing a chilling nursery rhyme. Rattle drum, shake, oh shake, shake until midnight, the ghost comes to laugh. 1 shake, and the soul drifts away. 2 shakes, and the shadow disappears. 3 shakes, the grass on the grave bends. The innocent childish voice of the ghost, combined with a tone that was both laughing and crying, made the nursery rhyme sound extremely terrifying. Many viewers watching the live stream silently pulled their feet back from the edge of the bed and activated the quilt barrier technique. Despite the eerie nursery rhyme being scary, Feng and Mao remained completely still, even holding their breath. The ghost behind was still singing. 8 shakes, the wind swirls. 9 shakes, the road breaks the bridge. 10 shakes, you hide well. Gah! As the voice fell, a completely decayed, distorted ghost face lunged at the two. Feng and Mao stood like statues, even their eyes did not blink. 8 shakes, the wind swirls. 9 shakes, the road breaks the bridge. 10 shakes, you hide well. Gah! The ghost lunged again, this time getting even closer, its face almost bumping against Feng's. Yet even so, Feng didn't budge, not even the flutter of an eyelash. The terrifying ghost face loomed in front of Feng, its pair of white eyes curiously observing him. Unable to understand why the human in front of him was not scared. The little ghost floated to the front of the yellow-haired boy, its rotting ghost face reflected in the boy's pupils. It reached out a thin, bony ghost claw, slowly poking towards the yellow-haired boy's eyes. The long fingertips gently tapped on the boy's wide-open eyeball, which slightly sank in, but the eyes did not close. So it turns out to be 2 sculptures. The little ghost pulled its rattle and floated towards the street. A voice came from afar, who made the sculptures so lifelike. Then, a strange nursery rhyme floated from the distance. Rattle, shake until the ghost comes to laugh at 3. Gah! Suddenly, the little ghost's rotting face reappeared in front of the two as if it had teleported. Seeing the two still crouched in place, not moving a bit, the little ghost threw down a line. Huh? Really a sculpture? Boring. The little ghost turned and flew towards the street of the small town. As the sound of the rattle faded away, Feng let out a sigh, gasping for air. Beside him, the yellow-haired boy still crouched like a sculpture, his wide eyes filled with blood vessels, tears streaming down uncontrollably. It's okay, it's gone. Feng said to the yellow-haired boy. Seeing the yellow-haired boy still too afraid to move, Feng helplessly shouted, "Snap!" The yellow-haired boy's body turned soft, collapsing to the ground, his chest heaving violently, breathing heavily. Don't rest now, we should go, it will be back soon. Feng got up and walked towards the Eerie house. Hearing this, the yellow-haired boy leaped up in fright and quickly followed. Bro, wait for me. The horror level at night exceeded imagination. If it weren't for the task prompts and crisis warnings, he might have become the little ghost's puppet. My golden finger seems to have changed a bit. Just now when the little ghost appeared suddenly, Feng saw a high-energy countdown ahead. It was like some horror movies that kindly posted a countdown before each scary moment, preparing the audience mentally. Besides that, he also saw the prompts on the little ghost with the rattle. Do not move, do not respond, do not be afraid. The yellow-haired boy was quite clever, he imitated the manner of Feng, not moving when Feng did not. He also successfully deceived the little ghost. Task information, prompt information, enemy visual range, high-energy countdown. My god, this is information full-time. Feng felt like he had opened a new world. He originally thought the golden finger only had simple task descriptions and prompts. Now he realized it was because he had not developed and explored it. Is it because I am in danger that these functions appeared? Or do they only show up with specific eerie beings? While pondering, the ground trembled. Feng saw a straight red track on the street. He quickly pulled the yellow-haired boy to hide behind a house. Rumble. A head the size of a small house rolled down the red track like a wheel. It was a strange creature with a full face of stubble, fierce features, and spewing flames. After the huge head rolled past, Feng continued forward. When he saw the familiar Eerie house ahead, Feng let out a long breath. It felt like finally returning home. The yellow-haired boy couldn't help but burst into tears, as if he had survived a catastrophe. He never wanted to remember this night again. Now he just wanted to return to the Eerie house and sleep soundly. The yellow-haired boy ran towards the Eerie house door. Feng followed behind. But suddenly, he saw a purple countdown appear at the door of the Eerie house. "Don't go over!" Feng shouted loudly. The yellow-haired boy immediately stopped and turned to look at Feng. "What's wrong?" It was just this pause that caused the countdown at the door of the Eerie house to end. A cloud of black mist suddenly appeared out of thin air, swiftly piercing through the yellow-haired boy's body, appearing in front of Feng. Feng quickly retreated, gripping his scalpel and warily guarding. The black mist slowly condensed into a hunchbacked figure. "Child, I have been waiting for you for a long time." An old, hoarse voice came. The monsoon squinted, cautiously retreating to the distance, finally seeing that the figure was a terrifying old woman, hunched and resembling a withered tree, wearing a black veil hat. "Brother, save me." The yellow-haired boy pleaded for help from the monsoon, his body unable to move, as if a terrifying force was imprisoning him. He. At that moment, the yellow-haired boy's right hand stretched out uncontrollably, fingers fully spread, with the middle finger bending backward making a sound as if the bone was about to break. Pain surged through his tightened fingers, the intense agony making yellow-haired boy sweat coldly. "Save me, save." Crack. Suddenly, a horrifying sound of a bone breaking echoed, as the yellow-haired boy's fingers broke backward and flew off toward the old woman. "Ah!" The yellow-haired boy let out a miserable scream, his face twisted in pain, his body trembling. The monsoon glanced at the old woman's head. A message jumped into his sight. "Special task, finger granny transaction, already accepted." His expression tightened. "Who sent you to kill me?" P.S. The title of the novel seems to lack attraction, but other data looks fine. However, this data has the panda a bit worried, fearing there won't be a debut. Writing novels now is hell-level difficult, like 1,000 troops crossing a narrow bridge, too hard to break through. The panda sincerely begs the great ones who see this to give a little support, add the novel to their bookshelf, spend a bit of time reading it daily, give the panda some data, push for updates, comment, tip, short reviews, seeking all kinds of data. Your support will turn into the panda's motivation for updates. Thank you. Chapter 45, Finger Granny. This is bad, Dragon Country kid, danger. Before it was luck, but this time it's truly being targeted by something strange. Dragon Country contestants may not be safe. I have to say, Little Sun's move is really sinister. He resolved the biggest threat, the Dragon Country contestant, at the cost of just 2 fingers, while he can hide behind. Despicable is despicable. Don't try to whitewash Little Sun. Dragon Country contestants haven't offended him in the instance. Now it's become interesting. Little Sun even sacrificed his fingers to kill a Dragon Country contestant? Isn't it a fixed rule in the instance that killing players is forbidden? How does Little Sun dare to do it? Isn't he afraid of Dragon Country's retaliation? Although Dragon Country has been failing in the strange games, it is an industrial nation, its military strength is still very powerful. Little Sun is playing with fire. I suspect Little Sun's officials taught that wild kid to do this. After all, as long as he kills the monsoon, Dragon Country will have 10 consecutive defeats, facing punishment of frozen territory in the coming of the Ghost Realm. If the monsoon dies, Dragon Country's population, national strength, military power, and lifespan will plummet. The coming of the strange will make Dragon Country incapable of taking care of itself. Little Sun might take advantage of the situation to execute once again. While the netizens were fiercely discussing, a news report released by Dragon Country's official media soared to the top like a rocket. The 2 aircraft carrier groups of Dragon Country have appeared near the coast of Cherry Blossom Country. 2 other trending topics quickly rose to the top. Cherry Blossom Shrine has been leveled, suspected to be the work of Kamikaze Express. Dragon Country's internal unanimous resolution to detonate Little Sun's Photo Mountain. Officials from all countries and global viewers did not expect that Dragon Country's reaction speed would be this fast. They are willing to start the S3 season just to sink the Cherry Blossom Islands. This means that once the monsoon dies, all of this will become possible. Moreover, Dragon Country has nearly 10 hours before the National Fate Prize punishment settlement. Even if the monsoon is killed by Finger Granny, these 10 hours, with Dragon Country's strength, it is enough to destroy Cherry Blossom Island 10,000 times. Little Sun's nation is in complete panic. The public furiously curses the foolish decisions of the higher-ups. Though Dragon Country has been losing in strange games, do you really think they are still the sick man they once were? Dragon Country is fully developing industry. Even if they ultimately lose thoroughly, they still have the strength to confront any nation globally. Baka, you guys really deserve to die. Angering Dragon Country will send everyone to the deep sea together. The official suggestion to Shan Yakun this time is too foolish. You should quickly pray that the monsoon of the Dragon Country does not get killed by the Finger Lady. In the official meeting hall of Shao Rizi. 8 duck meats. What great audacity, who instructed Shan Yakun to do this? The chief was furious, his gaze sweeping across the core personnel present. The people below did not dare to breathe. They had just received news that the Dragon Country had launched a comprehensive plan to encircle their nation's waters. In other words, as long as the monsoon dies, the country of cherry blossoms sinking into the sea would become a reality. Chief, no one instructed Shan Yakun, he treated the Dragon Country's players as imaginary enemies. A staff member made a conjecture. The chief glared at everyone. Even if you have thoughts of destroying the Dragon Country, you must hold back and wait until the Dragon Country suffers 10 consecutive defeats in the strange game, not now. You should pray that the monsoon of the Dragon Country is not killed, otherwise, we all perish together. And at that moment, within the dungeon, a rustling sound came from under the Finger Lady's black veil, as if dry knuckles were rubbing against each other. She hunched over, her neck unnaturally extending forward, a wrinkled chin appearing under the black veil. Someone used 5 fingers as a deposit to buy your life. This money for your life is pressed under my tongue. How about you reach in and take a feel? As soon as the words fell, the Finger Lady's neck suddenly twisted 180 degrees, revealing a huge bloody mouth under the black veil. Giggling. A series of terrifying grinding noises echoed. The bloody mouth behind the Finger Lady exhaled a cloud of black smoke. The black smoke rushed toward the monsoon, materializing in the air as a ghastly face. The monsoon stepped back 2 paces, swinging a scalpel to slash at the black smoke monster. Swish! A cold gleam flashed, and the monster in the black smoke convulsed, letting out a shriek before vanishing into dust. The Finger Lady's head twisted back into position, looking at the monsoon in surprise. Little child, I did not expect you to have this ability, I underestimated you. Her head slowly turned to the yellow-haired one, a wet, sticky licking sound coming from under the black veil. Giggling. The yellow-haired one's fingers oddly bent backward, producing a horrifying sound as if the bones were breaking. Grandma is hungry. Only when full will I have strength. Crack. 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 The yellow-haired one's fingers broke off one by one, flying toward the black veil behind the Finger Lady's head. The yellow-haired one let out a wailing scream, her face twisted in pain. Fresh blood spurted from the broken fingers. Little yellow-haired, your fingers are so tender. A chilling chewing sound came from behind the black veil of the Finger Lady. The yellow-haired one slackened and fell to the ground, passing out on the spot. The terrifying chewing sound suddenly ceased, a gaze from under the Finger Lady's black veil fixed firmly on the monsoon's hand. Little child, it's your turn, your fingers are jumping. The left hand's ring finger wants to escape, the right hand's pinky is crying. Come, let Grandma listen. Listen, every finger has a different sound. Accompanied by a creepy laugh, the Finger Lady slowly lifted her black veil, revealing a terrifying old woman's face. This old woman's face was sewn together with wriggling severed fingers. Suddenly, her mouth split open to the ears, revealing a face emerging from deep within her throat, identical to his. The monsoon's eyes widened in horror. The face in the Finger Lady's mouth looked exactly like him, and that face was screaming in terror. Many viewers around the world were frightened to tears by this terrifying scene. But there were also many viewers who provided information about the Finger Lady. Oh my god, what on earth is this weirdness? It's so terrifying. Finger Lady, a ghost-level weirdness, loves to collect fresh fingers. As long as you provide enough fingers, the Finger Lady will do your bidding. Since the arrival of the strange game, whenever the Finger Lady appears, the target will die without exception. If the Finger Lady comes to kill me, I would cut off my 10 fingers for her. Will the Finger Lady stop? It is said that to make the Finger Lady cease her slaughter, one must pay at least 10 times more than the buyer. Also, when the Finger Lady opens her mouth, the face of a player will appear inside her mouth. At this moment, if the player blinks in fear, the player's face will automatically peel off, becoming the new mask of the Finger Lady. That's it, the players from Dragon Country are doomed. Inside the dungeon, Jifeng's eyes widened. He saw a prompt above the Finger Lady's head. Do not fear, do not move, do not blink. The strange attack method mostly causes fear in the target. Once the player is afraid deep inside, death is not far away. Jifeng stood still, without blinking, and instead stared at the Finger Lady, asking, Don't you just want fingers? How many do you want? I can give you as many as you want. Upon hearing this, the global audience believed that Jifeng had gone mad. Chapter 46, Ransom Money, please continue updating. That kid from Dragon Country is scared silly, right? Is he crazy? There are only 10 fingers in total, how can he give as many as he wants? No way, is he afraid when death is at hand? Thinking he can stall the Finger Lady like this? I admit this kid from Dragon Country has surprised me, but in the face of the unbeatable strange, everything is in vain, lies will only hasten death. Oh my, I can't bear to watch. Someone please tell me the outcome. Inside the dungeon, Feng stared intently at the finger lady, with a calm expression. Kid, do you believe what you're saying? The finger lady let out a harsh, hoarse laugh. How many fingers did the buyer offer you? 5 or 10? I can give you 100 fingers at once, even 1,000 fingers, but I worry you can't eat that much. Feng's words made the finger lady fall into thought, seemingly considering what Feng said. Kid, the old lady has accepted the ransom, I can't break my principles. When the finger lady said this, Feng knew her principles could be broken. Feng said, when a single ransom can replace 100 or 1,000 ransoms, to hell with principles. As soon as these words came out, the finger lady's terrifying gash slowly closed, and Feng's skin shrank back into his throat. He. Interesting, kid. The old lady wants to see how you will pay this 100-fold, 1,000-fold ransom. Feng turned and walked toward the street of the small town. Old lady, come with me. From behind came the sound of oh-oh-at-at, as if countless fingers were moving on the ground. Facing the finger lady, Feng felt no fear at all. Compared to the death pressure from Ghost Bride and Dr. Luo, the finger lady was much weaker. Even if the finger lady attacked him, the Ghost Bride gold hairpin in his hand could instantly summon the Ghost Bride to defeat her. But doing so would mean he would never know who the player behind the finger lady was that ordered the murder. Feng walked down the eerie and silent street. Perhaps due to the finger lady's intimidation, he did not see any other strange beings. Soon, Feng arrived at the door of a tailor shop in the small town. Feng pointed at the tailor shop and said, Old lady, my ransom money is inside. The finger lady approached the window and stretched her neck to look inside. At this moment, the audience from Country X was no longer calm. Oh my, the kid from Dragon Country actually still remembers our contestants, this is not letting the dead rest. The audience from Dragon Country finally felt relieved. Feng, Brother Feng, Wind God, are you too strong? How do you manage to think calmly in front of death? Wow, this is too awesome. Who else dares to say Feng is a slacker? I'll be mad at them. This tailor shop really has as many fingers as you want, as expected of my brother Feng. However, the tailor shop itself is dangerous, won't that anger the things inside? In the live broadcast, Feng directly pulled open the door of the tailor shop. Old lady, don't look outside, come in quickly. The finger lady moved oh-at-at to the door, glaring at Feng. Kid, if you lie to me. Before the finger lady finished speaking, Feng interrupted, please rest assured, if there's nothing the old lady wants inside, I'll chop off my own fingers. Feng's certainty came from seeing 2 red exclamation points inside the tailor shop. Previously, there was only 1 red exclamation mark in the tailor shop. Now it has turned into 2, indicating that the creature from the West 8 player's pregnancy is still inside. The finger witch coldly snorted, and walked into the tailor shop with oh-at-at. The monsoon did not leave, but stood at the door of the tailor shop waiting. Soon, the figure of the finger witch was swallowed by the darkness. After waiting for a while, suddenly, the inside emitted the excited shouts of the finger witch. Grandma, I made it. Palm erosion, finger disaster, 1,000-fingered cursed vine. Grandma likes it, very much likes it. Feng's mouth curled into a smile. A terrifying image popped into his mind of the West 8 player's pregnant belly exploding. One by one, wriggling palms were like climbing tigers sticking to the glass of the display window, greedily spreading outward, every finger sprouting new palms, constantly wriggling and growing outward. Grandma, is my life-saving money satisfactory? Feng shouted into the tailor shop. Inside the room, the excited laughter of the finger witch echoed, satisfactory, satisfactory. Feng asked, then can Grandma tell me, who bought my life? Just a moment, wait for Grandma to collect this lovely little thing, then I will tell you. As soon as the finger witch finished speaking, there was a violent commotion in the tailor shop. Bang bang bang. The huge noise sounded as if it were about to demolish the tailor shop. Feng retreated to a distance. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the display window. Boom! The huge display window exploded, glass shards flying everywhere. The finger witch grappled with a large wriggling monster. That massive monster was composed of countless palms, with palms stacked upon palms, fingers growing palms. When shrunk together, it resembled a lump of wriggling mud. Come to Grandma, little thing. The finger witch and the palm monster rolled out onto the street. The palm monster seemed to know it was about to be devoured by the finger witch, struggling desperately to get away. But the finger witch seized this rare opportunity. How could she let the palm monster escape? She looked at the densely packed palms, her eyes under the black veil began to glow. After a fierce entanglement and struggle, the finger witch's head twisted 180 degrees, her blood-stained mouth opened, and she stretched out her terrifying claw-like hand to push the palm monster into her blood-stained mouth. The palm monster wanted to escape, but it could not flee. In the end, it was slowly devoured by the finger witch. After the palm monster was completely swallowed, one could see the finger witch's abdomen writhing violently, as if the palm monster was scrambling inside her belly. This bizarre scene made the viewers in the livestream feel their scalp tingling. Players from various countries were directly broken down. Oh my god, is the Dragon Country player cheating? How can he not die? Bullshit, shit, it was said that we would split the luck of Dragon Country, but now all countries' luck is going to be split by Dragon Country. Fuck, why is the life of the Dragon Country boy so tough? Why do these monsters show him mercy? Just kill him. I seriously suspect that the information on the Dragon Country's Feng is incorrect. The identity of a poor student is merely a ruse used by Dragon Country to deceive us. Feng is definitely a genius with extraordinary courage and wisdom. All of us have been deceived by Dragon Country. This pawn named Feng is likely going to reap the entire board. So easily dealt with the ghost level finger witch, Dragon Country players truly shock the world. Little Day may be breaking down, their officials called Dragon Country overnight, only to be ruthlessly hung up. The entire nation must be anxious like ants on a hot pot. Haha, you all hurry to the live stream of Little Day. Shan Yakuan has already begun to celebrate. Chapter 47, Collapsing Cherry Blossom Country. Inside the strange house. Shan Yakuan could not sleep all night. It was not because he felt panic or fear, but excitement. Just thinking that the player from Dragon Country was going to be killed by the finger witch, and tomorrow the rewards and punishments could split the luck of Dragon Country, made him so excited he couldn't sleep a good sleep. He got out of bed, picked up a wooden stool, posed like he was dancing, hummed a little tune, and danced happily and rhythmically. It was as if what he was holding in his hands was not a wooden stool, but a beautiful woman full of charm and grace. The officials of Little Day were almost so furious they wanted to spit blood upon witnessing this scene. Baka, why are the contestants chosen from our country so foolish? What is Yama no Shun so proud of? Dragon Country already knows from the witch that our people are going to kill him, and there will definitely be revenge. How can people create such a big disaster? We should be thankful that the witch did not kill the Dragon Country contestant, otherwise, today next year would be the anniversary of the Empire's demise. The death of Yama no Shun might be the only thing that can save the Empire. Dragon Country has stopped listening to anything we say, even the Prime Minister's call has been rejected. If Yama no Shun does not die, we will. Looking at the live broadcast of Yama no Shun still dancing with a stool, the high-level officials gritted their teeth in anger. Inside the game copy, Yama no Shun was in a great mood. Tonight he had no intention of sleeping. With the death of the Dragon Country contestant, his lifespan could probably increase by 20. After all, there were not many players left in the strange game at this point. Dragon Country was a big nation. Once a contestant died, the national fortune lost would be even greater. The remaining players would be able to share even more of the national fortune. Once his lifespan increased, all exhaustion and ailments would disappear, and his body would become stronger. Creak. At that moment, the door opened. Yama no Shun stopped dancing and turned to look at the doorway. At this time, only the witch could open the door. After midnight, the Eerie house was safe. Besides the guests sharing the room, other Eerie beings could not enter the players' rooms. When he saw the witch standing at the door, a victorious smile spread across Yama no Shun's face. But when a figure stepped out from behind the witch, the smile on Yama no Shun's face froze instantly. The person stepping out from behind the witch was Feng. Feng strode confidently into the room, with the witch following closely behind like a little brother. Seeing this scene, Yama no Shun felt as if the sky had fallen. No, this is impossible. Witch, you lied to me. Then what about my severed finger? What does that count for? Yama no Shun raised his left hand with the severed finger and hysterically vented his anger. In that moment, he felt as if heaven had plunged into hell. The hired killer he employed was actually in the same room as the prey? This meant the killer had been turned against him, appearing here to take revenge. But he couldn't understand how that brat from Dragon Country had managed to turn the witch. What means did he use? Watching Little Day's breakdown, the global audience felt a strange satisfaction in their hearts. What Little Day is experiencing is called just desserts. The boomerang they threw has hit them back. Even though the United States rejects Dragon Country players, it is merely in a clique-like fashion. Little Day, how dare you commit assassination? If you don't die, who will? This strange game truly feels like a dark revenge series, especially from the perspective of Dragon Country players. From beginning to end, Dragon Country players haven't committed any wrongdoing. You're already excluding them. Do you still want to assassinate them? Are you really willing to throw away your face over that little national fortune? From a contestant's performance, one can see the limits of a nation. Little Day is surely thinking with their behind. In the strange game, Little Day contestants face death, while in reality, Little Day is surrounded by Dragon Country, facing the danger of losing their nation at any moment. How could they mess up so badly in a game? I strongly recommend that Dragon Country players end Little Day in the most painful way. I am fed up with their faces. Since I learned about history, I have come to realize how disgusting Little Day is. Don't be deceived by their hypocritical, lowly appearance. I can't stand the disgusting acts of Little Day any longer. Let the brat from Dragon Country carry out justice. Inside the game copy, Feng stepped into the room, his eyes coldly staring at Yama-no-shun. It seems like I have no grudges with you. At the small town hospital, I still want to save you, yet you want to assassinate me? Shouldn't it be me asking why? Feng's sharp gaze swept across Shanai Jun's body. Jipa leisurely followed into the room, with a creepy smile seeping out from under the black veil. Shanai Jun dared not meet Feng's fierce gaze. Thinking about being killed by Jipa made his body uncontrollably tremble. Shanai Jun looked down at his pants, a streak of deep red staining the crotch. Although he was scared, his face still darkened. Put away your feigned kindness. Isn't it your doing that I've become this way? You made me neither man nor woman. Let me lose face in front of a global audience. What's wrong with me killing you? You look so pleased that I'm on my period now. Does it satisfy your hatred to see me about to be killed by Jipa? But let me tell you, if I die, millions of people from the Empire will rise, and one day they will trample the whole Dragon Country underfoot. Shanai Jun's words made the officials of Sakura Country tremble. Baka, who can stop this bastard? Make this idiot stop talking. It's over, it's over. How could Shanai Jun say such things on live broadcast? Doesn't he know the Dragon Country's aircraft carrier has already reached our doorstep? Who's really trampling on whom? I really regret it. I should have killed Shanai Jun before he entered this bizarre game. He's simply the fuse for the Empire's destruction. A staff member suddenly reported nervously, not good. Our coastal defense radars have all failed, and the Dragon Country is still playing an animation called Happy Sheep on our screens. As soon as he finished speaking, the live broadcast screen in the official meeting room suddenly flickered. A BGM accompanied by background sounds began to play. Hulua, Hulua, 7 flowers on 1 vine. Where are the demons running? The faces of all the officials turned dark. Quick, turn off this sound. Switch back to the live broadcast. The chief official shouted in fury. Chief, it can't be turned off. I can't turn it off either. The chief official slumped directly in his chair, despair written all over his face. Meanwhile, Shanai Jun in the instance was still unaware that his empire was facing an unprecedented crisis behind him. Indeed, the human heart is like a belly. It turns out your hostility toward me is so great, Feng said. Shanai Jun disdainfully retorted, it's not against you, it's against the entire Dragon Country. Feng smiled faintly, with killing intent flashing in his eyes. Humph, it's not just you who has national grudges and family hatreds. But we won't stoop to despicable and shameless acts. Furthermore, it wasn't me who turned you into this. And if you had come to me for treatment this morning, I might have been able to turn you back into a man, but now. Feng walked over to the table and chairs, slowly sitting down. Next to him, Jipa slowly lifted the black veil, with a head protruding forward, a face composed entirely of fingers emerging, the mouth grinning from ear to ear, and a throat presenting a face that looked just like Shanai Jun's. Shanai Jun froze on the spot, staring in terror with wide eyes, afraid to even blink. At the same time, he revealed an expression of disbelief. If it wasn't you who harmed me, then who could it be? Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce light, cold as ice as he said, go to hell and ask. Chapter 48, Venting Malice, the mannequin in the tailor shop. Under Jipo's gaze, Shanai Jun's eyeballs were bloodshot, and his eyelids trembled violently. At this moment, he realized how wrong he had been. The one who made him neither man nor woman was actually not Feng? He couldn't understand who else he had enmity with. Thump! Shanai Jun realized he had made a grave mistake and immediately knelt on the ground, widening his bloodshot eyes to plead with Feng. Feng-chan, there's an old saying in the Dragon Country, spare someone when you can. I should die. I misunderstood you. I know that now, it's useless to say anything. I can give you everything I have. Can you spare my life? Shanai Jun knelt with both knees. Take out a few items and some talisman paper from the storage space. This is the spirit binding talisman. It can be used to intimidate common supernatural beings, especially effective against spiritual entities. The Tang Umbrella Sword is a weapon that balances both attack and defense. It can be used against physical damage supernatural beings, such as zombies, corpses. And this red hairpin, I don't really know its purpose, but they say it can bring good luck. I still have 1,200 ghost coins. Mr. Monsoon, I apologize for my earlier mistakes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Shanai Jun heavily knocked his head against the ground, the heavy sound of the impact echoed in the room. Throughout the process, Shanai Jun stared wide-eyed, even though his eyes were severely bloodshot, he didn't dare to blink. As a roommate of the Finger Lady, he understood her rules all too well. If anyone's face appears from the slit in the finger lady's mouth, that person is targeted. Once fear causes someone to blink, their skin will peel off, leading to instant death. Mr. Monsoon sat there cold and indifferent, not even turning his head. Stabbing someone and then begging for forgiveness? What if he stabbed and killed them instead? Ridiculous. Mr. Monsoon simply sat quietly. Behind him, Shan Yi-jun kept begging while knocking on the ground. But in the end, his eyes reached their limits. Blood accidentally dripped into his eyes, and under the stimulation of the blood, his eyelids that had reached their limits couldn't help but twitch. In that twitch, Shan Yi-jun's right eye blinked once. Shan Yi-jun's face changed drastically as he suddenly realized he had violated the finger lady's rule. At that moment, the face at the finger lady's slit disappeared, replaced by a deep swirling black hole. The instant Shan Yi-jun's eyes focused on this black hole, he found his gaze could not break free. As he stared into the deep black hole, he felt his own gaze being pulled into it. A horrifying sound of flesh peeling away came from behind Mr. Monsoon. He did not turn around, knowing Shan Yi-jun's entire face was turning inside out, skin peeling away. Shan Yi-jun's continuous and piercing screams echoed. In the shadow by the wall, one could see the finger lady's head like a huge suction cup clinging to Shan Yi-jun's head. The screams continued for nearly a minute before subsiding. Hee, Grandma feels so good tonight. The finger lady returned to her original form, standing in the corner with a sinister smile, her words full of ecstasy and madness. Mr. Monsoon stood up and walked to Shan Yi-jun's disfigured corpse, collecting the various ghostly items on the ground into the storage space, then leaving the bazaar house. Behind him came the satisfied voice of the finger lady, "Child, there will be such good things in the future, remember to think of Grandma." Shan Yi-jun's death seemed to have relieved the players from Dragon Country. So satisfying, that little bastard deserved it. This is called returning the favor, let him experience the pain of having his face peeled off by the finger lady. If it weren't for Mr. Monsoon's wisdom, other players would have been killed by the finger lady long ago. Those little bastards should be thankful that their contestant faced punishment. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be one player dead, they should consider whether they can bear the wrath of Dragon Country. In the meeting room of Cherry Blossom Country's high-level officials, the chief, government officials, and core members all breathed a sigh of relief. The livestream screen returned to normal, and first-level war alert was lifted. I thought I was going to die just now, it was terrifying. I fear no one in Blue Star can rival Dragon Country's current strength. Dragon Country really has the power to wipe out a nation in an hour. Damn it, we almost angered a lion. Let's just accept this elimination, after all, we've won plenty before, there's no need to provoke Dragon Country. I almost wanted to jump into the screen and strangle Shan Yi-jun myself. His actions nearly endangered the entire empire. After the reaction from the national online community in little days was discovered, Dragon Country's netizens began to ridicule openly. Shan Yi-jun, gee, not? Gee, look at this. What a see, I died to fulfill you guys. Ba Guya Lu. I deserve it, answer me. Shan Yi-jun, yo 11, this is the tune, what a see, this is the true empire, hurry and give me a big fight, if I don't die soon, the empire will be destroyed. Shan Yi-jun, the people of the empire are still celebrating? What a see, I serve the empire, is it wrong, do I deserve to die? Ah, Ba Guya Lu, only with my death can the empire shine? Netizens from various countries commented that the culture of Long Country is indeed vast and profound, feeling both confused and impressed. Inside the dungeon. After leaving the Eerie house, Feng's expression became more serious. This cursed place requires caution against both the strange and the players, while also searching for a way to clear it, it's really too difficult. I wonder how many people will die tonight. If the number of players keeps decreasing, even if I have omniscient abilities, it will just increase the danger. I need to come up with a way to clear it quickly to reduce the risk. Could it be that only by clearing the monsters in the farm can we clear the level? Returning to his residence in the Eerie house, that feeling of unease finally disappeared. As soon as he returned to the attic room, a rush of fragrance and softness burst into his arms. Husband, how could you bear to leave me alone in an empty room, not at all pitying me? The ghost bride in his arms spoke in a delicate tone mixed with a bit of grievance. After all, he had spent the night at Teacher Luo's place, it was normal for the small lady to feel some resentment after keeping vigil by herself all night. I went to deal with some tricky matters, and it took a little time. Feng gently lifted the ghost bride's elegant chin, gazing deeply at her. Ah? Is the matter resolved? Is there anything you need my help with? The grievance on the ghost bride's face disappeared, realizing she had wronged Feng. Feng gently stroked the ghost bride's upturned nose, smiling slightly and saying, "Forget about those things, tonight I'll cherish my little lady well." He fiercely kissed her, picking the ghost bride up in a princess carry and heading towards the wedding bed. The ghost bride flushed with embarrassment, playfully punching Feng's chest. "Husband, why so rough, but I really like it." Feng embraced her into the wedding bed, the red curtain slowly falling down. The screen in the live streaming room also went black. What the heck, it went dark again. Meanwhile, at the tailor shop in the small town. The faded walls, the moldy ceiling, the dusty fabric cabinet, the sewing machine covered in cobwebs, and the mirror in the corner, it felt like a store abandoned for a long time. A gust of cold wind blew in from the street, and in the darkness, a silhouette sluggishly walked toward the mirror. Ka-cha, ka-cha, ka-cha. In the dark mirror, the silhouette of a mannequin emerged, its joints sewn shut with red thread, its head drooping at an odd angle as if it had broken, the featureless face staring blankly at the mirror. Suddenly, the mannequin slowly reached its hand into the mirror. Strangely, the mannequin's hand actually passed through the surface of the mirror, as if it had pierced through a calm water surface. In the next second, the mannequin seemed to be pulled into the mirror by a great force. The cold wind dissipated, and the tailor shop fell into dead silence. Inside the Eerie house's attic wedding room, the wedding bed emitted rhythmic creak sounds. Meanwhile, on the dressing table, a pale hand that looked inhuman slowly lifted the dust cover from the dressing mirror. Chapter 49, The Rise of the Nation and John's Secret. The next day. After finishing the nutritious porridge personally cooked by the ghost bride, Feng left the Eerie house and headed to the town hospital. He needed to find out about the matter of turning into a yin-yang person. As soon as he arrived at the hospital entrance, Feng's mind echoed with the daily settlement information. Eerie gained daily settlement rewards and punishments activated. Long country player, survival time, 4 days. Surviving players, 53 people. Rewards, national luck, plus 10%, lifespan plus 10, energy plus 10%, grain harvest plus 10%, fortune plus 5%. At the same time, the minds of the 1.4 billion people in Long Country also echoed with the settlement information. Various countries' good news has also topped the global hot search. The Dragon Nation's 6th-generation fighter jets have already entered mass production, the 7th-generation fighter jet's first flight has been exposed, and there has been a major technological breakthrough for the 8th generation. The Jiangnan province of the Dragon Nation has continuously discovered 4 super-large rare earth mines. Shinong blesses the Dragon Nation, and the grain harvest has reached an unprecedented 10-year high. Netizens excitedly commented in the live stream. Thank you, Brother Feng, thank you to my wind god. A miracle has happened to me. After being troubled by cancer for 3 months, today the doctor told me the cancer cells in my body have disappeared. Me too. I just came out of the ICU. Last night I dreamt of the King of Hell, who said my life wasn't over, and kicked me back. You won't believe it, that 10 yuan lottery ticket I randomly bought yesterday actually won the grand prize. I just drove a pregnant woman about to give birth. I was ready to run a red light, but it was all green lights. The problem is, I didn't even call for help. Similar positive comments almost filled the entire live stream chat. For 3 consecutive days, the rewards of national fortune and lifespan have led to a huge transformation among the Dragon Nation's people, from top to bottom. The more national fortune there is, the stronger the nation becomes, and the longer and healthier the people live. In contrast, the United States, Japan, Western countries, and those nations eliminated by players are filled with complaints. As long as there are players still alive in the strange game, and they haven't cleared it, their daily settlements will be penalized by a reduction in national fortune. The longer players survive, the more national fortune and lifespan they can share until they clear the game. On the world's largest live streaming platform, the name Monsoon has been at the top of the hot search for several days. Many content creators have made replay clips of Monsoon's performance in the strange game. Many wealthy capital tycoons from various countries, after seeing Monsoon's performance, began to contemplate immigrating to the Dragon Nation. Some wealthy tycoons from small countries, whose national fortune has nearly collapsed, took private jets to the Dragon Nation overnight. However, as soon as they arrived at the Dragon Nation's airspace, they were warned and expelled by patrol aircraft. One tycoon expressed a willingness to invest all his wealth in the Dragon Nation, on the condition of becoming a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Then an announcement echoed from the tycoon's plane stating that the opponent's fire control radar was locked on. The tycoon swiftly fled in shame. This news exploded globally. The Dragon Nation is waiting for your downfall. This time, your player is just lucky. Do you really think every instance will be this lucky? The Dragon Nation, having suffered 9 consecutive defeats, is merely experiencing a flash of glory. Can Monsoon lead you to victory for a lifetime? Is the Dragon Nation looking down on the tycoons from small countries, or is it disregarding global capital? Regarding the online public opinion, the Dragon Nation made no response at all. Meanwhile, inside the instance, Monsoon felt rejuvenated with the increase in lifespan, as if he had returned to the age of 11 or 12, full of energy. Hello, Director. As soon as he entered the town hospital, the front desk nurse respectfully greeted him. Monsoon glanced at the waiting room and found many patients today, including residents and players. Today, several players have been infected by the bacteria worm again. If this continues, the residents and food in the town will become even more dangerous. We must think of a way to quickly eliminate the bacteria mother in the farm's granary. The food he was currently eating was prepared by Ghost Bride and Dr. Luo for him. Though all were edible by humans, if everything in the town became infected with the bacteria worm, even the food would become dangerous. Monsoon had already decided that even if he couldn't clear the game, he had to eradicate the bacteria mother. Dr. Luo went to school to give a lecture, director. The nurse hurriedly spoke when she saw Monsoon heading to the second floor. Monsoon paused and asked, surprised, "Are there still students attending classes at the school halfway up the mountain?" "Yes, many students live in the school, and every week, Dr. Luo comes to teach a class on physiology," the nurse said. Thinking about the school, Feng recalled the clock on the opposite side of the bell tower. Could it be that the school is the key to the gate-breaking quest? By the way, little Ji, why is the clock of the school bell tower reversed? Feng walked curiously beside Nurse Little Ji and asked. The school is right next to the potter's field and is situated halfway up the mountain. Previously, he had seen the disfigured girl and the boy with two mouths. No matter how you looked at it, the school seemed to be a very dangerous place. But if the school is the key to breaking through, he had to explore it. Director, what are you talking about? How could anyone be so foolish as to turn the clock backward? Little Ji said. Feng slapped the table. All right, you carry on, it's nothing. Okay, director. It was clear that Little Ji couldn't see the reversed clock. You could even say that the entire town's residents couldn't see the clock in reverse. Perhaps in the eyes of the residents, the school's clock was normal. Feng did not ask further. He walked towards the basement. There was a morgue in the basement. From the depths of the cold and eerie corridor came a chilling scream. Don't hit me anymore, can't I just do it? If I catch you slacking off again, I'll break your legs. A man's pleading voice and a coarse, horse butcher's voice came from the morgue. Feng walked to the morgue door and saw John, the player from Kangaroo Country, moving a body with severe giantism. John was covered in dirt and blood, his face showing exhaustion and pain. Struggling to move the body onto the morgue table, he set it down too forcefully, and the face of the giant suddenly exploded, splattering white, red, and green all over him, making him nauseous. Ugh! As John bent over to vomit, a rusty chain whipped across his spine, instantly tearing the skin on his back. John writhed on the floor, curled up in pain, his mouth opening wide without a sound. Get up and clean that body. The gravedigger waved the rusty chain as he approached. John's features twisted in fear, quickly getting up and grabbing a hose to wash the body. Demeng! Feng called out at the door. The gravedigger stopped his movements, his fierce demeanor instantly changing to one of flattery. Director, what brings you here? It's dirty, be careful not to soil your shoes. The information about the staff was given to him by Luo Yunyan. Little Ji is the nurse's name. Demeng is the name of the gravedigger. Luo Yunyan is Dr. Luo's name. Demeng, I need to speak to him about something. Little Ji needs help upstairs, go assist her. All right, director. As Demeng left, he cast a fierce glare at John. You better behave. After the gravedigger left, John's tightly wound nerves finally relaxed. But when he saw Feng approach, he tensed again, as if he saw something even more frightening than the gravedigger. You clever lad from Dragon Country, how did you manage to turn the town's hospital into your... I don't know how you did it, but I beg you, please don't mess with me. I promise I can finish 3 days of hard labor here, just spare my life. Fearful as he was, John was still very rational. Feng stepped forward, examining John as if interrogating a criminal. How did you turn Zaireizi into a yin-yang person? At these words, John's face changed dramatically, looking at Feng in disbelief. After a brief shock, John lowered his head and washed the body with the faucet. Director Feng, I don't understand what you're saying. He wasn't a fool, surviving players all had live streams. If he admitted it, wouldn't that be confessing to the whole world that he had messed with Zaireizi? Feng seemed to guess John's reaction. He smiled slightly and set the terms. If you're willing to tell me, I can spare you 2 days of hard work. You know I have this power. John's hand trembled as he held the faucet, a struggle flashing across his face. The monsoon continued. You don't need to feel burdened, Shan Yi is already dead. John's eyes widened in shock. You killed him? The monsoon nodded. Yeah. In the game, players are not allowed to kill each other. What you did violates. He came to kill me first, and I just countered. Besides, there are no clear rules saying players can't kill each other. Even if I kill you now, so what? What can you do? John's heart sank. Dragon Country kid, you're offending so many nations, don't you fear repercussions for Dragon Country? Chapter 50, Guessing Rock Paper Scissors with the Mirror, I won. Ha, has Dragon Country faced fewer sanctions? John. A single sentence from the monsoon left John speechless. If we're talking about sanctions, in Blue Star, no country has faced more than Dragon Country. Yet despite this, Dragon Country bounces back like a spring when pressed down. The suppression and sanctions from other countries against Dragon Country are in name only. For so many years, they haven't managed to suppress Dragon Country. On the contrary, Dragon Country has achieved a comprehensive leap forward. Except for the bizarre game with 9 consecutive losses, in various fields, Dragon Country has already ranked among the world leaders. Did you make a deal with the strange guest in your room? The monsoon asked. The strange guests in the Eerie rooms have their own tasks at midnight. If players can use them well, they can be a sharp blade. He conquered the Ghost Bride, which gave him more confidence in this strange world. Players from other countries aren't fools. Little Daly knows how to use pointers. Doesn't that mean the kangaroo players are unaware? John found himself in a struggle. He didn't have the same confidence as the monsoon. The kangaroo country couldn't back him up. At most, they were just America's dog on Blue Star. If something went wrong, America would run off quicker than a ghost. Are you still not willing to speak? The monsoon looked toward the morgue. Then I'll have Demeng send you some more work. John was so frightened that he shivered. I'll talk. Before entering the Eerie room, I chose a token, a red hairpin. The ghost in the Eerie room corresponding to this hairpin is a terrifying madwoman. The madwoman appears disheveled during the day but starts searching for her daughter at night. Because I was holding the red hairpin, the mad ghost thought I was her daughter, but soon she realized something was off because my physical structure was different. And I couldn't deny it, fearing that the mad ghost would kill me. So in the Eerie room, I pretended to be a 12-year-old girl to get along with the mad ghost. The next day, I noticed my body had begun to show female traits, especially in the chest area, and the abnormal spots would attract parasites. Later, you also know. I instantly realized that either the red hairpin was the problem or the madwoman was the problem. She was turning me into a woman. The monsoon took out a red hairpin from her storage space and threw it onto the autopsy table. Is this it? John was shocked. This thing is with you, but how come you're fine? The monsoon replied, this thing doesn't affect me. Last night, when she returned to the Eerie room to be intimate with the Ghost Bride discovered that the red hairpin had cursed spiritual powers attached to it. The bearer would be affected by the cursed spirit powers and undergo bodily changes. The Ghost Bride immediately erased the cursed spiritual powers from the red hairpin. The monsoon felt her heart race, nearly falling into Little Daly's trap. Shawnee even said that the red hairpin could bring good luck. So you used the reason that the red hairpin brings good luck to give it to Little Daly's Shawnee after the second day? The monsoon asked. John nodded in agreement. At this moment, Little Daly's nationwide mood was unsettled. Baka Yaru, we suspect Dragon Country, suspect West 8, suspect 80s, but never suspected the kangaroo. Shan Yikuan was badly harmed by the kangaroo players. I'm really crying to death. Weren't we supposed to form an alliance with the kangaroos? Damn it, the alliance on the surface is all fake. The kangaroos actually dared to play tricks on us. Inside the copy. Season Wind asked, do you have a grudge against Cherry Blossom? Yes. National hatred and familial revenge, never to be forgotten. John said firmly. Season Wind's eyes narrowed slightly. He then remembered, the kangaroo country's hatred for the little son was second only to the dragon country. It is said that on the floor of the kangaroos museum, there is a cherry blossom flag, just to let visitors step on it. This shows how deep the kangaroo's hatred for cherry blossom is. Now that it had been said, John could only give up and openly admit, I hate them, I wish I could kill them all. Season Wind resonated with John's inner hatred. He stepped forward and patted John on the shoulder. The remaining 2 days of hard work are relieved for you. John sighed in relief. He thought Season Wind was here to torture him. After saying that, Season Wind left the mortuary. Today, there were fewer patients than yesterday, and the other 2 doctors in the hospital could handle it. Season Wind went to a room on the 2nd floor, waiting for Luo Yunyan to return. He wanted to ask about things at school. While waiting, Season Wind remembered the mirror shard. He took it out from storage and went to the bathroom. In the mission of the twin sisters, the younger sister once took this shard into the mirror world to find Grandma, but because it was too dark and scary inside, she backed out. Season Wind held the shard in one hand and slowly approached the mirror above the sink with the other. Can players really enter this mirror world? What kind of world exists inside? Are there many mirror ghosts? Previously, he thought that most of the strange residents in the town were mirror ghosts in disguise, but after these days, he overturned that idea. The number of mirror ghosts might not be that many. Most of the residents in the town behaved strangely, and the vast majority were caused by fungus bugs. As long as the mother fungus in the farm barn is solved, the residents' strange behaviors might be relieved. Season Wind suddenly felt that there were far too many unresolved mysteries in the town. Mirror ghosts, mirror world? The reverse clock school and the chaotic graveyard with red exclamation marks. Abandoned cars and a meteorite mother that swallowed car keys. And the black mist at the edge of the town. Players had previously discussed the black mist at the boundary. Some people standing at the boundary saw ghostly shadows in the black mist, terrifying beyond belief. Players did not dare to rashly enter. But this also means that the mist at the boundary can be entered, it's just filled with the unknown and danger. Moreover, the introduction when entering the copy was not entering the initial copy, but entering the initial area. Does this mean that with the player's exploration, the initial area can continue to expand outward? Season Wind looked at the mirror in front of him. The self in the mirror also made the same reaching out motion. For some reason, he suddenly felt that the appearance of his reflection was somewhat strange. This feeling was odd, like looking at a word for too long until it no longer looks like that word. But the problem is, he had just started looking in the mirror. He did not press his hand against the mirror's surface because he was worried he would really enter the so-called mirror world. However, he had a bold idea in his mind that needed to be verified. His expression became serious, his demeanor cold. He slowly closed his hand into a fist, bringing it close to the mirror's surface. The self in the mirror also made the same motion, fist clenched. Season Wind slowly relaxed his fist, making a scissors gesture. The self in the mirror also synchronously made the scissors gesture. Season Wind quickened his speed and hit his hand behind his back, then reached out. After several attempts, the self in the mirror also synchronized and made the same movements without any difference. Am I just too nervous? How could I doubt my own reflection? He shook his head and turned to leave. But a strange scene unfolded. The season in the mirror didn't turn away but ominously stared at the season who was leaving. At that moment, the season unexpectedly turned back and made a peace sign toward the mirror. The reflection did the same gesture. The season looked at the reflection, curled his lips into a cold smile, and gazed fiercely at the hand in the mirror. He showed scissors, and the reflection showed cloth. Chapter 51 Mirror World. This bizarre scene stunned audiences worldwide. Oh my god, my scalp is tingling, I just finished showering and was looking in the mirror. I won a rock-paper-scissors game against my reflection, oh man, this is too scary. I was looking in the mirror too, suddenly feeling so strange. Should I try rock-paper-scissors with my reflection? I'm waiting online, urgent. Thinking deeper is terrifying. Could there really be a world in the mirror, and do reflections secretly watch us? My god, the Dragon Country player is so bold, how did he notice something was wrong with the reflection? Just now, I was questioning if the Dragon Country player was overly sensitive. It turns out I was wrong. I apologize to the Dragon Country player. Inside the instance. The corner of the season's mouth curled into a smile, his sharp gaze slowly moved up the reflection's hand, staring straight at himself in the mirror. 2 seconds later, the reflection's eyes flickered with fear. The season snorted coldly and decisively punched the mirror. But just as his fist was about to shatter the mirror, a pale hand grabbed his wrist first. The season was shocked and tried to pull away, but an irresistible force pulled him into the mirror. The live broadcast suddenly fell into darkness. What the hell is happening? This isn't even a risque scene, why won't it let us watch? Players from the Dragon Country began to worry. Those foreign players who disliked the Dragon Country started mocking. Ha ha ha, a blackout just means elimination. In the past, players from the Dragon Country died too quickly. This time, the player lasted a bit longer. Not used to it, huh? That guy named Season finally paid a painful price for his arrogance. Dragon Country viewers, don't watch anymore. Your wind god isn't coming back. Wait for tomorrow morning to divide the luck of the Dragon Country. In the Dragon Country official conference room. Chief, several factions are stirring up public opinion trying to sow discord among the people. Could Season really be dead? Everyone looked at the black screen, their expressions solemn and heavy. They could understand the black screens of Ghost Bride and Ghost Doctor, after all, it wasn't suitable for children. But this sudden blackout and being pulled into the mirror made everyone extremely uneasy. From past experiences, players dragged away by the bazaar would most likely die. Wall ghosts could drag people into walls and kill them. Sand ghosts dragged them into the sand. Water ghosts dragged them into the water. None of these examples ended well, all resulted in suffocation. But this mirror ghost. The chief sat there calmly, his face resolute as he said, stirring up public opinion is just the last resort of imperialist dogs, public opinion will eventually collapse on its own. An official asked, does the chief think Season is not dead? The chief snorted coldly, when have you seen eliminations without a recorded death? This statement woke everyone up. Only then did they realize that every eliminated player's live broadcast clearly recorded their death, and then it went black. But the Dragon Country's broadcast didn't record Season's death, it just went black. This meant that perhaps the bizarre world didn't want the audience to see certain scenes. There's a scene. Someone shouted excitedly. Inside the instance. Before Season, everything was dark, reaching out he couldn't see his fingers. After a short wait, many faint glimmers of light appeared before him. These lights were like the world seen by someone with severe myopia at night. A cluster of hazy, colorful glows spread around. His vision gradually cleared up, and Jifeng suddenly realized that the glowing things were variously shaped mirrors floating or standing in the darkness. These mirrors emitted different kinds of light, some warm, some bright white, some deep red, some dark, and some ghostly. There were no buildings around, and wherever he looked, there were different mirrors. It felt as if he was in the cold universe, with the countless starry mirrors all around him. Mirror world? After a brief shock and confirming there was no danger, Jifeng quickly calmed down. He turned around, and behind him was a square mirror. The mirror emitted the light of a bright bulb, and through it, he could see a corner of a bathroom. Jifeng placed his hand on the mirror's surface but was obstructed. It was as if an air wall separated him from it. He tried a few more times, even using force, but he still couldn't touch the mirror's surface. Jifeng looked around but saw nothing that would pull him into the mirror world. In the distance, there seemed to be a layer of light black fog floating. The scene far away was both hazy and mysterious. I was pulled into the mirror world by that hand, but I can't return the same way? Am I going to be trapped in the mirror world forever? This is not even the mirror town, which is a bit surprising. He had thought the mirror world would be similar to the despair town, but everything inside would be reversed. But the world before him contained only mirrors. Each mirror seemed like a window, allowing glimpses of different sceneries. Jifeng didn't get stuck in trying to leave through the mirror he came in. Since the strange thing kept him trapped here, it wouldn't let him escape easily. He walked towards a mirror below. It was a mirror the size of a bowl, with light and shadow flickering. As Jifeng approached, he couldn't help but freeze. In that small mirror was reflected the face of Nurse Xiaoji. Xiaoji was seriously touching up her makeup during her break, applying lipstick evenly on her lips. Xiaoji, Xiaoji. Jifeng shouted a few times towards the mirror. The Xiaoji in the mirror didn't respond at all. However, Jifeng could hear the sounds from within the mirror. After applying lipstick evenly, Xiaoji pressed her lips together, making a pop sound. Then Xiaoji adjusted her open collar, and the mirror faced a patch of snow white. Jifeng's eyes lit up. There's something. Nurse, come look at my leg. Coming. From the mirror came the urgent call of the patient. Xiaoji responded and then covered the mirror. The small mirror in front of Jifeng instantly turned pitch black and then began to move. The mirror world can even show the makeup mirrors women carry? The small mirror kept moving within a small range. Jifeng walked to another mirror, which was hazy and stained. It was better to say it was glass than a mirror. Inside was a hazy street view outside the town hospital. Then he discovered a puddle-like mirror reflecting the gloomy sky and the soles of pedestrians' shoes. He tried to pass through every mirror, but all ended in failure. He thought of a dire problem. Although he could breathe normally here, there was no food. If he couldn't find a way back, he would starve to death. Splash! Suddenly, a large oval water mirror ahead rippled like waves. Jifeng looked towards the sound, his eyes widening with curiosity. What mirror is this? As he reached the rippling water mirror, he saw a mass of white sitting in the water, and before he could see clearly, the water's ripples grew stronger. What the hell? Jifeng couldn't see clearly, so he looked to the side. Right next to the oval water mirror was a square mirror. He quickly approached the square mirror and looked inward. A steaming bathroom appeared before his eyes. Is it the bathroom again? The wind changed direction slightly, revealing a stunning scene in the corner of the bathroom. So the oval rippling water mirror is. Chapter 52, both wild and fierce, yet pure white. A gigantic white bathtub came into view for the wind. Splash! A slender, fair arm followed closely behind. Adjusting his angle slightly, the wind couldn't help but widen his eyes. Inside the bathtub lay a blonde beauty reclining on the edge, her long, fair arm gently splashing water onto her collarbone. The woman had a high nose, a graceful profile, and deep blue eyes, looking utterly relaxed and content. A player? When the bathtub beauty appeared in the Wind's livestream, the audience from Iron Tower Country erupted. You are still watching the pixelated livestream of the YY goddess bathing, but we in Dragon Country are watching our goddess in high definition without any pixels. What? Tell me this isn't real. Elena is my goddess. I won't allow anyone to desecrate her. Unable to accept this, the audience from Iron Tower Country quickly flooded into Dragon Country's livestream. When they saw their goddess being appreciated by the global audience from every angle, they completely broke down. No. 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 This is my sacred and inviolable goddess. This isn't fair. Why is there no pixelation in the Dragon Country livestream? Maybe it's because of the different angles. After all, the Dragon Country players you mocked are not only doing well but are openly admiring your goddess bathing. Can you handle that? Mr. G's righteousness knows that the audience watching this strange livestream is always on edge, so he's giving us a little color as a seasoning to relieve our fatigue. Very good, very good. No, isn't Iron Tower country supposed to be known as a free, romantic, and open country? This isn't open at all. Iron Tower country probably didn't expect to be slapped in the face this quickly when they previously allied with the US to create public opinion against Dragon Country. Despicable Dragon Country players, how dare they do such vile, dirty, and despicable peeping? Does Dragon Country have no shame? Haha, I'm dying from laughter. Which of your eyes saw Dragon Country players peeping? They are clearly watching openly, okay? The internet users from Iron Tower country were left speechless against the backlash from Dragon Country's audience. And in the mirror world, the wind was indeed watching the Iron Tower country players bathe openly. After all, such an opportunity is rare. Suddenly, a faint, strange sound came from the bathroom mirror. The wind's ears twitched slightly as he adjusted his angle to look towards the bathroom window. The high window was slightly ajar, allowing a view of the trees and the sky outside. Was that sound? Am I being overly suspicious? The wind's gaze swept to the window, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw a massive creature, resembling neurons, crawling through the crack of the window. It's a fungal bug. The wind's expression changed. The fungal bug fell to the ground after entering through the window, making a faint sound. Then, the bug released its nerve-like tendrils and crawled toward the fish tank where the Iron Tower country player was bathing. The female player in the bathtub was completely unaware of the approaching bug, still lying in the tub looking blissful. The fungal bug reached the bottom of the tub, releasing its nerve-like tentacles as it adhered to the bathtub wall and crawled upwards. This terrifying scene sent the audience from Iron Tower country into a breakdown. God, please don't do this to our Elena. Elena can wash at any time. Open your eyes and look. Oh God, that ugly bug is about to climb into the bathtub. I can't bear to watch. God, save our player. From the wind's perspective, he could clearly see the fungal bug climbing to the edge of the bathtub, standing on it and arrogantly observing the female player, before finally jumping into the bathing water. The bug entered the water almost silently, but Elena seemed to sense a twinge of something unusual. She opened her eyes in confusion and glanced at the surface of the bathtub water. Seeing nothing unusual, she slowly lay back, closed her eyes, and struck a comfortable pose, stretching her long legs over the edge of the tub. Bacteria began to quietly emerge from the water's surface, their neural-like tentacles gently gliding through the water, moving towards the female player. The viewers from the Iron Tower Nation were about to cry. I don't want Elena to become a terrifying monster, I don't want that. But soon, someone noticed that Elena's position was not quite right, she looked a bit too relaxed. Moreover, Elena's hands were. Players from all over were bewildered. Iron Tower Nation, your goddess is too carefree, in this strange world, she's actually lost in her own enjoyment? Self-enjoyment should have better timing, right? The Iron Tower Nation's goddess is truly bold, no wonder they're known as the romantic capital. If it weren't for the Dragon Nation's livestream, I wouldn't get to see such a thrilling scene. In the mirrored world. The monsoon's eyes were as wide as copper bells. Wow, which country's female player is this? She knows how to enjoy herself. But the monsoon slapped the mirror, trying to warn the female player about the bacteria in the bathtub. But no matter how hard he tried, the player in the mirror couldn't hear his voice. There's completely no way to warn her. The monsoon's brows furrowed. Wait, the mirror fragment. He took the mirror fragment from his storage space, trying again. Still doesn't work? After several attempts, the results remained the same. Even holding the mirror fragment, he still couldn't pass through the mirror, nor could he give any warnings. Could this just be an ordinary piece of mirror fragment? Or can it only be used on specific mirror surfaces? This is bad, there's not enough time. Just as the bacteria was about to parasitize the female player, a knocking sound came from outside the bathroom door. Elena, it's bad news. A voice from another woman came from outside. The player named Elena suddenly opened her eyes and saw a strange tentacled worm floating on the surface of the water before her. Ah! She immediately screamed and grabbed the bacteria, smashing it heavily onto the floor. Squeak! The bacteria let out a painful cry. Elena got up, stepped out of the bathtub, and stomped on the bacteria with her long legs. Bang! Bang! The bacteria was instantly crushed into tomato sauce. Elena quickly threw on clothes nearby, her wet hair cascading down as she fled the bathroom. What's happening? There are many strange worms in town, I feel something is not right. Players should stick together. Okay. The footsteps outside gradually faded away. The monsoon withdrew his gaze from the mirror. Which country's female player is this? So carefree, fierce, and pure. But on second thought, occasionally watching such a beautiful figure is indeed a feast for the eyes. Damn, what is this? Ah! Help me help! Get away! Get away from me! Everyone don't panic, it's just some wriggling little it's crawling in my Just then, voices of panic and pleas for help erupted from the surrounding mirrors. The monsoon's expression changed, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He quickly moved towards the mirrors around him. P.S. Update time changed, now updating 2 chapters at 8 in the morning. Still waiting for the premiere. If the data is good, there will be extra updates, generally in the afternoon. By the way, I hope for support in all forms. I appreciate any support, bookshelves, following updates, urging updates, comments, reviews, rewards, or even watching a video to support the panda. Thank you very much. Chapter 53, Invasion of the Worms. Extra update. In front of a mirror. The monsoon looked through the mirror and saw a hair salon. A player was fleeing the salon in terror. But just as she reached the doorway, thick strands of hair shot out from the salon, quickly wrapping around the player's neck. The hair tightened like a rope, the player's face reddening, veins appearing on her face. Swish! Suddenly, a dagger sliced through the hair, swiftly saving the nearly suffocating player. Run! Get away from the hair salon! After saving her, another player urged. The two quickly distanced themselves from the hair salon. Feng frowned deeply. In the mirror before him, thick hair slowly shrank back into the salon. Due to the angle, he couldn't see the situation inside the salon. However, what the salon had plenty of were mirrors. He quickly found a mirror that allowed him to observe the situation inside the salon. But when he saw the scene inside, Feng couldn't help but gasp. What kind of salon is this? He only saw a mass of extremely dense and exaggerated hair rapidly expanding, greedily swallowing every corner of the salon. And within that thick and chaotic mass of terrifying hair, there was a pale woman's face. Feng remembered that face. It belonged to the lady at the salon, and he was impressed by her thick hair. It was clear this lady must cherish her thick hair very much. But now, it was about to fill the entire salon. He walked to the next mirror. This is... Through the mirror, he saw a pregnant woman climbing up the outer wall of a 3-story old house. The pregnant woman was crawling on the wall like Spider-Man, her huge belly glowing with a strange red light. The viewers in the live stream were all dumbfounded. What is this pregnant woman going to do? Oh my god, she wouldn't be delivering the baby on the wall, would she? It can't just be a baby. Have you ever seen a pregnant belly glowing red? I'm afraid what she gives birth to won't be a normal baby. At that moment, the pregnant woman let out a blood-curdling scream, and from below her, huge and exaggerated, nerve-like tendrils emerged. These tendrils stuck to the wall, spreading greedily, expanding further. Feng stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He no longer knew how to describe the horrifying scene. In an instant, the entire outer wall looked as if it was growing a massive blood-colored scab, with the center bulging into a giant cocoon entangled with countless nerve tendrils, the pregnant woman wrapped inside it. From the outside, the outline of the pregnant woman could be vaguely seen inside the cocoon, but with the bizarre red light flashing and the cocoon writhing, her figure was quickly swallowed. Oh god, the pregnant woman has become an embryo inside. This is simply upside down. This is too terrifying. Did the pregnant woman give birth to a monster, or did the monster get pregnant with the woman? Oh no, that wall has completely transformed into a giant incubator for monsters. Oh mama, this is too scary. I feel sorry for the players in this bizarre world. If it were me, I would be scared to death on the spot. Panic and cries for help echoed from everywhere in the mirrored world. Feng continued to move forward. He saw chaos in the town hospital. Patients infected by the spore worms began to attack those around them indiscriminately. Some residents lunged at a player like zombies with ferocity. The player's neck spurted blood like a fountain. Just when Feng thought the player was doomed, the player suddenly stood upright, their eyes turned white, and thin, dense tendrils grew from their mouth, then they let out a screech and lunged at other patients. The clinic's nurse and doctor quickly fled to the basement's morgue. The morgue worker, Meng, directly shut the door to the morgue. How could this happen? The spore worms suddenly erupted? Feng walked in the mirrored world. He saw chaos in the town from various mirrors. Players were fleeing in all directions, some escaping back to the bazaar house. However, the bazaar house was not safe. The butler and chef, even the strange guests were infected. The entire town was plunged into panic. Is this going to catch both residents and players in one net? Feng, following his instincts, ran towards the farm in the mirrored world. He saw many terrifying scenes through the mirrors along the way. A tree had grown tendrils like a centipede, capturing passing residents. In the alley, the garbage bin grew bloodied limbs and countless tentacles, and passing cockroaches and rats became its lunch. In the crack of the broken wall, a mass of writhing flesh revealed itself, a huge eyeball slowly emerging from the mass, staring intently at the fleeing pedestrians on the street. The residents who died tragically in the street had horrifying, wriggling tentacles growing from their wounds, dragging their corpses towards another body, with tentacles burrowing into it. Soon after, both corpses grew fleshy tentacles, intertwining and merging, until they fully fused into one. The global audience was left dumbfounded at these images. Oh my god, this is simply hell, every scene makes me tremble all over. It's so hard, it's only the 4th day, and it's already this horrifying? How will the players survive? Players shouldn't be aimlessly fleeing around now, it's time to band together to face the crisis. If this continues, only the monsoon and the mirror world might survive, other players are doomed. The contestants from the Dragon Country are no better off, being trapped in the mirror world might not guarantee their survival. Just watching the livestream makes me feel suffocated and desperate, I really don't know how the players will get through this difficult time. In the mirror world. The monsoon stopped as he passed by a mirror. He walked in front of the mirror, his face filled with shock. This, so many? Outside the mirror was the road leading to the farm. But now, this road was covered with a moving red carpet. As the red carpet slowly approached the mirror, both the monsoon and the livestream audience instantly felt their scalp tingle. Oh my god, it's bugs. God, I'm about to have a panic attack from my fear of clusters. The monsoon's pupils trembled violently. At. Swarming like a tide, fungi insects overwhelmed the town's roads. Once they entered the town streets, the fungi insects began to split, parasitizing flowers, plants, and trees. Devouring insects and ants, parasitizing rats and birds. Crawling over windows, invading houses. The fungi insects spared no life in the town. This is going to turn the town into a bug planet. The monsoon didn't want to provoke the mother fungus of the farm. But now the mother fungus seemed to be pushing the players into a dead end. Continuing forward, he saw a steady stream of fungi insects pouring out from the farm barn through the puddles and the glass mirror. Damn, is this mother fungus related to cockroaches? It's producing too much. The player's space for survival was facing a severe challenge. If this crisis of fungi insects isn't resolved, even he wouldn't have any space to survive. The monsoon arrived in front of a blurry glass. This was the glass of a house behind the barn, covered in dirt. However, he could still see that this glass corresponded to the back of the farm's barn. From the angle where the monsoon stood, he could just see the wood pile and gasoline barrels behind the barn. During his previous exploration of the barn, he had thought of burning it down. But because this plan was too dangerous, he had extinguished the thought. But little did he expect, the mother fungus crisis had arrived fiercely, reaching the stage where it had to be eliminated no matter what. But the monsoon placed his hand on the dirt-covered glass. If only I could break through this and set the barn on fire. Suddenly, the monsoon heard some strange sounds behind him. His ears perked up, and he quickly turned to look behind him. A faint gray mist drifted in the distance, seemingly at the boundary of the town. The monsoon squinted, his heart startled. Does the mirror world also have boundary mist? He walked toward the misty boundary, his eyes sharp as he gazed into it. In the next second, his pupils contracted, and his expression became grave. In the faint gray mist, a figure stood motionless, unable to see its features, but the monsoon could feel that the figure was watching him. P.S. The first show has started, and here's an update. Chapter 54, Dangerous Red, Ghost in the Mirror. Feng's expression suddenly changed. Facing the gaze of the shadow in the gray mist, Feng did not look away. He stared intensely at the shadow in the mist. And so, one person and one eerie shadow stood still, motionless, separated by the gray mist. Global viewers were bewildered. What's wrong with the Dragon Country contestant? Has he been scared silly? This strange game is done for, the most promising contestant from the Dragon Country is in danger. The town's fungal invasion, even in the mirror world, the Dragon Country contestant has encountered eeriness. I'm afraid no player will clear this level. What happens if no player clears the strange game? If no one clears it, all previously earned rewards will be returned, and all countries will face punishment. No, contestant from the Dragon Country, don't fail us now. After a while, Feng and the shadow in the grey mist remained in a stalemate. So some viewers began to doubt whether the live stream had frozen. The official live broadcast room of the Dragon Country urgently checked the live feed. The live stream is fine, it's normal. Then why is Feng standing still? Has the eerie thing scared him? It's too strange, the eerie hasn't attacked Feng. Immediately scan the outline of the shadow in the mist and investigate the eerie information quickly. The chief immediately gave the order. Since the strange game arrived, all countries established an eerie database. They could find various eerie's that appeared in past instances from it. Soon, through the live broadcast image, the shadow in the mist was scanned, and the officials obtained eerie data. Found it. Show it on the screen. The staff immediately shared the eerie information on the screen. But when everyone saw the information, they could not help but gasp. At the same time, above the shadow's head in Feng's eyes, a dangerous red exclamation mark flickered. Dangerous task, ghost in the mirror. Description: are you sure the one in the mirror when you look is really you? When you look in the mirror, it mimics your actions almost exactly, but it's just waiting for you to turn around or look away. Is the one in the mirror really you? Task progress. Reward: mirror stealth. Hint: it fears direct gazes, yet yearns to replace you. Who is the true reflection? When Feng saw the ghost shadow hidden in the mist, he immediately thought of the pale hand that could pull him into the mirror world. The Eerie that can exist in the mirror world, the mirror ghost. If he did not possess the all-knowing ability, I'm afraid he would have died shortly after discovering the mirror ghost. The reason he stood still, not even blinking, was that the mirror ghost had the ability to teleport outside of sight. Once he blinked or looked away, the mirror ghost would approach him at an extremely eerie speed, kill him, and then replace him. Thus, he needed to maintain his gaze on the mirror ghost. Let's see whose endurance lasts longer. If he shows any signs of backing down or fear, he could die right at the first stage of the task. Therefore, Feng could not let his eyes wander, not even to blink. He did not know how long the maintained gaze would last. But it would definitely reach the limit of his eyelids' endurance. The red exclamation mark signified a highly dangerous task. The mirror ghost pulling him here was meant to kill him. Escape was nearly impossible now. Only overcoming remained. Feng's eyes had begun to burn. The mirror ghost still stood in the mist. I have to complete the other two tasks before my eyes give out. Break the imitation, huh? He continued to stare at the mirror ghost, slowly extending his right hand. Sure enough, the ghostly shadow in the mist also raised its right hand, moving exactly like him. Feng stepped forward. The ghost shadow approached him, perfectly in sync. Even the gait and posture were exactly the same. The actions of the ghost in the mirror are almost identical to mine, the frequency is the same. How can I break its mimicking behavior? Then, Feng continued to gaze at the ghost in the mirror, performing some difficult moves. The ghost in the mirror completely replicated his actions in perfect synchronization. It seems difficult to break the ghost's mimicry through physical movements. Unless I can introduce some props or items that the ghost does not have. Got it. Feng quickly thought of a solution. There is one item that the ghost in the mirror does not possess. Storage space. He casually took out an item from his storage space, the Tang umbrella sword. The Tang umbrella sword was obtained from the wild lord of the Little Sun Mountain. Feng dared not take his eyes off it, waving the Tang umbrella sword. After waving it for a while, he found that although the ghost in the mirror did not have the Tang umbrella sword, its actions and behaviors were still identical, as if it were also holding a Tang umbrella sword. No, the Tang umbrella sword cannot break the mimicry either. He threw the Tang umbrella sword back into storage space and took out another item, embroidered shoes. Feng smiled slightly. This time, let's see how you mimic. He stood still, commanding the embroidered shoes to walk toward the ghost in the mirror. The embroidered shoes were the strange item of the ghost bride. When in distress or faced with choices, they could lead him to the right place. In addition, they could make the target wear the embroidered shoes. The ghost bride said that once worn, the target could experience her pain. The embroidered shoes stepped into the mist, and upon touching the ghost in the mirror's feet, they bizarrely slipped onto the ghost's feet. Seeing this, Feng smiled. Since you love to mimic, let's start with a high knee lift. Feng lifted his leg high. The ghost in the mirror also made the same move. But just as the action was taking shape, with a crack, the sound of bones breaking rang out. The ghost in the mirror's feet twisted a full 180 degrees behind it. The ghost stumbled violently and knelt down. Yet, even so, the upper body of the ghost in the mirror still mirrored Feng's actions and stared intently at him. However, this time, Feng detected a hint of panic in the ghost's movements. Feng walked towards the ghost in the mirror. The ghost crawled toward him on its knees. Oomph, I have already broken your mimicry. Oomph, I have already broken your mimicry. Feng and the ghost in the mirror spoke in sync, the content exactly the same. Feng remained unconcerned. Since you love to mimic, let's increase the intensity, how about a split? Since you love to mimic, let's increase the intensity, how about a split? As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost in the mirror abruptly lowered its height, performing a split. With a crack, it was hard to tell if it was bones cracking or ligaments tearing. Feng stepped forward. The ghost in the split moved forward, its upper body matching Feng's. Is this not breaking its defense? Is this not breaking its defense? Feng stood before the ghost in the mirror. The ghost in the split was notably shorter than him. He finally saw the actual appearance of the ghost in the mirror. A white mannequin. So this is how you look. So this is how you look. A cold smile appeared on Feng's face as he swung his right hand down sharply, a cold light sweeping across the ghost in the mirror's neck. The ghost in the mirror also reached out its hand to swing down, but it did not attack Feng, missing by a hair's breadth. Yet, a gleaming scalpel was now in Feng's hand. Chapter 55, Crisis in the Town. The head of the ghost in the mirror rolled to the ground like a ripe melon. Feng stood before the ghost in the mirror with the scalpel, like a victor. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom rejoiced. I knew Feng would not let us down. It's truly unbelievable. Has the supernatural been killed by the monsoon? Who just said that the Dragon Country contestant was doomed? Are you hitting your face now? Does it hurt? Where did the dog-like water army of the American Empire go? Why are they not speaking now? At the same time, in the United States, in a mysterious combat meeting room, the central wall broadcasts the content of the Dragon Country livestream. But on both sides, there are the official heads of various countries' portraits. Corrupt country, a single failure in this Eerie game does not significantly impact us, but if we allow this contestant from Dragon Country to continue, it will be a dream to suppress Dragon Country again. German nation, I suspect this fellow named Monsoon is a genius secretly trained by Dragon Country. You know, Dragon Country is best at doing such things. By the time we notice, he has already amazed everyone. Little Japan, this guy Monsoon definitely has all sorts of eerie information stuffed in his head. Responding to the supernatural so calmly is impossible without great courage. Pizza Nation, corrupt country is right. Once Dragon Country rises, no one will be able to stop them in the future. Westernate country, use the hint cards, let the remaining players unite to kill the Dragon Country contestant. I don't believe Dragon Country can rise again. The heads from all sides expressed their opinions. The American official head, with a gloomy face, said, the difficulty of this dungeon far exceeds the past. Banding together to kill the Dragon Country contestant is unwise. Global viewers can see everything. Right now, this fellow Monsoon's popularity is very high, almost equal to our last contestant Adam. Dragon Country may have mastered the system's selection methods like us. This selected person is indeed outstanding. However, whether this guy can clear the dungeon is uncertain. He only killed the mirror ghost and hasn't escaped the mirrored world. Let's observe further. If this guy named Monsoon continues to perform well, we must take action in the next Eerie game. The American official head looked serious at the live broadcast screen. On the screen, Monsoon's eyes were already filled with bloodshot veins. After killing the mirror ghost, he did not quickly close his eyes, but rather stabbed several times with a scalpel in the heart of the mirror ghost. Only after the mirror ghost fell to the ground, its body slowly melting into a pool of mercury-like liquid, did Monsoon close his eyes slowly. The bulging outline of his pupils gradually swept across his eyelids. Once the soreness in his eyes disappeared, Monsoon opened his eyes again, and the bloodshot gradually faded away. He exhaled a breath. What a troublesome supernatural being. Information about task completion popped up in front of him. Dangerous task, mirror ghost, completed. Task progress, 1, maintain gaze, 1/1, 2, crack imitation, 1/1, 3, turn the tables, 1/1. Reward, mirror stealth. Monsoon looked at the mercury-like liquid on the ground and immediately understood why he couldn't pass through the mirror. He took out the mirror fragment again and gently placed it in the mercury-colored liquid. A strange scene appeared. The liquid slowly absorbed the fragment, coating it with a layer of mercury color. So, crossing the mirror's surface requires energy. After all the energy was absorbed, Monsoon discovered that the information of the mirror fragment in his hand had changed. Eerie object, broken mirror. Energy, 97. Description, an irregular piece of broken mirror, covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Gazing at the surface gives a feeling of being watched by countless pairs of eyes. A broken mirror is hard to mend, entering the mirror is easy, but leaving is difficult. Are you sure the you in the mirror is still yourself? Ability 1, Mirror Traversal. The player holding it can touch any mirror surface, including glass, water surfaces, and other reflective objects, to enter the mirror realm. Each traversal consumes 10 energy points. Ability 2, Broken Mirror Energy. Mirror ghosts are native monsters of the mirror realm, and they contain broken mirror energy. Players can obtain energy by killing or consuming mirror ghosts. Note, frequent use will gradually cause the mirror reflection to develop self-awareness, attempting to replace the real body in reality. With each jump, it would attract the attention of the mirror ghosts. Staying too long could lead to an ambush. If one lingered in the mirrored world for more than 24 hours, the mirror in the real world would no longer reflect the holder's image, making it impossible to return. I didn't expect there to be so many restrictions on the broken mirror. Feng watched the surroundings cautiously. He was not sure if there were other mirror ghosts around. The floating mirrors around him echoed with the chaotic voices of players. Damn, there are more and more bugs, they can even infect the spooky things. Oh god, where did these terrifying bugs come from? Ah! Don't come over, don't come over. Ugly disgusting bugs, I will fight you all, die, die, die. The town is no longer safe, I need to find a hiding place. Feng walked past one mirror after another. He found that the situation in the town was terrible. Players had found shotguns from the hunter's house, firing at the ground-dwelling mushroom insects. One by one, the mushroom insects exploded into a mess like ketchup. But more and more mushroom insects surged forth, surrounding the players. The shotgun bullets quickly ran out. In panic, the players picked up shotguns to defend themselves, but it still could not change the outcome of being swallowed by the mushroom insects. Feng approached a dark mirror. Inside the mirror was a dim room, where in the corner sat a small boy glowing with a faint blue light. The boy had short, messy hair, curled up in the corner, hugging his knees. His pair of pitch-black, lifeless eyes stared intently at the wriggling mushroom insects with several nerve-like tentacles on the floor. Is it Sakurai Toshio? Seeing the boy's appearance, Feng suddenly thought of a very horrifying Eerie figure, Kayako. If I remember correctly, both Kayako and Sakurai Toshio are vengeful spirits bound by extreme resentment. Can the mushroom insects even parasitize vengeful spirits? As he wondered, Sakurai Toshio suddenly stretched out his small, dark hand and grabbed a wriggling mushroom insect. The mushroom insect was squeezed into a balloon shape, its tentacles flailing, letting out a painful screech. Sakurai Toshio's dark eyes curiously observed the mushroom insect. Suddenly, he clenched his small hand, and the blood-colored mushroom insect struggled to a halt, turning into a gray color like a statue, dying on the spot. Sakurai Toshio casually tossed the mushroom insect aside like garbage. Suddenly, as if he sensed a watching gaze, he jerked his head up, his lifeless black eyes staring at the mirror of the wardrobe across from him. The mirror reflected the dim room but did not show his image. Apart from that, the mirror had no abnormalities. Damn it, good thing I saw the crisis countdown. In the mirrored world, Feng was secretly alarmed. In the future, it would be best not to approach such terrifying Eerie figures. From Sakurai Toshio's performance, it seemed that the mushroom insects could not infect some powerful Eerie beings. Previously, he had worried that the bride ghost and Dr. Luo might also be infected. Now it seemed he was overthinking it. These little bugs simply could not get close to these two powerful ghostly women. He returned to the location of the dirty glass on the farm. From his perspective, he could see the back of the barn perfectly. But at this moment, above the barn, strands of matter like hair floated towards the sky, glowing blood-red amidst the clouds. Has the mother bug grown so fast? Feng fearfully looked up at the blood-red clouds. A giant swirling dark cloud appeared in the sky, and at its center, blood-colored lightning flickered. The strands of black silk floating towards the horizon seemed to be trying to pull something from beyond the skies. Seeing the scene, Feng's face changed dramatically. He adjusted his angle and looked at a section of the barn's edge, entangled with vines. There was a giant rock that was radiating a dangerous green light. The vegetation covering the giant rock twisted, thrived, and deformed under the illumination of the green light. A terrifying thought flashed through Feng's mind. Is the mother bug summoning a meteorite? When global viewers saw Feng's perspective, they... Oh my god, what does this evil thing want to do? Is it going to destroy the town? The difficulty of this dungeon is terrifying, it's simply hell level. Don't treat our players this way, can't you give them even a chance to survive? The fungal mother in the farm is so scary, if it had been discovered on the first day, it wouldn't have grown so terrifying. Yeah, when Feng went to check yesterday, it wasn't this scary, just one day. This dungeon really leaves no hope, it's too despairing and suffocating. In the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom. It's so rare for our country to have Feng, why is the difficulty of the dungeon so monstrous? This is unfair, it feels like the system is targeting us, giving the Dragon Kingdom no chance to win at all. Feng's performance has already crushed all other players, but unfortunately, the difficulty this time. This dungeon might end up with nobody clearing it, for the filthy empire over there, it might not matter, but for the Dragon Kingdom, it would be a heavy blow. Yes, 10 losses in a row is unbearable for the Dragon Kingdom. In the underground operations room in America. Ha, we might not need a next time, the Dragon Kingdom might just be finished this time. This kind of bizarre dungeon has never appeared before, it completely leaves no way for players to survive, and the final bizarre boss is hidden so well that it wasn't discovered for several days. I said before that it was impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to rely on Feng to turn the tables, they were just arrogant for these few days. The chief of Little Japan gritted his teeth, once Feng dies, the empire will immediately avenge the Dragon Kingdom's destruction of the shrine. After the Dragon Kingdom loses 10 times in a row, the empire will set foot on that land and kill all the Dragon Kingdom pigs. The chief of the American official, it seems we can discuss the plan to return to the second island line, let's have an exercise to intimidate the Dragon Kingdom. I agree. Give the Dragon Kingdom a lesson. Douse the arrogant flames of the Dragon Kingdom. In the end, all 19 countries passed it unanimously. Although Feng in the dungeon hasn't died yet, they can already foresee the outcome. At this level of a dungeon, players cannot possibly survive. And those players who are still alive don't yet know they have become pawns in defeating the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the dungeon, Feng observes several mirrors near the farm. The farmhouse has several glass mirrors splattered with dirt, but only 2 face the barn. There are also 2 puddle mirrors that can see the barn. I can't let the meteor mushroom grow any longer. Previously, Feng felt the fungal mother was terrifying, so he thought about staying away and escaping. He thought that as long as he kept his distance, everything would be fine. Who would have thought that the growth speed of the fungal mother would be so monstrous? If I don't stop it now, I will die too. Feng takes another look at the pile of wood and gasoline barrels behind the barn. Fire, I need fire now. He quickly looks for mirrors. Soon he finds the blacksmith shop in town. There should be no shortage of fire here. Feng directly steps through the mirror into the blacksmith shop. Outside on the street, there are cries of panic, despair, and collapse filling the air. The blacksmith has either fled or gotten infected. He finds no blacksmith inside the shop. A simple search leads him to find a bucket of kerosene and a delicate lighter. Next, I'll blow up the barn. I should be able to kill the meteor mushroom. Feng steps back into the mirror world. He looks at the energy in the broken mirror. Energy, 77. Going back and forth consumed 20 energy points. Suddenly, this amount of energy feels insufficient. Feng quickly rushes towards the farm. Huff. Taking a deep breath. Looking through the dirty glass mirror at the farm scene that resembles a blood-red hell, it's impossible to say he isn't nervous. Above the barn, a terrible red exclamation mark is still flashing. When the Dragon Kingdom officials see Feng holding the ghost bride's hairpin in his hand, they all show expressions of shame. Blowing up the barn is too risky, Feng's strength alone is too limited. Seeing the monsoon fighting alone, I truly felt guilty. There were no players to help in the instance, and we couldn't do anything. The monsoon obtained an off-site assistance card from the little days. He could use it. Perhaps we can help him a little. Official chief, help? What can we use to help? Real-world items can't be sent into the instance, and all of Dragon Country's strange items have been emptied. Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads. We owe it to the monsoon. We really shouldn't have let him face all this alone. Official chief, what we can do now is trust the monsoon. After he clears this level, we will support him with all our strength. Everyone looked determinedly at the live broadcast. On the screen, the monsoon took a deep breath and squeezed out from the dirty glass. As the scene shifted, the monsoon appeared under a house in the farm. He quickly came to behind a haystack. The blood-red sky stained his face. He looked up to see strands of hair connecting the barn to the sky. Damn, making it so terrifying. Do you think you are the Dark Moon Demon King? From where he could see the barn, a nameless entity was oozing out from the gaps in the wall, wrapped in slime, greedily spreading outward. That terrible pressure made him feel a bit lost again. The asteroid mother's aura is stronger than before. This aura made the monsoon feel like his heart was collapsing and driving him crazy, his head dizzy. I need to hurry up. Forcing back his discomfort, the monsoon arrived at the place where gasoline barrels were stored. In the corner were stacked 5 gasoline barrels. The monsoon checked them one by one. Damn, they are all empty? Behind the gasoline barrels was a small wooden house. The monsoon walked into the small wooden house and found a small barrel of gasoline inside. 1 barrel of kerosene and 1 barrel of gasoline. I can only leave it to fate. Returning to the firewood pile, the monsoon poured gasoline over it. Without a word, he directly took out a lighter and ignited the firewood pile behind the barn. With the aid of gasoline, the flames spread rapidly over the pile of wood. Then, holding the remaining gasoline and kerosene, he circled the outer wall of the barn to pour it. Pouring while lighting it up. The flames followed him like a line of fire. At this moment, the global audience seemed to hold their breath. Upon learning that the Dragon Country player was saving everyone, the audience flooded into the Dragon Country's live room. Why is no one helping him? It's too dangerous. Compared to the Dragon Country players, the other players are all fleeing and protecting themselves. It's too ridiculous. This probably is the reason why Dragon Country can still rise under suppression from all countries, just like Dragon Country's firefighters, the world's bravest counter-current fighters. Just for the spirit of the Dragon Country player venturing alone into the Dragon's Den, it's enough to shatter all negative remarks about Dragon Country. The Dragon Country player is in a perilous situation saving the town. Looking at the players from his own country, they seem like baboons that can only howl. Go, Dragon Country player. Monsoon, if you can save the town this time, my whole family will follow you until death. P.S. Tomatoes writing is hell mode, too difficult. Ask for some free little gifts for comfort. Gifts worth over 50 will add more chapters. Chapter 57, Those Who Touch My Husband Die. The fire spread, and a terrifying roar came from inside the barn. In an instant, a foul and filthy wind swept out from the barn. The monsoon quickly covered his mouth and retreated to a distance. The fire was almost extinguished by the foul wind. Thanks to the gasoline and kerosene, the fire not only did not extinguish but instead shot higher after a moment of weakness. The mother of the fungus let out a terrifying roar again. Seizing the opportunity, the monsoon grabbed the kerosene barrel and gasoline barrel and charged forward again, pouring while lighting it. Amid the mother of fungus's terrifying roars, the fire quickly spread to most of the barn's outer wall. The flames surged, thick black smoke billowed. Players in the town fighting countless fungus insects also witnessed the scene. It's coming from the farm direction. The yellow-haired boy recognized at a glance that the flames were coming from the direction of the farm. His 10 fingers had been taken by the finger mistress, and now both hands were wrapped in blood-stained bandages. Could it be the Dragon Country Kid? The invading fungi and bugs had come from the direction of the farm. Residents and players were in a panic, fleeing or searching for places to hide. A dozen players gathered here, but he did not see the Dragon Country Kid's figure. He had witnessed the calmness of the Dragon Country Kid in the face of crisis before. With everyone preoccupied with their own safety, who had the courage to destroy the bug nest on the farm? The nest was engulfed in flames. He felt that the only one brave enough to do this was the Dragon Country Kid. Other players also noticed the situation at the farm. But the fungi and bugs did not retreat, and there were still some left. The infected residents and players were attacking them like zombies. Damn it, there are bugs everywhere outside, we have nowhere to retreat. Let's go to the fog at the town's edge, at least we can still live. Live? Are you joking? Do you know what it's like in the fog at the edge? Don't you see the ghostly shadows in the mist? The fog at the edge is filled with danger and the unknown. Rashly entering may lower our chances of survival even more. What can we do then? There are disgusting bugs all over the town, and residents and players are starting to attack us too. At this rate, we'll become part of them. At that moment, a battered female player ran over. Everyone, I found a safe place, follow me. Hearing this, the crowd quickly followed her. The viewers in the live stream erupted in anger. Bastards, animals. Dragon Country players are saving you, and you only think of running? I really feel ashamed for the players from our country. I want to immigrate to Dragon Country. They've already seen the farm catch fire, why are they still escaping? Shouldn't they band together to help the Dragon Country player at this time? Screw it, let them all die, let the Dragon Country player clear the level directly this time. If players could clear the level through voting, there's no doubt the Dragon Country players would have already won. Dungeon, farm. I'm burning up, it's so hot so hot. Who is it, who is it? A grotesque, hoarse mixed voice of both men and women echoed from the barn. Clumps of gooey, disgusting slime oozed from the cracks in the barn walls. The spreading flames charred these indescribable objects, emitting thick smoke. The mother fungus in the barn let out painful howls. Boom! Suddenly, the roof of the barn exploded, and debris rained down from above. Several massive, slimy tentacles shot out from the roof, twisting and writhing in the air. Against the blood-red, hellish backdrop, this scene was utterly terrifying. Even Feng, with protective golden hairpins on him, felt his sanity points plummeting inexplicably. A fear beyond words spread within his heart. Despicable ants, how dare you make me bleed? The barn echoed with horrifying gasps. Then, in Feng's horrified gaze, a large mass resembling a multitude of extremely high-concentration mucus bubbles squeezed out from the roof of the barn. The horror of this creature made Feng think only of calling it the Red Moon Demon. Feng, who considered himself courageous, felt his rationality rapidly decline at this moment. That squirming mass distorted into a face resembling Stone Mother, with a twisted expression and green, vicious eyes glaring at Feng. It hurts so much I want to tear you apart, you overconfident piece of meat. I want to tear you apart and then merge you into my body, becoming nourishment within me forever. The mother fungus roared in anger as several slimy tentacles lunged toward him. Feng had witnessed the terror of those tentacles. Facing them directly would mean certain death. He decisively threw the gasoline and kerosene cans towards the top of the barn. At the same time, he ran while dodging the fast-shooting slimy tentacles. Ah! Damn it, what did you pour on me, you piece of meat? The mycelium mother roared, more frantically shooting out its tendrils. This time, the attack was even more fierce and intense. Feng knew he couldn't dodge, so he simply threw out the lighter in his hand. The lighter spun in the air for a few circles before landing in the barn. The swiftly shooting tendrils were about to pierce Feng's body. Who moves my husband dies. A sudden cold wind blew in, black mist swirling, and a crimson bridal sedan suddenly descended from the sky, crushing the flying tendrils like a mountain pressing down. Ghostly energy exploded, the bridal sedan crashed to the ground, and a cold voice came from inside. A pale hand slowly lifted the sedan curtain, and a bride in red walked out, standing protectively in front of Feng. With a flick of her red sleeve, the cold wind strangled, and the incoming sticky tendrils shattered into pieces. My dear husband, how dare you ants lay your hands on him? The winds twisted violently, and the mycelium mother's tendrils were all torn apart. Inside the barn, the burning lighter rolled on the ground. Burn! The moment the flame touched the gasoline on the ground, it immediately ignited, emitting blue flames that spread rapidly. My pain will make you pay 100 times. The mycelium mother collapsed, frantically roaring, but before she finished speaking, a swirl of blue flames spread across her massive body like ripples. Pain, so painful. I won't spare you, won't spare you. No. No, I can't die, my fungus king hasn't arrived yet. The mycelium mother twisted her flesh in the flames, bloating and expanding. The writhing skin quickly charred black and cracked under high temperatures, breaking apart like dried soil inch by inch. The greedy flames devoured her flesh, making sizzling sounds like roasting meat. The mycelium mother let out inhuman wails. The strands of matter connecting to the sky helplessly drooped over the barn, eventually being consumed by the flames as well. The flames outside the barn began to exert their power. The flames started to shrink, making the fire even more ferocious. Thick black smoke carried the foul stench of charred flesh, swirling out. Billowing dark smoke rose into the sky, sparks flying, ashes scattering. The mycelium mother's wails gradually quieted, leaving only the great fire burning silently. The ghost bride came to Jifeng's side, holding his hands with concern, gently asking, "Did I come too late? Has my husband been hurt?" Jifeng tilted his head and smiled sweetly, gently lifting the ghost bride's delicate chin, kissing her fiercely. After a long time, their lips parted. "My dear, I truly love you to death." Jifeng seductively held the ghost bride's chin. After speaking, he kissed her again. The ghost bride blushed, tightly embraced in his arms. The audience in the livestream could no longer keep calm. Damn it, this dog food hit me totally unprepared. Can you believe it? Watching a creepy game livestream, and getting dog food poured straight into my mouth? I'm really enviously amazed. First, Jifeng fearless charging into danger, then the ghost bride fiercely protecting him. Who wouldn't love this combo? I wonder what those foreign idiots who hype Jifeng's impending death are feeling at this moment. This time, I'm completely charmed by Jifeng and the ghost bride. Stop kissing, if you keep kissing, a baby will come. Inside the instance. Pop. Their lips split again. Jifeng embraced the ghost bride, who was like a little bird, gazing at the barn swallowed by flames. The red exclamation mark above the meteor mycelium mother had vanished. This meant that the meteor mycelium mother was thoroughly gone. However, the yellow question mark remained. Chapter 58, just out of the dragon's lair, into the tiger's den? In the underground command room of the United States. The official chief's face was dark. He slammed his fist heavily on the table. This is all crap. Can someone tell me why it's so hard to kill this kid from Dragon Country? The 19 nations were almost fully prepared for complete annihilation, aiming to heavily damage Dragon Country after its 10 consecutive defeats. But every time it seemed like the kid from Dragon Country was about to die, he always managed to escape danger. In reality, the analysis teams from various countries had broken down the instance of this Eerie game. They all unanimously believed that the difficulty of this instance far exceeded anything ever seen. The survival rate of players has fallen to an all-time low. But now, players from developed countries are dying one after another, while players from the Dragon Country and some small nations are still alive. This leads to their national fortunes being constantly divided between the Dragon Country and the small nations. Is that kid from the Dragon Country about to clear the level? The monster in the farm should be the bizarre boss of the town. Damn it, if that kid clears it, all the hard work we've done to suppress the Dragon Country will go down the drain. Humph. Suppression? Have you ever seen a country that develops faster under suppression? I suspect we are the ones being suppressed. The leaders of various countries were suddenly speechless. At this moment, a staff member reported on the situation in the Pacific Ocean. The 19 countries joint exercise has arrived at its destination and is moving toward the second island line. The leader of the United States finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good, continue moving forward, put pressure on the Dragon Country, let them feel the threat of the Imperial Navy. Yes. 5 minutes later, that same staff member hesitantly reported. Chief, there are 2 strange ships with 4 balls on top mixed into our exercise team. The leaders were shocked. Damn it, is your radar just for show? Can't you see the enemy snuck in? The staff member nervously wiped sweat from his brow. The radar malfunctioned. Then how did you discover it? The staff member replied, saw it with my own eyes. The chief. They are even playing strange music on our command ship to mock us. What music? Send it over. The U.S. chief angrily demanded. The staff member immediately played the recording. Bobo chicken, a bobo chicken, one you want a stick of bobo chicken. The faces of the official chiefs and staff in the operation room instantly turned extremely dark. In the dungeon. The barn on the farm burned to ashes in the fire. After the flames extinguished, the monsoon walked into the barn. The air was filled with the smell of charred decay. The mother of the spore worm was completely scorched, turned into a pool of black mud on the ground. The monsoon spent some time finding a yellow question mark among the messy, charred barn ashes. It was a car key covered in blackened material. The description of the key was also simple. Quest item, abandoned car key. Description, find the abandoned car and start it. Killing the meteor spore mother did not prompt the information for clearing the level. The monsoon looked at the pitch-black car key in his hand, pondering. Is this the key to clear the dungeon? But how to clear it? Start that abandoned car? He glanced at the chaos in the barn and the charred remains of the spore mother. Is there no reward for killing the spore mother? No quest prompts. The monsoon did not believe this key was a reward. The key was swallowed by the spore mother. As for how it got swallowed, it was not hard to guess. First, let's start that car. The monsoon exited the barn and stopped as he passed the burnt outer wall of the barn. Amidst the charred wreckage, a stone emitted a faint green glow. Strange, why did this meteorite shrink? He remembered the last time he saw this stone. It was as big as a stone mill, covered with twisted vines and mutated vegetation. But after the fire, all the vegetation was burned away. The stone, which was as big as a stone mill, had shrunk to the size of a fist. Damn it, could there be radiation? Perhaps influenced by sci-fi movies, he felt that the glowing stone had dangerous radiation. Just then, a message popped up from the green stone. Bizarre object, meteor crystal. Description, an irregular green crystal, its surface covered with honeycomb-like holes, inside, a viscous fluorescent liquid flows. You can feel a slight pulse when touched, as if some kind of organism is breathing deep within the crystal. It's like a dirty star. You think you are controlling the swarm? No, the swarm is testing who can become their new god. Traits, the holder can concentrate their will to give orders to the meteor crystal, commanding the creatures parasitized by the spore worms. If the parasitized spore worms die, it becomes ineffective. Parasitism, if the host is willing to coexist, it can grant the host stronger abilities, at the cost of losing humanity and turning into a monster, becoming the mother body of the fungus nest. The introduction and features up front are pretty good, the last part just means I won't be human anymore. From the information in the introduction, it is clear that the meteor crystal is the source of the town's fungal insects. The mother fungus has become the mother body of the fungus nest due to parasitism by the meteor crystal. To be honest, Feng doesn't like this thing very much. But fortunately, there is no radiation or danger. Parasitism is a voluntary act and seemingly won't affect his will. Forget it, I'll keep it for now. He dug the meteor crystal out of the charred pit. Just as he planned to store it in his space, he heard soft footsteps coming from behind. Feng turned quickly and saw a cute rural dog walking towards him with its tongue out. The ghost bride immediately became alert, blocking Feng behind her. Husband, stand behind me. The ghost bride waved her red sleeve, a gust of cold wind blew, and a cold light shot from her bright eyes. The rural dog felt the terrifying resentment of the ghost bride and suddenly transformed, dozens of tentacle-like limbs breaking free from its small body. In an instant, the cute rural dog transformed into a giant distorted mass of flesh, covered in slime with a large blood-filled mouth that kept opening and closing. The viewers in the live stream were going crazy. I can't accept this, how could such a cute dog turn into this horrifying thing? The kid from Dragon Country is really unlucky, just escaped one danger and into another. This monster parasite on the dog is clearly not easy to deal with, I'm afraid. It's the farm watchdog that ate the suited man last time. Oh no, this will give me nightmares. This time the Eerie dungeon's difficulty is something ordinary people cannot handle, no wonder those players from developed countries all died. Damn it, those players are all scattered like sand, not as exciting as the Dragon Country players, but it seems the Dragon Country player is in trouble. Inside the dungeon. Feng's expression was serious, his eyes narrowed as he focused on the terrifying monster that the rural dog had become. Wife. He quickly called to the ghost bride, who was about to unleash her terrifying resentment. The ghost bride asked confusedly, husband, it's very dangerous. Feng nodded and said, it is dangerous, but only for others. As he spoke, Feng stepped forward, holding the glowing green meteor crystal in one hand. Chapter 59, the meteor takes the big yellow. It's over, the Dragon Country player has gone insane, that green stone must have affected his mind. Ah, don't go over there. You'll be eaten by that monster. I still vividly remember the scene when the suited man was eaten. Wind brother, I know you're bold, but don't risk your life. That's not a cute rural dog, it's a demon, it's a baby black goat. Oh no, the Dragon Country player is too reckless, you are seeking your own death. The netizens from Dragon Country all sweated for Feng. However, in the footage, Feng walked right up to the terrifying monster that the rural dog had transformed into. Just when everyone thought the monster would rip Feng apart with its tentacles and swallow him. The monster slowly crawled on the ground, making soft puppy barks from its large bloody mouth. The tentacle-like limbs and the twisted, swollen body slowly collapsed back into the small core. The terrifying monster transformed back into the cute rural dog once more. Feng knelt down, and the rural dog rolled at his feet, sticking out its adorable little tongue. It was as if the horrifying appearance was just an illusion seen by the viewers. What just happened? Am I seeing things? Ha ha, I said Wind Brother wouldn't do something without confidence. So, the farm watchdog was tamed by Feng like this? This is too crazy, tell me this isn't real. The Dragon Country player tamed the farm watchdog. Meanwhile, major content creators on the external network replayed and analyzed Feng's actions. The farm watchdog is still terrifying. But the green glowing stone in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom player began to take effect. Oh my god, this reminds me of Kryptonite against Superman, that stone is probably even stronger than Kryptonite. This is unbelievable, we are likely to witness the rise of a super player. Compared to other players, the Dragon Kingdom player is simply in a league of his own. With the Ghost Bride's protection and now having tamed a monstrous dog, there will likely be no one among the players who can match him. This is nothing, the Dragon Kingdom player can't compare to our Shiva God selected players. It can only be said that this batch of players is too weak, which makes the Dragon Kingdom player stand out. I agree with what Brother 3 said, our West 8 Nations Park Jae-yoon also has a ghost pet. What's so unusual about that? Many viewers from various countries spoke up sourly. Inside the dungeon, Feng smiled as he stroked the rolling rural dog. From now on, you can follow me, De Huang. The rural dog resembled a small yellow dog from the countryside of China, and its features were quite cute. Feng, wanting to keep it simple, gave it a common dog name. De Huang was very pleased with this name, bouncing around Feng and the Ghost Bride, wagging its tail vigorously. Husband, how did it become so well behaved? The Ghost Bride looked at De Huang in surprise, a faint smile on her face. De Huang sees me as a mother. Feng spread his palm, revealing a new glowing green stone. The Ghost Bride paused, then burst into laughter. If husband is the mother, then what am I? Feng smiled slightly and gently embraced the Ghost Bride. Let's go. Woof. A man, a ghost, and a dog returned along the country path to the town. Husband, be careful. As soon as they reached the street, a bloodied resident rushed out from a nearby haunted house. But before coming closer, the Ghost Bride grabbed the resident with her small hand, and he was immediately pulled into the air by a strange force. Crack, crack, crack. With an eerie sound of bones breaking, the resident's body folded in the air like a piece of paper. Then, the Ghost Bride casually threw the resident to the ground like garbage. This commotion instantly alarmed the other residents in the small town. Roar. The residents infected by the fungi emerged like zombies, surrounding Feng and the others. The appearance of the infected residents had drastically changed, looking grotesque and horrifying. Strange, why does the meteorite crystal not resonate with them? Unlike when controlling De Huang. When De Huang turned into a monster, Feng could feel the resonance between the meteorite crystal and De Huang. However, these infected residents in the town had no resonance with the meteorite crystal at all. He initially planned to use the meteorite crystal to give commands to the residents. But now, it seemed that this plan wouldn't work. Could it be that De Huang is not infected? Feng recalled the characteristics of the meteorite crystal. Can command creatures infected by fungi. If the infecting fungi die, it becomes ineffective. At first, he found this statement somewhat contradictory. He looked down at the resident killed by the Ghost Bride. The resident's mouth spit out dozens of tentacles, and as the resident died, the tentacles became motionless. De Huang, chop off its head. Feng commanded De Huang. Suddenly, a black tentacle extended from De Huang's body, slicing through the resident's neck like a blade. Swish. The resident's body was instantly separated from the head, blood gushing out from the severed neck. Feng quickly moved closer, bending down to examine. The fungi are dead? He was surprised to find that the fungi parasitizing the resident's neck had turned into a lifeless gray mass. The Ghost Bride didn't attack its neck. How did the fungi die? Could it be? Feng thought of a possibility. After the fungal hive mother died, these fungi also died along with it. But the residents and players who had already turned into monsters would completely become soulless zombies. It only attacks the living. This is going to be trouble. Season raised his head to look at the street of the small town. More zombie-like residents and players were coming this way. A chilling sound echoed around the small town. Soon, Season was surrounded by mutated residents. The audience in the livestream was shocked as well. So many? How will Brother Feng escape? It's too hard, this dungeon is hellish in difficulty. The bacteria have all died, why haven't the residents awakened? Awakening only exists in theory. The bacteria have completely transformed the physiological structure of the residents, they are no different from zombies now. Even if the Bride of Ghosts and the puppy are powerful, I fear they can't deal with so many mutated residents. Season looked around with a serious expression. The big yellow dog bared its teeth fiercely, and exaggerated tentacles extended from its small body. Do not be afraid, my lord, they are but soulless shells. The Bride of Ghosts protected Season behind her, pulling out a stack of paper dolls from her red wedding dress. A gust of cold wind suddenly swept around, and the little paper dolls, carried by the wind, emitted a series of eerie girl-like laughter, drifting around. If one looked closely, they would see that each little paper doll had a pair of ponytails, wearing wedding dresses, with sly faces, producing evil yet innocent laughter. P.S. Have you all seen this? How about adding it to your bookshelf? Also, please send some free gifts to Verge updates, thank you. Chapter 60, Beneath the Rust, It Will Welcome a New Life. Red silk strangles the neck, the bride can't wait. A little paper doll sang a strange nursery rhyme as it flew towards the mutated residents, waving its sleeves, and two thin red silks swiftly wrapped around the residents' necks. Peel away that pretty face, so a new wedding dress. The paper doll stuck to the face of a player who resembled a zombie. With a rip, a bloody face skin was torn off. Yet the player seemed not to feel pain, their bloody, mangled face let out a roar and lunged towards Season. Lend me a head, to toss as a flower ball. But the next second, a group of little paper dolls singing eerie nursery rhymes held hands and quickly formed a spinning necklace around the zombie player's neck. The little paper dolls began to spin at high speed, accompanied by a sharp, chainsaw-like sound. A head flew out, and the little paper dolls immediately rushed to catch it. Coffin as the bridal palanquin, sending you off in the dead of night. One little paper doll suddenly floated in front of the screen, revealing a sinister smile. My lord, you're next. The audience in front of the screen suddenly jumped up like startled cats. Some viewers felt a chill run down their spines, as if their scalps were about to explode. Many viewers lying in bed kicked away their blankets and phones. What the hell, why does the livestream have sudden attacks too? Oh my god, that almost scared me into incontinence. The Bride of Ghosts paper dolls are too terrifying, they dare to tease the audience. Just now, I almost thought the evil little paper dolls were going to jump out of the screen. The nursery rhyme sung by the little paper dolls reminds me of Chu Rinmei. Damn, I'm getting goosebumps all over. Single young girls living alone, I don't dare to go to the bathroom alone anymore. I want a young man safe embrace. Where is the morality above? Where is the bottom line? Where is the address? Season's eyes widened, showing an expression of disbelief. Wife, how many more skills do you have that I haven't seen? The little paper dolls' attack methods were both strange and lethal, quickly clearing away the first batch of mutated residents. I have many tricks up my sleeve, after dark, I will tell you all about them. Tell me in detail? The noise from the battle attracted more mutated zombies. And since these monsters were hard to kill, their numbers didn't decrease but increased. The big yellow dog's tentacles flailed like more than a dozen black sickles, swiftly cutting the approaching mutated zombies into pieces. Husband, there are too many of them. Let me summon the vengeful spirits to capture them all. The ghostly bride closed her eyes, her long hair moving without wind, as she formed strange hand seals with her hands. A dark wind surrounded her, spreading like a black tide in all directions. Just as it seemed the world would plunge into darkness. From the direction of the school, a familiar voice rang out. Dragon Nation kid, get over here. Jifeng looked up into the distance and saw Huang Mao shouting at the rusty iron gate of the school. They won't dare enter the school. Hurry up, or it will be too late. Huang Mao urged from inside the iron gate. Jifeng's face turned serious as he scanned the surroundings. Da Huang, clear the way ahead. Woof. Da Huang's body instantly expanded, rolling forward like a massive, twisted lump of flesh, with dozens of tentacles thrashing about. Like a moving lawnmower, the mutated zombies were chopped down like grass. Along the way, limbs were flying and blood was spraying everywhere. Wife, there are too many monsters, it's not wise to linger. Follow me. Okay. Jifeng took the ghostly bride's pale hand, following closely behind Da Huang. The ghostly bride looked down at their joined hands, her cheeks blushing, feeling warm inside, as if being protected. Da Huang was incredibly powerful, easily defeating the mutated zombies. But soon, Jifeng realized he had underestimated the situation. Some mutated zombies actually stitched together corpses on the ground, forming even more terrifying monsters. Even some flowers and plants grotesquely transformed, becoming extremely horrifying. The entire town seemed to have turned into a monster paradise. Not far from the school's iron gate, dilapidated cars overgrown with weeds could be seen parked by the roadside. Dragon Nation kid, where are you going? Seeing Jifeng approach the school gate, he suddenly turned and dashed towards the nearby broken car. Wife, Da Huang, buy me some time. All right, husband. Woof. Jifeng reached the abandoned car. The ghostly bride and Da Huang used their powers to fend off the approaching mutated zombies and plant monsters. The scene was chaotic and terrifying. Can this broken car really still run? Feng opened the car door, half in disbelief. The door was heavy, creaking with rust as he forced it open. The driver's seat and steering wheel were covered in wild grass and dirt, as if it had been left for decades. Feng held the charred key and searched among the wild grass and dirt for a while before finding the keyhole beneath the steering wheel. Damn, grass is even growing in the keyhole. Are you sure this car can still run? Feng quickly cleared the grass and dirt with his hands and inserted the charred key into the rusty lock. At that moment, the gray exclamation mark above the abandoned car turned blue. Blue? Feng glanced at the sign above his head, surprised in his heart. The exclamation mark on the junk car was blue. This was the first time he had seen a blue exclamation mark in the town. Could this task be special? Soon, another message popped up. Task, abandoned car, completed. Description, beneath the rust, it begins to breathe, and will welcome a new life. Reward, national fortune plus 10%, lifespan plus 10, happiness plus 10%, resources plus 10%, positive emotion value plus 10%, disaster frequency minus 10%, talent influx plus 10%, national fitness plus 10%. Feng was stunned. What's going on? A task directly gave rewards for national fortune? Wait, the calculation for national fortune rewards is due tomorrow morning. So, this is an extra reward? At the same time, the voices of extra rewards echoed in the minds of the 14 billion citizens of the Dragon Nation. What happened? Why is national fortune being calculated out of nowhere? You all heard that, right? National fortune rewards. I can't believe my ears, the rewards are just too much. In the official conference room, high-level officials and core personnel all looked shocked. How is this possible? National fortune rewards have never appeared outside of calculation times. Could it be that Feng has cleared the instance? No prompt for clearing the instance has appeared. The people of other countries have not received any information about the rewards and punishments of the national fortune, which means this time the reward can only be heard by the people of Longua. This is too unbelievable, it is simply a blessing for Longua, unfolding great prospects. You are wrong, all of this is because of Feng. Everyone in the conference room cast their highest respect toward Feng on the screen. At this moment, Feng had no time to think about why there would suddenly be an extra reward for national fortune. He turned the car key back and forth but could not start the useless car. The useless car had not changed in any way from beginning to end. Are you kidding me? I risked my life to find the key, and this is what I get? Feng looked up at the outside. More and more mutated mushroom monsters surrounded them. Huang Mao loudly urged at the school gate. Strangely, those monsters passed by the school gate without even glancing at Huang Mao, as if there were a restriction at the iron gate. Damn it, broken car. Feng slapped the steering wheel of the junk car hard and quickly got out. Wife, let's go. Feng pulled the ghost bride as they rushed toward the school gate. Da Wang followed closely behind. Chapter 61, Ghost School and Bus 13. Hurry up! Huang Mao urged. The mutated mushroom monsters were chasing from behind. Feng dragged the ghost bride and rushed toward the iron gate. At the moment they crossed the gate, a strange wind hit his face. He didn't pay attention and glanced back. Wife, no. Feng froze, looking in surprise at his empty hand. The ghost bride was gone? Wife! Feng exclaimed in shock, looking up at the school gate, but the ghost bride was nowhere to be seen. Even Da Huang had vanished. And those mutated mushroom monsters that had been chasing them suddenly lost their target at the school gate and started to wander aimlessly. Feng was perplexed and didn't quite understand what was happening. Longwei kid, look at this. Huang Mao pointed at the bloody bulletin board beside the gate. Feng walked up. One sheet of yellow paper stated the restrictions on entering the campus. Access restrictions. The campus access barrier will strip away all foreign weirdness, including contracted weirdness. If forced to break through the restriction, you will be transported back to the original location. If the weird object takes effect inside the campus, the above rules will become invalid. Feng felt relieved. The ghost bride and Dai Huang were both foreign weirdness and resonated with his golden hairpin, fallen crystal. They were sent back to their original places after forcefully breaking through the campus restrictions. The ghost bride returned to the attic of the Eerie house, while Da Huang should have been sent back to the farm. If he was attacked inside the school, the ghost bride golden hairpin, as passive wife rescue effect would still work. I didn't expect the school to have such rules. Feng looked at the other notices on the bulletin board. Most of the notices were decayed and rotted, with the writing unclear. Feng found a notice that was still relatively clear. School rules. 1. Except for students, all staff must wear work badges. Those without badges will be regarded as intruders, and the handling methods can be found in Cafeteria Menu Article 4. 2. New personnel, please report to the Academic Affairs Office as soon as possible to collect your employee badge and register for the Eerie House. 3. New employees must complete work corresponding to their identity daily to earn hourly wages. Those who fail to fulfill their duties can refer to Cafeteria Menu page 13. 4. Do not anger the students. No matter what behavior the students exhibit, please maintain a smile. 5. At noon 12 o'clock, please have your meal in the cafeteria. 6. After school, you are free to move around, but remember, once you leave the school, your time will accelerate. 7. At midnight 12 o'clock, you must return to the Eerie House. Time here is a ticket for atonement. Welcome on board, and I wish you to survive. Feng frowned, rule strange tales? After reading everything, most of the content was understandable and seemed non-threatening. Only the time part was something he found difficult to comprehend. He recalled the clock in the school bell tower, which was spinning backward. Could it be that the time mentioned in the rules is related to this clock? Longwei kid, look at your arm. Huang Mao suddenly said. Feng raised his arm in confusion and rolled up the sleeve of his left arm. Upon seeing a string of numbers on his arm, his pupils trembled violently. On his arm, there was a series of numbers flashing. 23 hours 53 minutes and 23 seconds. 23 hours 53 minutes and 22 seconds. 23 hours 53 minutes and 21 seconds. This set of numbers was counting down. Suddenly, he understood what the time mentioned twice in the announcement meant. Have you seen Time Management Bureau? A nasty smile appeared on the yellow-haired guy's face. Feng looked at his arm in disbelief, walked to the rusty iron gate, and looked at the streets filled with mutant zombies, and couldn't help but ask, if I leave the school gate, will the time on my arm speed up? What will happen when time runs out? He didn't try, as he wasn't foolish enough to challenge the school rules. It was normal to have rules in a strange world. There were also rules in the Eerie House before. No wonder the mutant zombies dared not enter the school, they were blocked outside by the security doors. Dragon Country Kid, the other players have already reported in, let's hurry up. Feng nodded slightly and turned to look at several white buildings standing halfway up the hill. Forget it, since we are here, let's make ourselves comfortable and see what this school is about. If they went back to the town, the time on their arms would speed up, and they would also face attacks from mutant zombies. At the moment, it really seemed that only the school was the safest place. The two walked up the tree-lined steps. Meanwhile, the abandoned vehicles by the street of the town were wrapped in a water blue barrier. Gasp, gasp, gasp. A sound like a tractor's engine rose from slow to loud and fierce. Through the water blue barrier, one could vaguely see the abandoned cars inside undergoing huge changes. The noisy sound continued for a while before gradually fading. The water blue barrier slowly faded away, and the originally overgrown abandoned cars disappeared, replaced by a rusty dark green bus that looked like a decaying coffin from a distance. The headlights flickered like the pupils of an aged elder, crackling with a short-circuit sound. Creak. The rotting door twisted open, revealing the peeling leather seats inside the bus. Each seat had a sunken outline, as if passengers had hastily left their seats. The windows were covered in murky glass filled with a network of cracks, and suddenly, pale hands started banging on the glass, but upon closer inspection, the pale hands dissipated like smoke, as if the trapped souls inside were silently knocking. The rear of the bus was always shrouded in a pool of inky darkness, as if there was a thick shadow that even the daylight could not penetrate. Beep beep. The horn honked, and the engine grew louder. The steering wheel in the driver's seat automatically turned to the left. Chug chug. The rusty bus slowly started to move. After a surge of electrical noise, the broadcast started sounding. Welcome to the number 13 bus, doors closing. The vehicle is starting, please hold on tight, about to leave the town of despair, next stop Crescent Hotel. The bus slowly headed out of the town. It soon reached the foggy boundary of the town. The bus did not stop, but drove into the mist at the boundary. As the bus entered, the mist surrounding the town of despair quickly dissipated like clouds parting to reveal the sun, and the outlines of buildings and skyscrapers faintly appeared, like a mirage ghost city. At almost the same moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in everyone's minds on Blue Star. This round of the Bazaar game has discovered a new area ghost market, Crescent District. Beginning to supplement Bazaar game players, global data syncing in progress. People around the world were stunned. What's going on? Why are they suddenly supplementing players? Didn't we not clear the level? Damn, it sounds like this Bazaar game mechanism is very different from before. I always thought this Bazaar game instance was just the town of despair, but I didn't expect there would be new areas to explore. Even more outrageous, there are players still alive in the copy, and they haven't come out yet. Isn't this unfair? The world was buzzing with discussions about the strange game and its additional players. However, the system paid no attention to these voices and directly began to collect data and select players from various countries. A new round of data collection is complete. Selected players will soon be teleported to a new area. Surviving players from this round will receive clearing rewards. Rewards will be immediately distributed, and strange item rewards will be directly deposited into the National Strange Warehouse. As soon as the voice fell in their minds, the 14 billion people of Dragon Country instantly heard the National Luck Settlement for the clearing rewards. Upon hearing the rewards, everyone felt excited. Chapter 62, Lifetime. Reward settlement for the strange game completion in progress. Players from Dragon Country survived for 4 days, resolved the town crisis, and expanded a new area. Overall evaluation, SSS. Rewards, National Luck plus 10%, Lifespan plus 10, Physique plus 10, IQ plus 10, Genius plus 10%. National Luck Upgrade, Dragon Pulse Revival plus 10%, Disaster Occurrence Rate within National Territory minus 10%, Mineral Resource Regeneration Speed plus 10%. Strange Item Reward, Death Replacement Paperman. The Chief of National Decision Making can use this strange item on players in key moments. If the player faces danger, the Paperman will instantly burn, creating a substitute to bear the player's damage. Feng Shui Dragon Severing Nail. This strange item can be used on the world map, and pinned on the target country's map, forcibly severing the target country's Feng Shui luck. Strange Tool Reward, Hint Card, can provide hints to players outside of the game. Judge's Pen, can write causal judgment once a month, forcibly changing the causality of small events. As the rewards were announced, the entire nation erupted in unprecedented celebration sounds. Oh my god, I can hardly believe it, this time the National Luck Reward actually increased the attributes of the citizens. In these 4 days, I feel like I've suddenly become 20 years younger. Physique and IQ can increase? Suddenly I feel much sharper. I hope it's not just my illusion. The weather forecast said we would have a level 17 typhoon yesterday, but just now the typhoon turned to the little day side. Truly the wind god blesses Dragon Country. Just now we found the world's largest lithium battery or vein in our county. We're going to get rich. My grandma is 66 this year, and just now, she asked me to introduce a young man to her. She said she now feels like an 18-year-old girl. Just these few days, the wind god has suddenly raised the national retirement age. You can only retire at 75. My kid was talking in his sleep about reciting the periodic table, and when he woke up he asked me, what is the atomic number of mendelevium? In Dragon Country, the official conference room. The chief of decision-making looked at the strange items and tools stored in the National Strange Warehouse, with his eyes turning red. Everyone in the conference room also had tears welling up in their eyes. How long has it been since we have seen these things? Finally, we don't have to be bystanders anymore, we can finally help the monsoon. They were watching the live broadcast from a god's perspective. If the monsoon faced a dilemma or danger, they could give immediate support and protection. The hint card could help escape the crisis. The death replacement paperman could block disasters for the monsoon. Yes, ever since the 9 consecutive defeats, the strange warehouse has been empty. The monsoon fought alone, and we could only watch helplessly. This feeling was too painful. Now it's good, we not only have strange items to help the monsoon, but we also obtained a national taboo item, Feng Shui Dragon Severing Nail. Previously, the Little Day also obtained similar strange items, and used it on a small country, causing many cities in that small country to be plagued by epidemics within 6 months. This taboo item is a great weapon. In key moments it can even reverse the international situation. With the monsoon, the strange game will no longer be the soft spot that hinders us. Everyone wore relieved smiles on their faces. But the chief of decision-making had a worried expression. I'm afraid this strange game isn't as simple as it seems. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions immediately became serious. They knew what the chief was referring to. In the past, the copies were all independent, passing through meant one round was over. But this time it's extremely unusual. After clearing the game, the monsoon didn't leave the bizarre world, but the system instead started supplementing the players. Are the surviving players going to accept the challenge of a new round of bizarre games? The decision chief said with a grim expression, what worries me is this time's player supplementation. Countries led by the USA will have certain preparations in selecting people, which is extremely unfavorable for the monsoon. Everyone watched the live broadcast. In the picture, the monsoon looked slightly startled, clearly also hearing the voice of the national fortune reward in his mind. A new area has appeared? He noticed that this time the reward was a passing reward, not a clearing reward. Passing? Could it be that there are many levels in this copy? With the enhancement of national fortune, lifespan, physique, and wisdom, he instantly felt an influx of energy in his body, giving him a sense of renewed vitality. His physique, reflexes, and thinking also seemed to become stronger. I'm afraid the ghost school is also a level, but in this case, there's no way to explore the new area. Let's move forward and see step by step. He followed the yellow-haired guy and arrived at the playground of the small town school. The school was situated halfway up the mountain, surrounded by lush greenery, with several white buildings standing in a harmonious layout on the hilltop. The sky was gloomy, the woods dark, and paired with the white teaching buildings, the whole school's atmosphere added a touch of eeriness. All the players who escaped from the town are here. The yellow-haired guy pointed to the grass field ahead. The monsoon also stepped onto the grass field. He glanced around, including him and the yellow-haired guy. There were 25 survivors. Everyone had some wounds to varying degrees. They glanced around uneasily or looked down at the countdown on their arms. Damn it, we were still forced into this damn place in the end. Hospitals, schools, castles, hotels, and mental hospitals are the densest areas of terrifying elements in bizarre copies. There's no going back to the town. After entering the school, I got a countdown on me, and no matter how I wipe it, it can't be removed, like it's branded on my skin. Maybe it has something to do with the clock tower's reversed clock. Time keeps passing, making people very uneasy. I think we should quickly report to the Academic Affairs Office. Everyone observed the surrounding teaching buildings. Who knows where the Academic Affairs Office is? There isn't even an NPC to guide us. This is the most frustrating part. This time's copy doesn't even have clearing clues. We won't be trapped in here forever, right? Don't lose hope. I believe that players who can survive until now have some abilities. As long as we work together, we can definitely clear the copy. As everyone was discussing, a figure approached from the teaching building ahead. Someone's coming. The players immediately became alert. The approaching figure was a middle-aged man dressed in a stiff black shirt, wearing very thick glasses, his hair neatly combed, and with a serious expression. A badge hung from the man's chest. As he got closer, the monsoon could see the information on the badge. Director of Academic Affairs, Director Wu. Director Wu approached the group with a blank expression, his eyes coldly scanning everyone. Immediately, everyone felt as if they were being stared at by death, their hearts jolting. From Director Wu, they sensed an extremely terrifying bizarre aura, even though he seemed no different from a regular person. What was even scarier was that as Director Wu stood there, the dark clouds in the sky instantly covered it like a million soldiers passing through. An invisible sense of oppression suddenly descended. Players dared not even breathe, let alone make any eye contact with him. This is the kind of pressure that only a bizarre boss has. The monsoon secretly felt alarmed. First, welcome to Nightcrow Academy. I am the Director of Academic Affairs. You can call me Director Wu. I will assign you work in the academy according to your abilities. Completion of corresponding work can earn you time salary. Everyone looked at the countdown timer on their arms. Time salary is also known as lifetime. As long as there is time, you can handle everything in the academy. On the contrary, if time reaches 0. Director Wu pushed up his glasses, the corners of his mouth lifting into a cold smile. Your lives will also come to an end. P.S. Seeking bookshelves, seeking updates, seeking free little gifts. The panda is very grateful. Chapter 63, Nightcrow Academy, Ghost Students. Everyone gasped. Although many had guessed it, upon confirmation, their hearts inevitably sank. The life countdown on the players' arms was less than a day. This means they must finish their job within a day to earn daily lifetime salary to extend their lives. Director Wu's gaze swept across the players in the field. Nightcrow Academy is divided into middle school and high school. Anyone who thinks they can be a teacher, step forward. The players exchanged glances. After a slight hesitation, a female player stood up. I can draw, I can be an art teacher. Mr. Wu nodded, calling over a female assistant. Give her a teacher's badge and arrange her position. The assistant nodded, took out an art teacher's badge, and handed it to the female player. You can go to the art room and start your work. The assistant pointed to a distant white building. The female player nodded, clutching the badge, and walked tremblingly toward the white building. Then players began to step forward one after another. I can teach math. I play the piano well. I should be able to manage as a music teacher. I can teach physics. A portion of players volunteered to take on various subjects as teachers. The teacher positions are full, for those remaining. Mr. Wu's gaze turned cold as he looked at the remaining players. Some began to panic. Aside from being teachers, what other jobs can we do at school? Someone asked. Mr. Wu spoke sparingly, many. The players realized that positions in the school needed to be self-recommended, and badges would be issued if they met the criteria. Does the school need cleaners? I'm good at cleaning. A man stepped forward and asked weakly. Director Wu nodded and had the assistant arrange a cleaning job for the man. The remaining players then understood that some common jobs could also be accepted. I'm a carpenter, I can be a repairman. A man hurriedly stepped forward, afraid someone would take the job from him. A player beside him secretly shook his head inside. They thought of the same thing. But he didn't want to give up. At that moment, he saw a group of students playing basketball not far away, and his eyes instantly brightened. He quickly approached and said, I have good physical skills, I can be a PE teacher. Director Wu tilted his head towards the basketball court. Oh? The assistant stepped forward and handed him a PE teacher's badge. The man showed joy, received the badge, and felt a sense of relief. The assistant pointed at the students playing basketball. Your job will start by guiding the kids to play basketball. The man nodded excitedly, taking the badge and heading towards the basketball court. Teaching middle school students to play basketball should be easy for him. He had played basketball for over 2.5 years in high school. The remaining players who hadn't volunteered for positions looked at the man with envy. There were only so many positions in the school. Everything that could be said had been said, the rest either lacked skills or had their positions taken. Now they found themselves in a very awkward situation. Come on, think fast. What other positions can I do? A nearby player with yellow hair slapped his head, looking distressed. In contrast, Feng had no such worries. He had thought of positions he could take in the school right from the start. He stepped forward and said, I can work in the school infirmary, I am a doctor. After saying this, he deliberately took out a scalpel. Director Wu and the assistant's eyes instantly lit up. In their eyes, Season Wind seemed infused with the same aura as them. The college infirmary really lacks staff, you should go work with Dr. Luo. Director Wu motioned for the assistant to give Season Wind the college doctor's badge. Director Wu, is the Dr. Luo you mentioned Luo Yunyan? Season Wind asked. Director Wu showed a look of surprise, you know Dr. Luo? Season Wind smiled slightly, I am the director of the small-town hospital. Director Wu's eyes widened like brass bells. In his view, it seemed like two titles floated above Season Wind's head. One was, Ghost Doctor. The other was, Hospital Director. He rushed forward and grasped Season Wind's hand. Sorry, I was blind. It is our honor that you, Director, can come to Night Crow Academy. Director Wu took Season Wind's hand and walked towards the teaching building. Director, how could we let you stoop to work in the infirmary? Let's discuss your work over tea in my office. A smile crept onto Season Wind's lips. All right. Assistant, you stay behind to arrange work for the others. I have important matters to discuss with the director. Yes. Director Wu walked respectfully ahead. Director, this way please. Season Wind nodded and followed. Watching the departing figure of the Dragon Country contestant, the players stood there in shock. The typically cold and unfeeling Director Wu was actually smiling and leading the way. This unusual behavior resembled a leader coming to inspect the academy, and the leader was Season Wind. Wait, aren't we playing the same game as the Dragon Country contestant? What did he do? What is a hospital director doing? We all came looking for jobs, why is he receiving special treatment? This makes us look incompetent. Didn't they say that this time the Dragon Country contestant was a poor student? The assistant stepped forward to ask, is there anyone else wanting to self-recommend? The yellow-haired player looked at his 10 broken fingers, a painful expression on his face. In his state, he was practically useless. Any position in the school required the use of hands. He simply couldn't think of any position that would suit him. Watching the players around him leave one by one, the yellow-haired player was frantic. Without a job, time would run out, and he would die. Assistant, arrange a foreign language teacher position for the guy with yellow hair. From a distance, Director Wu suddenly turned around and instructed. The yellow-haired player looked up in surprise, just in time to see Season Wind winking at him. The yellow-haired player instantly understood that it was Season Wind who helped him. He suddenly felt his eyes become red. After receiving the badge, he kept thanking Season Wind. Season Wind waved his hand, leaving his stylish back for the yellow-haired player. As he passed by the basketball court, Season Wind saw the player who had been teaching students to play basketball before. This player was sturdy, with dark skin, looking very strong. In a scramble among the students, the basketball slowly rolled over. The athletic man stepped firmly on the basketball and used an arrogant tone to instruct the students, basketball is not played like this. The students suddenly fell silent, turning to look at him in unison. The athletic man's Adam's apple sank sharply. He saw a chilling murderous intent in the eyes of the students. He immediately thought of the rules at the school gate. Do not anger the students, whatever the students do, please keep smiling. A smile quickly appeared on the athletic man's face. At this moment, students walked up to him expressionlessly, their gazes sharp and cold. Are you the new teacher? A student with completely black eyes stared coldly at him. The athletic man swallowed his saliva, suppressing his fear, and tried hard to force a smile. I am your new physical education teacher. As long as he was within the rules, he would be safe. He firmly kept that thought in his mind. He aimed to be a qualified physical education teacher. Then can the teacher play basketball with us? Another student asked. The athletic man picked up the basketball beneath his feet. Squeezing out what he thought was a gentle smile, of course, I can. But as soon as he finished speaking, a tall student suddenly reached out and hugged his head. Teacher, didn't anyone tell you that a ball stepped on by feet is called a soccer ball? You've dirted our basketball, you owe us a new one. The innocent voice of the student rang in his ears. But before he could figure out what this meant, he heard a crack sound from his neck. Then everything went black, and he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Feng and the other players watching from a distance saw a terrifying scene. Chapter 64, Can you help me sew my head? In front of all the players, the tall student easily took off the new PE teacher's head, just like picking a ripe melon. The muscular man's body stood upright before collapsing to the ground. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the ground red. New basketball. The student held up the head and turned towards the three-point line, leaping high to make a standard three-point shot. The head hit the backboard and fell into the hoop, then landed on the ground. The new basketball feels great, I want to shoot, I want to. The students rushed forward to scramble for it. Laughter of the boys echoed on the basketball. The players stood dumbfounded, all with expressions of terror. They suddenly realized that their jobs were likely high-risk occupations. One careless move, and they might be dead. The chat room and the livestream exploded. Ward off. Is this how basketball is played? I've really opened my eyes. I didn't expect being a PE teacher to be so dangerous. Didn't we agree to play basketball together? Why are we using a head? Oh my god, this school is terrifying. Are the students really this dangerous? I begin to sympathize with these players, just escaped from the small town, and now they entered a haunted school. It seems players really need to be cautious in haunted schools, remembering those 7 rules. In the instance, by the basketball court. Feng squinted, scanning the students playing basketball. Above these students' heads, there was a dangerous red exclamation mark. Dangerous mission, one-on-one basketball. Description: the sound of basketball hitting the ground comes from the court. A group of students in old-school uniforms are playing. If you walk up to them, they will invite you to play basketball. If you just happen to have a basketball, it's one-on-one, and if you win, you'll have a group of little fans, but if you don't have a ball? No worries, you bring the ball with you. Mission progress? Feng glanced briefly and understood the danger of this mission. But if he had a basketball and exceptional skills, he could give this mission a try. Next to him, Director Wu from the academic office smiled lightly. Let the dean have a laugh, kids these days are just this mischievous. Mischievous? F***ck, in Director Wu's eyes. Taking heads off and using them as basketballs is just mischievous? Dean, this way please. Director Wu led Feng to the academic office. Feng thought he might lighten his workload or something. But no. Director Wu had no power to change the academy's rules. He just simply wanted to build a network and relationship with Feng, to brag later. Feng realized Director Wu's true colors. In front of people, he appeared to be stern and principled. But behind the scenes, he was all about bragging and boasting. One moment he would say he knew the director of the Qingshan Mental Hospital, and the next he would claim to be a VIP at the Ruyua Hotel. Listening to him brag for half a day, Feng got absolutely no benefits. Looking at the time of life slipping away, Feng stood up to leave. Director Wu, I need to go to work, I can't slack off. Director Wu also immediately stood up and saw Feng out of the academic office. The academy's rules are fixed, but our relationship can be flexible. Director Wu pulled out a key from his pocket and handed it to Feng. What is this? Feng looked surprised. The dean's arrival at Night Crow is truly a blessing. For other rules, I'm afraid I can't help you. But I can still offer a little help with accommodation. This is the senior faculty apartment of the academy. I hope you find it comfortable. Feng raised an eyebrow. To be honest, Director Wu is really skilled in handling people and relationships, he truly has a way. Then thank you for your kindness, Director Wu. You're welcome, you're welcome. If one day I visit your hospital, I hope you can do me a favor. What am I saying, am I cursing myself? Director Wu slapped his own mouth. Feng witnessed the self-cultivation of an old fox. Ding. Leaving the academic affairs office, just reaching the entrance of the medical office, he heard the loud dismissal bell. Feng looked towards the playground. The sky was dark, and the empty playground had no one, yet strangely, he could hear the sounds of students playing after class. No wonder it's a ghost school, not even a ghost can be seen. He turned and walked into the building where the medical office was located. At the entrance of the medical office was a work schedule posted. Is it because the school has evening study, so the medical office also has night shifts? He didn't think too much and knocked on the door of the medical office. Come in. A familiar and pleasant voice came from inside. Feng pushed the door open and immediately saw a familiar figure. If you have something to say, hurry up. I'm about to get off work. Luo Yunyun was sitting at the work desk organizing a few documents, not lifting her head. A smile crept onto Jifeng's lips as he walked in front of Luo Yunyun. Doctor, I've been feeling empty lately. They all say I have heart emptiness syndrome, and only you can fill it. Luo Yunyun raised her head with slightly furrowed brows, her beautiful purple eyes eyeing the arrival with suspicion. She was somewhat annoyed, wondering why there were always self-righteous suitors who pursued her with such corny pickup lines. But when she saw it was Ji Feng, a bright smile instantly appeared on her face. Why are you here? Luo Yunyun excitedly pounced into Ji Feng's arms, nuzzling against his chest like a cute kitten. Ji Feng tightly embraced her and added, there's no cure for my illness unless I see you 3 times a day. Though it was a cheesy line, it was very effective at that moment. Luo Yunyun tilted her head, stood on her tiptoes, and actively offered a sweet kiss. And it was quite passionate, as if she wanted to topple Ji Feng onto the desk and claim him right there. The broadcast image became very unstable, as if it would cut off at any moment. Is this really the livestream channel of a bizarre game? I just came from other countries' streams, and Dragon Countries is the most interesting. I opened my eyes to see Dragon Countries livestream. The players from my own country are so weak and cowardly, it's unbearable to watch. Are Dragon Countries players overpowered? While others are treading carefully, they're charming the female ghosts. The image is fluctuating violently, won't it black out again? Dragon Countries players are definitely the most incredible talents ever. Others are fighting for survival, they're cultivating relationships with ghost women. The audience feared the blackout yet worried they wouldn't get enough of the show. But fortunately, the fluctuations soon stabilized. Ji Feng and Luo Yunyun walked out from behind the curtain of the medical office. The reason was that footsteps were heard coming from the corridor outside. Luo Yunyun quickly tidied her appearance and pulled Ji Feng's collar, saying, I'll let you off this time, I have to get off work. If I stay any longer, I won't be able to go back. Ji Feng put away his smirk and told Luo Yunyun about the mushroom crisis in the town. It's okay, I've studied the fungus, it indeed can temporarily alter a person's physical structure and cause mutations, but without the fungal mother's mental connection transmitting energy, they won't survive for long. After speaking, she concernedly looked at Ji Feng, but the rules at Night Crow Academy are strict, I'm worried about you. It's fine, you just need to manage the hospital well. Alright then. Reluctantly, Luo Yunyun left. There was no countdown timer on her arm. This mechanism seems to only target the players. After Luo Yunyao left, Ji Feng put on the white coat of the infirmary and sat down at the consultation desk. The night shift had begun, like a busy hour for work animals. Outside the door, there were many footsteps moving in the corridor. But through the window on the door, not a single shadow could be seen. Feeling bored, the sound of knocking came from the infirmary door. A sweet and pleasant voice rang out at the door. Doctor, can I come in? Come in. The infirmary door opened, and a stunning figure stepped into the room. Ji Feng looked up, and the next moment he was frozen in place. A girl dressed in a white dress, with porcelain white skin, walked lightly towards him, like a white cloud floating in from the horizon. But the first thing she said made Ji Feng's expression change. Doctor. The girl spoke with rosy lips, showing a hint of shyness. Could you help me stitch my head? Recently, it keeps falling off. The thread might be loose. Chapter 65, The Broken School Bell. The girl before him had a pure complexion, with a slightly cold expression, a high bridge of the nose, and light-colored lips, resembling peach blossoms in the rain. Even the loose blue and white school uniform couldn't hide her proud and graceful figure. What was even more striking was how she stood quietly, as if shimmering with a soft light filter, instantly captivating time itself. However, beneath that almost pure, flawless face, there was a faint trace of blood. To be precise, it was on her long, swan-like neck. Upon closer inspection, a thread was found revealing itself in the dull blood trace. In addition, Ji Feng also noticed that the girl's wrists and ankles bore uneven blood marks and threads, her body looking like a doll roughly stitched together, with even some places misaligned. Ji Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Hey, where's Dr. Luo? The girl was surprised to see that the doctor sitting in front of her was someone she had never met before. Dr. Luo finished his shift and went home. I'm the new doctor, I can stitch it for you. Ji Feng said with a serious expression. No way. I absolutely refuse to let a man touch my body. The girl suddenly raised her voice, a chilling aura instantly radiating from her. The aura spread around, rushing up to the ceiling. Wherever the aura spread, the walls began to peel like dry leaves, the floor became mottled, thin cracks appeared in the windows, and the fluorescent light on the ceiling flickered on and off while emitting a scratching sound from unstable electricity. The girl's long hair started to float, her porcelain white skin suddenly appearing decayed with cracks, her delicate youthful features rotting away, and her once clear bright eyes now transformed into white pupils, like peeled lychees. At that moment, those terrifying white pupils stared angrily at Ji Feng, as if he were an enemy. The audience in the livestream were also startled by the sudden scene. Danger, danger, danger. Oh my gosh, this is simply unreasonable. Feng didn't say anything wrong, so why did he anger her? Damn, I'm scared to death. I was just immersed in her pure beauty. Jig, hang in there. The students of Ghost School don't play by the rules. Why do I feel like Ghost School is 100 times more dangerous than the town? This is unfair to the surviving players. I can't bear to watch. Feng is having such a hard time. Please tell me the results later. However, facing the girl who had suddenly turned into a vengeful ghost, Feng's reaction was unusually calm. He turned and walked over to the wall cabinet, picking up the cold instrument tray. Sorry, I was presumptuous. As a doctor, I see no distinction between genders, only patients who need treatment. Feng took a surgical knife out from the storage space, revealing his identity as the Ghost Doctor. The wielder of the knife possesses the special powers of the Ghost Doctor profession. All medical-related ghosts, such as nurses, doctors, patients, automatically regard the protagonist as a peer, and will not attack unless provoked. Once they actively attack, the effect is nullified. Feng put on rubber gloves and pulled a sterile suture needle from the instrument tray. You can completely trust my medical skills, I can stitch wounds without leaving a trace. You wouldn't want to always worry about the stitches on your neck being exposed to your classmates at school, would you? The girl, transformed into a fierce ghost, slightly retracted her terrifying aura. She looked at Feng with suspicion. Dr. Luo can't achieve seamless stitching, can you? Feng calmly replied while continuing to prepare the surgical tools. Yes, my skills surpass Dr. Luo's. I excel in ghost surgery, rejuvenation, seamless stitching, and all kinds of mysterious ailments. He paused slightly, turning to look at the ghostly girl. If you believe in me, I might help you retrieve other parts of your body. The ghost's terrifying white eyes revealed disbelief. How do you know? Feng pointed at the misaligned area on the back of her hand and wrist. Perhaps something bad has happened to you, but you shouldn't casually pick up the body parts of the dead to make up for it. If you don't cherish your own body, who else can help you? The ghost trembled, and the eerie aura around her quickly collapsed back into her body. The strange phenomenon in the medical room returned to normal. But, doctor. The girl transformed back into her pure form, like a white moonlight, a flash of struggle crossing her face. I only retrieved my head, and as for the other parts, they are hidden by them. I don't know where they are. Feng was not too surprised by her answer. It seemed everything was within his expectations. In his eyes, there was a purple exclamation mark on the girl's head. Special mission chain, the broken ghost flower, purple. First link, the request for stitching. Description: she is the top student of Night Crow Academy and the White Moonlight in many boys' hearts, yet she has been locked on the rooftop for punishment by her seniors. The paper cutter cut not only her clothes but also their twisted laughter. When the small knife cut her throat, they said, trash should be sorted. Thus, she was buried in the Ghost School's various corners, only to come to you with hatred and obsession to ask for stitching. Mission progress: 1. Stitch the ghost flower's head, 0/1, 2. Reduce her resentment, 1/1. You can get rewards after completing all mission chains. Each time you retrieve and stitch a part, you can erase a bad memory of the ghost flower. Tip: it's best to reduce her hostility towards you by treating her as one of your kind. This was the first time Feng saw a mission with a purple exclamation mark. He would not rashly attempt an unknown mission. But reality proved otherwise. The ghost flower turned into a fierce ghost to claim lives at the slightest disagreement. If he had not cleverly taken out the scalpel and followed the ghost doctor's code, being seen as one of her kind, he would have been torn apart by her. At the same time, from the mission description, he learned that the ghost flower had encountered campus bullying and was dismembered. To reduce the ghost flower's resentment, he had no choice but to agree to help her retrieve the parts. Thus, the mission was passively accepted by her. Feng pulled the privacy curtain and pointed to the surgical bed inside. Lie down, I'll stitch your head first. The ghost flower felt somewhat wary of the man. Because she often dreamed of lying on the rooftop during a heavy rain, a scarred man in a butcher's leather coat walking toward her with a chainsaw. So upon seeing a man, she trembled almost uncontrollably, unable to control the resentful power within her. Although the one before her was a man, he was her kind, a ghost doctor. This eased her guard slightly. Moreover, her body indeed had many problems. Due to the inability to retrieve the body parts for a long time, the bodies she randomly found were either rotting or had ruptured stitches. To keep her head from rotting, she had to continuously stitch in the medical room for cosmetic purposes. The ghost flower nervously lay on the surgical bed, her small hands, clearly marked with bloodlines, crossed over her chest, her pure and exquisite face filled with unease. Don't be nervous, my surgery won't hurt. The ghost school beauty nodded softly. Feng took out a numbing scalpel and seriously explained the surgical process to ease the ghost school beauty's anxiety. The sutures are severely rotten, I need to take your head off, remove the stitches, and then restitch. P.S. Remember to take some time every day to check the latest chapters, don't let the book sit idle, please support, ask for updates, ask for free little gifts, thank you to all the bosses. Chapter 66, Checkup for the Ghost School Beauty. Yaya Academy, Art Room. During the night study, students in the classroom gathered around with their drawing boards. The new art teacher doesn't understand art at all. Exactly, the class monitor is a bit more artistic than him. Wow, class monitor, you're amazing. How did you know to combine the human body and flowers to express artistic elements? The boy named class monitor was proudly admiring the artwork surrounded by everyone. Don't you think the plant roots look a lot like human blood vessels? Class monitor, what you said really makes sense. One student walked up to the artwork with a drawing board. At the front of the classroom were two artworks. One art piece featured countless thin blood vessels hanging like tendrils, with a pink brain and a bloody eyeball at the top. The other artwork was a human planter, an emptied male corpse with a lush green plant growing inside his chest cavity, and the roots filling the chest. Class monitor, you really taught the new art teacher a lesson about what true art is. The class monitor wore a proud smile. Now let's start drawing these two pieces of art. Sure, everyone, let's see who can draw the best. The whole class cheered in unison. The live stream of the Land of Gods displayed the images of their country's contestants being turned into art pieces. Why? Our contestant is the modern Zeus. Why did he die so miserably? Our country is unparalleled in the art of sculpture. I don't understand why we ultimately lost to those ghost students. It's unfair, the difficulty of the ghost school is clearly much higher than that of the small town. These ghost students kill players without any reason, how can we play like this? It really isn't fair, the newly added players are assigned to the Kisaragi area, while the surviving players are placed in the extremely dangerous ghost school. Netizens from other countries flooded into the Land of Gods live stream to mock. You said that fruit-shaped sculptures are art and others lack vision. Now that they've turned into strange flower sculptures, what do you have to say? Aren't your contestants known as the sons of the gods? How could they die? You talk about the difficulty of the ghost school, how about looking at that boy from Long Kingdom? He was almost killed by the ghost students at first sight, and now he's giving the ghost school beauty a physical checkup. The people of the Land of Gods immediately squeezed into the Long Kingdom's live stream, where they indeed saw Feng examining the ghost school beauty's body. In the footage, Feng examined the open stitches on the ghost school beauty's neck and said solemnly, "Take off your clothes, I need to check if your patched-up body has any rejection reactions." Anger immediately appeared in the ghost school beauty's eyes. Has this guy revealed his true nature so quickly? She glared at Feng in fury but noticed that Feng was taking notes, showing no intention of taking advantage of her. Feng's attitude was even somewhat impatient and serious. It even seemed that if she didn't comply, it would delay the diagnosis for other patients. The ghost school beauty furrowed her brows and bit her lips lightly. Sure enough, there came a knock at the door. Is the doctor in? I came to see a doctor. Feng replied indifferently, there's someone inside, please wait in line. A female student outside responded, okay. He glanced at the hesitating ghost school beauty and said coldly, in the eyes of the doctor, patients and corpses are no different, moreover, apart from your head, you. Other parts are not yours. The ghost school beauty didn't see a shred of disrespect in Feng's eyes. She took a deep breath, thinking to herself, it seems I was overthinking. Then she made a decision and slowly took off her outer clothes. All of it. Feng gestured with his hand, indicating for her to take everything off. The ghost school beauty bit her teeth and had to comply. In an instant, viewers from around the world flooded into the live stream room of Longwa. The number of viewers surged to an unprecedented height. But at that crucial moment, the live stream screen was covered with mosaics, making even the outlines of people unclear. What the heck, I've already taken off my pants, and you show me this? The timing of this mosaic is really on point, it's only the Longwa players who can see it. That Longwa kid is a beast, I seriously suspect he is deliberately adding a physical examination segment. A bunch of sour chickens, if you're capable, get your country's players to give the ghost girl a physical examination, typical sour grape attitude. Look at Jishin in the instance being contested by the ghost girl, they're upset. Why can Longwa players be so carefree in this Eerie game, huh? But speaking of which, Feng is really calm, with a demeanor that makes it seem like a mountain can collapse in front of him and he won't flinch. I admire that completely. Inside the instance, Feng's sharp gaze scanned the ghost school beauty's body. Though everything was pure white in front of him, he easily saw the serious problem with the ghost school beauty's body due to the ghost doctor's eerie medical skills. Feng reached out and gently pressed down on the area near the ghost school beauty's heart. The ghost school beauty had already turned her head in shame. Then, Feng pressed on multiple parts. Your reaction of rejecting this patched-up body is getting stronger. Feng's words awakened the ghost school beauty. She turned her head, surprised, and looked at Feng. Yes, in the past, I could maintain a stitch for at least a week, but now it tears within 2 days, and my body decay accelerates. I have to find a new body every time, it's such a hassle. Even though it's a patched up body, I still have standards for it, at least it needs to match my original 3 measurements. Feng came to the back of the ghost school beauty's head and took out the numbing scalpel. It's not your body rejecting your head, it's your soul. As your resentment grows, these already dead bodies can't support the power within you, and it will only accelerate the collapse. Therefore, you must eliminate your inner resentment and quickly reclaim your body. Feng rummaged through the ghost doctor's compendium in his mind and learned about the ghost school beauty's condition. Doctor, you really said you would help me get my body back? The ghost school beauty's beautiful eyes fixed intensely on Feng, as if trying to read something in them. Because many men lie, when they do, their expressions become unnatural, especially their eyes, which tend to dart around unconsciously. However, Feng's gaze was firm, and his tone was devoid of any emotion as he said, "Really?" The ghost school beauty felt a warmth in her heart, and her gaze on Feng softened significantly. For some reason, she suddenly felt that the doctor in front of her was quite charming, his features were handsome, and he seemed to be of a suitable age. I'm going to start the surgery. Okay. The numbing scalpel would not cause pain. Coupled with the eerie ability of the medical ghost blade, Feng effortlessly cut off the ghost school beauty's head. After placing the head aside in a cold instrument tray, he began to address the rejection reactions in various parts of her body and to repair and cover areas of skin that had decayed and died due to rejection. Feng worked hard with a serious demeanor. Throughout the entire process, the beautiful eyes of the ghost school beauty never left Feng. She felt a strange ripple in her heart. People who focus on their work are really handsome. In the Night Crow Academy, in the equipment storage room, Brother San carried a water bucket and a cloth to the storage room's door. Suddenly a sharp pain twisted in his stomach, and Sanji's face turned pale. During the self-recommendation session, all the positions were taken. Just as he saw the teaching assistant about to leave, he had a clever idea and recommended himself for a janitor position. After receiving his work badge, he was assigned to clean the equipment warehouse. Sango looked around and confirmed no one was there. Holding his stomach, he rushed to the bushes beside the warehouse. After pulling down his pants, he began. The viewers in Sanji's livestream thought nothing of his actions. But those who accidentally entered the stream immediately began to curse. F***K. So it's true that Sangu is a stinky country. I thought those videos were malicious slander, but now I see Sangu really does go to the bathroom anywhere. Haha, Sanji's fans are really something, pulling down their pants on a global livestream? Don't even start, we see dozens of Sanji's butts on our beaches every day, it's not an exaggeration. One year I went on a business trip to Sangu, and let me tell you, the moment I stepped out of the airport, that waft of terrible stench, I still can't forget it. What's wrong with being outdoors? It's a connection with nature and the divine. What divine? The divine of poop? In the livestream, after Sango finished his business, he saw there was water in the bucket, so he used his left hand to wipe. After taking care of his big issue, Sango walked towards the equipment warehouse. He opened the warehouse door, and inside it was dark and messy, filled with all sorts of old equipment from the school. So much, how long will it take to tidy this up? While mumbling, Sango suddenly noticed a shadow standing at the back of the warehouse. His eyes brightened, a woman? How could there be a woman in the warehouse? He felt no fear, instead, upon realizing it was a woman, his expression showed a bit more excitement. Sangu carried the bucket to the back, and when he saw that the so-called woman was just a wall painting, he felt a bit disappointed. Forget it, let's clean first. He turned to leave. But at that moment, a gust of cold wind swept in from behind. Sangu turned around and was surprised to find the beautiful woman in the painting had come to life. The woman smiled charmingly and reached out her hand to him. He felt his gaze locked onto her. So beautiful. Behind the beauty, a door opened, and she waved at him, "Come on, come quickly." Sangu strangely took her hand and followed her into the door. The door slowly closed, plunging everything into silence. Only the dilapidated bay windows on either side swayed quietly. Moonlight sprinkled on the wall deep in the warehouse. Originally, there was only a beautiful woman in the painting, but now a dark-skinned man joined her, and they walked hand in hand by the riverside at sunset. But strangely, not long after, the woman's belly began to swell. Moonlight swayed, and the woman's pregnant belly disappeared, a child appeared behind them. But soon, the woman's belly grew once more. Another child appeared behind them. Quickly, the once lonely girl in the painting now showed a harmonious family, the couple in love, surrounded by children. This absurd and bizarre scene shocked all viewers worldwide. For a moment, viewers did not know whether Sango was alive or dead. If he was dead, why were there so many children being born in the painting? But if he was alive, it seemed he could never escape the painting. I heard that in Sangu, even monitor lizards have to cover their butts, turns out it's true. I thought the monsoons in the dragon country were shocking enough, But Sangu is impressive, shattering my worldview. Western horror, 10 people go in, 1 survives. Chinese horror, 10 people go in, 11 come out. Sangu horror, 10 people go in, 100 come out? After San Ge's livestream went black, netizens from various countries swiftly switched to the Dragon Country's livestream. I really think players from all over the world can learn from the Dragon Country's monsoons, having encountered a female ghost. The monsoon not only easily solved the crisis but also conquered the ghost girl. Every time I go to the Dragon Kingdom's live room, I see Dragon Kingdom players kissing, and I wonder if I've entered the wrong live room. Let's make a bet on how many days it will take for the Dragon Kingdom kid to win over the Ghost School beauty. A few days? I think you underestimate him too much. The previous Ghost Bride and Ghost Doctor, which one took more than a night? Everyone looked at the live broadcast filled with mosaics in surprise. At this moment, Feng had already dealt with the Ghost School's beauty's body. He stitched the connection between the torso and limbs, as well as several dislocated areas. And used potions together with his revitalizing hand to repair many areas that were uncoordinated due to decay. Even certain shriveled parts became plump and full under his massage. Next to the cold equipment, the Ghost School beauty's cheeks flushed with red. Then I won't need a massage, I'll find another torso later. Feng said solemnly, the torso isn't hard to find, but one that matches your figure and age is not so easy to find. Through my massage, it can effectively slow down the decay time. Rather than looking for another ill-fitting torso, it's better to find your own quickly. The Ghost School beauty didn't expect that the doctor she was seeing for the first time was so considerate of her. Even when Dr. Luo treated her, he wasn't so meticulous and caring. Her heart felt a bit touched. Thank you, I will gather clues for other parts as soon as possible. Feng took out the stitching tool, lifted the Ghost School beauty's head, and reattached it to the broken neck. The Ghost School beauty lay back, above her was Feng's serious and handsome face. She could clearly feel the charm and aura radiating from the man in front of her. During the stitching process, Feng did not look at the Ghost School beauty even once. On the contrary, the Ghost School beauty couldn't take her eyes off Feng, her breathing unconsciously became rapid. In the days wrapped in resentment and hatred, she had almost forgotten the feeling of her heart stirring. Nan Chang, have you fallen for this doctor? An unbelievable thought sprouted in her heart. But soon, she quickly pressed down this budding idea. No. Nan Chang, your great revenge hasn't been avenged yet, how can you think about these things? Feng placed the stitching tools in the equipment tray. Okay, try sitting up. Feng sat beside the operating table and gently helped the Ghost School beauty sit up. The Ghost School beauty sat up, and Feng handed her a mirror to look at her neck. The neck was long and fair, showing no trace of stitching at all. The Ghost School beauty took the mirror, repeatedly observing her neck, and after confirming there were no stitches, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Doctor, you're really amazing, it doesn't show at all. It can last about 3 days. If you can find the other parts, perhaps with my medical skills, I can restore you to your original form. Upon hearing this, the Ghost School beauty's heart bloomed with joy. She moved the mirror down, incredulously looking at the big snow rabbit in the mirror. Why is it so big? Chapter 68, Revitalizing Hand, Shaded Ghost Shadow. To be honest, Feng also didn't expect the revitalizing hand to be so powerful. Through the massage, not only did the Ghost School beauty shed the aura of death, but she also became more feminine, as if she had undergone cosmetic surgery. Even Feng couldn't help but look a few more times. Perfect, alluring. Damn, the Ghost Doctor's ability is so incredible, he can even revive a dead body with a massage? He also discovered that the revitalizing hand could rejuvenate flesh and blood, having vitality. This is why after the massage, the originally corpse-like torso became like a living person. If he could find all of the Ghost School beauty's body, using the Ghost Doctor's ability, perhaps it could truly restore the Ghost School beauty to having a real flesh body. Like the Ghost Doctor and Ghost Bride, instead of a chaotic patchwork body sustained by resentment. Doctor, thank you. The Ghost School beauty, Nan Chang, was very touched, her eyes reddening. This kind of flesh and blood feeling, she hasn't experienced for a long time. Feng reached out to tuck Nanxiang's hair behind her ear. This action made Nanxiang's delicate body shiver. Doctor, you. She looked up in astonishment. Doctor, have you finally lost control? Thinking about it, it's true. Her beauty is stunning, and her repaired body is flawless, it's hard for any man to resist such temptation. In an instant, all the good feelings she just accumulated vanished. Then Feng lifted the Ghost Campus Flower's chin with his thumb and index finger, playing with it a few times. Did your chin and nasal bone get injured before? Nanxiang seemed taken aback by Feng's sudden question. Could it be that she misunderstood him? Yes, on the night I was punished on the rooftop by the older girls, they pulled my hair and slammed me into the wall. Nanxiang nodded, her eyes burning with anger, her back teeth clenched tightly. No wonder it always feels a bit off. Sit up straight, I'll adjust it for you. Oh. Nanxiang sat up straight, her cheeks flushed red. She also felt a pang of guilt. Such a dedicated doctor, and she was actually doubting his character. She saw no evil in Jifeng's eyes, only a doctor's responsibility and care for his patient. The young doctor before her was focused on kneading and pressing her nostrils. His handsome face bore a hint of seriousness and unexpected maturity for his age. Looking at this face so close, Nanxiang felt butterflies in her stomach, even though her heart was dead. This face exuded an irresistible mature charm. Okay, the broken nasal bone has been repaired, and the chin too. Jifeng repeatedly confirmed the repair effect by holding the ghost campus flower's chin. Before he could finish speaking, the ghost campus flower suddenly kissed his lips. Jifeng was stunned, staring in shock at the ghost campus flower. Thank you, doctor. The ghost campus flower quickly got off the surgical bed, put on her clothes, and fled in a flurry. Jifeng stood in place, touching his lips with his hand. What did I do? Was it so sudden? He felt a bit overwhelmed. He had been forced to take on the ghost campus flower's task, and the first link of the task chain had already been completed. He thought he had to restore the ghost campus flower's body to continue the subsequent task chain, so he paid a bit more attention. But he promised, he absolutely had no intention of that sort. Yet, the ghost campus flower had intentions of that sort towards him. What kind of sin have I committed? Is my charm so great? He picked up a mirror to take a look. But speaking of it, I am indeed a bit handsome. The mosaic in Long Country's live broadcast room was removed, but the audience became unsettled. Although the audience mostly saw a mosaic, they could still vaguely make out outlines of figures. Oh my beans, brother Feng, God G, you are simply a model for our generation. If I'm not mistaken, the ghost campus flower just stole a kiss from our God G. Crazy. Unbelievable. What did the Long Country player do to capture the heart of a female ghost? Tell me, why? Look into my eyes. Answer me, did the Long Country player strike gold? So during the time we were looking at the mosaic, did God G not only show the campus flower but also went further, kissing her, right? Is it brother Feng, God G, or God G? Long Country audience, can you all unify your titles? Everyone, don't feel disheartened. Do you feel like you've muddled through life without accomplishing anything and have no shining points? Don't worry, you just haven't found your own racetrack yet. Look at how God G found his racetrack in a strange world. At Night Crow Academy, in the infirmary. The time reached 9:30. Ding! The bell for the end of evening self-study rang. Phew! Finally, I can clock out. He stood up, stretched, and relaxed his muscles. After the ghost campus flower left, he had treated 2 more students. With the title of ghost doctor and his superb medical skills, he easily cured the ghost students' ailments. Jifeng glanced at the panel of ghost doctor abilities. Ghost doctor ability, professional ghost medicine knife, revitalizing hand. Seamless suturing, baffling diseases. Proficiency, 320/999. What does proficiency mean? Can the ghost doctor ability be improved? If proficiency increases, does it mean I become a master? Proficiency is accumulated in the town hospital and the school clinic. According to fantasy novels' proficiency settings, reaching the maximum should unlock higher abilities. In this way, Jifeng wouldn't feel reluctant here. Perhaps upon max proficiency, he could unlock even stronger ghost doctor abilities. The title of ghost doctor greatly improved his safety in the clinic, acting as a form of protection. Off work. Jifeng walked out of the clinic. As he reached the door, he felt a tingling sensation in his left arm, as if a weak electric current was flowing. He raised his left hand and discovered that the lifetime on his wrist was actually increasing. Originally, there were only 18 hours of lifetime left, but now it had increased by a full 24 hours. 42 hours 15 minutes and 23 seconds. Is time payment settled upon completing work? The efficiency is quite fast. Jifeng left the clinic and walked towards the apartment building. On the way, he kept pondering a question. The lifetime had increased. But he couldn't just focus on earning money without thinking of leaving. But if he left the ghost school directly, his lifetime would accelerate its flow, and he might end up dying outside. So if I don't clear the ghost school, I won't be able to leave? Today, a prompt of a new area appeared in his mind, the Ghost Market, Tsukuyami District. Is the desperate town just a town within a certain district of the Ghost Market? He wasn't sure and didn't know why a new area had appeared. Was it because he cleared the meteorite bacteria mother or found the abandoned car key? Perhaps only after leaving the ghost school could he understand the truth. By the way, were the bizarre game instances this difficult before? In his thoughts, Jifeng unknowingly found himself on a shaded path. The The cold moonlight dappled through the gaps in the trees, sprinkling onto the pebble path, adding a chilling hue to the woods. Feng stopped, looked ahead, and his pupils suddenly constricted. In front, a woman in white, with disheveled hair, stood in the woods. The woman faced away from the pebble path, standing still like a statue among the shrubs, her skin pale as paper under the cold moonlight. Chapter 69, Senior Teacher's Apartment. Damn it, you scared me. Feng cursed softly in his heart. A woman in white standing still in the woods at night, facing away. Anyone would think of some bad images. Many viewers suddenly moved their phones away and squinted their eyes. Feng walked forward without glancing back at the woman in white. Before long, he heard the sound of high heels behind him. He didn't stop and continued walking towards the apartment building. The sound of high heels behind him grew closer. Feng walked steadily, not turning back. As if he couldn't hear the footsteps behind him. Then, the sound of high heels echoed by his ear, as if right behind him. The footsteps matched his, creating an eerie sound in the little forest. Nevertheless, Feng paid it no mind. After crossing the shaded path, a severely deteriorated apartment building appeared before him. He ignored the footsteps behind and walked straight into the apartment building. Viewers watching the live stream were baffled. The contestant from Longwei is so calm, directly ignoring the female ghost? I figured it out, the contestant from Longwei definitely has a trick, like knowing that as long as he doesn't turn back or pay attention, the female ghost can't hurt him. Laughing to death, if you were in that woods, what would you choose? Face the female ghost or retreat to the teaching building? Foreign netizens were left speechless. In fact, the woman in white in the woods is just a usual spirit. There will be some simple killing mechanisms, but as long as you insist on not looking, not caring, and not responding, you can easily cope with it. Exactly, do you really think all the contestants are as foolish as those from your country? Oh, that's true. It is said that students from the dragon country go abroad, and casually enroll in any school, they are all god-level scholars. Thus, it's not hard to imagine the IQ of the foreign contestants. Night Crow Academy, Teacher's Apartment. Wait a moment. As soon as Feng stepped into the apartment door, an old man in the duty room called out to him. A prematurely old face peeked out from behind a newspaper and reached out to Feng. Newcomer, don't know the rules? The old man's left eye was a cloudy white crystal, paired with a fierce face, giving him a look that seemed very hard to mess with. Behind the old man, in the small duty room, there were shelves displaying various convenient foods. Feng stepped forward and pointed to the food on the shelf. Old man, give me a cup of instant noodles, 2 sausages, and a marinated egg. 15 minutes of lifetime. The price was quite fair. Feng wasn't too surprised. The director Wu had mentioned that as long as there was enough lifetime, everything could be settled. In the ghost school, lifetime was the circulating currency. All consumption behaviors required the expenditure of lifetime. The transaction method was simple as well, grasp the other's palm and a thought would cause lifetime to flow into the other's hand. Feng reached out and grasped the old man's wrinkled hand, gently twisting his wrist. The lifetime on his arm quickly flowed away for 15 minutes. And the old man's arm also displayed a string of numbers, 15 minutes. But soon, this string of numbers disappeared beneath his skin. At this moment, Feng realized that the NPC in the ghost school also had lifetime. Not enough, the apartment's daily rent is 1 lifetime, property management fee 1 lifetime, cleaning fee 1 lifetime, errand fee 1 lifetime. The old man didn't let go and even increased his grip. Feng smiled calmly but cursed this old fox in his heart. The food was cheap, but everything else was at a black-hearted price. However, he wasn't angry. He had already learned from the yellow exclamation mark above that the old man's task was not dangerous. But it required a small sacrifice. Lifetime, also known as life moments, was hard currency in the ghost school. Tip: building a good relationship with the old man can save you a lot of trouble. Feng saw such information in the task. He decisively allocated 10 life moments to the old man. 10 hours, this string of numbers briefly appeared, then hid in the old man's arm. The fierce look on the old man's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a shocked expression. Kid, you have so much time to burn? Feng released his hand and smiled faintly. The extra is for showing respect to you, old man. The old man raised his hand, pointed at Feng, and grinned. You kid are quite clever. Wait, let me get your food. The old man walked over to the shelf and took the food Feng bought. Then he took a set of toiletries from another shelf and handed it to Feng. This is my gift to you. Thank you, old man. To put it simply, the old man's task was to squeeze you for a bit. If you didn't give, instead of arguing, the old man might turn into a monster and tear you apart. But if you gave less, he would never give you a good face in the future. It was better to directly give a price that surprised the other party and made them feel they made a profit. He may have lost 10 life moments, but during this time in the teacher's apartment, he could avoid quite a bit of trouble. Who knows, the old man might even actively help him clear out trouble. Are you good at fighting? What good is being good at fighting? In this world, you need to consider power and background. The same goes for the strange world. Everything is a matter of ghostly feelings and world affairs. Young man, let me see your apartment key. Feng took out the key to the senior teacher's apartment. The old man took a look, startled. Hurriedly, he stepped out of the duty room, shook Feng's hand, turned his wrist gently, and returned the 10 life moments Feng gave him. What are you doing, old man? I really mistook you for a regular person. I didn't know you were the school's leader. If the director or principal asks, you must not say that I made things difficult for you. After saying this, the old man ran into the small room of the duty office. After a while, he came out with a bundle of brand new bedding and a set of brand new sheets. Leader, please follow me upstairs. Feng raised his eyebrows, secretly delighted. I didn't expect the identity of the ghost dean comes with special treatment. The life used to handle the old man returned intact. Nice. Feng followed the old man upstairs. When they reached the second floor, he saw a player standing in the dim corridor. The lights in the corridor flickered on and off. Each time the lights went out, he could see a female ghost's shadow riding on the player, but when the lights turned on, the ghostly figure disappeared. Seeing Feng, this player wanted to run over for help, but when he noticed the old man from the apartment was also there, he got scared and immediately ran back into his own apartment. Shared apartments do have some roommates that are hard to manage. These new teachers better get used to it and not always make a fuss. The apartment old man wore a smile and continued. But there's no need for the leader to panic. You are staying in a high-class teacher apartment designed specifically for leaders like you, with no other roommates. Of course, leader, you also have privileges. All privileges are registered in the apartment. Arriving at the top floor room, Feng took out the key and opened the door. Give me the things. He took the items from the old man's hand. The old man was delighted and gave Feng a knowing look. Leader, you are busy. If you are tired from preparing lesson plans at night, I can arrange for a teacher to come over and assist you. Chapter 70, Stronger in that aspect? Feng raised his eyebrows. What the heck, can this even be broadcasted? High-class teacher apartment, so that's what it means. Oh my gosh. Okay, I understand, you go on with your work. Feng closed the door. This old man is really a bit much. Even sneakier than Director Wu. But speaking of which, having teachers come over is actually quite tempting. After putting down the items, he saw a notice behind the door. Is this the privilege of the apartment? High-class teacher apartment privileges. 1. Enjoy hotel-like services, can change room supplies. 2. No disturbance time, can be brought forward from midnight 12 to 10 at night. 3. The apartment provides daily breakfast, meals can be specified in the cafeteria. 4. No one can enter your apartment without your permission. 5. Ghost house migration, after this privilege is opened, the original ghost house can be moved into the apartment. After finishing the privilege details, Feng's eyes lit up. Wow, this is the privilege of the leader? It's simply 5-star hotel service. However, what surprised him the most was the migration of the ghost house. This means he can also move the ghost bride over. Thinking of this, Feng directly used the privileges of the apartment. At the bottom of the notice, there was a method to use the privilege. You only need to face the notice and think about it. Privilege use, ghost house migration. A red light appeared in the apartment. Feng turned around, the red light illuminating his smiling face. The scene in the apartment also began to change. Red silk rushed in, a red carpet was laid, red candles were lit, joy decorated the walls, lanterns hung high. The red silk fell down, and a vintage red bed replaced the original bed in the apartment. A delicate white hand slowly opened the red curtain, revealing a stunningly beautiful face peeking out from behind the curtain, with clear and beautiful eyes surprisingly looking around the room, her long eyelashes fluttering, and her little face filled with disbelief. Until she saw Feng at the door, her face instantly broke into a radiant smile. Husband. The ghost bride leaped off the red bed and pounced towards Feng. My wife, did you miss me? Feng lifted the ghost bride in a princess carry, walking towards the red bed. How much did you miss me? The ghost bride's cheeks turned a deep shade of crimson, almost like they were bleeding, her red lips parted and closed, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Miss, very much. The monsoon smiled wickedly, holding the ghost bride as they entered the red bed. The red curtains fell, and the livestream went dark. Comments flooded in like a tide. God G is amazing, plus. I really didn't expect, even at ghost school, the great chicken god can still have nightly adventures, so enviable. Every night, the Dragon Country livestream goes dark, sigh, I'm almost used to it. I visited other countries' players' livestreams, and felt sorry for them, it seems God G is in a completely different game. Speaking of which, can Feng keep this up every night? A female friend of mine wants to ask, why is every female ghost so devoted to God G? Could it be he's good in bed? Others share apartments with ghosts in fear and trembling, while Dragon Country players enjoy 5-star service in their bridal chamber. This is simply unfair. In America, in the underground operations room, Chief Kyles looked at the broadcast screens of players from various countries on the wall. The broadcasts from other apartments can only be described as pitiful to behold. One player was in the bathroom, facing the mirror, lighting candles while peeling an apple. The skin had to be peeled in one go without breaking. The reflection showed a pale, terrifying face. One player hid under the bed. A strand of hair slowly fell from the edge of the bed, staring the player to tears, nearly stopping their breath. A female player, with disheveled hair and wrapped in a bedsheet, danced in the hallway of the apartment, her actions bizarre to the extreme, occasionally lunging at the camera, her eyes turning pitch black, mouth opening and closing rapidly, producing eerie sounds. Kyles looked angrily at the dark screen in the center, grinding his teeth, fists clenched. Waste analysis team, haven't you found the secret of the Dragon Country kid yet? The head of the analysis team nervously wiped the sweat from his forehead. We have investigated all the background information on Feng, including his grades from preschool to high school. Smash! Kyles angrily slapped the information out of the team leader's hands, baring his teeth as he glared. I asked you to analyze the kid's secret in the instance, whether he receives special training from the Dragon Country's upper ranks, why he can always turn danger into safety, and why he can conquer female ghosts, not to hear your report on his grades from childhood. Faced with the chief's questioning, the leader stammered, sorry, we'll work harder on the investigation. Perhaps the Dragon Country has secretly trained him. This kid's mind is filled with all kinds of strange information and rules. Bullshit, damn it, worthless. Besides saying sorry, what else can you say? Kyles yelled furiously. The team leader's face was dripping with sweat. He glanced at the Dark Dragon Country livestream and said, female ghosts must absorb young energy. The Dragon Country kid conquers female ghosts every time. Could it be he's stronger in that aspect? In what aspect? Kyles challenged, lifting the teacup on the table. After hesitating for a moment, the leader blurted out, in bed. Pooh. Kyles spat out the tea he was drinking all over the leader's face. He unhappily said, the Eastern kid has something big? People online say we're strong outside but weak inside. Bullshit, that's definitely slander. Kyles angrily cursed. Just then, the decision-making group leader approached, proposing a bold plan. Kyles, if we let the Dragon Country kid go on like this, the global fortune will be harvested by the Dragon Country. We need to think of a way to deal with that kid. Kyles frowned deeply. Deal with that kid? Yes, there's no other way, otherwise, when the Dragon Country rises, it will be our downfall. Kyles narrowed his eyes, staring at the dark screen in the center. An assassination? The next day, the Dragon Country livestream brightened up again. On the screen, Feng was getting groomed under the meticulous care of the ghost bride. You don't understand pity at all, hurting me again. The ghost bride sweetly said in Feng's arms. Hee, I'll be gentler tonight. Feng shamelessly smiled. The ghost bride's face turned even redder. Wife, I'm leaving. Come back early. The ghost bride was bound by the apartment's weird house rules and could only leave at midnight. Although, with the ghost bride's power, she could disregard these rules, she felt that breaking them might cause trouble for Feng, so she still adhered to the apartment's regulations. When she reached downstairs, Feng took a glance at the old man engrossed in reading a newspaper at the duty room. Old man, is the cafeteria across from the playground? What food? The school cafeteria. What cafeteria? The school cafeteria. What does the school teach? Feng was speechless. All right, old man, you take a rest. Okay. He passed through the playground and just arrived at the cafeteria. Feng saw several players sitting in a corner of the cafeteria, looking in very poor spirits. They were gnawing on buns and bread as hard as stones, pain written all over their faces. Arriving at the display case, Feng glanced at the food inside, and his expression instantly soured. Blood pearl rice, celestial mushroom brain soup, blood finger fried skewers, fresh leg meat buns, live sashimi, grilled ribs, blood pudding. Chapter 71, A Bountiful Breakfast of Evil Things. Damn, I'm gonna throw up. Is this really food for players? No wonder players from other countries just sit in the corner gnawing on moldy bread and buns. Damn it, I'd rather starve than eat this stuff. Players really have it hard, tortured by weirdness at night, and can't even fill their stomachs during the day. If this continues, they're going to go mad. Sigh, even Feng can't escape the fate of eating weird food. I wonder if our chicken god will eat, but if he doesn't eat, where's the strength? Chicken god, why don't you just eat a couple of moldy steamed buns? In the live stream, Feng walked up to a chef. I want to order breakfast. The chef looked at the apartment key in Feng's hand in surprise. After a moment's daze, he quickly ran to the back kitchen. Soon, a corpulent one-eyed giant head chef came out. extending both hands tightly to shake Jifeng's. Leader, what wind blows you here? Why didn't you give notice ahead of time, so I could prepare? Looking at the towering 2-meter-tall giant head chef in front of him, Jifeng was flustered for a while. Speaking of which, why are all the chefs giants? The chef girl in the weird house is also one. He was now utilizing the rights of the advanced teacher's apartment, allowing him to designate one breakfast each day. Jifeng pointed at the blood-soaked foods in the display case and said, "Is there any human edible food besides these?" "Yes, yes, yes." "What would the leader like?" "I'll make it immediately," the one-eyed head chef said respectfully. Jifeng raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the head chef could satisfy all his requests? "Let's keep breakfast simple." "Leader, you say." A smile crept onto his lips as he blurted out, typhoon-style king crab, golden cheese Australian lobster, traditional Kirin steamed marble grouper, emerald abalone dumplings, and a bowl of seafood. Buddha jumps over the wall. All these ingredients must be seafood, no meat, understand? The one-eyed giant chef was stunned, taking a long moment to recall the dishes with his huge fingers. The viewers in the livestream were dumbfounded. "You call this a simple breakfast?" The players in the corner of the cafeteria nearly dropped their jaws. "This Dragon Country kid has gone crazy, ordering a seafood feast in a weird cafeteria? I was just going to say he had a good night, but it turns out he's already lost his mind." Laughing to death, this cafeteria is full of food made from human ingredients. Besides buns and bread, what else is edible? The Dragon Country kid has already provoked the weirdness, and the head chef is ready to deal with him. Maybe today the Dragon Country brat will be featured on cafeteria recipes. The players exchanged glances and laughed, relishing the drama. Jifeng queried in confusion, "Is it difficult?" The one-eyed giant head chef lowered his fingers and said in confusion, "Leader, I don't quite understand. Why do you want to eat such evil things?" "Evil things?" Jifeng said with a surprised face. The head chef's face showed a look of horror. "Leader, don't you find their appearance terrifying? What is not an evil thing if it has a shell all over and is covered with tentacles and scales?" Jifeng had a blank expression. Damn, how can such delicious seafood be considered evil? Thinking carefully, the head chef's words seemed to make some sense. It is said that the little crayfish was also considered an evil thing that no one dared to eat until it flowed into the Dragon Country. "Leader, you are really brave. I have never seen anyone dare to eat food made from such terrifying creatures." The one-eyed giant gave a thumbs up, full of admiration. "Jifeng, can it be made?" "Head chef, yes." "Then you go quickly, I am hungry." Jifeng rubbed his belly, not wanting to waste words. "Leader, please follow me to your private room." Then, he was arranged to a private room in the cafeteria. The head chef went to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. After learning that Jifeng wanted to eat a seafood feast, the strange waiters in the cafeteria and the giant chef all showed expressions of disbelief. "Oh my god, the leader has such a heavy taste, he even dares to eat those terrifying multi-legged evil creatures like king crab and Australian lobster? And we are not allowed to add people ingredients. People ingredients are so delicious, what is the leader thinking? Maybe the leader has some weird preferences." After waiting for almost half an hour, one big plate after another of seafood was brought from the kitchen to the private room. Players who had just gnawed on moldy buns and bread were dumbfounded when they saw the steaming seafood. Why is there seafood? King crabs, Australian lobsters, and East Star groupers, fuck, there is food like this in the kitchen? Wait, these things seem to be sent to the Dragon Country kid. Fuck, why does the Dragon Country brat eat so well? Thinking about how they were eating bread harder than rocks and almost broke their teeth, the players felt quite envious. The strange staff and the chef all gathered at the door of the private room. "Leader, please enjoy your meal." The one-eyed giant head chef set down the food and left the private room with a twisted expression. Jifeng was not polite at all, directly grabbing the tail of the large lobster and snapping it hard. The plump, tender shrimp meat was revealed, and he took a big bite, feeling ecstatic. However, the strange staff watching at the door had expressions of increasing pain on their faces. "Oh my god, how can the leader, it shouldn't be. That is food occasionally used for feeding livestock in the breeding farm, ugh. Seeing those multi-legged creatures gives me goosebumps all over, and there's the heads of lobsters and king crabs which are not even from our kind. I really don't know how to hold back from throwing up. Otherwise, how could he be the leader while you are just a cook? Sure enough, leaders must endure what ordinary people cannot. I really admire that." The players looked in through the windows of the private room, watching Jifeng eating with grease all over his mouth and enjoying himself, drooling with envy. Fuck, is this really the strange world? The Dragon Country kid's breakfast was more luxurious than their real-life meals, comparable to a state banquet. Why does he get this kind of treatment? One player was very dissatisfied, looking at the rock-like hard bread in his hand, his cheeks puffed up. The global audience was also shocked. Damn, Why do the Dragon Country players eat so well in the strange world, while we from the West have to eat food like Thousand Hand Devil's Vine? Even in real life, no one eats a seafood feast early in the morning, right? Some people tread carefully in the instance, while others live a life like a honeymoon trip. If it weren't for the live broadcast, I wouldn't believe it at all. However, the Dragon Country audience admired it immensely. As expected of my chicken brother, he always brings amazing moves in the instance. You can't help but admire it. Our chicken brother is living a fairy-like life in the strange game. Even I have started to envy him. If it weren't for watching the live broadcasts of players from other countries, I would almost think Jifun went to the world of Miracle Warm. Ha, we are all players, but the gap is truly huge. Other players cried to death in the bathroom. Breakfast is over, it's time to go to work. Monsoon looked at the mess on the table, satisfied as he wiped his mouth. Burp. So full. He grabbed a toothpick, picking his teeth as he walked out. The head chef, along with his little brothers, saw him off. Leader, please take your time, come back anytime. Meanwhile, on the road outside Desperate Town, a rusty green bus slowly emerged from the morning fog. In the dimly lit cabin, small hands like souls patted on the dirty, cracked glass, then vanished. The bus entered Desperate Town, gradually stopping on the street opposite the school. The vehicle is about to arrive Desperate Town, next stop, Qingtung District, Qingtang Mental Hospital. The vehicle has arrived, please hold on tight, passengers who need to get off, please prepare. The twisted, broken door creaked open. A man wearing sunglasses, with a thin face, dark skin, and long arms and nails, walked off the bus with a cold expression, then headed straight toward the school gate. P.S. Thanks to all the buddies who kept following this update and to all the big shots for the little gifts that urge updates. Remember to keep up every day. Panda sliding kneels to hug the thigh. Chapter 72, Beware of the Assassin, the School Bell's Arm. In the Cigar Nation livestream room. What's going on? Why did someone from Cigar Nation go to Desperate Town and even Night Crow Academy? Aren't these new players just added to the game? Why are they running back to the starting area instead of staying in Moonlight District? At Cigar Nation official, what on earth is happening? Why is your player going to a ghost school? Some viewers roaming through livestreams from various countries discovered the anomaly in the Cigar Nation livestream. The audience frantically at the Cigar officials but got no response. This unusual situation immediately caught the attention of Dragon Country netizens. Damn it, is the Cigar player planning something? Why not just stay in Moonlight District, risking breaking rules to go to Night Crow Academy? What are they trying to do? At Cigar Nation official, come out and speak, keep your people in check. Why do I have a bad feeling? Does anyone know the identity of the Cigar player? At Dragon Country official, someone is plotting against the chicken god. In Dragon Country, in a high-level meeting room. The officials also noticed this unusual situation immediately. The information on the Cigar Nation player has come out. Chief, share it on screen. The analysis team promptly sent the data to the screen. Name, Carlos. Global wanted list top 5 invisible. Bounty, $25 million. Basic profile. Age, 38. Height, unspecified. Appearance, unspecified, possibly skilled in disguise. Affiliated organization, Blood Demon Guild. Contract services, politicians, rich people, gangs. Abilities, weapon master, disguise master, toxicologist, oddity scholar. Assassination record. 1. Victor, the energy tycoon of Bear Country. 2. Yamamoto, the leader of the Little Life Group, Ryazaki Shinichi. 3. Prince Abdul of the Rich Nation. 4. Chief, the assassin is after Monsoon. This is too obvious. Cigar Nation is really bold to dare to target players during a livestream? Cigar Nation definitely doesn't have such guts. This situation has blown up, yet their officials haven't even made a peep. There must be someone behind this pulling the strings. Damn it, it's clear as day that it's America behind this. Using the method of borrowed knives, America is getting more and more skilled. Oh no, the Cigar Nation livestream has become foggy, the assassin's tracks are unseen now. They've activated the invisibility card. The forces behind the Cigar Nation are really investing heavily. After a moment of contemplation, the chief said solemnly, directly use the hint card. If necessary, he would even use the substitute paperman to save Monsoon. Everyone had no objections. Such crucial information must be conveyed to Monsoon immediately. They could not let him fall into danger. The chief directly took the hint card from the National Ghost Warehouse. Hint card, use. At Night Crow Academy, on the playground. Burp. Monsoon let out a big burp while holding his toothpick. He really enjoyed this breakfast. That should be the junior high section of Night Crow Academy across the street. Jifeng looked at the 5-story white teaching building across the street. He could see ghost students playing in the corridors and on the playground, and sometimes he caught a glimpse of a little ghost staring at him with pitch-black eyes from a dark window. The wind on the playground was chilling, stirring up the dry leaves in the woods and the paper scraps on the ground. I should go sit in the medical room first, and subtly gather clues about leaving the ghost school from the patients. Feng thought of the clock tower of the reverse clock, and just as he looked up, a crumpled newspaper floated in front of him. He originally intended to swat it away, but a glance caught his attention and his expression changed. Feng reached out and grabbed the crumpled newspaper. Caution, Snow Cigar Assassin, target hiding. The small print on the newspaper was dense with various reports, but Feng immediately saw 12 bold black characters from each paragraph. His brow furrowed tightly as he quickly crumpled the newspaper into a ball and stuffed it into his pocket. The country has given me a hint card? In his memory, hint cards were strange items that transmitted information from the outside to the inside of a copy. Outside personnel needed to write the hint information on the hint cards, which had a word limit. Once activated, the hint cards would subtly convey the messages to the players within the instance. Players would receive the information without even realizing it. The newspaper was a very discreet way of delivering messages. The content on the newspaper was thick and varied. Even if it was discovered during a live broadcast, it would be hard to perceive in an instant. Yet players could see the hint information in an instant. This meant he already knew killers were coming. This information, the killer was unaware of. A cold light flickered in Feng's eyes. Is it an assassin from Snow Cigar Country? They must have come from that batch of replenished players. The assassin is hiding their whereabouts? If the authorities could see the assassin's livestream, they should not hint this way but directly show the assassin's exact location. This means the authorities only know the killer is coming but do not know where the killer is. Among the 25 players entering Night Crow Academy, he had seen them all, and there were no players from Snow Cigar Country. Most people from Snow Cigar Country are black, so the probability of the assassin being black is high. But having once been colonized by the bullfighter country, it could also be a white assassin. Of course, we can't rule out the assassin's ability to disguise. In any case, players getting close to me must be cautious. He also had an outside assistance card that could get him aid from the national authorities and also allow him to communicate. However, the significance of using it was limited, as the authorities also did not know the assassin's whereabouts now. I can only rely on myself. Feng walked forward and suddenly saw a group of junior high ghost students surrounding a female player in the sandbox at the playground. Sister's hand is so beautiful, I want to trade this hand with you. Don't come here. The female player retreated in terror. Her heel accidentally tripped on the edge of the sand, causing her to fall to the ground. The ghost students laughed playfully. Sister's hoof is perfect for making hoof flower soup for my grandma. The female player turned pale with fear, looking at the group of ghost students as if they were devils, desperately trying to escape with her hands on the ground. Feng shook his head and sighed. Alas, ordinary people really have no power to resist against the bizarre. It's too tragic. If the female player couldn't even handle this group of little ghosts, she wouldn't survive when faced with something more dangerous later on. Saving her for a moment couldn't save her for a lifetime. He didn't want to get involved in this mess or draw trouble to himself. But Feng spotted a familiar figure among the group of ghost students. Little manager of the bazaar house? The little manager was surrounding the female player with ghost students, holding up a rotting arm in her hand, which was covered in fine sand, as if it had just been dug out of the ground. Feng's expression changed, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. That arm, could it be from the ghost school beauty? Chapter 73, The Shock of the Director of Education. Live broadcast room in Malaysia. Please, don't treat our players like this. Myling is really too pitiful. Last night she hid in the apartment closet all night, and in the morning she nibbled on a moldy bun. Just when she wanted to rest on the playground, she was blocked by a group of ghost students. Those ruthless ghost students are terrifying. To them, players are like toys that can be dismantled at will. Myling, run. Run into the small woods and find other players. The people of Malaysia looked utterly defeated. Myling was the chosen player, and she was originally a quite clever girl. But after 5 days of poor sleep, she was physically and mentally exhausted, causing her to fail to notice the ghost students approaching. She had seen the self-recommended sports teacher's head bounce like a basketball at the hands of the ghost students yesterday. So she knew exactly how terrifying this group of ghost students was. They did whatever they wanted, without care, mischievous and troublesome. What was even scarier was that they were oblivious, thinking such behavior was perfectly normal. No, don't come over. I'll buy you good food, okay? I can do it while I'm still alive. I can buy you lots and lots of delicious food. Myling desperately pleaded with the ghost students. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing the time of her life on her left arm. It's so little, it's not even worth my eyeballs. I could sell one of my ears for 18 life seconds, my heart could go for 888 life seconds. Why not just dismantle me and sell the pieces? Everyone can share the money. The mischievous ghost students wore innocent smiles, as if bargaining at a school gate stall. Myling was terrified, her face pale and body trembling. Then will you let me take you to play, okay? What do you want to play? Myling said in fear, trying to change the current situation. Ha ha ha, who would want to play with a living person? It's better to just eat you. A few ghost students revealed terrifying faces and sharp fangs. The people of Malaysia watching the live broadcast felt helpless. Do we have to just watch our player die? Where's the official? Come help the players. Help? The officials have already sold the mysterious items from the National Luck Rewards to America and Japan. They don't care about our players' lives at all. Oh God, please save this child, Myling. Don't treat her so cruelly. In the footage, the ghost students laughed unrestrainedly, reaching out their dark little hands toward Myling. Just as it seemed Myling was about to be dismantled by the ghost students, a sharp shout rang out. Which class are you from? At the sound, the ghost students all jumped in fright, turning their anxious faces to see a person holding a peachwood ruler standing by the sandpit. Ah, it's him. The spider girl from the odd mansion recognized Feng and immediately hid her rotting arm behind her back, cautiously retreating behind the other ghosts, wanting to escape. Other ghost students glanced at each other, scratching their heads. Who is this? Is he a new teacher? Not likely. How does the new teacher know to bring the ruler we are most afraid of? Myling from Malaysia quickly got up, panicking as she looked at the newcomer. He's a player from Dragon Country. Is he here to save me? The moment Feng appeared, the Malaysian audience seemed to see a ray of hope. It's the Dragon Country player Feng, there is hope. Myling is saved. Many people immediately rushed to the Dragon Country's live room to add official. As long as Myling is saved, I am willing to donate 10 million to Dragon Country, no, 1 billion. Tell the officials in Feng, as long as you save Myling, I can donate 100 Hope primary schools for free. But viewers from other countries started to mock. Dragon Country players, don't meddle in this, it will only harm you in the end. Isn't it better to live alone? Feng, just cherish your own life. What courage do you have to be a hero and save someone? As expected, that Dragon Country kid is just a pervert. When he sees a woman, he becomes unable to move. When a person walks too smoothly, they start to think the world revolves around them. I'm afraid the ghost students are in for it this time. Although I have high hopes for Feng, this time his actions are too reckless. In the scene, Feng's peachwood ruler snapped sharply in his palm as he stepped forward to take the lead. How long has the class bell been ringing? The ghost students retreated a few steps, slightly wary of the peachwood ruler. But the person in front of them was not their familiar teacher, so they weren't that scared. You few are the loudest in the middle school department, I heard you all shouting from the cafeteria. The ghost students were a bit confused, feeling a strange mix of familiarity and unfamiliarity. Feng pointed the ruler at the little housekeeper quietly retreating in the back. Xiaoju. You're the one leading the disruption, right? The spider girl called Xiaoju was not only the little housekeeper of the strange house in the town but also a student of the Night Crow Academy's middle school department. Having failed her escape plan, Xiaoju quickly apologized. No, it wasn't me, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? The ghost students and Myling widened their eyes. The global audience was stunned. When did Feng become the brother-in-law of the strange girl? The Dragon Kingdom audience chimed in. Did you forget when in the strange house? The little housekeeper calls the ghost bride sister, and the ghost bride calls Feng husband, so isn't he just her brother-in-law? Suddenly, the audience realized, oh my god, there really is such a relationship. Feng continued pointing his ruler at Xiaoju. Before, you were bullied, and I helped you settle it, yet you turned around to bully others? Upon hearing this, Xiaoju got anxious. Brother-in-law, I didn't, they forced me to do it. They? Feng scanned the entire room, his gaze sharp as a sword. At the moment their eyes met, the ghost students all lowered their heads. Skipping class, bullying, ignoring school rules, showing disrespect to teachers, call your parents over. Feng snapped the ruler against his palm. Upon hearing that their parents would be called, the ghost students immediately caved. No, don't call my parents, teacher, we were wrong. If my dad finds out, he'll twist my head off. My mom will throw me into a pot of oil to fry, please don't call my parents, teacher. The live streaming audience was dumbfounded. Feng's operation is incredible, like our head of student affairs. When I was caught skipping school, the teachers would scold me just like this. Damn, those dead memories are coming back to attack me. Wait, didn't the Dragon Kingdom contestants break this rule? Do not anger the students, regardless of their actions, maintain a smile. Where's the breaking? Which of your eyes saw Feng angering the students? This is called intimidation, do you understand? The ghost students were indeed intimidated by Feng. especially since Xiao Ju called Jifeng brother-in-law, which further solidified his strict authority. The ghost students began to speculate whether Jifeng was the head of the high school department. Last year, a student from the high school department who violated rules was made into a specimen by the principal, and it's still kept in the medical room. Jifeng's gaze swept over the ghost students as he sternly said, "Do you all want to become specimens too?" Instantly, the ghost students trembled all over, faces filled with fear. Jifeng glanced at the clock tower. "Now, immediately, go back to your classrooms, or perhaps." He stepped forward, the peachwood ruler pointing at one ghost student's head. "Perhaps, I can consider only giving you a warning." Jifeng looked utterly tired and jaded, like a head of student affairs. As soon as he finished his sentence, the ghost students scattered in fear. "Xiao Ju, stay back." Xiao Ju, who wanted to escape, stopped in her tracks with a bitter smile. The fleeing ghost students cast sympathetic glances at her. By the sand pit, the Malaysian player who had observed the whole ordeal was left in disarray by the wind. A group of malicious ghost students was scared away just like that by a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom? Chapter 74, She Wants to Kiss You. Ha ha ha, who just said we were madly holy like the chicken god, and now they're all silent? How dare they speak, they got slapped in the face. I guess this will make my face swollen. Come on, America, if you're going to hire trolls, at least hire some professionals. Every time you mock, you get slapped in the face. Don't you think it's time to reflect? Is your money being spent wisely? You upstairs, you're talking too much. Isn't it good to make money together? Those upstairs, give me a group. I'll join in as a troll too. If I'm getting slapped in the face anyway, why not make some money? Audiences from Malaysia are flocking to the Dragon Kingdom livestream room. Dragon Kingdom, please accept my bow as a little brother. From now on, Little Horse will look up to Dragon Kingdom and work hard. Previously, I thought Jifeng was just a name online, but now that I see him, I realize he really has skills. Thank you, Jifeng, for saving me. I will fulfill my promise and donate 100 Hope primary schools to the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the instance, the Malaysian player Myling walked up to Jifeng and gratefully said, "Thank you, I can never repay this life-saving favor. If you ever need anything from me, just say it." Jifeng looked at Myling and suddenly said, "Alright, give me all your lifetime." Myling was stunned and looked down at the lifetime on her left arm. Yesterday, she completed her work successfully and earned 24 hours of lifetime. But in the apartment, she lost quite a bit due to the old man in the duty room. After a night, she only had 27 hours left. According to the normal flow of time, she could live just a little over a day. But if she gave all her lifetime to the Dragon Kingdom player, she would die on the spot. Could it be that the real purpose of the Dragon Kingdom guy saving her was to take her lifetime? Seeing Myling frozen in place, Jifeng said no more. "Little Orange, come here." "Okay, brother-in-law." Watching Jifeng and the little girl leave, Myling felt complicated inside. In the medical room. "Take out what's behind you." "Brother-in-law, I'm not lying, they forced me to scare that little sister. If I didn't go, they would bully me." Little Orange placed the rotten arm on the cold instrument tray. "Who asked you that?" Jifeng took out gloves from the toolbox beside him, glaring at Little Orange. "Where did this hand come from?" Little Orange pointed toward the playground through the window. "I dug it out from the long jump sandpit." Jifeng put on the gloves and began to examine the rotten arm. "Are there other body parts in the sandpit?" "No, just this one arm." "I don't know whose it is." Little Orange clutched her little bear doll and cooperated obediently. Jifeng continued to ask, "Who was the first to discover the arm in the sand?" Little Orange thought for a while and then blurted out, "It was Wang Xiaoming." "Wang Xiaoming? Was he there by the sandpit too?" Jifeng asked. Little Orange shook her head. "Not there, Wang Xiaoming was in class. Brother-in-law would recognize him right away because he has two mouths on his face." A little boy with two mouths flashed in Jifeng's mind, the one he met at the school gate. "Does Wang Xiaoming have a sister?" "Yes, how does brother-in-law know?" Jifeng clearly knew, it was quite impressive. The disfigured sister, the talkative brother, and the heartless mother. How could it not be impressive? How did Wang Xiaoming know there was a hand in the sandpit? Did he bury it? Little Orange thought for a long time before saying, "He said it was discovered by a friend playing hide and seek. I don't know the details." Hearing this, Jifeng frowned. He looked at the rotten arm in the iron tray, lost in thought. After pondering for a while, Jifeng said to Little Orange, "You can go back to class now." "Okay, brother-in-law." Little Orange smiled widely, her mouth stretching to her ears, revealing 2 rows of sharp, interlaced teeth. "After school, bring Wang Xiaoming here." Little Orange looked reluctant. "I'm not familiar with him." Jifeng took out a peachwood ruler. Familiar, I'll bring Wang Xiaoming over after school." Saying that, she ran away from the medical room. Looking at the rotten arm before him. The monsoon can definitely identify as the ghost school's flower girl's left arm. Can you find an arm in hide and seek? Is it hiding in the sandbox? Or did a ghost student discover the burial place of the limb? The ghost flower girl's mission is a purple mission chain. He has been forced to take it on, so he should do his best to complete it. Usually, the final reward for such a mission chain will be very generous. He carefully preserved the rotting arm. When the ghost flower girl comes, he will reattach it. Then, using the ghost doctor's ability to revive the rotting arm, Feng put on a white coat, wore a name badge, and sat down. Sigh, another day of working like a donkey has begun. Without work, there's no life, and without life, you die. The rules of the ghost school are harsher than the town. So far, there is no way to break free from the ghost school when time is up. I can only take one step at a time. Just then, a voice echoed in his head from the system. Strange game daily settlement of rewards and punishments has begun. Dragon Country player, survival time, 5 days. Current area surviving players, 18 people. Rewards, national luck, plus 10%, lifespan plus 10, physique plus 10, wisdom plus 10, technological breakthrough plus 10%. As the reward announcement ended, Feng immediately felt a strange energy enter his body, silently transforming his physique. First, Feng felt his energy being restored. Though still young, he couldn't bear 5 consecutive days of exhaustion. The ghost bride also absorbs young energy, but she is very restrained, trying not to harm him. Yet even so, as long as he is with the ghost bride, his yang energy will be invisibly drained away. If it weren't for the daily rewards with lifespan and physique, he would have already become a dried-up corpse. With the increase in lifespan and enhancement of physique, the side effects of being with the ghost bride will gradually weaken. As long as he is strong enough, what's the harm in losing some yang energy? In just 5 days, more than 200 people are down to only 18 left, this terrifying elimination rate. Feng noticed the system prompt said current area. It refers to the area of Desperate Town. Night Crow Academy is also part of Desperate Town. The newly supplemented players should all be in the Kiyu district. Besides searching for clues, he also needs to be wary of assassins from Cigar Country. How will the assassin try to kill me? Feng thought it necessary to envision every possible crisis that might occur. During class time, the work in the infirmary isn't that busy. After waiting a while, Luo Yunyan also came to work. Dr. Luo, good morning. She smiled and greeted the teachers and students in the corridor, looking like a warm-hearted elder sister. But once inside the medical room, she locked the door. She rushed over with small steps, sitting right on Feng's lap, her long, fair arm wrapping around his. Her beautiful purple eyes gazed dreamily at Feng. Mind your image, this is school. No, I want to kiss you. Luo Yunyan pouted and leaned in, acting all spoiled. P.S. Dear ones, if you think this is written well, a little free gift to speed up updates would be appreciated. It doesn't take much power, and the panda is so hungry it can only gnaw on the keyboard. Chapter 75 Nightmare, The Scarecrow Butcher. Boop. After successfully sneak attacking, Luo Yunyan grinned mischievously. Just as she wanted to press her attack further, there was a knock at the door. Feng glared at her, a patient is coming, hurry up and get down. Luo Yunyan pecked Feng's cheek again with a playful bite before reluctantly getting off his lap. The male viewers in the live room were envious to the point of turning purple. This class is just too comfortable. Not envious of the couple or the immortals, just envious of G-Set every day. Our chicken god is really living like a fairy in a strange world, with partners never repeating. Hey, the one at the infirmary door is actually the school flower, heh, now there's a show to watch. Ghost Doctor, Ghost School Flower, are they not going to compete for Feng's affection? This Dragon Country kid is playing with fire himself. This will lead to big trouble. Inside the instance. As soon as the door of the infirmary opened, the Ghost School Flower walked in. I saw him. The school flower looked panicked, her hands tightly clasped together. Sit down and tell me. Feng moved a stool for the Ghost School Flower to sit down. Lu Yunyan looked at Feng in confusion. Do you know Nanxiang? Feng said seriously, she came to find you for treatment yesterday, but you had already left work. I treated her. Sister Yunyan, I saw that guy from my dream again today. The Ghost School Flower threw herself into Lu Yunyan's arms, her eyes red, her body trembling uncontrollably. Feng was a bit surprised. Lu Yunyan and Nanxiang were closer than he expected. Is it that scar-faced man wearing a butcher's leather coat and holding a chainsaw on the rooftop? As soon as Lu Yunyan asked this, Nanxiang's body trembled even more violently. Yes, it's not a dream, that guy is in the school. Lu Yunyan's face darkened. Where is he? Where? I didn't dare to follow him. He went to the back mountain. When I saw him, I thought I was having a nightmare. Woo woo. I was trembling all over and couldn't even move my feet. Woo woo. I thought it was all over, but he appeared in my real life. What should I do? Sister Yunyan. Nanxiang hugged Lu Yunyan and cried bitterly. It's okay, everything will pass. No. Just thinking about that guy in the school makes my spirit feel restless. I feel like I could dissolve at any moment. Feng stood by, not disturbing the two. After a long time of comforting, Nanxiang finally calmed down. From their conversation, Feng learned that the reason the ghost school flower could piece together her body using the power of her spirit was because Lu Yunyan was helping her. Their relationship had always been good. On the stormy night when the ghost school flower was murdered, Lu Yunyan found Nanxiang's head on the locust tree behind the school. Due to resentment and hatred, Nanxiang's soul became a vengeful spirit attached to her head. It was Lu Yunyan who brought the head back to the infirmary and pieced together the school flower's body with other limbs. Therefore, the ghost school flower needed to come to the infirmary regularly to have Lu Yunyan stitch wounds and deal with the decaying parts of her body. Feng pulled out the rotting arm he dug up from the sandpit. Take a look, is this your left arm? When Nanxiang saw the arm, she rushed over immediately. Yes, there's a red mole on my left elbow, this is my arm, where did you find it? Feng briefly explained the prank the ghost students had played. How evil, those guys are too despicable. Lu Yunyan gritted her teeth in anger, her fists clenched tightly. Let me replace your arm first. Okay. Feng had Nanxiang lie down on the operating table. Lu Yunyan seemed to think of something. She took off her white coat and walked out of the infirmary. I have something to take care of, Nanxiang is in your hands. Yunyan, be careful. Feng reminded her. He could roughly guess what Lu Yunyan was going to do. Investigate the scar-faced butcher who dismembered the ghost school flower. The ghost school flower's current terror level was vengeful spirit level, while Lu Yunyan was at the fierce ghost level. To make even the ghost school flower feel fear and eeriness, the butcher's power must be above hers, and he was likely also at the fierce ghost level, or even a higher level presence. It was still a little dangerous for Lu Yunyan to investigate alone, so he reminded her. Okay. Lu Yunyan responded and quickly left the infirmary. Lie down properly. Meanwhile, the Dragon Country live broadcast room was heavily pixelated. This time, it was the foreign audience who started flying into a rage first. Fuck, it's always like this, I'm going crazy, who has software to remove mosaics, I'll buy it no matter the cost. The Dragon Country people say they are used to it and have become numb, this is all just routine for the chicken god. Getting to see the outline of a person is already a decent benefit, and still wanting to get more, what a pipe dream. Inside the instance. Feng didn't take long to replace the ghost school flower's left arm. The left hand is severely rotten, I need to massage your arm to bring it back to life. Okay, then you can start. Feng pointed to the clothing on Nanxiang's upper body. Do I have to take it off again? Nanxiang's face turned red. Feng nodded seriously. All right. Nanxiang bit her lip lightly and slowly removed her outer garment. You also need to take off the undergarment. Feng said in a flat tone. Nanxiang's face turned as red as a shrimp. But she knew Feng's medical ethics and character very well. When he was working, Feng was indeed meticulous and focused. She had no choice but to grit her teeth, her face flushed, and unfasten the undergarment. Feng took off his gloves and placed his hands where she had unfastened it. Ah, doctor! Nanxiang exclaimed, instinctively wanting to turn her body. Don't move! Feng pressed her down and said seriously, your left arm is completely necrotic. To bring it back to life, I must start massaging from the blood vessel connected to your heart, allowing blood to flow in the arm. Only then can the rotten arm recover. Nanxiang's face turned crimson, and she turned her head to whisper, okay. After receiving permission, Feng began to demonstrate the skills of the ghost doctor, the hand of rejuvenation. Knead, pinch, press, rub, scrape, and wipe, using common massage techniques to continuously soothe from the heart position towards the left arm. The rotten left arm visibly regained color, and new flesh and skin grew in the rotting areas. Under his hand of rejuvenation, the rotting arm rejuvenated like fallen leaves sprouting new life, filled with vitality and color. Nanxiang's face was as red as a sunset, she turned her head and bit her right wrist, her breath becoming disordered. A strange feeling spread throughout her body, leaving her utterly embarrassed. Feng was also sweating profusely. He realized that massaging was an extremely exhausting task. An hour later, Feng was drenched in sweat. Yet, Nanxiang felt an unprecedented sense of comfort in her body and mind, as if all the shackles on her were being released. Besides that, she also experienced an indescribable feeling that she found difficult to articulate. During the process, she nearly cried out loud. Afterward, she even wanted to extend it by another hour. Alright, the initial effect has been achieved, but to recover to how it was before, you need to come for a soothing massage once every day. Nanjiang sat up, her beautiful eyes wide open, her face even redder. Every day? Chapter 76, The Frightening Classroom. If you want to become like the residents of the town, it's best to come for a massage every day. Feng nodded and planned to get a towel to wipe off his sweat. As he turned around, he found his right hand being grabbed by the ghost school flower. Don't go. The ghost school flower sat on the surgical bed, her delicate body slightly trembling, one hand clutching her neck, and the other holding Feng's right hand. Her exquisite and pure face tilted slightly upward, her beautiful eyes trembling, and her red lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. A message jumped out before Feng's eyes. Special task chain, the broken school flower, purple. Ring 2, the left arm and the sand pit. Task progress, stitching the ghost school flower's left arm, 1/1. Every time a part is reattached and stitched, a bad memory of the ghost school flower can be erased. Hint, inner shadows, nightmares of ghosts, she is terrified and helpless, wanting your embrace. Feng walked to the surgical bed and wrapped the ghost school flower in his arms. It's okay, it will pass soon, the demon will definitely be punished. If you want to cry, just cry out loud. Erasing bad memories requires releasing suppressed emotions, especially since the ghost school flower saw the butcher who dismembered her at school today. Nanjiang's eyes suddenly turned red, tears uncontrollably flooding out, her voice choked. That demon who tore me apart countless times in my dreams, at school. I'm so scared. Dream, this must be a dream, I don't want to wake up, don't wake up. Feng's shirt was soaked with tears. She gently stroked the ghost school flower's back, listening quietly. Today, I saw that guy at school, my limbs felt like they were nailed down to the spot. His throat felt blocked, unable to make a sound. The brain was screaming one word madly: escape. Thinking about the nightmare replaying, a surge of irresistible fear emerged from deep within the soul, wanting to escape, wanting to disappear from this world. Although the audience in the live broadcast could only see pixels, they could hear the sounds. After hearing the ghost school's flower's outburst, the audience began to sympathize with her. The ghost flower is so pitiful. It's so suffocating. The real fear can make the soul tremble. I understand this feeling too well, I once had a similar experience. When real fear shows up in front of you, in that moment, your pupils suddenly shrink, and your breathing stops. Night Crow Academy. In the middle school department, in a certain classroom. A glasses-wearing man stood on the podium, teaching physics knowledge. He self-recommended as the physics teacher yesterday because he was quite confident in his physics knowledge. Yesterday, he finished school early and didn't get to teach his class. Today was supposed to be his first physics class in the ghost school. For this, he stayed up all night in his apartment preparing for the class. It wasn't that he couldn't sleep, but he was too scared to fall asleep. There were strange noises beneath his bed while he was sleeping. Closing his eyes while lying on the bed made it start to move. But when he bravely checked under the bed, he found nothing there. Thus, he was tormented by the eerie sounds from under the bed all night. Unable to sleep, he decided to get up to prepare for the class, ensuring he was fully prepared today. Even though it was a ghost school, what if there were some ghost students with incredible physics skills? How would he deal with that? Nervously arriving at the classroom today, he was surprised to find the students obedient and quiet, not showing any signs of a ghost school. In fact, as he entered the classroom, the students all stood up politely and said, "Good morning, teacher." This took him by surprise, making him doubt whether he had walked into the wrong classroom. After teaching for half an hour, the students actively answered questions and cooperated, without any signs of abnormality. He secretly rejoiced, finally encountering a normal class. Schwa schwa schwa. But at that moment, the sound of chalk writing appeared on the blackboard behind him. The glasses man was stunned. The students were sitting quietly at their seats, while he was holding a book teaching. Who was writing on the blackboard? Slowly, the glasses man turned his head to look at the blackboard, his brow furrowing. A piece of chalk was hovering automatically on the blackboard, writing a line: "Teacher, your class is so boring." The glasses man suddenly spun around to look at the students in the classroom. Who is playing tricks? His gaze swept quickly. The students sat quietly, no one responded. Goo goo. At this moment, a faint sound of flowing water came from the blackboard behind him. The glasses man turned back in confusion and was instantly frightened to a pale face. Blood was oozing from the blackboard, instantly covering the blackboard and dyeing the floor red. Pitter-patter. Terrified, the glasses man reached out his hand, as drops of dense blood rained down onto his palm. He turned to look at the classroom, his pupils suddenly shrinking. It was raining blood in the classroom, and all the classmates had eerily stood up, their faces covered with black veins, their pitch-black eyes staring at him without whites. Thud. Suddenly, something fell on his head. He slowly took the thing off his head, and instantly, he felt unwell. What fell on his head was a bloody eyeball, still attached to nerve tissue, with the pupil still moving and staring directly at him. My eyeball just hit the teacher's head. Teacher, isn't this what you call gravity? A boy's innocent voice came from above his head. The glasses man slowly raised his head. Blood rained down, and hanging from the ceiling fan was a blood-soaked ghost student, its face covered in black veins, the left eye's eyeball dangling outside the socket, and the right eye a terrifying bloody hole. Two mouths on the face were letting out horrifying, eerie laughter. Boom! The glasses-wearing man felt like lightning struck his head, almost making his scalp explode. He was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, threw his textbook, and crawled towards the door while crying. I quit, I resign, I'm leaving right now. The glasses-wearing man rolled and crawled out of the classroom, only to trip over the ghost student lurking by the door. He fell face first, sliding into the corridor wall, bleeding from his head, and passed out. Not fun. The ghost student on the ceiling fan jumped down, picked up the eye from the ground, and casually put it back into its socket. These new teachers are all useless. None can last a full class. He just said about gravity, that everything must obey the rule of free fall, so how do I explain my head flying in the sky? The whole class burst into laughter. Ding! The school bell rang. Wow, school's out. Let's take the teacher to the cafeteria, it's a good chance for a snack. Suddenly, the glasses-wearing man, who had fainted on the ground, jumped up and leaped over the railing. All the ghost students were stunned. Teacher, this is the third floor. Then came a scream from below. The ghost students ran to the corridor and saw their teacher limping towards the playground. The teacher has such a strong will to survive. Garlic bird, not easy at all. Let's go eat in the cafeteria. The boy with two mouths shrugged and said. The terrifying scene of blood rain in the classroom also vanished. At this moment, a girl with twin tails holding a teddy bear approached. Wang Xiaoming, my brother-in-law wants to see you, come with me. The boy with two mouths furrowed his brows in confusion. Chapter 77, King of Hide and Seek. At Yaya Academy, cafeteria. Thank you, I feel much better. Let me treat you to lunch. Feng and the ghost school flower arrived at the school cafeteria. The high-end faculty apartment privileges allowed for a custom breakfast daily. Lunch and dinner must be dealt with on their own. Feng pointed to the display window of the cafeteria and said, I don't eat any of these. Nanshang chuckled, don't worry, I've arranged everything, just follow me. The ghost school flower linked arms with Feng and walked towards the private room in the cafeteria. In a corner, players huddled together, looking haggard, their eyes full of heartbreak. Is that boy from Long Country cheating? He seems to be enjoying great fortune in this strange world. That female ghost is very pretty, probably at the school flower level. Would you dare date a female ghost? Date? Damn, today I was almost killed by a ghost student, thankfully, I survived by jumping off a building. The glasses-wearing man sat in the corner, holding his fractured leg with a painful expression. John from Kangaroo Country approached with a silver-white tray. Fuck, the headless aunt in the cafeteria enthusiastically recommended fresh tofu and rice. I told her I didn't want it, but she still forced it on me. John placed the tray on the table. I can't say no, I'm afraid the aunt might twist off my head for soup. You really have guts, I don't even dare to get near the headless aunt, I only go for the last buns and bread. John helplessly said, I didn't mean to take it, I was just passing by when the aunt called me. He shook his head and scooped a spoonful of rice into his mouth. Ah! John painfully covered his cheek and reached into his mouth, pulling out a pitch-black fingernail. Everyone's faces turned ugly. John tossed aside the fingernail and bent over to vomit. It's best to only eat buns and bread in the cafeteria, although they're tasteless, at least they won't mix in strange things. The short-haired Huang Mao chewed on a hard bun and said. After John finished vomiting, he angrily pushed the tray aside. But at that moment, the tray suddenly transformed into a white skull that bit his hand. Wasting food is shameful. Wasting food is shameful. Thick crust crab. John jumped in fright, wildly shaking his hand with the skull, and the fresh tofu and rice he had dropped splattered everywhere, but in the blink of an eye, the white tofu on the ground turned blood red. The players' faces turned green. This is damn brainflower rice, I'm going to throw up. John exploded, smashing the skull head hard on the table, shattering it instantly. John, would rather starve to death than take another bite of the cafeteria food. After smashing the skull head, John angrily ran out of the cafeteria. Just outside the door, he collided head-on with a skinny, blonde white man. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's okay. The skinny blonde man responded simply and walked into the cafeteria. As John walked away, he looked back at the blonde man's figure in confusion. Who was that guy? I've never seen him before? Wasting food is shameful. Wasting food is shameful. At the cafeteria door, the headless cafeteria lady rushed out with a large spoon. Fuck the squid. John took off running. He was about to cry from the stress. It's too hard, I can't live through this dungeon. In the livestream, on the empty athletics track, two figures chased each other under the blazing sun. Poor John from Kangaroo Country is having such a rough time. This is indeed too difficult. Just being on edge at work is one thing, almost losing his life over a meal is enough to make anyone break down. Why do I see someone feasting on big fish and meat, with beauties by their side? In the Dragon Kingdom live stream room. So brutal, chicken, duck, fish, mountain delicacies, seafood, fine wines and delicacies, the table can't hold anymore. Please, divine chicken, have mercy on the players from other countries, let them come in and eat too, you can't finish it all alone. I find a bucket of instant noodles with a sausage feels luxurious. Meanwhile, Monsoon is almost sick of mountain delicacies in this strange world. It's not fair. TSK, incredible, the ghost school's flower is accompanying the whole time. Every dish is carefully chosen for Monsoon, the god of seasons is so lucky. What a small bird pecking at a cow's butt, truly amazing. On the screen, Monsoon looked at the table full of mountain delicacies, shocked to the point of speechlessness. Is this what you prepared for me? Nanchang held onto Monsoon's arm, speaking gently. I specially researched the foods that humans love to eat and had the head chef make them. The head chef was reluctant, saying this food is junk food fit for humans and animals. Monsoon's cheeks twitched. You guys eat so well? Nanchang smiled slightly. I also know that you humans don't like to eat cold food. Open your mouth, eat it hot. Nanchang picked up a piece of saltwater chicken and offered it to Monsoon's mouth. I'll do it myself. Monsoon picked up chopsticks and ate heartily. There was no pork on the table. The meat that was there could be clearly distinguished as chicken, duck, and fish. Seafood was even easier to identify. After he eliminated the bacteria mother, he didn't need to worry about bugs in the food anymore. Brother-in-law, I brought Wang Xiaoming. At the door of the private room, the spider girl Xiaoju dragged in a boy with a bruised face and two swollen lips. Xiaoju's white dress was stained, with a few bloodstains on her face. You guys fought? Monsoon asked in surprise. Wang Xiaoming insisted on not coming. I had to teach him a lesson first before he would behave. Xiaoju's cheeks were puffed up angrily, and the 6 spider limbs on her back turned red from anger. She pushed Wang Xiaoming to the dining table. Calmly, Monsoon took a peachwood ruler from his storage space and lightly tapped it in his palm. Wang Xiaoming looked up, his dark eyes trembling violently. You are Xiaoju's brother-in-law? Clearly, Wang Xiaoming recognized Monsoon as well. At the school gate, he had an unpleasant encounter with Monsoon twice. Where's your sister? Monsoon asked. She can't start middle school yet, she's at home. Wang Xiaoming was somewhat afraid of the peachwood ruler in Monsoon's hand, although he responded, his face was unwilling. He was embarrassed today, getting beaten to a pulp by Xiaoju in front of his classmates. He would definitely be laughed at by his classmates later at school. Monsoon stared at Wang Xiaoming, putting on a teaching director-like world-weary expression. Before, you deceived me at the school gate twice. Do you know the consequences of deceiving a teacher? Wang Xiaoming looked at Xiaoju in surprise. Is your brother-in-law still a teacher at the school? Xiaoju puffed out her chest angrily. Yes, why? Let's see if you still dare to hit me. Season Wind was very pleased with Xiaoju's performance. But right now he had an important question to ask. Then let me ask you again, where is your mother? Where did she go? Xiaoju glared. Deceiving a teacher can also get you turned into a specimen, you better behave. Wang Xiaoming's brow flashed with a hint of pain. After a slight struggle, he said, Mom was sent to the Qingteng Psychiatric Hospital. Season Wind frowned slightly. Qingteng Psychiatric Hospital? Is there such a place in the town? Could it be outside the town? The ghost school flower asked in confusion. Then why did you lie? Wang Xiaoming clenched his little fists. I feel embarrassed. I don't want my classmates to know my mom is a crazy person. So you lied and said Mom went to the mirror world? Yes, during that time, everyone in town was talking about the mirror ghost, so I made up this reason. Season Wind's ruler stopped tapping his palm, and he said with a serious expression. I can let you go this time for lying to the teacher, but for the next questions I ask, you better answer honestly, do you understand? Wang Xiaoming nodded, looking fearful. Teacher, you can ask. Season Wind glanced at the ghost school flower, then asked with a grave expression, who told you there was an arm in the sandpit? Wang Xiaoming was confused, not understanding why the teacher suddenly asked this. Xiaoju kicked him on the leg. My brother-in-law is asking you, hurry up and say. Wang Xiaoming blurted out angrily, it was the king of hide-and-seek, Little Stone. P.S. Thank you all for following this far, your every comment and like make the panda feel seen. Every time I see the red dots in the back end, your love and little gifts make the panda want to cry. After struggling for so long, finally not fighting alone, boo,